Chapter 1. The data column resurrected in the mind. As the soft dawn of February unfurls like a delicate veil across the sky of May's slope, the atmosphere retains a hint of haziness and drowsiness, as if the world is yet to wake. Fully a sprightly young man, clad in a simple black tracksuit, strides with a lively gait along the village's concrete path. His eyes, deep and luminous, and his well-defined facial features bear the mark of years spent in outdoor pursuits, lending his skin a subtle bronze hue. Within that handsome visage, an inherent resilience radiates a unique quality that sets him apart. That moment, an elderly gentleman sits leisurely at his doorstep, grasping a well-worn pipe that has accompanied him through the years, taking leisurely puffs now and then. The curling smoke ascends gently into the tranquil morning air. When his gaze inadvertently catches sight of the vibrant youth, a flicker of unabashed envy glimmers in his eyes. The old man breaks into a wide grin, calling out heartily, "Moo Moo, off for a run." Moo Moo halts, slightly breathless, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. The serious expression that had settled on his face during his run transforms into a radiant smile. Akin to the warm sun of spring, he responds in a clear, cheerful voice. "Indeed, Uncle Zhang, you seem quite spirited to be up so early." Uncle Zhang waves his hand gently, his face aglow with a friendly smile. Chuckling, "I can't compete with you young folks." After successfully completing 10 kilometers of morning jogging, Moo Moo ambles along the familiar path, imbued with countless childhood memories and the fragrant scents of earth and grass, heading toward home where wisps of smoke curl upward. This moment. His face beams with the particular comfort and satisfaction that follows exercise, his light yet powerful steps resonating like a jubilant anthem of triumph. In the kitchen, Muma busies herself like a skilled conductor, seamlessly navigating between the stove and the cutting board. Suddenly, a series of bubbling sounds disrupts the serenity. Muma instinctively turns her head, only to find her tall and handsome eldest son lounging at the doorway like a languid kitten. "Mom, is it ready yet?" Muma offers a gentle smile, then wipes her slightly damp hands, a testament to her labor, on the apron tied around her waist. She then slowly extends her hand to lift the lid of the bamboo steamer, which emanates a subtle fragrance of bamboo. In an instant, a plume of steam bursts forth like a lively sprite, joyfully dancing and swirling in the air. As the mist gradually dissipates, Moo Moo, unable to contain his eagerness, leans forward to peer into the steamer. There, plump, white buns resembling adorable little dolls lie contentedly, releasing an enticing aroma that prompts Moo Moo's throat to involuntarily swallow. Almost ready, Muma assures him, and he understands that her notion of almost implies a bit more waiting. Tilting his head, as if suddenly recalling something, he inquires, "Is Gon still asleep?" "Last night, I stayed up late, and am still feeling drowsy now," Mother Moo replied, patiently while deftly continuing her tasks. "He'll go wash up first," Moo Moo said, slightly shrugging before striding towards the bathroom. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Moo Moo refrained from further cleansing, knowing that opportunities for sweating would abound throughout the day. Following a warm and joyful breakfast shared with family, the earlier emptiness in Moo Moo's stomach dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of fulfillment and contentment radiating. From within, he leisurely strolled into the rustic courtyard of his home, akin to a languid cat, stretching out his arms and letting his entire body unfurl. Every muscle relaxed and eased in this languorous stretch, as if engaging in a tender embrace with the splendid morning tea. That moment, the gentle winter sunlight descended like a golden veil, softly enveloping him, its warm tendrils flowing through him, immersing him in a cozy embrace of warmth. Moo Moo slightly squinted, savoring this gift from nature. After a brief moment, he turned and, carrying this pleasant mood, sauntered back into his room. After changing into his basketball attire, Moo Moo eagerly checked the data in his mind. Barefoot height, 185 centimeters, wingspan, 199 centimeters, weight, 77 kilograms, strength, 34, speed, 55, agility, 54, jumping ability, 70, stamina, 67, dunking, 51, layup, 53, close range shooting, 50, mid-range shooting, 55, three-point shooting, 42, free throw, 55, ball handling speed, 45. Basketball IQ, 52. Ball control, 51. Passing, 42. Perimeter defense, 56. Interior defense, 35. Blocking, 48. Stealing, 52. Offensive rebounds, 34. Defensive rebounds, 32. Offensive stability, 51. Defensive stability, 51. Lateral speed, 55. Competitiveness, 54. Overall ability, for 7.it is unclear when exactly it began, but ever since Moo could remember, he had been able to see words and data in his mind. When he reached the age of 3 or 4, just beginning to stumble through recognizing a few numbers, he would eagerly gaze at the data within, excitedly reading aloud the parts. He understood in his childlike voice that in his small world, this became his unique little game. However, while Moo immersed himself in what he perceived as an enjoyable game, his parents witnessed a troubling sight. Their once adorable son often stared with vacant eyes, murmuring, "Power 0, 0." Had Moo been reading from a book with the same earnestness, they would have felt immense pride in his intelligence and eagerness to learn. But witnessing him mumble numbers to the air in such a foolish manner filled them with deep concern, leaving them at a loss as to how to respond, in pursuit of understanding the peculiarities surrounding their son and to restore him to normalcy. Moo's father and mother embarked on a protracted journey in search of medical help, accompanied by their young son, Moo. They sought consultations far and wide, engaging with both the ancient traditions of traditional Chinese medicine and the cutting-edge practices of Western medicine. Yet, none of the physicians could unravel the enigma or provide a definitive answer. Moo's parents and grandmother found themselves at a loss for direction. The mysterious data within Moo's mind inexplicably vanished. Although his concerned family remained oblivious to the disappearance of the data, they were relieved to witness their son no longer exhibiting a vacant demeanor. Observing the absence of peculiarities, Moo's parents decided to abandon their quest for further medical assistance. They consoled each other, convinced that the budding member of the Moo family had indeed recovered. Consequently, after a delay of several years, Moo commenced his academic journey, leading a life that flowed as serenely as a tranquil stream. It was not until a day in his second year of high school that Moo, awakening languidly from his dormitory bed, once again beheld the flickering data that had once danced in his childhood mind. Now, Moo was no longer the naive child he once was. Beyond the confines of rigid textbooks, he had delved into a plethora of other literature, including captivating tales of rebirth, triumph, and enigmatic systems that aid in one's endeavors. Thus, he began to contemplate the possibility that he had acquired the legendary basketball system. Once this notion took root in his mind, it burgeoned like wild grass, consuming his every thought. In the days that followed, he approached this potential mysterious existence with curiosity and anticipation, initiating a unique dialogue with it. Countless times, he retreated to tranquil corners, closing his eyes tightly and concentrating all his mental faculties in an attempt to communicate. Yet the only response he received was an oppressive silence, devoid of any sound. Nevertheless, Moo did not succumb to discouragement, recognizing that verbal communication yielded no reply. He resolved to adopt an alternative approach. He contemplated exploring the secrets through rigorous training, speculating that he might observe whether those mysterious values would undergo any transformations. Fortuitously, in this digital age, while his friends furiously pounded away at keyboards in the dim corners of an internet cafe, cursing under their breath, Moo would cautiously utilize his second-hand phone, stealing a connection under the watchful and disdainful gaze of the network administrator to download an array of instructional videos. After meticulously studying and memorizing the downloaded content, Moo commenced his practical imitations on the basketball court of his school, dribbling, mid-range shots, three-pointers. Following a semester of diligent training during his second year and the winter break, Moo witnessed a remarkable elevation in the various metrics within his mind, with his overall capability surging from an initial 30 to an impressive 47. That not only did the data reflect a transformation, but the height he had measured at a mere 172 centimeters the previous semester had now soared to 185 centimeters. Moreover, Moo distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical resilience compared to before. As a devoted basketball enthusiast, he couldn't help but draw parallels between his own remarkable transformation and that of another individual. In high school, Jordan stood at a modest height of only around 1.7 meters. This basketball prodigy hailed from a family devoid of towering stature, with parents measuring approximately 1.7 meters and 1.6 meters, respectively. However, after being overlooked by the school team, Jordan experienced a remarkable growth spurt, soaring to an impressive 1.9 meters. This moment, Moo could not help but harbor doubts: did this pinnacle of basketball also attain a system akin to his own? Regardless of the truth, a surge of ambition welled up within Moo as he regained access to the data panel. Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Moo. At the entrance of May Slope, a magnificent walnut tree stands proudly. Just a few months ago, it was adorned in a lush, verdant garment, its sprawling branches resembling immense green umbrellas, providing a refreshing respite to passers-by. Yet, as time relentlessly marches on, The tree has shed its vibrant green attire, revealing only its rugged, gnarled trunk, which stretches stubbornly toward the heavens like a resilient spine of iron. Nevertheless, it continues to exude an air of solemnity and grandeur, appearing robust and majestic. At this moment, Moo stands quietly beneath the walnut tree, gazing upward as his eyes trace the trunk, ascending until they vanish among the intricate lattice of branches. Contemplating the towering walnut before him, he reflects on his arduous training over the past several days, realizing he has grown just as formidable and youthful as this tree. After the winter break, his three friends Hua, Feng Song, and Lao Guaho had been apart for over a month, were due to visit the village. With a heart full of joy, Moo arrived early at the village entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Before long, a bus approached slowly, coming to a gentle halt at the village entrance. The doors opened, and Hua, Feng Song, and Lao Gua disembarked like jubilant little birds, bursting with excitement. Wow! Hua's eyes widened to the size of copper bells, his face brimming with barely concealed envy. He hurried over to Moo, exclaiming, "What marvelous growth elixir have you taken? Do share with us, don't keep it a secret." Moo, beaming with pride, replied, "I specifically measured my barefoot height, and I've reached 185 centimeters. Feng Song, at that moment, appeared like a researcher who had stumbled upon a fascinating discovery, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and intrigue. He circled around Moo, shaking his head in disbelief while exclaiming, "Oh my, this is truly remarkable. You've grown both tall and strong. Lu Xiaojun the paint must have no way to contend with you. Now your transformation is simply astounding." The tallest among them, Lao Gua, excitedly spread his arms wide, resembling an exuberant bear, and embraced Moo's shoulders. With enthusiasm, he declared, "Last semester, when you reached 176 centimeters, we already found it challenging to keep up with you. Now, 185 centimeters, combined with your smooth basketball skills, you are undoubtedly destined for a core position on the team." With the arrival of friends, Moo was filled with joy, playfully pointing at Lao Gua and teasing, "You, with your thick brows and big eyes, truly have good taste. And no wonder you are my good brother." Of course, Lao Gua puffed out his chest, his face radiating confidence and pride. "By the way, as your brother, I shall become your most trustworthy second-in-command." "Excellent," Moo replied with a broad smile. "Let Lu Xiaojun be the youngest brother." The basketball atmosphere at Ma Yi Po was incredibly vibrant, with many seasoned players in the village. Consequently, Lao Gua and his friends enjoyed coming here to play during their holidays. Upon arriving at the village's only half-sized basketball court, they found it already bustling with spectators of all ages, and a 4-on-4 match was underway. Due to the generally shorter average height in Sichuan province, the players on the court were mostly between 1.6 and 1.7 meters tall. When Moo and Lao Gua stood at the sidelines, their tall statures were particularly striking. Upon seeing some familiar faces, the villagers warmly welcomed them to join the game. Zhang Xiaoji from the same village briskly approached, urging, "Why are you all so late? Once Jianhua's team finishes, it will be your turn." Moo smiled and replied, "All right, we'll take a moment to rest." The four found a spot on the sidelines to sit and quietly awaited their turn to play. As they observed the game, Lao Gua suddenly pointed at someone and said, "Hey, look at that. What's up?" Hua asked, puzzled, while Feng Song also turned his head in curiosity. Following Lao Gua's finger, they gazed toward the sidelines. There stood a young man in a blue tracksuit, towering over the crowd, seemingly at least 1.9 meters tall. As he arrived, all eyes around him were drawn to his presence. The tall figure in blue remained composed, slightly lifting his chin, clearly accustomed to such attention. Lao Gua remarked to those beside him, "He is Chun Feng, the core of the number 2 high school basketball team. He, along with Duan Fengwei, has long held the city championship title for our school." Hua looked up, a hint of envy in her eyes, and said, "He does look quite tall." Lao Gua continued, "He is likely to follow in Duan Fengwei's footsteps and become the second player from Yanjing City to enter Cuba." That moment. Hearing Lao Gua mention the impressive potential of the individual before them, Moo felt a surge of competitive spirit within him. He was eager to gauge his own abilities. After chatting with the others, Lao Gua approached with a beaming smile, calling out, "Hey, Brother Feng, what a coincidence." Chun Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise and replied, "Oh, Guago, what are you doing here? My brother lives in this village and comes here to play every winter and summer vacation." Observing the enthusiastic participation of the villagers on the court, Chun Feng remarked, "The basketball atmosphere here is truly remarkable." Noticing the other party's apparent interest, Lao Gua's eyes sparkled as he tentatively proposed, "How about teaming up for a match?" "That sounds splendid," came a reply. Nearby, Hua and Lao Feng eagerly approached, urging, Hey Lao Mu, it's not every day that the legendary ace player from No. 2 High School graces our village. We should definitely give him a run for his money. With a slight bow of his head, Mu cast a glance at these two troublemakers and asked, "Do you think you can handle it?" Lao Feng exaggeratedly widened his eyes, eagerly responding, "Of course it's you. Don't be timid now." Hua nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, "Do not be afraid, be bold, and make sure to give him a good challenge." Though Mu feigned restraint on the surface, his heart was already brimming with excitement. After waiting for the preceding group to finish, the hosts, Mu and his companions, graciously allowed Chunfeng's team to take their turn first. However, this was a clever ploy by Old Feng, intending to showcase the prowess of the city champion, thereby providing Mu with a clear understanding of the competitive landscape. As the rounds progressed, Chen Feng astoundingly demonstrated the caliber of a city champion to all in attendance. With his deft hook shots beneath the basket, mid-range jumpers, in three-point attempts, he faced no defensive pressure whatsoever. After a brief period of play, Chen Feng, with remarkable precision and minimal effort, led his team to eliminate their opponents. Mu and several friends, brimming with spirited determination, stepped onto the court with a leisurely yet resolute stride. As the match commenced, Hua, demonstrating exceptional speed, left his defender far behind. Chen Feng, his gaze sharp as a hawk, quickly discerned the looming threat on the field. Without hesitation, he surged forward to provide support. Hua showcased his astute awareness of the game with a remarkably clever back pass. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air, akin to a precisely guided satellite, landing steadily in Mu's hands, who had already positioned himself perfectly for the opportunity. At the moment Mu received the ball, every muscle in his body tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. His leg muscles resembled a powerful engine, unleashing tremendous force in an instant. This surge of energy coursed through his waist and abdomen, subsequently transmitted through his arms to his fingertips. With a slight bend of his knees, he raised his hand and shot, the entire motion flowing seamlessly like a gentle stream. Fluid and swift, devoid of any hesitation. With a crisp, melodious swish, the ball flawlessly sailed through the net. What a splendid shot! The villagers gathered around the court erupted into a fervent applause and cheers, their faces alight with excitement and exhilaration, as if they were participants in this intense contest. Observing Mu's astonishing shooting speed and his steady shooting form, Chen Feng instantly recognized that this opponent was no ordinary contender, but a seasoned practitioner. A glimmer of excitement and challenge flickered in his eyes as he silently pondered. It seems this match is going to be interesting. Once more, he called out for another shot. As soon as he spoke, Hua passed the ball back to Mu. Although Chen Feng swiftly advanced to defend, Mu quickly assumed a shooting stance in the limited space, witnessing the shorter adversary preparing to shoot right before him. The height advantage Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain. He leapt vigorously, poised to deliver a decisive block to this young competitor. Mu assessed the position of the hoop, simultaneously exerting skillful force from his feet to his waist. Before his toes even left the ground, the ball had already been released from his hands. With a powerful leap, Chen Feng collided with Mu's hand. However, the ball had already vanished from his grasp. A splendid shot. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the basketball swished through the net once more. Chen Feng inwardly marveled at the precision of the shot. Despite exerting his utmost to block it, he found himself just a fraction short. On the sidelines, Mu Gan, along with the nearby children, bounced with excitement, repeatedly chattering. "How was that? Wasn't my brother amazing?" The adoring children genuinely exclaimed, Mu is incredible. Mu is incredible." Chapter 3. Mu and the city champion. Following these two offensive plays, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, his expression growing solemn. He acutely recognized the swiftness of his opponent's shooting and the stability of his aim, and he dared not underestimate him any further. Thus, when Hua deliberately passed the ball to Mu, Chen Feng maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze sharp and focused, revealing no signs of weakness as he advanced to closely defend Mu, ready to leverage his wingspan and strength to gain the upper hand. Noticing Chunfeng's approach, Mu seized the opportunity to break through. With determination, he held the ball with both hands and executed a probing step. Experienced Chen Feng did not rush to respond. His expression remained composed, displaying remarkable poise in his defense. With a thud, Mu dribbled the ball and stepped forward with his right foot, quickly maneuvering the ball through his legs to avoid a theft. As the basketball bounced back into his right hand, Mu fixed his unwavering gaze to the right, adopting a posture that suggested he intended to advance. Observing Mu's shift in weight, Chen Feng pondered that it would be difficult for him to regain his balance. and thus adjusted his defensive focus to block Muumu's right side with all his might. Having successfully drawn Chen Feng's weight to the right, Muumu allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, then executed a swift pivot. By the time the ball returned to his left hand, Chen Feng, unable to shift his weight back in time, found himself defensively stranded on Muumu's right side. Oh! Witnessing this exquisitely executed maneuver that had effortlessly outwitted Chen Feng, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Realizing that Chen Feng could not recover in time, Muumu made a decisive move. His gaze resolute as he surged forward from the left side, racing towards the open space beneath the basket. As he approached the hoop, Muumu propelled himself into the air with his right foot. With the rim drawing nearer, his eyes sparkled with the sensation of being able to reach it. Thus, soaring through the air, he extended his right hand, clutching the basketball forward. Bang! As Muumu effortlessly dunked the ball into the hoop with a single hand. An awe-inspiring silence enveloped the crowd. Faces were agape, radiating disbelief. Moments later, a resounding cheer erupted, as those who had just regained their senses excitedly waved their arms and applauded. Chen Feng, who had become a mere backdrop in this spectacle, awkwardly touched his nose. Yet his competitive spirit surged even stronger. As the city champion, he recognized that this individual not only excelled in shooting, but also possessed ball-handling skills and foot speed that rivaled his former teammate, Duan Fengwei. Simultaneously, he pondered how such a remarkable talent had previously gone unnoticed. This time, Chen Feng was cautious not to closely guard Muumu, opting instead to maintain a respectful distance. Muumu meticulously analyzed his opponent's defense, methodically adjusting his rhythm. At this moment, their duel had become the focal point of the entire arena, with spectators eagerly hoping for their local champion to score once more. Observing his opponent's unwavering composure, Muumu decisively surged to the left, confident in his physical prowess. Chen Feng closely shadowed Muumu, occasionally engaging in physical contests. However, the collisions of strength did not faze Muumu in the slightest. With the ball securely cradled in his left hand, he used his right to push against Chen Feng's body, while occasionally leveraging the force of his right shoulder to engage in physical confrontations with the pursuing Chen Feng. As he crossed the free throw line from the left side, Muumu glanced up at the basket's position. Seeing that he was nearing the optimal distance, he executed a sudden stop during his drive, retreating slightly. The moment his feet touched the ground, he swiftly brought both hands together on the ball, adopting a shooting stance to draw Chen Feng's defense. Having witnessed Muumu's remarkable shooting ability firsthand, Chen Feng was not about to relent. Raising his right hand to contest the shot, noticing Chen Feng's weight shifting forward, Muumu promptly adjusted his stance, gripping the ball firmly with his right hand and deftly sidestepping through Chen Feng's armpit. After executing this evasive maneuver, he made a low layup. The ball swished through the net. In direct opposition, Chen Feng truly felt the elusiveness of the individual before him. Whether it was shooting ability, movement speed, or ball handling rhythm, Muumu exhibited exceptional talent that was nearly impossible to defend against. Nevertheless, Chen Feng remained composed, graciously offering words of commendation. "Brother, your control of rhythm is truly impressive. It's highly deceptive and incredibly difficult to defend against." With a chuckle, Muumu replied, "Today, I simply feel in great form. However, with your defensive prowess, it would be quite challenging for me to execute my moves if you maintain your tight coverage." After a few rounds, Muumu, who could now maneuver freely on the court, was effectively dominating the game. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and his group, having taken a brief respite, were presented with another opportunity to take the court. As Chen Feng stepped onto the floor, he mused that Muumu had already expended considerable energy and that the initial possession belonged to his team. He resolved to seize this moment to restore some dignity to their championship aspirations. Acknowledging Chen Feng's earnest demeanor, Muumu approached him with the utmost respect, applying close defense. Faced with such unwavering coverage, Chen Feng silently lamented that he had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. Muumu's defensive skills were as remarkable as his offensive capabilities. Realizing that a breakthrough was unlikely, Chen Feng altered his strategy. He retreated slightly, preparing for a step-back jumper, confident in his long-range shooting ability. However, as he attempted the shot against Muumu's outstretched hand, the ball failed to find the net. Anticipating this outcome, Chen Feng dashed forward, and the ball, rebounding off the rim, soared high before landing near the free-throw line. With a leap, he successfully secured the offensive rebound. As he penetrated the paint, he noticed his defender, Hua, positioned beneath him, and without hesitation, he executed a layup. Just as the basketball was released, A large hand forcefully blocked it before it could touch the backboard. Subsequently, Mu, having completed the block, seized the ball. Hearing the commotion, Mu located Lao Feng beyond the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, Lao Feng wasted no time, swiftly passing it back into the paint. With a gentle hook shot, the ball effortlessly swished through the net, granting Mu another 2 points. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, realizing that they had lost possession and were likely to be scored upon again. As anticipated, under Mu's influence, his teammates showcased remarkable movement and passing, and through their seamless cooperation, they each capitalized on opportunities to score, once again outmaneuvering Chen Feng and his group. Chapter 4. Selection for the school team. Despite the students' reluctance, the joyous winter break eventually came to an end. The eager future stars returned to campus. Walking through the familiar grounds of the 4th middle school, classmates greeted each other with envy, exclaiming, "Lao Mu, how have you grown so tall?" I made a wish to the heavens, and to my surprise, it actually came true. Standing at a height of 185 centimeters, Mu gazed down upon his former classmates, who were once of a similar stature, feeling a delightful sense of superiority as the crisp air at this altitude seemed to carry an exquisite sweetness. Due to the current position of the school basketball team languishing at the bottom of the city rankings, Coach Mao Jun, in a bid to enhance the team's performance, would eliminate the 3 lowest-ranked players from the 12-member roster at the beginning of each semester and subsequently select 3 newcomers to join the team. Thus, on the very first day of school registration, Mu approached his homeroom teacher, Mr. Xiao, to enlist himself. The following day, around 2 in the afternoon, students participating in the team selection gradually arrived at the playground. Mu reported his position as a shooting guard based on his technical characteristics. Standing at a height of 185 centimeters, while not an absolute advantage, it is nonetheless commendable among the candidates. In the static talent assessment, Mu's bare height reached 185 centimeters, without any exaggeration. During the wingspan measurement, his advantages became apparent, as his height of 185 centimeters was complemented by a wingspan of 199 centimeters, exceeding his height by 14 centimeters. This impressive static talent caught the attention of Coach Mao Jun. In the subsequent evaluations, Mu weighed 77 kilograms, achieved a vertical leap of 77 centimeters, and a running jump of 91 centimeters. Observing these remarkable statistics that overshadowed the competition, Mao Jun excitedly remarked to his assistant coach, Lao Ma, "It seems we've struck gold this time. These numbers are exceptional in the city, especially the wingspan and jumping ability, which surpassed those of Duan Fengwei from the 2nd middle school by a considerable margin." Wei Chong reviewed Mu's profile, furrowing his brow and lamenting, "Ah, what a pity. What is the matter?" Mao Jun inquired with a look of confusion. While his static talents are indeed impressive, Mu is 2 years older than the others. Wei Chong responded, shaking his head. Upon learning of Mu's age, Mao Jun felt a twinge of regret. However, this sentiment quickly transformed into astonishment, as during the subsequent mid-range shooting assessment, Mu scored 15 baskets within 1 minute, shattering the perfect score of 12 and surpassing the 2nd-place contestant, Wang Mingyu, by a staggering 7 baskets. In the following shuttle run, while many participants were panting heavily, Mu appeared tireless, consistently leading the pack. During the 50-meter sprint, he darted ahead like a cheetah, effortlessly widening the gap between himself and his competitors, crossing the finish line with undeniable superiority. Upon completing all evaluations, Mu distinguished himself among the selectors, his performance remarkably outstanding. Gazing at the assessment results in his hand, Wei Chong's demeanor shifted, and he exclaimed, "This performance is exceptionally rare." Mao Jun nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, partnering him with Xiao Jun, both inside and outside, will surely yield great results." The afternoon following the selection, during a break between classes, the homeroom teacher, Lao Xiao, called Mu to his desk. With a face full of pride, Lao Xiao extended his short arm to pat Mu on the shoulder. Sensing the awkwardness, he seamlessly adjusted his position and patted Mu's arm instead. He cheerfully remarked, "Coach Mao has already informed me of the selection results. Your performance was outstanding, and they have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work." "Thank you, teacher," Mu replied, his youthful vigor evident, much to Lao Xiao's satisfaction. After the 3rd period this afternoon, head to the playground to report to Coach Mao. "All right, I'll return to the classroom first," Mu responded. "Okay, go ahead." As Mu exited the teacher's office and returned to the classroom, he was immediately encircled by a throng of classmates. "So how did it go, old Mu? Did old Xiao inform you to report to the school team?" Upon seeing Mu nod, The crowd erupted into cheers, leaving the students in the front row bewildered. Hua Hua, with an envious expression, exclaimed, "Wow, you really made it into the school team this time. From now on, you shall be the source of my bragging rights." He continued, "Soon, Old Moo and I will lead the school team to conquer the city, and we are bound to achieve remarkable success. You all should hurry and prostrate yourselves before us, for you shall earn the privilege of priority signatures and photographs." Amidst Old Gua's shameless boasting, the others looked on with disdain, undeterred by their skepticism. Old Gua attempted to speak again, as if mere words could win their belief. "You all have witnessed Old Moo's strength after an intensive training regimen during the holiday. He's undoubtedly ascended to new heights." As Old Gua continued to inflate Moo Moo's achievements, Moo Moo hastily gestured for him to stop. "Haha, that's enough, Old Gua. Everyone here knows me. If you keep exaggerating, when we play together, I might just turn into Nick Young." In the lively exchange, it was evident that the chatterbox Old Fong could not be left out. Before their laughter had subsided, he prepared to deliver a speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, please lend me your ears. Let us not forget that Old Moo's journey to the school team was paved with relentless effort day after day, making this accomplishment truly hard-earned. Of course, what is enviable and worthy of praise is never easily attained. To grasp our dreams, we must first endure hardship." As Old Fong animatedly spoke while cracking sunflower seeds, Old Gua reached out for a taste. However, before his hand could touch the seeds, Old Fong swatted it away. "Hey, let us share. Only the clever can enjoy these. The average person would suffer an upset stomach, so I wouldn't recommend them to you." With an expression of disdain, Hua Hua quickly locked onto the smug Old Fong from the back and shouted to the others, "We've got him. Everyone, let us efficiently raid this rascal." Seeing Old Fong subdued, Old Gua took the opportunity to extract the sunflower seeds from his grasp and generously distributed them among the group. Chapter 5. Teammates. When one harbors a fervent desire for something, the anticipation is often tinged with impatience, finally enduring until the end of the third period. Moo Moo and Old Gua eagerly rushed towards the playground. As they traversed the bridge between the teaching building and the playground, they caught sight of their basketball teammates warming up on the court. Indeed, they were already teammates. Lost in thought, Moo Moo felt a surge of delight and unconsciously quickened his pace. "Hey, Moo Moo, oh my, your height and physique have changed significantly over the holiday." The first to greet him was Zhao Xian, a casual acquaintance met occasionally, who stood slightly shorter than Moo Moo, just over 1.8 meters tall. His skills in organization and offense were quite standard, and he currently played as a dual position guard on the team. Given their familiarity, Zhao Xian took the initiative to introduce Moo Moo to the teammates nearby. "This is Moo Moo, who has been selected to join the team, and his assessment results are quite impressive. We have gained a strong new asset for our squad." He then introduced Moo Moo to the others. "These are my classmates from the school team, Li Ming, Wang Yong, and Hu Jianjun." The individuals mentioned all greeted their new teammate warmly. Moo Moo responded, engaging with everyone, although Zhao Xian referred to this newcomer as a strong ally. The veteran members were aware of his remarkable performance in assessments through Teacher Mao, yet, without having participated in an official match, their evaluations of this strong reinforcement remained somewhat skeptical, as competitive sports ultimately hinge on actual performance. After a brief introduction, the group began their shooting warm-up, with the remaining teammates gradually arriving. Lu Xiaojun, who arrived a bit late, spotted Moo Moo among the crowd and jogged over to him. "Hey, Lao Moo. It's only been a winter break, but you've certainly transformed," he exclaimed, reaching out to touch Moo Moo's muscular arms. "Those biceps are truly enviable." Moo Moo was accustomed to such remarks about the changes after a brief separation. "If you practiced for 10 hours a day, you could share in this admiration," he replied. The mention of training hours, coupled with memories of Lu Xiaojuan's relentless spirit during their running sessions last semester, left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, you're quite the beast. By the way, did you run into Chen Feng from No. 2 high school during the holidays?" "Yes, I did," Moo Moo confirmed. "As expected. You know, Chen Feng called me a few days ago to inquire about you." "What did you tell him?" Lu Xiaojun asked. "Come on, Lao Moo, don't say that. We've shared a semester of training together. The track bears witness to our sweat and friendship. Why is there a lack of basic trust?" "All right, enough with the melodrama. Can we not be so overly sentimental?" "It's a bit unsettling," Moo Moo retorted, pretending to step aside. Initially, Lu Xiaojun had held a sense of pride as a core member of the school team when facing Moo Moo. However, after a semester of joint training, his admiration grew for Moo Moo, who could still sprint ahead while burdened with sandbags. Especially recently, when Chen Feng, who had previously dominated him on the court, had inquired about Mu Mu, Lu Xiaojun sensed Chen Feng's wariness towards him, though a flicker of stubbornness remained. Mu Mu had undeniably become a towering figure in Lu Xiaojun's mind. Thus, having mentally reconciled with his admiration, his demeanor towards Mu Mu became notably warm. Hey, Lao Mu. All joking aside, our friendship has been forged over time and is undeniably profound. You cannot deny this objective truth. Faced with the earnest gaze of the towering Lu Xiaojun, Mu Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. Comrade Xiaojun, while our acquaintance has spanned some time, let us not be overly sentimental. I still have my pride. The others present were unbothered, but he feared that if the female classmates misconstrued their camaraderie, he would feel compelled to take action against Lu Xiaojun. Oh, come on. How could our ironclad friendship lead to any misunderstandings with the girls? Ah, it seems I have erred. Have you perhaps developed an affection for someone special? Hee. Do share with us. The essence of youth lies in camaraderie and sharing. Observing Lu Xiaojun, usually so proud in this state, alongside the palpable apprehension towards the newcomer from the core of the neighboring class, it became evident that this newcomer possesses a rather intimidating presence, complemented by an indescribable charm. After a brief idle chatter, Coach Mao Jun arrived, accompanied by Lao Ma and Wei Chang. Noting that all 12 team members had gathered, Mao Jun commenced his address. Remarkably, despite the holiday absence, the vibrant spirit of the young lads remained intact, which is indeed commendable. However, some mistakenly believed that a proud posture sufficed. The true measure of their progress or lack thereof would soon be revealed in the forthcoming training session. As we gathered, we welcomed 3 new classmates, Mu Mu, Gu Xiaohai, and Wang Mingyu, who had distinguished themselves in this selection process. A round of applause ensued. I shall say no more. The next phase of training will be introduced by Teacher Ma. Once Mao Jun concluded, Lao Ma stepped forward and addressed the students. Dear classmates, with the commencement of this new term, our team has undergone some changes, necessitating adjustments. Specifically, we will engage in randomized groupings for a full-court 5-on-5 scrimmage. Each of you must strive to showcase the fruits of your training during the break. As for those who have regressed after a holiday of leisure, you shall find yourself polishing the bench and guarding the water cooler. Following this, the 12 players stepped forward in turn to draw slips of paper from Lao Ma's hand. Once all had drawn, Lao Ma announced, those who drew Group A, please stand to the left, those with Group B, to the right. The players then arranged themselves according to the groups designated by their drawn slips. Mu Mu, along with Lu Xiaojun, Gu Xiaohai, and Wang Mingyu, drew into Group A, while Lao Guo, Zhao Xian, and others found themselves in Group B, with a singular request to give their utmost effort, without hesitation or restraint. The players took to the center circle for the jump ball as soon as Lao Ma finished speaking, bypassing any formalities. Lu Xiaojun secured the first possession for Group A. As Mu Mu gazed at the towering Wang Mingyu, standing at 183 meters, he recalled Mingyu's commendable shooting during the assessment, though he remained uncertain about his organizational skills. Thus, he inquired, Mingyu, have you played the role of a facilitator before? Perhaps you could take on that responsibility while I play the scoring position. Despite lacking significant experience in a true facilitating role, Mu Mu felt compelled to rise to the occasion. Upon hearing the question, Wang Mingyu nodded. All right. I will give it a try. The offensive players positioned themselves at their preferred spots, while defenders closely marked them. Lao Guo, tasked with guarding Mu Mu, jested. Just take it easy on me later. The seemingly inappropriate comment sent shivers down Mu Mu's spine, prompting him to retort, since joining the team, you've changed. Just wait and see how I dominate you. He added, aren't we brothers? Why the intimidation? It's crucial to maintain a semblance of dignity. After all, being brothers means I must challenge you, Lao Guo replied. Chapter 6. The inspiration for shooting amidst their banter, Lu Xiaojun stealthily approached. With his towering frame, he blocked Lao Guo's line of sight and urged, Old Mu, hurry up. Pretending to engage in casual conversation with Lao Guo, Mu Mu had already caught sight of Lu Xiaojun's approach. As Lu obstructed Lao Guo, Mu Mu swiftly darted toward the basket. With a shout, Wang Mingyu noticed Mu Mu's cut towards the hoop and promptly passed him the ball. Observing the pass from the sidelines, Mao Jun and the others shook their heads, lamenting the squandered opportunity. How on earth did he catch that? Just as Lao Ma could no longer contain his frustration, Mu Mu successfully seized the ball and executed a steady layup, scoring with precision. Mao Jun exchanged a glance with Lao Ma, and their eyes lit up at that moment. The other teammates were equally astonished by Mu Mu's swift movement and assured ball control. As they returned to defense, Wang Mingyu approached Mu Mu, sheepishly stating, "Sorry. I overthrew it. I'm used to playing half-court. It feels like I've lost half my strength on a full court. No worries, just take your time to adjust. I noticed your shooting was impressive during the assessment. I'll take on the organizing role, and you focus on your positioning. If you receive the ball, just shoot." Mu Mu encouraged warmly. Wang Mingyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart at the absence of reproach and the added encouragement. "All right, I'll work on my positioning," he replied. Having spoken, he immediately began to run. In the ensuing offensive sequence, neither side exhibited remarkable attacking prowess, seemingly caught in an intense contest of missed opportunities. Observing that Mu Mu was consistently orchestrating plays without attempting to score himself, Lao Gua approached him and remarked, "Old Mu, do not let your Jordan-like vigor resemble Rondo's disdain for offense. Showcase your skills for the future younger generation to behold. Let everyone participate in the attack. Only by experiencing the hardships of life will they truly admire my ability to turn the tide." He chuckled, "By the way, I have a preference for my cousins. So please, do not emulate the cunning of Uncle Paul." "Rest assured, brother, I treat my companions with utmost care," Mu Mu replied. "Indeed, if you are a brother. Come challenge me." With those words, Mu Mu was poised and ready to unleash his full potential. "Xiaojun, come and set a screen for me." Lu Xiaojun obediently complied, moving to the vicinity of the center circle for cover. In the previous possession, although there had only been one score beneath the basket, his ability to combine with the ball and his athleticism were evident to all. When there is a significant disparity in skill levels, seasoned players do not need to rack up excessive points. Just a few displays can reveal their true capabilities. Clearly, Mu Mu's performance had instilled a sense of trepidation in several onlookers. Utilizing the screen, Mu Mu swiftly broke free from Lao Gua and surged forward, taking 2 quick steps to reach the free throw line. With no one in sight, he adeptly harnessed his footwork, engaging his core, and raised his hand to shoot. Whoosh! What just happened? I noticed his feet hadn't even left the ground, yet the ball flew out with astonishing speed. It was indeed swift. With hands clasped behind his back, he attentively observed the seasoned veteran on the court, responding succinctly to his old colleague. In the subsequent rounds, the members of Team B endeavored to apply defensive pressure on Mu Mu, yet they failed to achieve the desired effect. Once in offensive mode, Mu Mu showcased his signature mid-range shooting skills, leaving Team B powerless as they watched him execute one mid-range jump shot after another, accruing points effortlessly. Notably, Mu Mu's prowess extended beyond mid-range. His drives and three-point shots were equally formidable. Furthermore, his defense was remarkably robust, rendering his friend Lao Gua exceedingly uncomfortable. The match unfolded as a one-sided affair, culminating in a final score of 77 for Team A and a mere 36 for Team B. A score that spoke volumes of the disparity. As the internal scrimmage concluded, even before Mao Jun made any announcements, everyone understood that henceforth, Mu Mu would undoubtedly be the unequivocal core of the team, as his offensive and defensive capabilities surpassed those of his peers. The perspiring players replenished their fluids on the sidelines, relishing a rare moment of respite. Seizing the opportunity, Mao Jun approached Mu Mu with curiosity. "Mu Mu, your shooting technique is quite unique. Executing a shot without jumping in such an intense setting seems challenging for generating power and affects release speed. Yet your shots appear remarkably swift. What is your secret?" In response to Mao Jun's inquiry, Mu Mu elucidated, "It stems from a familiar power generation habit. I initiate from my feet, then channel the energy through my core, culminating in the shot." "What inspired you to adopt such a shooting style?" Mao Jun probed further. "I was fond of watching Bruce Lee's films as a child. I recall he mentioned in The Way of the Dragon that a necessary condition for mastering martial arts is achieving the unity of waist and horse stance. I once believed that practicing the horse stance was essential to becoming a martial arts master, so I diligently practiced it every day. This consistent focus on my core and legs has made me more accustomed to generating power from my waist during sports." Mao Jun pondered. "So, you drew inspiration from martial arts films?" "Indeed," Mu Mu affirmed. "Not just from the horse stance. Bruce Lee's other martial philosophies have significantly influenced me as well." "Oh." The astonished audience listened intently as Mu Mu continued. "For instance, the concept of the inch punch, that ability to harness the entirety of one's strength in an instant, can potentially enhance my shooting if integrated into it. Thus, I began experimenting with such techniques." Mao Jun nodded. "I see. It wasn't quick at first, but perhaps due to my early horse stance practice, I gradually adapted and improved my speed." "Impressive. Even if one is endowed with remarkable physical talents by fate, the realization of their utmost potential necessitates relentless diligence and refinement. Therefore, my friends, should you aspire to possess skills as enviable as Moo Moo's, your commitment to hard work must be on par with his. If progress is not immediate, we shall persist through gradual accumulation. As long as there is effort, rewards are assured. Beside them, Lao Gua remarked, "Indeed, dear coach. Even if we lack the fortune of such extraordinary beasts, we must mirror their unwavering dedication." Having witnessed Moo Moo's dominion, the team members, now fortified by a sense of purpose, felt emboldened regarding the upcoming city competition. When one possesses the confidence to attain their aspirations, anticipation for challenges naturally arises. Thus, the group began to look forward to the city high school basketball tournament, set to unfold in 2 months. Chapter 7. Moving forward together after a bout of jostling through the throng at the restaurant, Moo Moo and his companions finally secured a table. Once they selected a few dishes that could barely whet their appetites, they commenced a routine yet indispensable afternoon meal amidst the clamor. The beginning of any meal is often marked by the incessant chatter of someone who fancies themselves a visionary. At their table, Old Phone was clearly that individual. Before he even swallowed the morsels he had just chewed, he disregarded the busyness of his mouth and inquired, "Have you all decided on your majors?" Lao Gua replied, "Basketball." "How about you?" As a child, I often found myself in distress, gazing longingly at the trinkets in the corner store that delighted my heart. Yet I lacked the means to acquire them. With the accumulation of such bittersweet experiences, I gradually comprehended that to enjoy the freedom of fulfilling various desires, one must possess adequate financial backing. To realize my ambitions, I must take action. Thus, in pursuit of my precious freedom, I intend to study a discipline that will enable me to amass sufficient wealth. Therefore, I plan to apply to the Digital Economy program at Southwest University of Finance and Economics. After quenching her thirst with a sip of hot soup, Hua Hua, her mouth parched from listening, remarked, "I thought someone as loquacious as you would choose to become a host, or something similar. By the way, stand-up comedy would suit you well." Old Gua chimed in with playful banter, "I've never seen you harbor such aspirations before." The resilient Old Phone was undeterred by the jests of his friends. He responded, "Oh, must one who is eloquent rely solely on their tongue for sustenance? With diligent study and timely action, coupled with a sharp intellect, what you perceive as challenges are mere trifles for me. Once I acquire the necessary skills at the university, I shall navigate the business world with ease. When I emerge as a titan of industry, breaking free from the shackles of financial constraint to attain fiscal freedom, I shall purchase a basketball team. At that time, I will generously recruit Old Moo and Lao Gua to oversee our team's water cooler, while Hua Hua can serve as a diligent ball girl. Hiki. Ah, yes, indeed, we eagerly await that day." The three of them exchanged perfunctory remarks before continuing to savor their respective meals. As Moo Moo chewed his food, his mind wandered to the fact that, before they knew it, they had already entered the second semester of their sophomore year. In just a year and a half, they would face the pivotal decision of the college entrance examination. Every effort they exerted now was aimed at gaining greater agency when that moment arrived. Lao Feng had always been someone who clearly understood his aspirations and acted upon them, while Lao Gua was doing quite well on the school team. However, among them, only Hua Hua remained in a state of confusion, which inevitably caused concern among his old friends. After a flurry of activity, the bowls and dishes on the table were completely empty. Hua Hua pulled several tissues from the box on the table and casually handed them to the other three. After Moo Moo and the others wiped their mouths with the tissues, they strolled leisurely toward the flowerbed on campus, as was their custom. Upon arriving at the flowerbed, the four of them sought out empty spots, ensuring they would not attract the ire of passing teachers, and then lazily settled down, sitting or lying as they pleased. As the eldest among them, Moo Moo felt it necessary to have a conversation with Hua Hua. If he could help Hua Hua gain clarity about his future, it would be all the better. Thus, he began, "In a year and a half, our high school journey will be nearly over. Lao Feng has dreams of becoming a business magnate, and Lao Gua and I have aspired to pursue basketball professionally. Hua Hua, the three of us have visions for our futures. What about you?" Seeing Hua Hua's silence, Moo Moo continued, "When did you become so shy? Regardless of your thoughts, the mere act of envisioning is a step, so please share." After a few moments of hesitation, Hua Hua looked up at Moo Moo and replied, "Ahem. I certainly have envisioned my future, but given my current state, those visions feel more like fantasies. My abilities seem insufficient to support a life that aligns with my hopes. So I believe it wise not to squander energy and time on an uncertain future. Upon hearing Hua's dejected remarks about the future, Mumu understood that the gap between one's aspirations and current capabilities often paralyzed the courage to pursue them. Nevertheless, since Hua had opened up, Mumu decided to explore whether this thought was worth encouraging. He pressed on, "Have you not always been the stubborn one? Why the sudden despondency? Tell me, what thoughts could possibly be more daunting than Lao Feng's ambition to become a business magnate?" Faced with the concern of his old friends, Hua resolved to be candid. "Ahem. In just half a year, you all have found excellent trajectories within the basketball team. 6 months ago, I could still enjoy some playful banter with you in class, but now the main players of the school team are there to support you. To be honest, I wish to join you on the team, but my height of 172 centimeters is indeed a significant disadvantage. Therefore, I find myself in a state of hesitation, unsure of which direction is worth pursuing and has a reasonable chance of success. Old Feng, given your current academic progress, it is indeed somewhat challenging to strive for a spot at a prestigious university like 985 within the remaining year. However, with dedicated effort and additional tutoring from me, it is still possible to aim for an average undergraduate institution." Lying on the ground, old Gua pulled a blade of grass from beneath him, placed it in his mouth, and then rose to counter. Attaining admission to an ordinary university is not merely a matter of exerting effort over the course of a year and a half. Your consistent placement among the top ranks obscures this reality. It would be more prudent to offer advice that is suitable for the average individual. Mumu pondered deeply, reflecting that Hua's current academic score hovered around 389. Given his present circumstances, the prospect of gaining admission to a second-tier university within a year and a half appeared exceedingly bleak. However, should he pursue a path in athletics, this score could very well provide him with an opportunity for admission to many ordinary second-tier institutions. Although Hua stood at a modest height of 172 centimeters, he was not alone. There were others in the city's high school team measuring around 173 centimeters. What truly set him apart was his speed and ability to break through defenses, which posed a significant threat. If he could commit to training diligently for a semester and leverage the long-standing camaraderie developed with friends on the court, then his chances of being selected for the school team next semester would be far greater than spending over a year in tutoring to prepare for university entrance exams. After contemplating this for several days, Mumu spoke. "It is indeed a formidable challenge to elevate one's score to the university threshold within a year and a half. And it seems that Hua is now more inclined towards joining the school team. Therefore, if you can train with me starting tomorrow morning, your chances of being selected for the school team next semester will significantly improve. Once we secure a spot in the team and strive for commendable results in the city competitions, these added advantages, combined with your qualifying scores, would render the pursuit of a second-tier university sports program quite promising." Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at him expectantly, and Hua appeared somewhat intrigued, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Mumu continued, "To excel in any endeavor, it is not merely the assurance of success that propels one forward. Rather, it is the fervent desire within that should dispel the fear of uncertain outcomes. One must first commit to diligent effort, for only then do we honor the fleeting years of youth." Old Feng nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, the youth must not cower before time or the tempest." He proposed, "How about training together tomorrow? Regardless of whether you can keep pace with me, the goal is to transcend your own limits." As Mumu's resolute gaze met Hua's, the shadows in his heart gradually lifted, replaced by a sense of clarity and fervor. This motivational discourse instilled such vigor in him that he would have unhesitatingly faced a daunting challenge, even if it meant wrestling a bull with his bare hands. Thus, Hua resolutely replied, "Very well, let us train together tomorrow morning." Chapter 8. The city competition commences on a refreshing March morning. The air is crisp, the trees lush, and the grass a vibrant green. On the playground track, Mumu and his companions stride forward, their shirts already drenched in sweat. After enduring rigorous training for several days, the perseverance of these young men has markedly improved. Initially, upon witnessing Mumu running with sandbags, the determined Hua also invested in his own sandbags to demonstrate his resolve. However, after running a few laps, he was overwhelmed by the difficulty and promptly abandoned his attempt to emulate Mumu. This led the others to reflect on the reality that determination alone does not guarantee one's ability to withstand the hardships of the journey. Although the methods of exerting effort may differ among individuals, the youths are all striving toward the goals they cherish. The team has experienced gratifying progress through their daily practice sessions. Among them, Wang Mingyu's mid-range and long-distance shooting has begun to stabilize, while Gu Ziaha has emerged as a reliable guardian of the rebounds. Lao Guo, who has been diligently practicing shooting with Mu Mu every noon, has also earned teacher Mao's approval for his outside shooting. The pick-and-roll collaboration between Liu Xiaojun and Mu Mu has grown increasingly harmonious. Gradually, 2 months have slipped by in this flourishing environment, and the team is on the verge of their first challenge. The annual Salt Wells City Campus Basketball League, divided into competitions for middle school and high school students, sees participation from all 12 high schools in the city. They will be divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, competing against the other 3 teams within their group. After these matches, the 8 teams with the most victories will be drawn to face each other in pairs. Progressing from the quarterfinals to the semifinals, the remaining 2 teams will ultimately compete in the finals. From the quarterfinals onward, each match will determine the victor in a single encounter, making each game critical. On April 25th, the 4th middle school, placed in Group B, faced its first match following a team reshuffle, taking on Sichuan Middle School. The historically strongest 2nd middle school has been assigned to Group A, ensuring that the 4th middle school will not encounter them in the preliminary rounds. However, today's opponent, Sichuan Middle School, was last year's runner-up, making this match a significant test for Mu Mu and his teammates. The venue for the preliminary match between the 4th middle school and Sichuan was set at Sichuan South Basketball Court. As a formidable team in the city, Sichuan is expected to secure a victory against the previously weaker 4th middle school. Indeed, the school has gathered a multitude of first- and second-year students, along with many first-year high school students, around the court. Observing the throngs of spectators, Lao Guo jestingly remarked, "Look at the sea of people." It seems Sichuan has already gained an advantage in momentum even before the game has begun. Mu Mu. Indeed, this exemplifies the advantage of competing on home turf. Should we secure victory here, the younger students would surely be disheartened. Haha. The old bull chimed in, saying, "While I am an exemplary successor who respects the elderly and cherishes the young, when it comes to matters of great significance such as the honor of our school, the younger brothers from Sichuan shall willingly accept their roles, and as for the younger sisters, I, with my broad-mindedness, would gladly offer them comfort." Zhao Xian, haha. You've just stepped through the gates of Sichuan, and already this old bull has set his sights on the tender grass. What of the veteran players? Hu Jianjun, haha, precisely, this old bull harbors ulterior motives. Old bull, beware that the sanitation lady might sweep you away. Wang Yong, who was shoulder to shoulder with Hu Jianjun, also teased. Ha ha ha. The old bull immediately denied. I am merely a good youth with a pure heart. How could I have any ill intentions? After all, we have shared the camaraderie of sweat on the playground, yet upon arriving at Sichuan, you begin to cast aspersions. Clearly, it is you who harbors ulterior motives. Do you deny that I am the most handsome in the team, while you, ordinary ones, think you have a chance? Yes, yes. We all think the old bull is the best looking, haha. After a bout of playful banter, the players from our school began their shooting warm-up at one side of the court. The students from Sichuan took their seats according to their class positions, and soon began to chatter animatedly. Student A nudged Student B with an elbow, saying, "Look, the players from our school have arrived." Student B, are those the ones from our school? Indeed. You watched them last year, right? I did. So, do you think we can beat them? Student A, absolutely. Last year, our school didn't even make it past the preliminaries, while we, Sichuan, reached the finals. As the runners-up, the notion of whether we can win is quite moot. Student B, a bit disheartened, replied, then today might as well be a waste of time. There is nothing to look forward to. Student A, unfazed. What are you saying? Watching our school team sweat it out on the court for our honor is a privilege. Even if victory seems assured, as a member of Sichuan, shouldn't you extend your hands to applaud and cheer for them? Haha, you're right. It is indeed appropriate to support our school team. With that, Student B began clapping enthusiastically. Meanwhile, a few girls sitting nearby, whispering amongst themselves, blushed with excitement. Girl A, quick, look. Yu Xiaoning is about to shoot. Girl B, shoo, the match hasn't even started yet. Why get so excited over a warm-up? Girl C, oh, Yu Xiaoning is so handsome and plays so well. Don't pretend you're not interested. Girl A, exactly. Girl B, hey, who is pretending? After a few girls finished speaking, they began to playfully pinch each other, accompanied by a chorus of giggles. Nearby, Student A and Student B observed the lively group of girls, their hearts heavy with envy as they sought to shift the conversation to a more pleasant topic. Following a brief warm-up session, the competition was on the verge of commencing. Before the match, Mao Jun gathered the members of Team 4, intending to offer some words of encouragement. Although they were up against last year's runners-up, the performance of the team over the past 2 months had instilled in me and the 2 teachers the confidence to face them. This confidence stems from your exceptional efforts. Therefore, do not be daunted by the fame of last year's champions. Play boldly and with determination. Now is the time to showcase the fruits of your labor over the last 2 months. Let us go, Team 4. The team members echoed in unison. As the players entered the court, preparing for the jump ball, Lao Ma remarked to Mao Jun, assigning the primary defense to the opposing star, while also expecting him to lead the team's offense, may place undue pressure on Mumu. Mao Jun replied, I have faith in his resilience and capacity to endure. Such opportunities for growth must not be squandered. Wei Chong concurred, indeed, Mumu is a rare talent. Let us observe what he is capable of achieving. Amidst their conversation, Gu Xiaohao successfully secured the initial possession for Team 4. Chapter 9, the first battle as the starting point guard, Zhao Xin dribbled the ball past half-court. Upon reaching the front court, he passed the ball to Mumu, who stood poised at the top of the arc on the right side. Mumu donned a blue-trimmed white jersey bearing the number 53. His grandmother's birthday falls in May, while his sister Mugan's birthday is in March. Consequently, Mumu combined these 2 months to create his jersey number. Lu Xiaojun, affectionately known as Old Bull, signaled to Mumu with a glance. But Mumu shook his head, opting not to allow him to set a screen. Observing this, the teammates instinctively widened their formation, thus providing Mumu with ample space to maneuver. As a fellow guard, Yu Xiaoning found himself matched against Mumu. With the confidence derived from leading his team to the finals last year, Yu Xiaoning faced this seemingly weaker opponent with assurance. As he beheld the defender poised and ready, Mumu resolved to conclude the offensive play with a drive. With the ball in hand, he executed a swift adjustment beneath his legs, directing both his gaze and body toward the left. Noticing this, Yu Xiaoning instinctively shifted his right foot, propelling his body forward. However, the outcome revealed that Mumu had skillfully misled him into anticipating a leftward breakthrough. As Yu Xiaoning adjusted his position, Mumu deftly pivoted to the right, gaining a half-step advantage. Yet, Yu Xiaoning, possessing commendable lateral agility, quickly recalibrated his body to pursue Mumu. As the defender lunged once more, Mumu anticipated that such a vigorous effort would hinder Yu Xiaoning's ability to regain his balance. Thus, he swiftly shifted the ball to his left, and with a single step, left Yu Xiaoning trailing behind, proceeding seamlessly to the basket to complete the play. Girl A. Oh. What a pity. Xiaoning was so close to blocking him. Student B. Wow, the 53 jersey from the 4th middle school is incredibly swift. Was he on the team last year? Student A. No, he probably joined this year, but he is indeed quite fast. The ball belonged to Xu Chuan. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xiaoning transformed his earlier embarrassment into motivation, determined to respond with his own impressive drive. Observing the left side of the 53 jersey ahead, Yu Xiaoning planned to break through toward that foot. Once he initiated his move, he noticed his opponent revealing a fraction of space, thus confidently charging toward the basket. As he approached the hoop, Yu Xiaoning leapt with the intention of executing a layup. Just as the ball soared toward the net, a resounding slap echoed as Mumu, in pursuit, swatted the ball against the backboard. Oh! Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted from the sidelines. The height of the jump, combined with the speed of the defense, was something the spectators had never witnessed live before. This defensive play was imbued with a certain aesthetic of violence. Just in time, Yu Xiaohua successfully secured the rebound and swiftly passed the ball to the orchestrator, Zhao Xin. Upon noticing that Mumu had rapidly sprinted towards the opposite end of the court after completing the block, Zhao Xin executed a long pass. Clearly, this high school student still had room for improvement in his full-court passing. However, Mumu's catching ability was equally commendable. After successfully receiving the slightly inaccurate pass beyond the three-point line, Mumu took 2 determined steps forward, effortlessly approaching the basket. Observing the unguarded space before him, he leapt into the air and completed a stunning dunk. Oh! The crowd erupted in awe once again. On the sidelines, Mao Jun, filled with pride, remarked to his 2 colleagues, "Look, this kid has truly exceeded our expectations. He has brought us continuous surprises since his arrival." Lao Ma added joyfully, "Indeed. Today is bound to give Xu Chuan quite a scare, haha. Student B, number 53 is so impressive. I'm in love. Girl A. Oh, what are you saying? Aren't you from Sichuan? Girl C, exactly. Just because he made 2 baskets, you're switching sides? Student B, come on, that's a bit much. You are quite the charming girl. Can't you possess the broad-mindedness to appreciate excellence? Girl C, who, me? Given that you have some discernment, fine. I'll let it go. As the spectators voiced their various exclamations, the match continued. After the 4th middle school scored another 2 points, possession was passed to Sichuan. Having already faced setbacks on both ends of the court, Yu Xiaoning steadied his nerves and silently encouraged himself before calling for the ball. The Sichuan center, standing near the free throw line, immediately handed the ball over upon seeing the team's primary scorer requesting it. Upon receiving the ball, Yu Xiaoning aimed to utilize his teammate's screen to break through, but the swift Mumu had already caught up and blocked his path to the basket. Realizing the opportunity had vanished, Yu Xiaoning passed the ball back to a teammate near the free throw line. Mao Jun, observing Mumu successfully contain the opponent's star player, smiled at Lao Ma and said, "Look, he has defended well again. From the outset, we've stymied their top player on both ends. Now Sichuan will have to rethink their offensive strategy." Upon receiving the ball at the corner, the Asahikawa player audaciously attempted a three-pointer. The defending veteran, Lao Gua, swiftly intervened, causing the shot to ricochet off the rim. Underneath the basket, Gu Xiaohai once again secured the rebound and, after locating the organizing point guard Zhao Xian, passed the ball into his hands. Zhao Xian advanced with the ball, and upon crossing half-court, signaled his teammates to reposition. The astute Lao Niu, already in tune with the play, set a screen for Mumu, allowing him to shake off the trailing defender, Yu Xiaoning. Observing Mumu break free into open space, Zhao Xian promptly delivered the ball into his grasp. Meanwhile, a player from Asakawa, watching number 53 poised to shoot, made a desperate dash to provide defensive support for his teammate. As Mumu observed the defender who had already leaped off the ground, he swiftly dribbled to the right, penetrating the defense with remarkable agility. With just 2 strides forward, he found himself beneath the basket and effortlessly scored 2 points. The coach of Asakawa, witnessing yet another lapse in their interior defense, shouted from the sidelines, "What on earth is going on? Interior defense, interior defense. Why do we keep losing our men? When your teammate gets beaten, you must step in. Are you just standing there watching them perform?" As the ball returned to Asakawa, a frustrated Yu Xiaoning demanded the ball once more. Faced with Mumu's defense, he took a deep breath and unleashed his full arsenal of moves, darting and weaving from side to side. However, his once celebrated speed proved ineffective against the formidable number 53. Yet, he remained prudent, passing the ball to a teammate on the left. The teammate took the shot, but the ball clanged off the rim, allowing the ever-vigilant Gu Ziaha to secure yet another rebound. Zhao Xian advanced past half-court, surveying his teammates' positions before delivering the ball to Lao Gua in the corner. At this moment, Mumu utilized Lao Niu's screen to elude Yu Xiaoning's tight defense and made a decisive cut towards the basket. Lao Gua, noticing his friend's successful penetration, swiftly fed the ball into the interior. With the ball in hand, Mumu faced the defensive players and executed a high bank shot. It went in. Once again, he secured 2 points for the 4th high school. Within just 2 minutes of the game, the score stood at a disheartening 8-0. Unable to endure the dismal start any longer, the Asahikawa coach immediately called for a timeout. Chapter 10, a mastery of offense and defense during the brief intermission. Lao Ma and Wei Chong distributed bottled water to the players. Mao Jun, holding a tactical board, remarked with satisfaction, "This is exactly how we should approach the game, boldly and decisively. The opposing team has fallen into our rhythm. As long as we maintain our momentum, our lead will become increasingly secure." In stark contrast, the Asahikawa coach was furious, delivering a scathing reprimand to his players. Defensive support. Where is your defensive support? After both teams' coaches shared their strategies and instructions, the brief respite came to an end, and the players returned to the court. The ball was in Asahikawa's possession. Crossing half-court, Yu Xiaoning, aided by his teammate's screen, managed to shake Mumu off his trail. Seeing that he had successfully created space, his teammate quickly passed him the ball. Upon receiving the ball, Yu Xiaoning launched himself forward with a powerful leap. But Gu Ziaha was quick to step up for the defense. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaoning showed no signs of hesitation, forcefully driving to the basket against the defender. After a collision, he managed to score. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Gu Ziaha was called for a defensive foul. After suffering an 8-0 run, Asahikawa finally gained a moment to breathe. His teammates excitedly helped Yu Xiaoning up from the floor, and he adjusted himself before stepping up to the free throw line. Seizing the opportunity, Mumu approached Gu Xiaoha to offer encouragement. That was a timely defensive effort. Although he managed to score, your defense increased the difficulty of his shot. Keep it up. Xiaohao, very well. Yu Xiaoning confidently converted the free throw, bringing the score to 8-3. With possession of the ball, Zhao Xian advanced past the half-court line. On the sidelines, Coach Xu Chuan vociferously urged his players, collapse, collapse. Upon hearing this directive, Mumu realized that the opposing team had developed a wariness of his ability to drive to the basket. Since they opted for a collapsed defense to protect the paint, he would exploit their vulnerability with perimeter shooting. Reaching the left wing, Mumu signaled Zhao Xian for the ball. Observing number 53 once again in possession, Yu Xiaoning gathered his resolve and charged forward. Mumu intended to first gauge the defensive intensity of the contracted inner line of Asagkawa. A dragging step to the left shifted Yu Xiaoning's center of gravity. Mumu continued to dribble the ball close to the defender Yu Xiaoning. Just as he was about to close in, he executed a swift behind-the-back dribble followed by a quick turn. The suddenness and speed of this maneuver caught Yu Xiaoning entirely off guard. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of physicality. His awareness had failed to register the shift in play. By the time he realized something was amiss, the number 53 player, who had just been within arm's reach, was now perilously close to the hoop. Oh! This dazzling spin move elicited a wave of gasps from the crowd. A player from Sichuan, positioned near the paint, noticed his teammate had been outmaneuvered and rushed forward to block, unable to appreciate the opponent's elegance in the moment. Observing this timely defensive effort, Mumu couldn't help but admire the quality of a team that had reached the finals last year. Since he had drawn two defenders towards him, there was no need for a forced shot. A quick glance revealed that the veteran, Lao Gua, had found himself wide open at the top of the arc. Lao Gua. As the call rang out, the ball was already leaving Mumu's hands. Responding to his friend's shout, Lao Gua caught the approaching basketball, steadied himself, and decisively took the shot. Unfortunately, the ball ricocheted off the rim. However, with the Sichuan players having stepped out to defend Mumu, Gu Xiaohai found himself unguarded beside the basket, allowing him to effortlessly secure the offensive rebound. Although he was quick to collect the ball, his subsequent offensive move was hesitant and slow. Thus, when Gu Xiaohai aimed to complete the play with a hook shot, the Sichuan players had already returned to his side, raising their hands to form a tight blockade against his attempt. Recognizing that his chance to score had been thwarted, Gu Xiaohai opted not to force the issue. After taking a moment to assess the situation, he passed the ball to Liu Xiaojun, who was near the free throw line. Upon receiving the ball, the seasoned player immediately spotted Mumu, who had slipped to the baseline unguarded, and quickly delivered the ball into his hands. With the ball in his grasp, Mumu utilized his powerful core strength to propel a three-point shot from the corner. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball passing through the net echoed, granting his team another 3 points. Hiss! The Sichuan coach sensed trouble. Not only was this number 53 exceptionally skilled at penetrating defenses, but his long-range shooting was also a significant threat. The score now stood at 11-3, with Sichuan holding possession. Bolstered by the confidence from his recent 2-1 play, Yu Xiaoning prepared to inflict further damage on his opponents. After retrieving the ball at the top of the arc, he chose to aggressively advance from the right side against Mumu's defense. During the defense, Mumu persistently used his long arms to create disturbances, causing several near turnovers. However, after a series of unsteady dribbles, Yu Xiaoning found himself at the free throw line. Realizing that continuing with such aggressive drives might not yield favorable results, he opted to retreat slightly, choosing instead to execute a jump shot. Mumu swiftly extended his arm to create interference, instinctively raising his right foot to prevent his opponent from stepping on it and potentially twisting his ankle upon landing. This prudent habit had been cultivated over many years, a testament to his experience as a seasoned player. With a satisfying swish, the basketball found its mark in the net. As they advanced to the front court, Mumu reached out for the ball, intending to alleviate the offensive pressure on his teammates through his own strategic presence. Faced with Xiao Ning's defense, he glanced at the seasoned player Lao Niu in the paint and passed the ball into him. Following the coach's instructions, Sichuan opted for a 2-3 zone defense to safeguard the interior. Mumu chose not to force his way into the opponent's interior, for there existed more prudent and effortless avenues to score. There was no need to create obstacles that would complicate the process of accumulating points. Facing challenges is merely an option when one is left with no alternatives. Instead, he opted for a coordinated exchange between interior and exterior plays to secure space for a perimeter shot. Lao Niu, living up to expectations. Promptly collapsed into the paint to thwart any defensive efforts against him, while simultaneously setting his sights on a teammate who was darting around the three-point line. Observing that Mumu had carved out a modicum of space, he swiftly passed the ball to the perimeter. With certainty, Mumu received the ball and decisively launched a shot from beyond the arc. The defender rushed forward, yet failed to match the speed of Mumu's release. Swish. The ball echoed through the net once more, adding another 3 points to the scoreboard. Sighing heavily, Coach Xu Chuan could only shake his head in resignation as he watched player number 53 on the court. Yu Xiaoning once again took possession of the ball, continuing to confront Mumu's defense. A teammate stepped forward to set a screen, allowing Yu Xiaoning to exploit the opening and surge from the right side with the aid of the pick. As he crossed the free throw line, sensing the presence of number 53 closing in behind him, urgency welled within him, propelling him towards the basket. Upon jumping to attempt a layup, he felt the looming shadow of his pursuer, just as Yu Xiaoning braced for what seemed to be an impending rejection from number 53. A resounding clap echoed as Gu Xiaohua executed a block, simultaneously seizing the ball and handing it off to Mumu at his side. Mumu swiftly advanced with the ball. Due to the rapid pace of the advance, only Yu Xiaoning from Asahikawa managed to retreat in time, while the fast-moving Lao Gua teamed up with Mumu, creating a 2-on-1 situation. Faced with opponents on both sides, Yu Xiaoning did not hesitate. He opted to defend against the already proven attacking prowess of number 53. Observing that his adversary had chosen to guard him, Mumu promptly passed the ball to Lao Gua, who then scored with a layup, securing 2 points. Chapter 11. The rise of the fourth high school. In the subsequent offensive plays, Mumu continued to showcase his exceptional shooting ability, inflicting significant damage on Asahikawa with successive mid-range and three-point shots. This remarkable display of long-range shooting compelled Asahikawa's coach to once again adjust their strategy, opting to implement a double team against Mumu. In the face of such tight defense, Mumu refrained from relying solely on his personal skills to force an attack. Instead, he astutely located teammates in advantageous positions, facilitating the ball's distribution, and frequently engaged in screen-and-roll plays with Laonyo. Meanwhile, Laonyo contributed significantly to the team by either executing mid-range shots or distributing the ball whenever the defense focused on Mumu. With Mumu in exceptional form, the defensive pressure he exerted on the opponents was immense. After repeatedly confirming Mumu's physical condition posed no issues, Mao Jun decided to keep him on the court for the entirety of the first 2 quarters. This strategy aimed to ensure a more secure path to victory in their opening match. As last year's finalists, Asahikawa could mount a comeback at any moment. Thus, keeping Mumu on the court, given his stamina, was a reassuring choice. By the latter half of the third quarter, the game had already entered garbage time. Under Mumu's stringent defense, Asahikawa's leading scorer, Yu Xiaoning, was unable to rally his team for a comeback. An excited student B remarked to student A beside him, "Number 53 is playing with such fervor. I am definitely going to be his fan from now on." Student A ceased to contest his companion's defection, as today's match instilled within him a profound admiration and yearning for the diverse technical maneuvers exhibited by number 53, igniting within him a desire to emulate and learn upon returning home. Unbeknownst to the ever-demanding Mumu on the court, this away game began to garner him a few admirers. With 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter and the score standing at 33-65, the flush-faced Mao Jun recognized the necessity of restraint, having concluded that Xu Chuan was beyond redemption. Thus he called a timeout to substitute his key players. The remainder of the match unfolded in a rather uneventful manner, as both teams' substitutes exhibited lackluster performances. By the time he was substituted, Mumu had played for 28 minutes, amassing an impressive tally of 31 points, 7 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals, notably achieving a flawless record with 0 turnovers. Due to the brisk pace of offense and defense transitions, coupled with a higher frequency of shots, Mumu attempted 18 shots throughout the 3 quarters, of which he successfully converted 5 out of 8 three-point attempts. His teammates also rendered substantial contributions to the team's success. Laonyo, through effective screen plays with Mumu and his commendable passing ability, garnered 15 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists. Lao Gua, with his proactive movement and relatively steady shooting, added 9 points to the scoreboard. Gu Xiaohao's keen rebounding instincts allowed him to secure 13 rebounds, along with 2 successful putback attempts yielding 4 points. The stable performances of the team members, combined with Mumu's evident dominance, elicited exaggerated smiles from the 3 coaches. After the conclusion of the match, The coaches from both teams approached one another to exchange pleasantries. The coach from Sichuan remarked, "Mao, your team's lineup this year is truly impressive, especially that number 53. He is indeed a formidable challenge." With eyes squinting in delight, Mao Jun replied, "It's all good. The students are working hard and not letting their prior efforts go to waste. By the way, what is the name of that number 53? He single-handedly dismantled us on both ends today." The Sichuan coach expressed with envy. Mao Jun responded, "His name is Mu Mu. He is indeed a remarkable young man." Well then, I wish you all the best in your upcoming endeavors. Although both coaches generously praised each other's teams, they would never extend their wishes for the other to claim victory, for such a sentiment is utterly unattainable. Following the match against Asakawa, the 4th middle school would face Fushin Middle School and number 21 Middle School, both of whom are also in Group B, on the 26th and 27th. Fushin Middle School had progressed past the group stage last year, but was eliminated in the quarterfinals by Shuguang Middle School. Number 21 Middle School, traditionally perceived as a weaker contender, performed slightly better than the former 4th Middle School, but like them, they too had an early exit last year after a lackluster group stage showing. With a decisive victory over Asakawa, Coach Mao and Coach Lau felt a renewed sense of confidence in securing a spot in the top 8. The spirited Mu Mu and his teammates were filled with anticipation for the upcoming matches. As the core member of last year's team, Lao Nyo was particularly eager to showcase an exhilarating performance to alleviate the frustrations of the previous season. On the 26th, the 4th Middle School triumphed over Fushin Middle School with an impressive score of 72-36. In this match, Mumu demonstrated his versatility with 33 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks, and 4 steals. The following day, the already formidable 4th Middle School effortlessly defeated the trembling No. 21 Middle School with a score of 65-31. This match bore similarities to the previous two, with Mumu once again stealing the spotlight, achieving an outstanding 28 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 7 blocks, and 5 steals. Across 3 matches, his average statistics were 30, 6 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 5 blocks, and 4 steals. Most astonishingly, his 3-point shooting accuracy reached 51, with an overall shooting percentage of 65. This remarkable offensive efficiency and well-rounded performance have rendered the number 53 of the 4th Middle School a celebrated basketball figure in Yanjing City, rivaling the legendary Duan Fo Wei of number 21 Middle School. Furthermore, the 4th Middle School secured a remarkable record of 3 consecutive victories in the group stage, confidently advancing to the top 8. Within 3 days, all teams completed their group matches, and a day of rest was scheduled for the 28th. The official quarterfinals would commence on the 29th, the semifinals on the 30th, and the grand final was set for May 1st. On that day, numerous enthusiasts and supporters of local middle school basketball would gather to witness the championship match during the Labor Day holiday. After 3 consecutive days of competition, the 3 coaches decided to forego additional training on the remaining day, allowing the players to enjoy a well-deserved rest. Finally, Mumu and his teammates were granted a rare opportunity to catch their breath. Among the team members, those residing in the city eagerly rushed home to boast about their team's impressive achievements to their parents. Meanwhile, Mumu, unable to return to his village, conveyed the news of the team's successful advancement to the top 8 to his family via video. Upon hearing that her brother's school team had advanced, Mugan squeezed her head out from the gap between her parents and began chattering excitedly at Mumu on the screen, all the while clamoring to travel to the city to support her brother. This time, she had found an ample reason to wander into the city, and she would not let this opportunity slip away easily. Muba and Muma were keen to witness their son's performance in person. After a family discussion, they decided that if the 4th high school reached the finals, they would take Grandma and Mugan to the venue on the 1st to cheer for Mumu. Chapter 12. A Path of Dominance. After finishing a video call with his family, Mumu contacted his 2 canine friends for a small gathering. During their high school years, regardless of the care provided by their families, the boys always felt a pinch in their pockets when out and about, and Mumu and his friends were no exception. Thus, to ensure their perpetually thin wallets could accommodate the expenses of their reunion, they typically opted for a small eatery nestled deep within the alley beside the school. There, they could indulge in grilled gluten, sausages, dried tofu, fried potatoes, and an array of skewers. These delicacies were not only more affordable than certain establishments but also retained their exquisite taste. Seated on low stools around a small table, the group relished the freshly served dried tofu. Hua Hua, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked to the owner, "Uncle Ding, Today, as spiciness is lacking, please add more Sichuan peppercorns next time. Don't let us, your loyal customers, think you've become less generous. In response to the boys' playful banter, Uncle Ding, accustomed to their jests, continued his work with deftness, while also managing to retort, how could it possibly be insufficiently spicy? You, with your pristine appearance, should not so baselessly tarnish my reputation. My humble establishment does not cheat its patrons. The peppercorns are over there. Take as many as you wish. Uncle Ding was right, despite Hua Hua's innocent facade. His words lacked any foundation. They had been eating here since middle school, and would Uncle Ding really begrudge a few extra peppercorns? With that, Lao Feng skillfully navigated to the condiment station, retrieved the peppercorns, and handed them to Hua Hua. Old Gua, chewing on his dried tofu, expressed with satisfaction. In just 3 matches, our 4th high school's royal demeanor has already emerged. Truly, one person can change the entire team. Old Mu is already taking on the semblance of a city star. Tilting his head, Mu expertly removed a skewer from the food and popped it into his mouth. After a few bites, a satisfied expression graced his face, though he humbly replied, "Oh, there is no need for such exaggeration. The team's current success is not solely due to my efforts. Of course, objective facts do suggest that I am quite impressive. Heh. Goodness, how shameless." The 3 shared a collective disdain for his last audacious claim. Lao Feng lamented, "It's a pity we couldn't attend any of the matches in person. The organizers' discrimination is truly blatant. Last year we ranked last, and this year they didn't even grant us a home game." Hua Hua replied, "Now it's different. We topped the group stage, and they couldn't deny us. Not only a home game, but we can also contend for the championship." Upon hearing the phrase strive for, Old Gua expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking, "Does Hua Hua lack sufficient confidence in us? Victory in the city championship is undoubtedly within our grasp." Hua Hua chuckled heartily. "After last year's city competition, you were merely a novice. Now, having latched onto Old Mu's coattails, you're quite the boastful one." Lao Feng interjected, "Last year, with the main players from Sichuan reaching the finals, you were defeated in just 3 quarters. Therefore, I believe the championship is not merely a distant dream." At this juncture, Mu aimed to motivate the trio, whose pressure had been mounting since entering high school, by reflecting on their recent successes. He stated, "Last year, we were merely toying with our classmates, and Old Gua struggled on the school team. However, after months of hard work, we have finally reaped some rewards. Securing an award in this competition would greatly enhance our chances of entering a bachelor's program in sports. I believe Hua Hua will also successfully make the school team next semester. And together we shall continue to strive for next year's city championship." Hua Hua replied, "Indeed, let us pursue the championship together next year. Cheers." After taking a sip of celebratory drink, Lao Feng exclaimed, "Work hard, and when you all graduate from university, report to my team. We will build the team around Old Mu, while Hua Hua and Old Gua will guard the water cooler. Haha." The other 3 chimed in unison, "Cut it out." Following a small gathering, the day of respite quietly slipped away. On April 28th, the quarterfinals commenced, with 4th Middle School facing 25th Middle School. In recent years, 25th Middle School has been regarded as average within Yanjing City, often eliminated in the early rounds of the quarterfinals. This year, they aspired to reach the top 4. But upon learning they would be pitted against 4th Middle School, their ambitions seemed to dwindle into mere fantasies. As anticipated, 4th Middle School triumphed with a score of 72-41, proceeding to easily dispatch another opponent. By the 29th, Mu and his teammates were set to encounter another formidable team, Shuguang Middle School. Last year, in the semifinals, Shuguang had faced a narrow defeat against 2nd Middle School, which boasted the talents of Duan Fengwei and Chen Feng, with the outcome decided only in the final quarter. Thus, before facing Shuguang, coaches Mao Jun and Lao Ma energized their players, praising their recent performances to instill confidence as they prepared to confront this strong adversary. However, it became evident shortly after the match commenced that the coaches had underestimated their team's prowess. Mu's aggressive drives and remarkable shooting left Shuguang's players struggling to mount an effective defense, while Gu Xiaohao and Mu's defensive strategies inflicted significant damage on Shuguang's offensive efforts. Lao Gua's consistent shooting and unpredictable cuts continued to supply the team with ample firepower. Moreover, with Mu drawing multiple defenders, Lao Nyo capitalized on the opportunity, delivering an outstanding performance that left Shuguang unable to withstand the onslaught in the 3rd quarter. This dominance throughout the matches shifted the spotlight of championship favorites from 2nd Middle School to 4th Middle School. Meanwhile, Second Middle School had battled to the very last moments in their semifinal against Mingde Middle School. Consequently, Fourth Middle School had become the talk of the town among basketball enthusiasts in the city. As the community buzzed with excitement over the prowess of Fourth Middle School and the number 53, the calendar turned to May 1st. This year's final was once again scheduled to take place in the finest indoor arena in Yanjing City, the Municipal Sports Hall, with the match set to commence at 3:15 p.m. By 1 p.m., spectators began to stream into the venue. Mugan and his family slowly entered the arena, blending into the throng. As the crowd ambled forward, animated discussions about the match filled the air. One voice remarked, "This year, the Fourth High School is truly a dark horse. I heard they didn't win a single match in the preliminaries last year. Yet this year they have surged all the way to the finals." A companion responded, "During the semifinals, they eliminated Shuguang with ease, finishing the game in just 3 quarters." Another individual joined the conversation with keen interest, noting that it was not only Shuguang that fell to the Fourth High School. They had subdued all their opponents within 3 quarters this year. The initial speaker continued, "It seems the Fourth High School has undergone a remarkable transformation, apparently due to the addition of an exceptionally talented student." The companion, eager to share what he had heard, elaborated, "Indeed, that student is named Mu. Wearing jersey number 53, he often requires 3 or 4 defenders to contain him. His dunks are as effortless as a daily routine. Today promises to be a spectacle." Another chimed in, "Absolutely. I watched the match against Shuguang. How should I put it? Number 53 plays with such flair. I believe it rivals what we see in the NBA on television." The first speaker expressed skepticism. "Really? I've heard he's impressive, but that sounds a bit exaggerated." The companion reassured him, "You'll witness whether it's an exaggeration soon enough. You won't regret coming." Such conversations were not limited to just these few. It seemed that both the Fourth High School and player 53 were on everyone's lips. Chapter 13, City Finals. As they continued to converse, the crowd entered the arena and began to search for their seats. Players from the Second and Fourth High Schools had already arrived at the venue 2 hours before the game, warming up diligently at either end of the court by 1 o'clock. After what she perceived to be a lengthy wait, Mugan finally spotted her brother among the crowd of players. Ecstatic, she waved her tiny hand toward Mu, exclaiming, "Brother, look here, we're over here." Observing her daughter's exuberance, Muma gently advised, Gone, your brother can't see you from so far away. Please lower your voice." A nearby woman, unfazed by the little girl's vivacity, remarked with a twinkle in her eye, "The match hasn't even started yet. It's no bother." To this kind woman, Muma returned a warm smile. "Is your child on the team?" With the woman continuing the conversation, Muma politely replied, "Yes. The one wearing number 53 from the Fourth Middle School is my eldest son." Upon hearing this, the woman exclaimed with envy, "Oh, so number 53 belongs to your family. How wonderful. Your daughter is so clever and lively, and your son is so outstanding." Thus, the two congenial women embarked on a delightful exchange of familial anecdotes. Meanwhile, Mu, having entered the stadium, scanned the audience in search of his family. Spotting his sister joyfully bouncing and chattering away in the stands, he immediately recognized her and waved in return. Upon seeing her brother's acknowledgement, Mugan jubilantly continued to chatter. "Did you see that? Did you see? Brother noticed us." During warm-ups, the players engaged in light-hearted conversations to alleviate the pre-match tension. A player from the Second Middle School approached Chen Feng, saying, "Brother Feng, there's a new player wearing number 53 from the Fourth Middle School. I've heard he's quite impressive." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he is remarkable. I had a brief game with him during the holiday." Upon learning that their team's captain had already faced off against the formidable opponent, several intrigued players gathered around, eager to hear more. "Brother Feng, how does number 53 compare to the recent hype? Please share with us." "Yes, do tell, Brother Feng," they urged. Chen Feng recounted. "We played a half-court game with 4 players. Initially, I wasn't taking it seriously, but after he scored a few times, I focused and prepared to challenge him earnestly. However, I still ended up letting him showcase his skills. His speed, rhythm, and shooting touch are exceptional. He's difficult to defend against. Moreover, facing his defense creates a palpable sense of pressure during offense. Frankly speaking, I was at a disadvantage in our matchup." Oh, upon hearing the captain's words, everyone was taken aback. Having been teammates for over 2 years, they were quite familiar with one another. Chen Feng was generally a person of equanimity, and thus, beyond their interactions on the team, the others were also eager to spend time with him in their daily lives. The seemingly boastful remarks he made prior to the match were merely a reflection of his candid nature. Observing the apprehension in his teammates' eyes towards the opposing player, number 53, Chen Feng felt compelled to deliver a pre-match rallying speech. He began, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is true that the team we faced last year, the 4th Middle School, made it to the finals due to their formidable skills. However, we are not just last year's champions. Our current success is the result of each of our collective efforts, devoid of any element of luck. Thus, while our opponent is indeed strong, we have repeatedly proven our worth through each victory. Should we not rise to the occasion when faced with formidable challenges? Let us unite and give our all." With that, he extended his hand. Energized by the captain's motivating words, the already fervent members of the 2nd Middle School rallied around him, joining hands and passionately exclaiming, "Let us give it our all, go team." Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, Lao Ma incredulously remarked to his two colleagues, "I can hardly believe it. After all these years at the bottom, we finally brought our 4th Middle School to this venue." Beside him, Mao Jun echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, we are finally standing here. But Lao Ma, it feels a bit surreal." Lao Ma inquired, "What do you mean?" Mao Jun replied, "I'm not being sentimental. It's just that considering our journey from the preliminary rounds, doesn't it seem like we've had it a bit too easy?" Upon reflection, Lao Ma agreed with this observation. "Indeed, a remarkable player can indeed alter the fate of a team, and we owe this to Mu Mu. By the way, don't you think that Mu Mu surpasses Duan Fengwei, who has already made it to Cuba?" Wei Chong responded, "As for the current Duan Fengwei, I cannot say. But compared to last year's Duan Fengwei, Mu Mu clearly excels in both skills and physical attributes. I believe we should consult Mu Mu's parents this holiday and arrange for him to undergo specialized training. Given his innate talent and dedicated attitude, he has a considerable chance of securing a special admission to Cuba." As the three mentors were busy devising plans and arrangements for Mu Mu's holiday, the time for the match drew near. Mao Jun gathered the players together and rallied them. "Gentlemen, do you realize where we are today?" Zhao Xian quickly replied, "The city sports hall." Lao Niu playfully tapped Zhao Xian's head and corrected him, "The stage of the finals." Mao Jun cast a grateful glance at Lao Niu and continued, "Indeed, this is the finals. Through a series of remarkable performances, we have ascended to this moment, a testament to your own formidable abilities. Therefore, cast aside your previous identities and the accolades of the champions before you. The past is behind us. Now we shall confront and vanquish the former champions with the strength we have cultivated through our diligent efforts. Today, we shall emerge as champions. Do we possess the confidence?" The youth chorused in unison, "Yes." Lao Ma, Wei Chong, and Mao Jun proclaimed, "Rise, 4th Middle School." The team echoed, "Rise, 4th Middle School." Observing the fervor of their opponents, the 2nd Middle School mirrored their enthusiasm. "Rise, 2nd Middle School." Chapter 14. Each employs their strategies at 3:15 in the afternoon. The match commenced. Gu Xiaohao and Chen Feng approached the center circle for the jump ball. With a slight height advantage and a quicker spring, Chen Feng secured the initial possession for 2nd Middle School. Upon reaching the half-court, Chen Feng pressed his backside firmly against the steadfast Lao Niu, extending his hand outward to request the ball. Lao Niu, internally cursing, recalled how, in past encounters with 2nd Middle School, the insufferable Chen Feng had bullied him in the paint. Now, it seemed that the specter of his former nightmares was poised to re-emerge. At the right moment, a teammate on the perimeter delivered the ball into Chen Feng's hands. He received the pass, leaning back against Lao Niu to gauge his defensive stance. Lao Niu braced himself against Chen Feng's probing movements. Chen Feng, clutching the ball, thrust his body forward a few times, then stepped into a jump shot stance. Lao Niu, like a startled bird, leapt in an attempt to block the shot, only to realize midair that it was a feint. The cunning Chen Feng had not truly leapt. As Lao Niu prepared to land, Chen Feng, anticipating his opponent's delayed reaction, skillfully executed a jump hook. With a silky touch, the ball swished through the net, granting 2nd Middle School the first 2 points. Previously, Mu Mu had demonstrated his extraordinary offensive prowess. Anticipating that 2nd Middle School would employ various physical confrontations to deplete his stamina early on, the astute Mao Jun strategically positioned Zhao Xian and Lu Xiaojun, players capable of independent offensive maneuvers, to initiate the team's scoring efforts. Once everyone had exerted some energy, Mu Mu would take the reins of the game. Consequently, when it was 4th Middle School's turn to attack, Zhao Xian positioned himself approximately 5 meters from the basket at a 45-degree angle, executing a sudden stop for a jump shot. Unfortunately, the ball veered off target. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaohao and Chen Feng engaged in a fierce battle for position beneath the basket, with the more seasoned Chen Feng successfully securing a favorable spot to claim the rebound. After a series of feints beneath the basket, Chen Feng smiled subtly as he observed the veteran opponent, whose outstretched arms had elevated his center of gravity. Aware that his old adversary was still a fraction too slow, Chen deftly maneuvered his left foot inward. He then slipped through Liu Xiaojuan's left armpit and effortlessly banked the ball off the backboard for 2 points. As it was now time for the fourth team's offense, Mumu received the ball beyond the three-point line on the right side. With two defenders closing in as anticipated, the seasoned player, Old Gua, seized the moment to quietly slip beneath the basket while the defenders were momentarily distracted. Having long anticipated this maneuver from the cunning Old Liu, Mumu swiftly tossed the ball into the basket, showcasing their perfect synergy and securing the first points for the fourth team. In the subsequent offensive plays, Chen Feng continued to dominate the interior for the fourth team. By the end of the first quarter, both teams demonstrated exceptional defense amidst the fierce physical contest. Yet the offensive exchanges grew increasingly tense. At the beginning of the second quarter, both teams fielded their substitute lineups, granting the main players a brief respite. However, merely 2 minutes in, the coach of the second team opted to reintroduce Chen Feng. Old Ma remarked, "They are determined to rely heavily on their starters in this final match." Meanwhile, beside him, Mao Jun wore an expression of assured control, with Duan Fengwei absent this year. All the offensive pressure rests upon Chen Feng alone. Once Mumu enters, we must accelerate our offensive and defensive transitions, making them chase us and see how long they can endure. Wei Chang added, with Mumu's beastly stamina, they are in for a challenge. After their exchange, the three shared a knowing smile. Although only a few minutes had passed, the youthful and vigorous Chen Feng was evidently still brimming with energy. Immediately diving back into the fray in the paint of the fourth team, with both Lao Niu and Gu Xiaohai unable to contain him, Wang Yong, the backup center for the fourth team, found himself utterly powerless to stop Chen Feng. In a mere 2 minutes, the formidable Chen Feng scored another 6 points, further widening the gap between the two teams. With 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the score stood at 24-12, with the fourth team trailing by 12 points. Observing the main players of the second team drenched in sweat and glancing at the time and score, Mao Jun felt the moment was ripe. Any further delay could lead to disaster. He waved his hand decisively, sending Mumu and the other main players onto the court. To bolster their mid-range shooting capabilities, he replaced Gu Xiaohai with the sharpshooter Wang Mingyu. At this point, the lineup for the fourth team consisted of point guard Zhao Xian, shooting guard Mumu, small forward Wang Mingyu, power forward Lao Gua, and center Lao Niu. Upon seeing the changes in the opposing lineup, the coach of the second team sensed trouble. He was already aware of Mumu's astonishing speed, and with the slow, range-limited big men substituted out, it was clear that the fourth team intended to adopt a strategy of three-point shooting while accelerating their offensive and defensive transitions. Despite understanding the opponent's intentions, he lacked equally formidable players to counteract them, leaving him with no viable options. He could only resort to heavily relying on his main players, hoping they could stabilize the situation. Recognizing Mumu's return to the court, Chen Feng understood that this opponent was about to unleash their tactics. Thus, he steeled himself, determined to give his all to secure the championship. Mumu was prepared to turn the tide against his opponents and addressed his companions. "Gentlemen, the warm-up is over. Let us commence." In unison, they responded, "All right, let's roll." The fourth team initiated the play, with Zhao Xian advancing the ball and passing it to Mumu after crossing midcourt. Two players from the second team swiftly approached, attempting to double-team, prompting Mumu to pass the ball to the elevated position of Lao Niu. Upon receiving the ball, Lao Niu executed a bounce pass. Mumu, who had cut in swiftly, secured the ball as it rebounded from the floor, leaping gracefully towards the basket. Seeing Mumu airborne, Chen Feng, who had been waiting for the opportunity, confidently leapt to block the shot, believing Mumu had exhausted his options. Yet, despite the physical contest, Mumu's core strength remained unyielding, and his form appeared effortlessly composed. He then retracted his shooting hands in front of Chen Feng's elevated arms. Chen Feng felt a surge of triumph upon witnessing the adjustment in Mumu's shot due to the pressure he exerted, yet he was astonished that Mumu, now standing at 190 centimeters, had not lost agility with his growth. It was only in such close proximity that one could truly appreciate the strength of the opponent. Just as Chen Feng was relishing his defensive success, Mumu employed a deft right-hand maneuver, banking the ball off the backboard and scoring. The audience erupted in applause and cheers, praising the remarkable shot, feeling that his prodigy had been unjustly contested. Mao Jun vociferously complained to the referee, "How can you overlook such a blatant foul? That was clearly an N1. Beside him, Lao Ma concurred, "Indeed. How could that not be called?" He gently clasped Mao Jun's shoulders to prevent him from advancing towards the referee, mindful that such actions could incur a technical foul for their team, an outcome that would be counterproductive. As an assistant coach, knowing when to support the head coach's feigned emotional outbursts is an essential skill. Under the patient persuasion of assistant Lao Ma, Mao Jun graciously allowed the referees, whose professionalism needed improvement, to pass. Chapter 15. Restraint of the former champions. After the second team missed their shot, Zhao Xian swiftly advanced the ball to the front court. The quickest players from both sides sprinted back with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Arriving at the right side of the front court, Mumu called out to Zhao Xian. Without hesitation, Zhao Xian passed the ball. Seemingly still finding his footing, Mumu raised his hand and launched a trailing three-pointer. Swish! The arena erupted in a chorus of cheers and applause for the spectacular shot. Voices from the audience echoed, "See, I told you they are not much different from the NBA." Indeed, it was impressive. In merely a minute, Mumu's two remarkable goals had reduced what once seemed like an insurmountable 12-point deficit to a mere single-digit margin. Observing the narrowing score, the players from the second team were determined to stifle the momentum of the fourth team's resurgence, with Chen Feng exhibiting the most urgency among them. As he reached the front court, Chen Feng, faced with a double team, adeptly assisted a teammate in scoring 2 points. Old Guo promptly initiated a baseline throw-in, urging Zhao Xian, who was receiving the ball, to swiftly locate the already sprinting Mumu. With the ball in hand, Zhao Xian glanced ahead and, before crossing midcourt, propelled the ball forward from his chest. Mumu, having already dashed to the right side of the front court, effortlessly received the pass and continued his relentless advance. The retreating players from the second team, witnessing the lightning-fast number 53 charging towards their basket, attempted to intercept him. Amidst a cacophony of exclamations, Mumu successfully deceived his defender with a sudden halt and a swift maneuver, launching a mid-range shot. Swish! The ball went through the net, allowing the fourth team to reclaim 2 points. Anticipating that Chen Feng would persist in attacking the interior, Mumu resolved to personally guard him, a strategy he had proposed during a brief timeout, which Mao Jun deemed worthy of experimentation. Once the teams had positioned themselves for the half-court setup, Mumu took on the responsibility of defending against Chen Feng. As Chen Feng established his position and called for the ball, his teammates promptly delivered it to him. With the ball in his possession, Chen Feng steeled himself, intent on delivering a powerful shot. Meanwhile, Mumu remained vigilant, observing Chen Feng's footwork to discern which foot he would pivot on for his attack. Noticing that Chen Feng was utilizing his right foot as a pivot to turn right, Mumu extended his right hand to disrupt the play while discreetly shifting his left foot to the left. Upon completing his turn, Chen Feng noticed Mumu's outstretched arm and silently marveled at his reach. Skillfully, he executed a quick step back, intending to launch an attack to Mumu's left side. However, as his left foot advanced, he suddenly realized something was amiss. To his surprise, he discovered that not only was Mumu's arm long, but his legs were equally so. A lengthy leg had crossed into his left front, effectively blocking his path after the turn. In this moment, Chen Feng found himself ensnared in a cleverly laid trap. His body contorted awkwardly. He lifted his gaze in search of teammates, hoping to pass the ball and resolve this predicament. With a sudden clap, he sensed impending trouble. Regaining his focus, he realized that the ball, which had just been in his possession, had been deftly intercepted by the cunning Mumu. Following the steal, Mumu swiftly advanced with the ball. Spotting Old Guo already in the front court, he executed a long pass. Old Guo received the ball effortlessly and, confronted with an unguarded basket, scored 2 points. As the second team regained possession and prepared to attack once more, the momentum continued to shift. With an indomitable spirit, Chen Feng once again sought the ball to take on his defender, number 53. However, it was evident that Mumu's ability to thwart the earlier offensive was no mere fluke. After a series of agile maneuvers, the stubborn Chen Feng found himself once more unable to score. The possession shifted. Chen Feng's dexterity was indeed commendable compared to others, yet it proved insufficient against Mumu's prowess. Observing his opponent's advance towards him, Mumu resolved to use his quick footwork to bypass the defender and penetrate the basket for a score. Determined, Mumu did not immediately call for the ball but instead led Chen Feng on a deceptive run around the two corners. After momentarily toying with the defender, Mu positioned himself outside the right three-point line to receive a pass from a teammate. Chen Feng, fully concentrated, braced himself for a vigorous defense. Holding the ball, Mu noticed Chen Feng's posture of advancing with his right foot while retreating with his left, indicating a readiness to defend against his shooting and block a right-side drive. Understanding this defensive stance, Mu lowered his center of gravity and shifted to the left. Caught off guard, Chen Feng was surprised by Mu's swift initiation to the left, prompting him to adjust his balance in an attempt to keep pace. Just as Chen Feng managed to pivot and follow, Mu suddenly halted and executed a retreating motion. This abrupt stop momentarily confused Chen Feng, causing him to pause as well. However, Chen Feng failed to notice that Mu's right foot had remained steadfastly planted. This was merely a feint with his upper body. And upon observing Chen Feng's hesitation, Mu propelled himself forward with his left foot, swiftly crossing over with his right. With his long strides and agile form, he covered the distance to the basket in just 2 steps, culminating in an elegant layup. As for Chen Feng, his momentary indecision rendered him an awkward backdrop to the spectacle. As the game progressed, Mu continued to demonstrate his undeniable dominance, whether assisting teammates, thwarting opponents' attacks, or executing breathtaking offensive maneuvers that left spectators in awe, garnering him a considerable fan base. By the end of the second quarter, the score stood at 35-30. In a mere 6 minutes, the fourth team had not only erased a 12-point deficit but had also taken the lead. Observers during the last 6 minutes of the second quarter began to realize the true terror embodied by number 53. Following the display in the second quarter, despite the second team's earnest efforts to regroup, they found themselves unable to match Mu's relentless performance on both ends of the court. In the third quarter, Mu continued to assault the second team's paint, forcing them to compress their interior defense in a futile attempt to stop him. Yet, the consistent shooting prowess of Wang Mingyu, Lao Guo, Lao Niu, and others exacted a toll on the second team. Unless they could muster 2 or 3 defenders against him, no one could adequately single-handedly contain Mu. Under Mu's leadership, the fourth team concluded the third quarter with a commanding lead of 60-36, leaving the fourth quarter destined to unfold in a mere formality. Chapter 16. The new city champions drenched in sweat. Mu rolled up his jersey and wiped his face with it. Accepting a bottle of mineral water from Lao Guo, he tilted his head back and gulped it down. With a couple of satisfying sounds, the once full bottle was now empty upon being set down. The others shared a similar experience as they quenched their thirst. After such an exhaustive bout of exertion, this robust method of hydration offered a moment of refreshing relief to those recently emerged from fatigue. Both teams felt the weight of physical exhaustion, though some players might have possessed greater endurance. However, the psychological experiences diverged. Some were jubilant, while others felt disheartened. Regardless of their emotions, these moments would not be their last, as they would continue to navigate various stages of highs and lows, and the resolute would ultimately prevail. Mao Jun observed his team with a sense of pride and satisfaction. He unabashedly praised them. Well done. We are one step closer to the championship. Given the scoring potential of high school teams in just 10 minutes, this 24-point lead is quite secure. Moreover, it allows our neighbors some leeway. Thus, the main players of the fourth team began to relax on the sidelines, savoring the impending joy of victory. As the final buzzer of the fourth quarter sounded, the score was fixed at 68-51. The coach and players of the fourth team gathered together to celebrate. Once a semblance of quiet returned, Mao Jun spoke. Classmates, we are champions. The effort you all put forth has convinced me that today's success was inevitable. Now, let us pause our excitement for a moment. On the field, they competed with utmost fervor, yet off the field, they remained classmates. Now, let us take a moment to greet the students from second high school. While the fourth high school team celebrated, Chen Feng and his companions sighed in resignation over their defeat. However, upon seeing Mu and the others approach, they composed themselves and stepped forward to shake hands in cordial acknowledgement. The coach from second high school forced a smile and remarked, "Well, old Mao, it seems you quietly unearthed a gem. Your victory this year is truly well-deserved." At this moment, Mao Jun could hardly conceal his elation. Indeed, I have indeed stumbled upon a remarkable talent. Securing a championship from your second high school is no small feat. Feigning dissatisfaction, the second high school coach retorted, "Oh, is it really that difficult? You defeated us in just 3 quarters. We are all old acquaintances, and yet you choose to feign modesty. As if I am not embarrassed enough." Mao Jun chuckled, "Just a stroke of luck. However, your second high school has dominated for several years. Is it too much to allow us a taste of victory once in a while?" Since we are all familiar faces, let us not be so petty. At that moment, Mumu approached Chen Feng, and they exchanged a handshake. Chen Feng sincerely remarked, "It has only been a little over 2 months since we last met, and you have become even stronger." With a smile, Mumu remarked, "If you practice diligently every day, given your own capabilities, your progress will surely match mine." Chen Feng, envious of Mumu's palpable advancement, yearned to absorb experiences and skills that could enhance his own abilities. Thus, he took the initiative to propose. "Why don't we train together this summer? Training under your guidance would undoubtedly hone my various techniques." Mumu recognized Chen Feng as a competitor who could rival him in their current circumstances. He believed that training together would be mutually beneficial for refining their skills. Therefore, he readily agreed, saying, "Sure, let's exchange WeChat contacts to stay in touch." Great. They promptly added each other on WeChat. Following a cordial exchange among the coaches and mutual greetings among the players, the awards ceremony commenced. The two teams donned medals presented by the city's officials at the center of the court. Mumu, who had achieved an impressive 28 points, 9 assists, 7 rebounds, 5 steals, and 3 blocks in the match, was indisputably awarded the MVP of the finals. After the conclusion of the ceremony, the audience in the stands gradually exited. Shortly thereafter, Mumu and his teammates emerged from the arena through the corridor. The sun in May was nearly blinding, casting a sweltering heat outside the venue. Meanwhile, Mumu's parents, along with the parents of other players from the 4th middle school, endured the heat as they awaited the arrival of their children. Upon seeing the players emerge, excited family members rushed forward to greet them. They eagerly pulled out their phones, urging their children to drape their medals around their necks once more, followed by a flurry of photographs and videos. After capturing the moments, they shared them liberally on social media, proudly showcasing their achievements. Mugan trotted on his short legs, leaping towards his elder brother before pouncing upon him. Mumu effortlessly lifted his sister into his arms. Meanwhile, Mugan skillfully removed the medal from her brother's neck and draped it around her own. Mumu turned to his approaching family and said, "Grandma, come, let us take a commemorative photo with my MV trophy." As he spoke, he extended the trophy towards her. Overjoyed, Grandma accepted the trophy from her grandson and exclaimed, "Oh, this trophy is truly splendid, so golden." Beside them, Father Mu remarked, "Mom, although it appears golden, it is not made of gold." To which Grandma replied, "So what if it isn't gold? This trophy is still remarkable. What matters is the honor it represents, earned through my grandson's hard work." Mother Mu chimed in, affirming, "Indeed, what Mother says is true. This was no easy feat, Grandmother." Holding the MV trophy and gazing at it from various angles, nodded in satisfaction. Approaching the 3 teachers, she remarked, "You 3 have truly worked hard this time. The effort you invested in training these spirited youngsters must have been considerable." The trio exchanged polite words in response. Mao Jun stated, "The achievements we gained today are solely due to the students' diligence during their training. Particularly, Mumu, who remained composed and collected, is an exceptional young man." Hearing such gratifying praise from the coach, Grandma's heart swelled with joy. After a fervent round of applause from the parents, the sweltering weather outside prompted a suggestion to conclude the day's journey following a grand group photograph with the 3 teachers and the numerous team members. Coincidentally, it was the Labor Day holiday, and after dispersing, the students returned to their respective homes with their families. Not long after arriving back in the village, the local children learned about the village's first music video from Mugan. The village elders were informed of this inaugural MV through Grandma Mu, while the women heard of it from Mama Mu. Thus, the entire village, without exception, became aware of their first MV. Chapter 17. Summer training. The sun dipped below the horizon only to rise again. A cycle repeated countless times, and 2 months had swiftly passed. As July arrived, the students of the 4th middle school welcomed yet another summer holiday. As soon as the break commenced, exuberant students grouped together, heading toward their respective havens of joy. Among this eager throng rushing outside the school, Mumu was not included. He intended to dedicate his summer to rigorous training. As summer approached, Mao Jun, aiming primarily to enhance Mumu's skills, proposed a free basketball training camp during the holiday, allowing team members the liberty to choose whether to participate. The absence of a requirement for all to attend was due to the understanding that not everyone in the school team could find a path through basketball. Mao Jun did not wish to monopolize the time of others for the sake of a few prodigies. After announcing the training camp, besides Mumu, Lao Guo and Lu Xiaojun unhesitatingly opted to join. Zhao Xian and Gu Xiaohua, after some deliberation, ultimately chose to embrace the rare summer break. However, unexpectedly, The seemingly frail Wang Mingyu also decided to participate. Hua Hua had consistently trained alongside Mu Mu throughout the semester, so upon hearing about the training camp, she promptly accompanied Mu Mu to register with Mao Jun. Mao Jun appreciated Li Hua's enthusiasm and gladly accepted her application. Since the finals, Chen Feng, who had been in regular contact, had expressed his desire to train with Mu Mu during the holiday, and with Mao Jun's consent, Mu Mu reached out to Chen Feng, who eagerly accepted the invitation. Ultimately, 6 individuals participated in the training camp: Lao Gua, Hua Hua, Lao Niu, Chen Feng, Wang Mingyu, and Mu Mu. The primary training venue was within the campus of the 4th Middle School. The first day of training commenced at 6:30 a.m. with a 10-kilometer run. Although the distance was the same for all, Mu Mu continued his practice of tying sandbags to his legs. Witnessing this extraordinary endeavor, the other 5, muttering about the toll it took, felt a profound admiration. After an intense session that left them drenched in sweat, Mao Jun, riding on a small electric scooter, glanced at his phone and announced, "All right, the 10 kilometers are complete." The time taken was 55 minutes. After completing a 10-kilometer run, a few individuals took a brief respite before seeking out a breakfast establishment to replenish their energy. Once they finished their meal, they proceeded to the basketball court at the 4th Middle School to embark on the next phase of their training regimen. Although there exists a school basketball team, the institution lacks adequate training equipment, offering only an outdoor court and a few basketballs, accompanied by several dumbbells. The scarcity of resources necessitated that strength training could not rely on equipment. Thus, upon returning to school, they engaged in push-ups, squats, and sit-ups. They executed push-ups in sets of 50, completing 4 sets in total. During the 3rd set, Hua Hua and the others felt they had reached their limits. They feared that continuing would hinder their subsequent training. Observing this, Mao Jun remarked, "Complete one more set. You all must finish at least 3 sets today." Upon hearing this, Hua Hua quietly lamented, "I should have declared that the first set was my limit right after completing it." Despite the banner, the 4, driven by their ambition, persevered and managed to finish the 3rd set. As for Chen Feng and Mu Mu, after completing the 3rd set amidst the envious gazes of their peers, they took a moment to catch their breath before continuing to the 4th set. When they reached the 5th set, Chen Feng finally expressed the need to conserve enough energy for the upcoming training. Hua Hua chuckled, "Brother Feng, why did you stop at this paltry number? It hardly befits your stature. You might as well push a little further." Chen Feng laughed heartily. "I truly cannot continue. I initially intended to keep pace with Mu Mu, but it seems one cannot compete with a beast in silence." With a hearty laugh, Mu Mu, feeling capable of continuing, initiated his next set of 50 push-ups. As the sets progressed, Mu Mu completed his 8th set amidst the admiration of his companions. During a brief rest, having long felt that the nickname Old Cow tarnished his appealing image, he sought to shed this cumbersome moniker, saying, "Old Mu, please refrain from calling me Old Cow in the future. You are the true powerhouse. From now on, let us refer to you as Brother Niu." Mu Mu, is Old Cow's brother Cow brother? Fortunately, your admiration has not yet escalated to the point of exaggerating several generations of kinship. However, this is merely a humble description of your simplicity and honesty. I am unworthy of the esteemed title of Cow brother, so I shall leave it for you. Beside us, Hua Hua chimed in, "Exactly. Both handsome and down-to-earth, the name Old Cow suits you best." Old Cow, Hua Hua. Can you refrain from adding anything else while you expound on my handsomeness as a matter of objective fact? After a round of light-hearted banter, the group of young men resumed their rigorous training. By 6 in the evening, after more than 8 hours of training, excluding lunchtime and breaks, they concluded their first day. Both Old Gua and Mu Mu hailed from the countryside, and after a spirited dispute between Old Feng and Hua Hua, it was ultimately Hua Hua who secured the right to provide accommodation for the two. Initially, they had planned to rent a room in the city for convenience, but both Hua Hua and Old Feng insisted, citing the inconvenience of renting, and insisted that the two share their cozy little bed. Mu Mu and Lao Gua, relinquishing their stubbornness and formality, decided to take up residence at Hua Hua's home. Li's parents, having become well acquainted with the boys due to their children's friendship, felt no sense of estrangement among them. They were genuinely pleased and supportive of the young men's positive and diligent attitudes. Upon returning from training in the evening, the 3 young men entered the house to find a feast of nourishing ingredients prepared by Li's mother. After a quick wash-up, they eagerly began to indulge in the meal. Following dinner, the trio had no intention of concluding their training for the day. Accustomed to intense practice while others rested, they awaited their prearranged meeting with Lao Feng, and then set off with their basketballs to the court of the 4th middle school. It was only until the lights went out at 9:30 that they reluctantly gathered the balls and returned home. Their routine included a 10-kilometer run at dawn, morning and afternoon basketball training sessions, one-on-one duels after practice, and evening sessions where the trio secretly continued to train with Feng Song. Through this relentless dedication day after day, each hardworking individual gradually improved, making strides in their abilities. Chapter 18. New challenges unbeknownst to them. Summer vacation had swiftly passed. The students had to bid farewell to their precious holiday and embrace the onset of a new semester. After more than a month of rigorous training, they had all become slightly more distinguished than their former selves. Moreover, they were secretly contemplating how to showcase their newfound prowess to be recognized by others. On the first day of practice after the school year commenced, the players of the 4th middle school witnessed the remarkable progress of the summer training quartet. Lao Nyo not only displayed exquisite low-post skills but also significantly improved his strength in the paint, causing the defender Gu Xiaohai to waver. Lao Guo's mid-range and three-point shots had become increasingly precise. Wang Mingyu remained quite slender, yet his demeanor had changed altogether. As for Mu Mu, others felt that unless he was double-teamed, a one-on-one situation was akin to allowing him an open shot. After practice, Mao Jun gathered everyone and declared, "A new semester has commenced, and you will all face new lives and challenges. If you wish to reap rewards, diligent effort is an experience that everyone must undergo. That is all the motivational talk I will offer, regardless of its flavor. I simply hope you are a group of hardworking young men. This past May, we won the championship, and I have no intention of relinquishing that title next May. Do you all have confidence?" The crowd responded in unison, yes. The enthusiasm displayed by the group brought satisfaction to Mao Jun. Indeed, that resounding answer has ignited my sense of your fighting spirit. Besides our aspirations for next year's championship, there is another important matter I must announce. Upon hearing that it was significant news, everyone perked up. Because our 4th middle school has won the city championship this year, in 2 months' time. We will represent Yinjing City in the provincial Shuxing Cup, which is aimed at student teams from various schools. Upon receiving this news, the companions who were to represent the city at the provincial level could hardly contain their excitement. Some were thrilled at the prospect of exploring a bustling metropolis, while others were eager to step onto a grander stage. Regardless of the nature of their enthusiasm, there was no hierarchy among their feelings, only a spectrum of individual experiences. However, differing mindsets would lead to varying outcomes in their pursuits. Observing the elation of his team, Mao Jun continued, "There will be scouts from various Cuba teams in attendance. If any of you demonstrate exceptional talent, you may very well become the second student from Yinjing City to join Cuba. Therefore, those of you with such aspirations must strive even harder. You will be competing against the finest high school students in the province. Always maintain diligence and focus, as well as confidence and determination. Let us go." The crowd responded eagerly, yes. Upon hearing that Cuba scouts would be present, Lao Guo and Lao Nyo excitedly exclaimed to Mu Mu, "Wow, Cuba! With Mu Mu's current abilities, those discerning scouts will definitely come to our school seeking talent. Mu Mu, we'll be relying on you to showcase your skills." As Mu Mu continued to improve, his confidence soared, and he began to anticipate joining Cuba. The following afternoon during the team S practice, Hua Hua, who had successfully passed the assessment, stood alongside his old friends on the court. Due to the addition of new players, Mao Jun, as before, rearranged the lineup for an internal practice session. After training diligently alongside Mu Mu for some time, Hua Hua's speed had become even more rapid, and their synergy had grown remarkably. After observing everyone's performance, Mao Jun addressed the other two, "What do you think of the newly arrived Li Hua?" Lao Ma replied confidently, "Although this young man has a height disadvantage, he possesses remarkable drive and is proficient in long-range shooting." Wei Cheng added, "The key is the chemistry between him and Mu Mu. They can read each other's intentions with just a glance." Mao Jun nodded in agreement. Indeed, his three-point shooting can create space for the team, allowing Mu Mu and Xiao Jun to operate freely in a more expansive interior. "I am considering replacing Zhao Xin with him as the starting point guard. What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Lao Ma responded, "We could give it a try. Let him partner with Mu Mu during training. If he performs well in the upcoming practices against other schools, we might consider making him a starter." In the course of a discussion among the three, Hua Hua remained unaware that an opportunity to be a starter had already presented itself. In the subsequent days of team practice, Mao Jun and others observed that the lineup featuring Mu Mu, Hua Hua, Lao Guo, Lao Nyo, and Wang Mingyu exhibited commendable synergy. Each of the 5 possessed shooting prowess and commendable agility. Aside from Wang Mingyu, who was somewhat lacking in defensive skills, the other 4 demonstrated excellent passing abilities and solid defense. Even with Wang Mingyu's defensive shortcomings, his precise shooting complemented the dynamic interplay with the other 4, creating a harmonious balance. Consequently, this lineup became an unspoken secret weapon among the 3 coaches, leading to increased practice time for the quintet. Training was rigorous. The days were monotonous, yet the future gleamed with promise, a sentiment shared by Mu Mu and his companions. Thus, undeterred by hardship or fatigue, they persevered. Gradually, time quietly progressed to September 27th. On that evening, Mu Mu reclined on his dormitory bed, filled with excitement as he observed the array of data manifesting in his mind. Barefoot height, 195 centimeters, wingspan, 213 centimeters, weight, 90 kilograms, strength, 70, speed, 65, agility, 67, vertical leap, 80, stamina, 77, dunking, 71, layup, 63, close-range shooting, 65, mid-range shooting, 65, three-point shooting, 60, free throw, 65, ball handling speed, 58, shooting IQ, 63, ball control, 60, passing, 55, perimeter defense, 66, interior defense, 45, blocking, 58, stealing, 62, offensive rebounding, 44, defensive rebounding, 42, offensive stability, 63, defensive stability, 61, lateral movement speed, 65, competitiveness, 60, overall capability, 63. After more than a year of perseverance, coupled with 2 intense training sessions during the holidays, Mu Mu had experienced remarkable progress both physically and technically, with all metrics showing varying degrees of improvement. Initially, the growth was rapid, but once he surpassed the 50s, particularly the 60s, the pace of enhancement slowed somewhat. Nonetheless, Mu Mu felt immense joy for all that he had achieved thus far. Tomorrow, he would join his teammates to participate in the Shushan Cup in the provincial capital. Despite having many companions who had trained alongside him, the gap between himself and others in Yinjing City, including those who were also improving, had widened significantly. It would not be an exaggeration to state that there was no worthy opponent left in Yinjing City. Thus, within Mu Mu's heart, there was a profound yearning to encounter a formidable adversary. The provincial competition commencing on October 1st would gather the finest high school talents from across the province. Anticipating stronger opponents, Mu Mu succumbed to slumber after a long day. Chapter 19. Departure to Rongqing early the next morning. The exhilarated basketball team from the 4th middle school boarded a bus heading to the provincial capital. Throughout the journey, the young men enthusiastically discussed and recommended various attractions and delectable cuisines of Rongqing. The vibrant group filled the bus with a lively atmosphere. Some suggested the renowned Chuanxi Road, while others praised the charm of Quanjai Alley, and yet others deemed the magnificent museum adjacent to Rongqing Square worthy of a visit. Amidst their tireless and spirited discussions, the bus, having traveled for over 2 hours, approached Rongqing. As they passed through the Rongqing New District, the towering skyscrapers outside the window signaled their arrival in the city. Hua Hua gazed in awe at the buildings, exclaiming, "Wow, how tall!" They far surpassed those in Yinjing City. Lao Guan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Rongqing is nearly the largest city in the southwest. In terms of scale, the surrounding cities are surely its younger siblings." Not long after entering the city, as the flow of vehicles around us increased, the pace of the bus began to slow. Rather than displaying impatience, everyone seemed to take delight in observing the vibrant scenery outside the window. Everywhere, cars were ensnarled in traffic, and people were jostling for space. Upon raising our eyes, towering edifices appeared to pierce the heavens, seemingly obscuring the sky. After traveling a little further, a colossal square structure came into view outside the window. Hua widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "Wow, it's enormous." Although Mu Mu had never visited before, she had researched online and, feigning familiarity, informed us. "This is the Global Center, reputed to be the largest single building in Asia." "Oh, no wonder," came the response. "Can you guess how it compares to the infamous skyscraper in the United States?" Reflecting on the grandeur of that notable structure, Old Gua glanced at Mu Mu and cautiously inquired, "Is our global center larger?" Mu Mu nodded. "Indeed, it is as large as a building with 3 missing legs." "Oh." At this moment, the old cow approached. "It is indeed vast. It is said that there is an indoor ocean park inside. However, this is not the most worthwhile place to visit in Rongqing. Eager to expand her horizons, Hua curiously inquired, "Where is it then?" With his gaze seemingly lost in a fanciful reverie outside the window, the old cow, in a state of bliss, replied, "Of course, it is Chuanchi Road, adorned with captivating scenery everywhere." Upon hearing this enchanting description, Lao Gua and Moo immediately understood what the old cow was referring to. Hua, seemingly enlightened, remarked, "Oh, just by looking at your expression, it's clear what you mean." The old cow, unfazed by being exposed, said, "Come on, guys, let us not pretend to be serious. Bottling it up can make one ill. What is wrong with letting loose a little? Once the competition is over, we'll find a good spot on Chuanchi Road and enjoy ourselves, hee. Observing the old cow's fantasies spilling over, the others felt a chill run down their spines. After a period of congestion, the bus finally transported everyone to their prearranged lodging. The primary competition venue was designated at Min University and Shu University, with the finals set to take place at the Rongqing Sports Center. Thus, the team chose the nearby Iguan Temple as their base for this trip. The following day, the players trained at the sports field of Min University. The training lasted only half a day. For the remaining time, Mao Jun planned to allow the players to rest well. They usually trained hard enough. So it was time to recharge their spirits in preparation for the first match the next day. Southwest University of Finance and Economics is located in the Wunjiang district of Rongqing. At this moment, students were strolling in groups of 3 or 5 along the paths beside the lecture halls. Among them was a tall man clad in blue and white sports attire, standing out prominently in the crowd. Upon noticing him, the surrounding students greeted him warmly. "Hello, Teacher Wang. Off to lunch, Coach Wang?" "Hey, hello, Wang Good." Responding to passing students, serves as the basketball coach of this school. During his university years, he was a member of the mining university team, achieving the highest honor in Cuba in 2009. From 2013 to 2018, he accumulated a wealth of experience as a coach at Zhe University. Since taking over the basketball team at Southwest University of Finance and Economics last year, he has been eager to reach the heights he once attained as a player. Although many exceptionally talented students, who displayed their gifts at the tender age of 11 or 12, have been recruited by various CBA youth training teams and are unlikely to remain available for Cuba to select, not every individual reveals their talent so early. With unwavering determination to seek out potential, Wang Gu is now preparing to consult his assistant coach, Luo Ming, to strategize for the upcoming Shuxing Cup, aimed at attracting high school students from across the province. Although Shanxing College of Arts and Sciences is an ordinary undergraduate institution, it possesses the courage to compete with prestigious 985 and 211 universities in Cuba. Last year, they fortuitously discovered Duan Fengwei from Yinjing City, who has since become a scoring powerhouse for the team. As a result, head coach Luo Xiaojun has consistently monitored the promising high school students in Yinjing City, with particular focus on Chen Feng, a senior who was Duan Fengwei's former teammate. This attention led Luo Xiaojun to become aware of Mu's existence during a high school competition in Yinjing City 5 months ago. After watching the final match video featuring Mu and Chen Feng, Luo Xiaojun was intrigued by the player wearing number 53. Tomorrow, as Yinjing City commences its first match, he intends to observe this rising star's performance to determine if he is worthy of a coveted special recruitment slot. Not only they, but Cuba coaches from around Rongqing are also hopeful of uncovering those hidden gems that have yet to be snatched up by CBA youth training teams during this event. The Shuxing Cup has invited the most outstanding school teams from various cities, featuring 18 teams from 3 autonomous prefectures and 13 prefecture-level cities. It can be said that it encompasses the finest high school talents in the province. Among these 18 teams, Tian Middle School and Yibin Second Middle School from Rongqing are deemed the most likely contenders for the finals and championship, scheduled during the National Day holiday. The tournament is tightly arranged. As long as a team advances, they will have matches almost daily. For these young high school lads, this presents a significant challenge. The 18 teams will face off in pairs through a draw, with winners advancing and losers eliminated in a single elimination format. The competition will commence on October 1st. With the round of 16 progressing to the quarterfinals on the 2nd, the semifinals on the 3rd, and the remaining 2 teams competing for the championship on the 4th at the Rongqing Sports Hall. As the young athletes await with excitement and trepidation, October 1st finally arrives. Min University is located next to the Wuhou Museum in Wuhou District, an area considered central to the city. Perhaps due to this, the new campus has not chosen to expand nearby. This campus is relatively old, resulting in a smaller student population. The absence of lively youth may explain the sparse audience present at today's event. The tournament primarily aims to foster communication between teams from various high schools within the province and to unearth potential newcomers for universities, but its promotion has not been widespread. After the draw results were announced, the players from the 4th Middle School learned they would face one of the championship favorites, Tian Middle School from Rongqing. In the first round, however, this daunting prospect did not instill fear in Mu. Rather, it ignited his competitive spirit. Chapter 20. The Jump Ball Guard in this tournament. Multiple teams are set to compete on the same day, and the organizers have not assigned specific seating for Cuba coaches, allowing them the freedom to choose their spots. At this moment, Luo Xiaojun has arrived at Min University, having inquired about the location of the 4th Middle School's court, and he proceeds directly to find a seat by the sidelines. Meanwhile, Wang Gu, who has been wandering around the court for quite some time, nudges his assistant coach Luo Ming upon spotting Luo Xiaojun. Hey, the fellow actually settled in that particular area. It appears there is something of value there. Come, let us also sneak over and take a look. With that, the two of them followed suit, quietly making their way to the location of the 4th Middle School. Hey, Coach Luo, what brings you here? Is the hot pot in Shanqing not savory enough, prompting a trip to Rongqing to indulge? Hey, is it customary for all of you from the Finance University to be so sneaky? You didn't even greet me directly. Sneaking up like that truly startled me. Luo Xiaojun smiled on the surface, yet inwardly pondered how this person had followed him. Did he come simply by catching a whiff of something? Such a keen nose. Wang Gu chuckled. It's broad daylight. What is there to be afraid of? A guest from afar deserves hospitality. Tonight, I shall treat you to hot pot. Luo Xiaojun waved his hand dismissively. Once you leave Shanqing, the hot pot outside is merely a spicy soup, lacking in flavor. Next time you visit our Shanqing, I shall treat you to the authentic version. Wang Gu replied, Oh, what do you mean by you and us? Must we really differentiate between authenticity and inauthenticity in such a manner? No, I detect a hint of possessiveness in your tone. Is there perhaps a treasure to be found here? Observing the sly demeanor of this fellow as he fixed his gaze on the players on the field, Luo Xiaojun felt a twinge of concern. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and replied, Ahem. I have just arrived as well, merely taking a casual look. Unyielding, Wang Gu continued to engage in conversation, casually inviting Luo Ming to take a seat beside him, seemingly resolved to remain. Meanwhile, Mu and the others were warming up on the court, unaware that the Cuba coach was already seated at the sidelines, patiently awaiting the commencement of the match. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the time for the game had arrived. The starting 5 arranged by the 4th Middle School consisted of point guard Hua, shooting guard Mu, small forward Lao Gua, power forward Lao Nyo, and center Gu Xiaohua. The players from Yinjing 4th Middle School donned blue and white uniforms, while the team from Rongqing's Tian Middle School sported striking red jerseys with white trim. Although Mu had grown to a height of 195 centimeters, making him the tallest on the team, Coach Mao Jun and the other two discussed their expectations for him. Given Mu's playing style and the prospects of advancing to higher levels of competition, they believed this height was still best suited for a guard position. Thus, they decided to maintain Mu at the shooting guard position. While he was designated as a shooting guard, his exceptional vertical leap and speed set him apart, complemented by his impressive wingspan and height. Consequently, the opening jump ball was entrusted to Mu. As anticipated, with a remarkable leap, he secured the first possession for the 4th Middle School, leaving the opposing center in astonishment. As the game progressed into the front court, Yang Lin grew increasingly curious as he observed the player in jersey number 53 standing beyond the three-point line. Was it possible that the opposing center not only possessed remarkable speed, but also excelled at launching attacks from the perimeter? In this era of small ball dominance, it was hardly surprising for an interior center to possess long-range capabilities. With the stakes so high, every possession warranted utmost diligence. Thus, Yang Lin quickly approached to closely defend the robust Mu in the 53 jersey. Meanwhile, the player from Jitian, Zhou Yu, found himself at a loss as he looked up at the towering Lao Nyo and Gu Xiaohua, uncertain whom to guard. He noted that his teammate, Yang Lin, who should have been defending the interior, was instead fixated on the muscular 53. After a quick assessment, Zhou Yu realized that the 53 was nearly as tall as the 196 centimeters Yang Lin, concluding that Yang Lin had not misjudged his assignment. He sighed internally, contemplating how Yinjing 4th Middle School fielded 3 players over 190 centimeters. Reluctantly, Zhou Yu opted to match up against Lao Nyo, whom he perceived to be less formidable than Gu Xiaohua. Unbeknownst to him, Lao Niu possessed exceptional low-post offensive skills. Delighted to see a player barely over 180 centimeters assigned to guard him, Lao Niu quickly established his position with his back to the defender and called out to Hua, who was at the arc. "Hey, Hua, over here." Upon receiving the bounce pass, Lao Niu backed into his defender, preparing to make his move. How effortless it is. If I do not employ my skills now, when shall I? The proud old bull swiftly executed a backhand hook shot, and the ball effortlessly found its way into the net. After scoring, the old bull playfully remarked to his defender, "Zhou Yu, brother. You must be playing as a shooting guard, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Yes." "Haha, then your matchup is not with me. Number 53 is our shooting guard, while I play as a power forward." Meanwhile, Gu Xiaohao chuckled lightly before sprinting towards the other end of the court, leaving a bewildered Zhou Yu behind. Once positioned at the front court, Zhou Yu approached Yang Lin and informed him, "The player you were defending just now is their shooting guard. Make sure to keep an eye on those two. They are their interior players." He gestured towards Gu Xiaojun and the old bull. "Huh, who knew they would send a shooting guard to jump ball, and he is so tall?" Yang Lin replied, "All right, then good luck. I bumped into him just now, and he is incredibly solid." With a sigh of relief, Yang Lin shot Zhou Yu an encouraging glance before cheerfully heading towards the paint. Donning jersey number 3. Wu Yajun was the offensive linchpin for Jitian High School, playing as a small forward. Standing at 188 centimeters, he possessed a robust and remarkable physique. Observing his opponent, who had lowered his center of gravity and spread his arms in a defensive stance, Wu Yajun decided to initiate a pick-and-roll with his teammate to enhance the success rate of this offensive play. Yang Lin, who had already developed a tacit understanding with him, jogged over and set a sizable screen beside Lao Gua. Utilizing his teammate's screen, Wu Yajun charged towards the basket with determination. Another teammate had effectively blocked Gu Xiaojun from providing help defense. In just a few strides, Wu Yajun reached the basket, capitalizing on the space created by his teammates, and successfully made the layup. On the sidelines, Mao Jun shouted, "Interior, what's going on? You can't even secure a position." Observing the game, Wang Gu turned to Luo Xiaojun and said, "Hey, this number 3 kid has impressive explosiveness, don't you think, Lao Luo?" He reached the basket in a single step. "Indeed, it's remarkable." Noticing Luo Xiaojun's verbal praise, yet lack of enthusiasm in his eyes, Wang Gu thought to himself, this doesn't seem to impress him. Could there be other treasures? With this in mind, he scrutinized the players on the court even more closely. Chapter 21, Shining in the Provincial Competition, Part 1. The 4th middle school gained possession of the ball. As the point guard, Hua advanced the ball past half court. From the sidelines, Mao Jun shouted, "Do not hesitate. Mu, unleash your full potential." Upon hearing the coach's directives, Hua passed the ball to the elevated position of Mu, then deftly drew his defender to the left. Old Nyo spread out at the corner, and Mu promptly returned the ball to Hua. Just as the attention of the spectators converged on Hua, who had just received the ball, Gu Xiaohai had stealthily advanced into position, preparing to set a back screen near the free-throw line. At that moment, Mu surged forward like a rapier, utilizing Gu Xiaohai's screen to successfully evade his defender and penetrate the paint. Arriving at the basket, Mu caught the ball passed back by Hua and, facing an unguarded situation, effortlessly scored. The coach of Jitian shouted, "Do not pull the interior defense out, guard the paint." Hearing the opposing coach's admonition, Mao Jun chuckled. "If he truly doesn't pull out, we can directly send Mingyu in to pierce through them." Lao Ma replied, seeing Mumu's swift penetration. He surely dares not leave the paint undefended. Witnessing 2 consecutive scores, Wu Yajun, the team's core, rallied his teammates, declaring, "Let us keep our spirits high. We cannot allow them to score so easily anymore." As the game progressed past the halfway mark, Wu Yajun once again held the ball. Much like before, he executed a pick and roll with teammate Yang Lin. Utilizing the screen, he drove in from the right, and, with 3 steps merging into 2, made a low layup at the basket. Just as the ball left his fingertips, it was met with a resounding block against the backboard and snatched by a pair of large hands. Observing this defensive maneuver, Luo Xiaojun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The perceptive Wang Gu, catching a glimpse of Luo Xiaojun's eager gaze from the corner of his eye, seemed to grasp the unfolding situation as a smile crept onto his lips. Having successfully executed the backboard rejection, Mu immediately seized the ball and sprinted back. Before he had taken 2 steps forward, he spotted Hua, that clever trickster, who had already left everyone behind and was advancing solo across the half-court. Mumu immediately executed a long pass that landed perfectly in front of him. Hua effortlessly caught the ball and then joyfully dashed towards the basket, securing 2 more points. The score stood at 6-2, with Yinjing number 4 momentarily in command of the game. As Jition's point guard dribbled past half-court, Wu Yajin, eager to redeem himself, maneuvered around Yang Lin's screen. The point guard passed the ball to Wu Yajin, who, after pivoting with Yang Lin, once again utilized his teammate's screen to cut in from the right. With his speed and commendable ball-handling skills, Wu Yajin successfully penetrated the defensive Lao Gua. Faced with 2 towering opponents standing at 1.9 meters, he opted against a forceful attempt at the basket, instead executing a Euro step and preparing to launch a jump shot. Just as he was about to release the ball, Mumu, like a phantom, swiftly appeared behind him and snatched the ball from his grasp. Amidst the astonishment of the spectators, Mumu darted to the other end of the court, adding another 2 points to Yinjing number 4 amidst the frustration of Jition's players. After being thwarted in 2 consecutive attempts, Wu Yajin remained composed, urging his teammates not to panic and to take their time. Jition High School decided to adopt a more methodical approach, preparing for a half-court offense. Once they reached the front court, each player settled into position, passing the ball to Yang Lin, who had established himself in the paint. Standing at 196 centimeters, Yang Lin was slightly taller than Gu Xiaohao and Lao Niu, though the difference was minimal and did not confer a significant advantage. As the external offensive core struggled, Yang Lin was ready to provide the team with the necessary firepower. Receiving the ball, Yang Lin backed into Lao Niu, testing his strength. After gauging the opponent's solid defense, he faked with his left shoulder and opted for a right-side fadeaway shot. Lao Niu extended his arm to interfere, but the ball, upon release, traced a gentle arc through the air before swishing through the net. Having overheard the coach's earlier instructions to keep an eye on the interior defense, Mumu recognized that another penetration would surely draw defensive support from the opponents, making it an opportune moment to test their interior defense. Determined, he led his defender on a couple of baseline circles before utilizing Lao Gua's screen to receive the ball. With the ball in hand, Mumu teased his defender with a dribble between his legs, seamlessly transitioning into a hesitation step. After completing a dragging step, Mumu extended his front foot forward and, with a fluid motion, took a step while dribbling the ball with his hands suspended, his gaze fixed on the defender. Just as Zhou, the defender, anticipated that the ball, seemingly suspended in the air by number 53, would be pulled back for a right-side breakthrough, Mumu seized the opportunity presented by Zhou's hesitation, instantly lowering his center of gravity and stepping forward with a crossover from the left. Within 2 steps, Mumu had surpassed Zhou and arrived beneath the basket. Yang Lin, ever ready for assistance, along with another teammate, promptly advanced to provide support, successfully sealing off Mumu's shooting angle. Observing the 2 defenders charging towards him, Mumu executed a behind-the-back pass, distributing the ball to the cutting Lao Niu. With the defenders drawn away by Mumu, Lao Niu effortlessly secured 2 points. After scoring, Lao Niu chuckled, "What a splendid pass. Our synergy is growing as harmonious as that of a married couple." "Shut up," Mumu retorted, a wave of nausea surging within him as he shot him a glare. On the sidelines, Luo Xiaojun genuinely praised, "Excellent passing choice. Your awareness is commendable." Wang Gu chimed in, "Indeed, it radiates the essence of our esteemed university." Upon hearing such shameless remarks, Luo Xiaojun's disdain intensified. In the subsequent offensive sequence, Yang Lin, having successfully opened up the interior, continued to aggressively attack the paint. Against such a smooth and skillful interior player, Gu Xiaohao evidently lacked the defensive acumen, failing to contain the opponent's offensive maneuvers over several possessions. The physically dominant Lao Niu also struggled to impose sufficient pressure on Yang Lin defensively. The mere few centimeters in height difference granted Yang Lin a considerable advantage in his offensive pursuits. However, despite Lao Niu's defensive shortcomings, he still managed to provide substantial firepower for the team on the offensive end, creating a reciprocal explosive situation with Yang Lin. Following a series of maneuvers by Yang Lin in the paint, the score remained tightly contested at 21-18, with Yanjing Xizhong momentarily leading by 4 points. Mumu had contributed significantly to the team with 8 points, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block, demonstrating formidable energy on both ends of the court. Furthermore, after proactively switching defensive assignments with Lao Gua, he effectively neutralized Wu Yajin, who failed to score again under tight scrutiny. Chapter 22. The Provincial Competition Shines, Part 2. As the second quarter commenced, both teams deployed their substitute lineups. In comparison to GTN's substitutes, the bench for Si Zhong was evidently weaker. Zhao Xian's drive could not penetrate the opposing defense, and Wang Mingyu, as a shooter, struggled to find his rhythm against the defenders. Realizing that they had quickly fallen behind in the score at the beginning of the second quarter, an increasingly restless Mao Jun promptly called for a timeout, subsequently sending all the starters back onto the court except for Gu Xiaohao. Lao Ma remarked, "Isn't it too early to deploy this lineup now?" Mao Jun shook his head, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. It was time to commence the match. GTN Middle School and Yibin No. 2 High School were both heralded as the two strongest teams in this competition, their roster depth evidently surpassing ours. With the outcome resting on a single match, there was no room for carelessness. Maintaining a firm grip on the advantage was the most prudent course of action. As he observed the main players from the 4th High School stepping onto the court, GTN's coach felt a surge of urgency and promptly substituted Yang Lin and Wu Yajun into the game. The first quarter had allowed GTN center to score an excessive number of points. Thus Mumu, after conferring with Mao Jun and the others, resolved to take on the responsibility of guarding the paint, determined to make each of the opponent's offensive attempts exceedingly challenging. The 4th High School gained possession. As Huahua dribbled past half-court, he quickly spotted Mumu cutting towards the basket with the aid of a screen and swiftly passed the ball. As Mumu received the ball, aside from the defender, Zhou Yu trailing behind him, the towering Yang Lin hurriedly approached to offer assistance. Just as the two were about to form a double team, Mumu, with the ball in hand, executed a sudden explosive step back, successfully creating space between himself and the defenders. Seizing the momentary gap, he raised his hand and released the ball. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the hoop. After giving Huahua a playful slap on the backside, Mumu praised, "Excellent. Your passing is increasingly reminiscent of Coach Long's style. Keep it up." Returning to the half-court, the players of GTN took their positions, once again delivering the ball to Yang Lin, who had secured his spot in the paint. However, this time, he found himself matched up against the robust Mumu. Confronted by the formidable 53, Yang Lin dared not let his guard down, immediately sharpening his focus, encouraging himself internally. He believed that only by scoring against this opponent could the game truly open up. Thus, as he prepared to attack, Yang Lin feigned with his shoulders, testing the waters before executing a sudden left spin. Upon turning, he lowered his center of gravity, dribbling with his right hand while using his left hand to shield the ball against Mumu's waist. To his surprise, he felt an immense force upon contact. Long proud of his hand strength, he felt as though he had pushed against solid steel when he touched 53's waist. It was incredibly firm, and he could exert no force at all. Observing the center's attempt to maneuver past him, Mumu smiled slightly and quickly matched his pace, occasionally applying subtle pressure with his arm against the opponent. Each time he made contact, he would swiftly retract his arm, only to touch again in a rapid succession of actions. Such discrete physical maneuvers, whether by attackers or defenders, are commonplace in the game. As long as the intent is not to injure, such contact is merely a part of the competitive spirit. Realizing he could not shake off his defender, Yang Lin decided to lean on 53 for a strong play. But suddenly, with a sharp sound, Mumu's long arm intercepted the ball from Yang Lin's side. The dislodged ball bounced high, perhaps by chance or by design. Huahua, quick-witted as ever, seized the ball and swiftly initiated a counterattack. Well-versed in such tactics, Wang Mingyu and Lao Gua sprinted back in a frenzy. Noticing their fervent effort, Huahua swiftly passed the ball to them. As Lao Gua advanced, successfully drawing the retreating defenders, he passed to the fast-breaking Wang Mingyu. With the GTN players unable to defend in time, Wang Mingyu effortlessly completed the layup. On the sidelines, assistant coach Luo Ming marveled. This 53 possesses remarkable strength and speed, excelling on the defensive end as well. Wanga nodded in agreement, indeed. The synergy of skill and physical prowess is essential for a player to command the game. The player wearing number 53 has already met the essential criteria. After speaking, he turned to his companion, Luo Xiaojun, and inquired, "What do you think, Lao Luo?" Luo Xiaojun's lips twitched slightly as he responded, "Indeed, indeed." Meanwhile, he silently thought to himself, "What does a student from a prestigious 211 university have to compete with me, a graduate from an ordinary institution?" In the ensuing rounds, the agile Mumu exhibited a remarkable performance on the court, alternating between penetrating drives, mid-range jumpers, and three-point shots. His contributions did not cease with his own scoring. He adeptly drew the attention of 2 or 3 defenders, consistently finding the opportune moment to pass the ball. His teammates, upon receiving the ball, either took the shot immediately or relayed it to a teammate in a more advantageous position. Consequently, the unstoppable Moo rendered the defense of GTN High School utterly ineffective. Meanwhile, players like Hua and Lao Gua capitalized on frequent defensive lapses, converting the majority of their open shots. Thus, in the second quarter alone, the team from Sejong unleashed an astonishing offensive surge, amassing 35 points in just one quarter. By halftime, what had once been a closely contested score transformed into a staggering 56-26. GTN High School was stifled in the second quarter, managing only 8 points, 4 of which were scored by substitutes during a period when the main players from Sejong were off the court. This means that once the starters returned, GTN managed a mere 4 points. Spectators fortunate enough to witness the game were left exhilarated, while Mao Jun and Lao Ma wore smiles broad enough to split their faces. Luo Xiaojun, eyes gleaming with intensity, watched number 53, while Wang Ge, nearby, was practically drooling. Only the coach and players from GTN High School appeared bewildered, seemingly wishing to awaken from this nightmarish scenario. With a 30-point deficit, the situation appeared dire for the trailing team. During the third quarter, the main players from Sejong were substituted out by Mao Jun after just half the period. At this moment, Luo Xiaojun could no longer remain seated on the sidelines. He rose and made his way to Sejong's resting area. Just a short distance behind him, Wang Ge, equally eager, leaped ahead, bypassing Luo Xiaojun with a large stride. Observing this annoying figure rushing past him, Luo Xiaojun inwardly cursed. How shameless to be in such a hurry. Before even reaching Mao Jun and Lao Ma, Wang Ge extended his arms and exclaimed, "Ah, are you both the coaches of Sejong? Greetings, greetings." Before either could respond, the enthusiastic Wang Ge clasped Mao Jun's hands tightly. He then did the same with Lao Ma, both times with both hands. Faced with this sudden display of fervor from a stranger, Mao Jun and Lao Ma exchanged awkward glances, but quickly realized that he must be associated with the Cuba basketball team. Chapter 23. The enthusiastic Cuba coaches. In response to the exuberant Wang Ge, Mao Jun nodded and replied, "Hello. I am Mao Jun, the coach of Sejong. And this is our assistant coach, Mr. Ma." "Hello, Coach Mao and Teacher Ma. I am Wang Ge, the head coach of the Southwest University of Finance and Economics basketball team. You may call me Lao Wang." At that moment, Hua, who was seated and sipping water, nearly sprayed it out upon hearing my introduction. After suppressing a chuckle, he nudged a few people beside him and whispered, "Hey, look, here comes Lao Wang." This prompted a quiet fit of laughter among them, largely due to the inexplicable enthusiasm exhibited by Wang Ge, coupled with the endearing way he introduced himself, which added a delightful charm to the atmosphere. At that moment, Luo Xiaojun, the coach from the Shanxing University of Arts and Sciences basketball team, arrived. "Oh dear, this is quite remarkable. The young talents you have trained are truly exceptional," he exclaimed, following a round of casual introductions and compliments among the group. Luo Xiaojun approached Moo first. "Greetings. I am Luo Xiaojun, the basketball coach at Shanxing University. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, I am Moo," he replied, shaking hands with Luo Xiaojun. Luo Xiaojun continued, "You must be aware of our institution. Last year we recruited Duan Fengwei, who hails from your city, Yinjing. He is currently the top scorer on our team. It seems Yinjing has a wealth of basketball talent." "Haha, you flatter me," Moo responded modestly. "Though today marks our first meeting, I have been following your progress since May, and I am quite familiar with your skills. Your physical attributes and basketball techniques are impressively balanced, and you've grown even stronger in the past 6 months." "Thank you," Moo replied with a smile. "I believe there is no need to wait until the end of your senior year to observe further with your current abilities. You are fully capable of becoming a Cuba player. I can offer you a special recruitment spot on behalf of our school right now, if you agree. Upon your graduation next semester, you will be able to join our basketball team at Shanxing University and compete alongside your senior, Xiao Duan, in Cuba next season." At that moment, Wang Ge, who was shaking hands with the players nearby, overheard this. "Wow, you're offering a special recruitment spot just like that? That's simply one to-do. We can't let such a promising talent slip away." Before Moo could respond, an eager Wang Ge stepped between Moo and Luo Xiaojun, interrupting. "Hello, Moo. I am Wang Ge, the coach of the basketball team at Southwest University of Finance and Economics. Instead of heading all the way to Shanxing, why not come to our university? It's only a tower bus ride from Yinjing to Rongqing. I'm a straightforward person, If you agree, the special recruitment spot at our university is yours. Although the distinction between the prestigious 211 Finance University and the ordinary undergraduate institutions in the mountainous city lies in the different degrees they confer. Wang Gu did not explicitly articulate this advantage in front of Luo Xiaojun, as it was an unspoken understanding among them. While both were coveting the opportunity before them, they still needed to maintain a semblance of decorum, refraining from belittling one another based on academic credentials. Observing the eager and yearning expressions on their faces, Mumu pondered for a moment and said, "Firstly, I am immensely grateful to both coaches for so decisively granting me this invaluable special admission opportunity. However, I must now concentrate on the remaining competitions. The choice of school is of utmost importance, and I need to discuss this with my family before making a decision. Thank you, coaches." Upon hearing that there was no bias towards either party, both individuals felt a tinge of disappointment, yet a sense of relief washed over them. At the very least, there remained an opportunity to strive earnestly in the future. After the ambiguous exchange where neither party agreed nor declined, they left their contact information with the rather lackluster Mumu. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, both hopeful suitors departed, each harboring their own aspirations for the next steps. As the fourth quarter drew to a close, the score settled at a staggering 80-45. With this significant margin, Yanjing Xizhong eliminated the formidable contender, Ji Tianzhong Shui, and continued their unstoppable momentum. On the second, they triumphed over Ye and Yizhong, and on the third, they bested Liangshan Minzhong. Their triumphant march secured their place in the finals. Ibn Erzhong was set to face off against Yanjing Xizhong on October 4th, with the champion of the Shuxing Cup destined to emerge from this encounter. The final match was slated to take place at the Rongqing Sports Center, a venue that could accommodate over 9,000 spectators. It would be the first time Mumu and his teammates would compete in such a vast indoor arena. Although the unfilled seats lent an air of emptiness to the grand hall, the young athletes were nonetheless awestruck by its imposing stature. The absolute dominance displayed by Xizhong in the previous 3 knockout rounds ignited the competitive spirit within the Ibn players, who were eager to witness the prowess of the player wearing number 53. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on October 4th, the match commenced as scheduled. Following the jump ball at center court, Mumu secured the opening possession for Xizhong. The defender assigned to Mumu was a young man standing at 183 centimeters. Upon observing the robust physique of number 53 up close, he swallowed nervously but bravely approached to defend. The scene of their matchup resembled a high school version of Zion Williamson facing off against a younger player. However, compared to Zion, Mumu's physique appeared more elongated, and his features were undoubtedly more striking. Utilizing a screen from his teammate and his own agility, Mumu evaded his defender. Upon receiving a pass from Hua, Mumu, demonstrating remarkable shooting finesse, propelled himself with his legs, engaging his core, and released the shot. With a swish, his first attempt found the mark. In the preceding 3 knockout rounds, Mumu had showcased his accurate shooting and incisive breakthroughs to great effect, instilling unwavering confidence in his coach, Mao Jun, who had instructed his prized player to unleash an all-out offensive in the first quarter. Thus, Mumu embarked on a relentless assault, launching an array of mid-range and 3-point shots that bombarded the opponent's rim. On the defensive end, Mumu also exhibited formidable intimidation. The Ibn players, attempting to penetrate the interior, struggled as they encountered numerous rejections. At the conclusion of the first quarter, Xizhong showcased absolute dominance on both ends of the court, leading Ibn Erzhong by an overwhelming 25-6. Notably, Mumu alone scored 18 points, recorded 2 assists, grabbed 5 rebounds, made 3 steals, and blocked 6 shots, amassing a staggering stat line. Spectators on the sidelines, including Wang Gu and Luo Xiaojun, were eagerly salivating, each plotting the most plausible recruitment strategy. Even with the main players only on the court for 2 quarters, Xizhong, under Mumu's commanding leadership, secured a final victory with a score of 65-42. With a remarkable tally of 32 points, 5 assists, 10 rebounds, 5 steals, and 9 blocks, Mumu was indisputably awarded the MVP of the finals. Chapter 24. A day tour in Rongqing. Following the awards ceremony, the eager Wang Gu, Luo Xiaojun, and others surrounded Mumu, engaging in a fervent competition for his favor. However, Mumu informed them that he would deliberate with his family and provide his final decision in May of the following year, as the college entrance examination approached. Although they yearned to secure this prodigious talent swiftly, the group could only depart reluctantly, preparing their respective strategies. After the finals, the National Day holiday continued. In light of the young men's outstanding performance, Lao Ma and Mao Jun conferred and consented to their desire to explore Rongqing. On the morning of the 5th, the boys, brimming with energy after 4 consecutive days of competition, rose early. After casually finding a breakfast spot to satiate their hunger, they headed straight to Quanjai Alley. After navigating a crowded bus ride, they arrived at the Southeast Gate Station just past 10 o'clock, a few steps from the drop-off point. They reached the entrance of Quanjai Alley, where a plethora of tourists were already strolling about. Hua Hua remarked, observing the throng, that he had expected fewer people in the morning, only to be surprised by the early crowd. Lao Gua responded, during the National Day holiday, no tourist attraction will be devoid of crowds. Lao Nyo, glancing around, remarked, isn't that splendid? Look at how vibrant and lively it is. After expressing their disdain for Lao Nyo, the group began to survey their surroundings. Having arrived, they decided to venture inside. With Zhao Xian's invitation, they merged into the throng and approached the entrance of the wide alley. The surrounding tourists, noticing this group of vigorous and tall young men, cast curious glances their way. Among them, Mumu, standing at an impressive height of 195 centimeters and possessing striking good looks, garnered significant attention. Upon entering the wide alley, the first sights that met their eyes, aside from the multitude of heads in various shades, black, yellow, purple, or bald, were an array of delightful trinkets, with panda plush toys being the most abundant. A short distance ahead, Mumu and his companions observed a young man meticulously trimming a piece of paper while eyeing a traveler. After a while, the paper in his hands bore a striking resemblance to the traveler before him. Having appreciated the young man's skill, the group, uninterested in engaging in commerce, continued their stroll, admiring the ancient-style architecture with its greenish-blue tiles and the diverse array of goods within. Oh, look over there, someone exclaimed, pointing. They turned to see an actor dressed in theatrical garb with a painted face, frequently changing his expressions to entertain passing tourists, prompting many to pause and capture the moment with their cameras. Beside the actor, a young lady was introducing the upcoming performance and encouraging interested passers-by to enter the courtyard to watch, accustomed to enjoying spectacles without expense. The young men lingered for a brief while before resuming their journey. They admired their surroundings for quite some time, and before they knew it, noon had arrived. In their youth, their spirits were high, yet their stomachs were easily stirred by hunger. Consequently, this group, feeling the pangs of emptiness, began to scout the eateries and stalls on either side, each attempting to find the most delectable snacks. Hua Hua, having spotted a promising courtyard, beckoned, come quickly. There are plenty of enticing options here. Upon hearing the call, the young men glanced at the shop fronts and then eagerly entered. Upon entering the spacious establishment, they discovered it was already bustling with patrons, offering a wide variety of foods. Skewers of lamb, tofu, and pork belly, each a generous portion, tempted the appetites of Lao Gua and the others. Eyeing the substantial skewers, the group, eager to sample the delights, each selected 2 skewers and handed them to the staff. The attendant prepared their bill and gestured for them to proceed to the payment counter. After receiving the receipt, Hua Hua made his way to settle the payment. While the young men awaited the grilling of their skewers, Hua Hua returned dramatically, exclaiming, wow, we ordered 2 skewers each, and it totals 675. I don't have enough in my balance. Everyone, please transfer me some money quickly. The old cow inhaled sharply. Observing the considerable size, yet astonished by the exorbitant price, the cost of a single skewer equaled that of 10 on the roadside. The old melon nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the observation. Indeed, but this may be attributed to the prime location, where higher costs inevitably lead to elevated prices. Let us regard this as a novel experience, and afterwards, we shall seek a more affordable place for lunch. Even though 2 strings were not particularly small, Mumu still felt they were insufficient to satiate his hunger, although it was merely a taste of something new. This experience cost the already financially constrained high school students 50 to 60 each, allowing the youth to realize that the outside world is not inexpensive. At noon, the young men sought out a seemingly affordable establishment to enjoy a lunch that was less painful on the wallet. In the afternoon, the group wandered around the picturesque Chuanxi Road, which old Nyo had longed to visit. Upon witnessing the charming scenery along the road, everyone praised old Nyo for being a reliable companion. In this leisurely stroll, the day hastily concluded, leaving the young men with lingering delight. Upon returning to school, the triumphant youths proudly showcased their experience to friends and family. Yet, no matter how proud or ostentatious they may have been, They ultimately returned to the rigors of high school life. This competition experience instilled Mu Mu with greater confidence for entering Cuba next year. This newfound confidence transformed into motivation, driving Mu Mu to diligently train day after day. Accompanying him were Hua Hua and Old Gua. Hua Hua's ball handling skills had become remarkably adept and elegant, while his shooting accuracy continued to improve. Old Gua also exhibited varying degrees of improvement, particularly in his stability with set shots and noticeable advancements in his physical confrontations. However, in terms of progress, Mu Mu clearly outshined them all. While Hua Hua and Old Gua made strides, Mu Mu's relentless dedication and resilience allowed him to widen the gap further despite their spirited efforts to catch up. Chapter 25. The surge of aspiring seekers. Time swiftly flowed by, and the senior high school students were nearing the end of their arduous journey, with just over a month remaining until the college entrance examination. On May 4th, at the Saltwell City Gymnasium, under Mu Mu's leadership, the 4th high school effortlessly claimed the city championship once again, crushing all the other school teams in the city. This year, Mu Mu stood in stark contrast to the other competitors, akin to an adult competing against a group of elementary school children, highlighting the significant disparity in skill. Throughout the event, Mu Mu emerged as a formidable presence. He averaged an astonishing 23, 5 points, 8 rebounds, 6, 5 assists, 5 for steals, and 5, 7 blocks in just over 20 minutes of playing time. Such an impressive performance attracted the attention of notable figures like Wang Gu and Luo Xiaojun, who were keenly focused on Mu Mu, employing all their efforts to stay close to him, fearing that a moment's lapse might allow someone else to seize the opportunity. Of course, it wasn't just them. Other universities aspiring to make their mark in the Cuba Southwest Division also joined the fray. Among the numerous teams seeking to recruit, Mu Mu contemplated making his final choice among 4 institutions: Zhejiang University, Rongqing Sports Institute, Shanxing University of Arts and Sciences, and Southwest University of Finance and Economics. On the morning of May 5th, Mu Mu first engaged with the recruitment representatives from Zhejiang University and Rongqing Sports Institute. Both teams not only offered special recruitment spots but also promised him a starting position in his freshman year. After a simple lunch at 2 in the afternoon, Mu Mu conversed with the head coach of Shanxing University of Arts and Sciences, Luo Xiaojun. Luo earnestly expressed, "Since last year, I have eagerly anticipated the opportunity to invite you to join our team. Although you are 2 years older than your peers, this year's performance has proven that it does not hinder your continued progress. Rather, it has rendered you more mature. This year, you have navigated the competitions with remarkable ease, completely commanding the flow of the matches. My coaching staff and I are in unanimous agreement that you possess the qualities required to be a leader of the team. Thus, we have prepared for you a position as the unequivocal cornerstone of the team in the upcoming season." Upon hearing this promise, Mu Mu had already dismissed the 2 schools from the morning, observing the eager young man before him nodding frequently in response to the previous remarks. Luo Xiaojun felt a sense of reassurance and continued with sweet words. "Little Mu, last season, your fellow townsman Duan Fowei was our team's leading scorer. Moreover, I have a piece of news to share. Little Duan will participate in the CBA draft this August. We all believe that given his performance last year, he is sure to secure a draft pick from a CBA team." From the words of the other party, Mu Mu understood their implication. The success of his fellow townsman Duan Fowei from the previous year demonstrated that the liberal arts college is entirely capable of nurturing excellent guards. And the fact that this senior will attempt to enter the CBA in 3 months serves as the best proof. Although it was not explicitly stated, in the presence of the team's senior member, Mu Mu, regardless of his abilities, would not hold absolute sway in discussions. Nevertheless, the news of the core guard's departure undoubtedly alleviated the potential for rivalry. Luo Xiaojun concluded, "We have already developed a player capable of entering the CBA. So please trust our coaching staff. We will ensure that you learn more. Coupled with your exceptional talent and diligent character, the team is bound to achieve even greater success. Therefore, Mu Mu, please join us at the Liberal Arts College." Mu Mu stood up and shook hands with Coach Luo, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "I sincerely appreciate your kindness. Coach Luo, I can sense the earnestness of your esteemed institution. And the success of senior brother Duan has greatly reinforced my belief in your school's ability to cultivate talented athletes. After my conversation with Coach Wang from the Financial University, I will provide my final decision." Observing the remarkably composed Mu Mu, who had yet to graduate from high school, Luo Xiaojun felt a profound certainty. If they could successfully recruit this exceptionally gifted and mature young man into the school team, the forthcoming season would undoubtedly witness a significant transformation for the Winley Academy. As their discussion drew to a close, Luo Xiaojun, suppressing his eagerness, reluctantly exited the room and allowed the waiting Wang Gu to enter. Wang Gu nodded and smiled at Luo Xiaojun as they passed each other, then quickly took a seat across from Mumu. At last, it's my turn. I was quite anxious outside, fearing that the previous individuals might have said something to sway your heart, he began. However, it seems that in addition to your remarkable abilities, you possess a composed and steadfast demeanor, which is the hallmark of a true leader. Mumu offered a polite smile in response to this flattery, quietly awaiting what promises Wang Gu might extend. Nevertheless, no promise could surpass that of Luo Xiaojun. At most, it would mirror the absolute core position offered by Winley. Having already familiarized himself with both Winley Academy and Southwest Financial University, Mumu knew that while Southwest Financial is a 211 institution, it currently lacked standout players and had a more common appeal. Nearby institutions like the University of Electronic Science and Technology, Xianjiaotong University, and the Physical Education Institute often posed considerable challenges. Thus, if Wang Gu were to offer a core position, Mumu would not be astonished. Continuing with his opening remarks, Wang Gu stated, "As you know, our university is a 211 institution, a dream for many students and parents alike. Now, you are the one we have longed for. Your joining us would create a win-win situation. Of course, the team envisions you as our undeniable core player. We firmly believe that your arrival will enhance our competitiveness in the Southwest Division." After his elaborate pitch, Wang Gu looked at Mumu with eyes full of desire and earnestly implored, "Join us, Mumu." As I gazed at the eloquent Wang Gu before me, I could sense the sincerity akin to that of Luo Xiaojun. The distinction between the two institutions lies in the fact that while the diploma from the Liberal Arts and Sciences College is somewhat inferior, the overall strength of its team boasts considerable competitiveness within the Southwest Division. Conversely, Southwest University of Finance and Economics holds a slight edge in terms of diploma prestige. Yet when it comes to team prowess, it is often bested even within the city of Rome. My fellow townsman, Duan Fowei, has already set his sights on the CBA. Propelled by the team's commendable performance and his individual excellence, joining a competitive team would undoubtedly bolster our chances of success. And a remarkable team record would certainly attract the attention of various clubs during the CBA draft. Thus, the merits and drawbacks of both institutions have left me at an impasse. At that moment, Wang Gu continued, "You are likely aware of our team's previous less-than-ideal performance. We are indeed a young team in the midst of growth. It is precisely for this reason that we require a leader who understands how to secure victories and guide the team's development. You have already led the once underperforming 4th high school to 2 city championships, and no one has posed a threat to you in the prestigious Shushin Cup, which gathers the finest high school talents from across the province. Therefore, even though Cuba represents a higher level of competition, I am confident that you will once again lead another burgeoning team to transformation." Noticing the flicker of interest in Mumu's eyes, Wang Gu, feeling a surge of optimism, revealed his final proposition. "Moreover, I have observed significant progress in our student Gu Yu during this competition. Based on his performance, our coaching staff believes he is deserving of a special recruitment spot." Upon hearing this, Mumu felt a stir within. Wang Gu had evidently conducted thorough research, even understanding the dynamics between Gu Yu and himself. Regrettably, if only Hua had grown a bit taller, if only he were 1.8 meters. Nevertheless, with the foundation of city champion and Shushin Cup victor, even if he does not make it into a Cuba team, Hua would still be able to select a sports education major at a reputable undergraduate institution, having surpassed the threshold. Wang Gu declared, "This time we intend to recruit both you and Gu Yu to our team. I believe your synergy will undoubtedly enhance our internal chemistry in the upcoming season. Therefore, join us, Mumu. Let us embark on the Cuba journey together with Southwest University of Finance and Economics." Chapter 26. Mumu's choice. After Wang Gu concluded his discussion and emerged from the room, he encountered Lao Gua, who was similarly waiting outside, and invited him to another chamber. Observing this scene, Luo Xiaojun felt a surge of surprise, despite Gu Yu's commendable performance this year. He believed it was premature to allocate a special admission slot. Aside from Mumu, Lu Xiaojun was indeed the most promising candidate in the 4th school. However, Luo Xiaojun's excessive focus on Mumu caused him to overlook the circumstances surrounding this prodigy. Some matters do not necessitate a direct approach. One must learn to navigate with subtlety. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Mumu was engaged in his final contemplation. The fact that the esteemed university intended to recruit Lao Guo undoubtedly played a pivotal role in his decision-making, instilling within him a profound sense of sincerity from the institution. Frankly speaking, who would not desire the opportunity to engage in brotherly basketball if given the chance? Old Feng, who had already resolved to apply to the university, was confident that his academic achievements rendered him a strong candidate for admission. Although the absence of Hua Hua was somewhat regrettable, the prospect of the three of them gathering at the university was indeed a source of great aspiration. Brotherly basketball, a prestigious 211 institution, is characterized by its exceptional core positioning and overall academic strength. In essence, should he opt not to select the esteemed university, Lao Guo would essentially forfeit the opportunity to be part of both the 211 network and Cuba. Mumu gazed out of the window, silently contemplating. Although the financial major may be somewhat inferior to the liberal arts, I possess sufficient strength. Very well, then. After a brief conversation with Wang Gu, Lao Guo emerged from another room. Observing the beaming Wang Gu and the exuberant Lao Guo, it was evident that their discussion had been exceptionally congenial. Noticing the eager expressions of the representatives from various schools vying for his attention, particularly Luo Xiaojun and Wang Gu, a hint of tension was palpable in the air. Mumu felt it was time to present his answer, so he addressed the assembly. First and foremost, I express my gratitude to all the institutions for their recognition of my capabilities. Each school that has approached me possesses distinct characteristics that captivate my interest, and I firmly believe that any of them would offer me immense support and opportunities for growth. However, I can ultimately choose only one institution to attend. And this is indeed a decision that weighs heavily upon me, fraught with complexity. Yet, moving forward necessitates making choices. After careful deliberation, I have decided to enroll at Southwest University of Finance and Economics. As Mumu articulated his decision, representatives from the Physical Education Institute and Jiaodong University expressed their regret, while Luo Xiaojun appeared particularly disheartened. Only Wang Gu, brimming with excitement, patted Luo Xiaojun on the shoulder and remarked, "Old Luo, I graciously concede." He then strode forward, clasping Mumu's hands firmly, and said, "Dear Mumu, I am confident that this will be a wise choice. Thank you for selecting our university." Mumu joyfully shook Wang Ji's hand and said, "Very well, coach. I too look forward to progressing together with the financial university. I wish you all the best in your upcoming college entrance examination, and I shall be awaiting your arrival along with classmate Gu Yu at the financial university." Upon Mumu's final decision, the journey of the city high school competition for the new year came to a close. The boys from the 4th high school, having reclaimed the championship, returned to campus, ready to face the impending college entrance examination. Luo Xiaojun, who could not secure Mumu's support, set his sights on the second leading scorer, Lao Niu. After an in-depth discussion, both parties expressed satisfaction with the outcome. For the soon-to-graduate seniors, the upcoming college entrance examination represents a significant competition. Should they excel and gain admission to the coveted institutions, they would possess an additional advantage and resources as they navigate the complexities of society. Some have toiled diligently for 3 years, eagerly anticipating this moment to showcase their abilities. Others have endured for 3 years, only to seek new paths to continue their struggles. Regardless of their circumstances, they must confront their choices. On July 8th, the students completed their examinations, thus concluding their 3 years of high school life. After facing this pivotal challenge, they would each continue on their distinct journeys. Lao Guo and Mumu were poised to commence their studies at the prestigious financial university, eagerly awaiting the first day of classes. Lao Feng had applied to the digital economy program at Southwest University of Finance and Economics as his first choice. Based on his estimated scores and last year's admission statistics for the program, he felt optimistic, though a sense of apprehension lingered until the results were announced. Hua Hua applied to the basketball education program at Guizhou Normal University, and with his current basketball skills, he anticipated excelling in the physical examination. Now awaiting the results of his cultural scores, Lao Niu received a special admission offer from the Mountain City College of Arts and Sciences, and in the new season, this teammate would meet him as a rival on the Cuba court. Shen Feng had already completed his individual admission to the college last year. Hence, after 3 years as opponents, he would now join Lao Niu as a teammate to fight for their new team. With the college entrance examination behind them, the graduates embarked on their respective journeys of freedom. Yet, driven by a desire to excel, Mumu, seeking to be in peak condition for the new semester, initiated another rigorous training regimen with Lao Guo, Chen Feng, and Lao Niu, who also harbored great expectations for Cuba. Unwilling to be left behind, Hua joined in. Although he did not make it to Cuba, having chosen the basketball education program, he vowed to continuously refine and elevate his skills. Only by being formidable himself could he possess the confidence to mentor those eager young souls yearning for basketball. With the college entrance examination concluded, Lao Feng no longer had the excuse of preparing for the exams. As the others poured sweat daily, he took it upon himself to keep them hydrated, diligently supplying them with bottled water, thus becoming their dedicated logistics officer. In the midst of their relentless efforts, nearly 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Amidst a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, Lao Feng and Hua ultimately received acceptance letters from their respective first-choice institutions. With a bittersweet farewell, they each set forth towards new horizons. Chapter 27. The First Encounter, Part 1. The date is now September 8th. Old Guo, and Old Feng arrived at the entrance of Southwest University of Finance and Economics. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Old Feng, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My friends, from this moment onward, we three are officially university students. A new journey begins." Indeed, a new journey. Mu gazed at the school gate before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. After 4 years of diligent study here, he would soon be able to showcase his talents. In the face of this new institution, Old Feng was filled with confidence. Old Guo remarked, "I've heard that university life is quite fulfilling. I hope we can maintain our commitment to hard work throughout." However, he lamented, "It is unfortunate that we were not assigned to the Guanghua campus. Being there would bring us much closer to the city." Old Feng dismissed this notion, saying, "Do not dwell on regrets. All undergraduate freshmen are placed here in Lulin. Venturing out from the city campus can be quite costly, and it's not affordable. This place is ideal for immersing ourselves in our studies." Old Guo scoffed, "Only you." Old Feng could shamelessly utter such a phrase about immersing oneself in study. As they stood before the nearby campus, the three of them were filled with dreams of the life that awaited them. As formidable as Kobe and LeBron are, they both remained diligently dedicated. Now that our academic workload may not be as burdensome as it was in high school, we must seize this opportunity. Before long, the Cuba season will commence. Old Feng, in his usual banter, exclaimed, "You two should focus on honing your skills, striving to participate in next year's CBA draft. When I become a titan of industry, I shall purchase a team and sign you both, haha." To which we gratefully replied, "Thank you," with aspirations for a splendid future. The three of us trudged toward the campus, laden with our luggage. As we strolled through the new university campus, the strikingly handsome and tall Mu drew numerous glances. Old Guo also garnered his fair share of attention, for he is affectionately known as Little Sweet Melon. Meanwhile, the future magnate, Old Feng, found himself relegated to the role of a mere goblin beside the two. Our first stop was the registration office. Mu, who had chosen to major in economic management, and Old Guo, who opted for journalism, were initially slated for different dormitories. However, after a special arrangement by Wang Gu at the school, they were assigned to the same room, while Old Feng, pursuing a degree in digital economy, was allocated to a different building. Upon learning of Old Feng's dormitory address, the trio politely declined the senior's offer to guide them, silently lamenting the absence of the busy senior sisters. Not wishing to linger any longer at the registration office, the three of us made our way to Old Feng's dormitory building, efficiently settling him in. Afterward, we gathered the remaining belongings and headed toward the dormitory for Mu and Old Guo. The entire dormitory building boasted 6 floors, and alas, do not harbor illusions of an elevator. Fortunately, their room was located on the 2nd floor, making it relatively convenient to navigate. Upon entering the dormitory, we found the beds unoccupied, indicating that the two had arrived first. The room featured 4 bunk beds, each with a desk beneath. Mu approached a bed near the window and tossed the quilt onto it. Arriving early certainly has its advantages. The natural light here is splendid, so I shall not hesitate to make myself comfortable. Fearing the sudden arrival of a yet-to-be-seen roommate, Lao Guo swiftly retrieved his bedding and flung it onto another bed close to the window. "That bed shall be mine, while the remaining 2 will be left for fate to decide." Before unrolling the bedding, Mu turned to the two and said, "You both prepare your beds first. I will step outside to purchase some toiletries and a few bottles of water. Afterward, we shall head to the cafeteria for a meal." Lao Feng added, "Do remember to buy toothpaste and a rinsing cup." "Of course," After all, it will be 3 of everything. After inquiring about the location of the convenience store from the dormitory supervisor, Mumu began to stroll and search in the indicated direction. As he walked, suddenly a gleam caught his eye. The reason for this illumination was, Mumu carefully observed the scene before him. A girl with a ponytail was bent slightly forward, struggling to carry a large bag that seemed quite heavy. She wore a short-sleeved shirt, white with black trim, exuding a sense of freshness and cleanliness, while her blue-gray jeans did little to conceal her long, slender legs. The reason for her apparent struggle was evident in her furrowed brows and slightly flushed cheeks, both of which conveyed her exhaustion. Were she an ordinary person? One might associate her appearance with disarray. However, the hint of fatigue in her gaze elicited a sense of sweetness from Mumu. The juxtaposition of her delicate eyes and weary demeanor stirred within him a tender sympathy, compelling him to step forward and offer his kindness. Of course, we must trust that the clear-eyed Mumu genuinely possessed the noble quality of being helpful. After a moment of astonishment, curiosity piqued in Mumu's heart. Had those eager boys at the registration desk already found their desired objects of assistance, leaving this girl overlooked? Observing the sweet young lady in dire need of help, Mumu momentarily set aside the trivial task of purchasing necessities for his friends. With a kind heart and a compassionate spirit, he could not bear to see someone in distress and resolved to approach her and extend his aid. Lin Meng, after persevering a few more steps, reluctantly set down her heavy bag. Earlier at the registration desk, several boys had eagerly volunteered to assist her with her burdensome luggage. But their overly zealous demeanor left her feeling uncomfortable, prompting her to decline their offers. Such unsolicited attentions had become increasingly common over the past few years. Today was merely another instance of her rejection. Her father, concerned about the challenges posed by her excessive luggage, had accompanied her to ensure she was not burdened. After being assigned to her dormitory, her indulgent father had taken one bag to the dormitory, promising to return for the rest, instructing her to wait. However, unable to bear the thought of her father laboring alone, Lin Meng did not wait for his return. Instead, she shouldered her backpack and carried the remaining bag toward the dormitory. Regrettably, after a long trek filled with stops, the dormitory building remained elusive. With a deep sigh, Lin Meng set down the bothersome bag and placed her hands on her hips, preparing to rest for a moment. At that very moment, a voice called out to her. "Hello there, fellow student." Lin Meng, a journalism major, had cultivated an impression of vocal resonance through her studies in broadcasting. She perceived a voice that was rich and magnetic, fitting for a host, yet lacking in professionalism, suggesting a lack of formal training. It seemed likely that the individual was an avid sports enthusiast, which contributed to the depth of his voice. This thought struck her momentarily. When she lifted her gaze to meet the towering figure before her, she felt a flicker of surprise. After all, standing at 173 centimeters, complemented by her athletic shoes, she was easily above 176 centimeters. In her daily life, she often found herself looking down at others. Yet, before this person, she felt diminutive. Raising her chin slightly, she clearly discerned his features. Perhaps due to years spent engaged in outdoor activities, his complexion bore a sun-kissed hue, radiating vitality and energy. His eyes conveyed a sense of clarity intertwined with unwavering determination. Strangely, upon locking eyes with him, Lin Meng felt a subtle tightening in her chest, inexplicably becoming hesitant to maintain her gaze. Mumu had already discerned the features of the girl before him, and an inexplicable sense of comfort surged within him, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze. Spring had arrived. No, rather, the current warmth indicated that it was indeed summer. But what did it matter? At this moment, for Mumu, it felt unequivocally like spring. As he drew closer, his gaze became focused, allowing him to appreciate the 2 slender hairpins adorning her sleek, raven ponytail, lending her an air of uniqueness and freshness. Her bright, sweet eyes and all her features were perfectly harmonious. Mumu endeavored to recall the vocabulary imparted by his Chinese teacher. How could one possibly describe her? Bright eyes and white teeth, a beauty that could cause flowers to feel shame and the moon to hide. Or perhaps standing gracefully like a jade figure, or possessing an enchanting charm. None seemed sufficient to encapsulate her essence. In any case, Mumu deemed her a remarkably beautiful woman. Observing the girl with her somewhat evasive gaze, he mistakenly assumed his proximity might have made her uncomfortable. Thus, he took a step back before continuing. "Hello? That luggage looks rather heavy. Which building are you headed to? Allow me to assist you with it." Coming back to her senses, Lin Ming felt a touch of embarrassment as she contemplated whether to accept or decline his offer when, almost instinctively, she exclaimed, "Ah, thank you so much." Surprised by her own eagerness to enlist his help, she felt a wave of disarray within. Yet upon seeing Moo effortlessly lift the cumbersome luggage, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her. However, after hoisting the bags, Moo, who had previously exuded confidence, suddenly found himself grappling with a bout of social anxiety. Struggling to articulate the right words, he inwardly mocked himself, pondering if this was the result of an unsettling experience. Nevertheless, he soon resumed his internal deliberation, contemplating how to express himself in a manner that would convey maturity and refinement, hoping to evoke a modicum of affection from this delightful lady. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to stammer, the weather is quite hot today." Hearing his somewhat clumsy remark, Lin Ming, who had initially felt tense, was inexplicably inclined to laugh, though she managed to stifle it, allowing her heart to relax in the process. It was indeed generous of him to assist her with her luggage on such a sweltering day. Reflecting on this, Lin Ming shyly responded, "Indeed, September is quite warm. I truly appreciate your help. This large bag is rather heavy." "Not at all. I just finished tidying up and thought I would take a leisurely stroll to explore the new environment. This bag is quite light. It's merely a trifling matter." Upon hearing the gentle and melodious voice, accompanied by words imbued with both apology and concern, Moo felt a renewed vigor coursing through him. Chapter 28. The First Encounter, Part 2. After much effort in carrying the heaviest bag of luggage to his daughter's dormitory, Father Lin refrained from taking a prolonged rest. After exchanging pleasantries with the kind dormitory supervisor, he placed the luggage at the front desk and prepared to return for the remaining items. Originally, the couple had intended to accompany their only precious daughter to university together, but as a teacher, Mother Lin had commitments at school that demanded her attention. Thus, Father Lin was left to escort their daughter alone. As he hurried back, Father Lin had scarcely taken a few steps out of the dormitory when he spotted a tall young man effortlessly carrying a bag of luggage towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was indeed the very bag he had just left beside his daughter. Furthermore, his daughter appeared beside this young man, looking rather delicate and dependent. This unexpected scene tightened Father Lin's chest, and impulsively, he was about to step forward when the tall youth turned to look at him. The clarity of the young man's gaze and his imposing stature inexplicably imparted a sense of comfort and security. After a moment's reflection, Father Lin acknowledged that his daughter had grown up, and it was time for her to face certain matters and make her own choices. As a father, it was his duty to provide silent support and protection from behind, rather than standing in the way. With this thought, Father Lin retracted his foot, choosing to remain quietly in front of the two. At this moment, Lin Ming also noticed her father ahead and, for reasons unknown, her face flushed suddenly. After composing herself, she called out, "Dad." Hearing his daughter's call, Father Lin cleared his throat awkwardly and inquired, "Who is this? Your new classmate?" Before Lin Ming could respond, Moo eagerly interjected, "Hello, Uncle. I am also a freshman this year. I noticed that this classmate was struggling with such a large bag, and as I happened to be passing by and had nothing pressing to attend to, I offered to help." Upon hearing the young man's words, Father Lin inwardly mused. Having carried the bag for such a distance, yet still referring to him as this classmate, was it a matter of reassurance or concern? In any case, he found it hard to feel completely at ease. Standing at a height of 178 meters, Father Lin gazed up at the towering figure, exclaiming, "Young man, you are quite tall, approaching 1.9 meters, I presume?" "Yes, approximately," the young man replied. "Your stature and physique are quite impressive. You appear robust. Have you considered pursuing sports?" "I am indeed a sports recruit and have just been selected for the school's basketball team," Moo responded. Upon hearing about the basketball team, Lin Ming discreetly took note in her mind. "Oh, I thought so. You certainly exude a manly aura," Father Lin remarked. In response to the compliment, Moo smiled, while Lin Ming asked, "Dad, have you already moved the luggage to our dormitory so quickly?" Lin's father wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, "I would indeed like to, but your dormitory is on the 6th floor. I thought I would first move all the bags over and then gradually carry them up from the 1st floor." Upon hearing it was on the 6th floor, Moo felt fortunate to have arrived just in time. Simultaneously, he was relieved not to have to hand over his luggage just yet, as he had ample reason to continue practicing his kindness. With a self-assured demeanor, Moo said, "Oh, the 6th floor? That is perfect. How did I let that slip?" Feeling a pang of nervousness, he quickly devised a plan. "Well, That's splendid. I can consider it a workout. I'll hold on to this bag for now and take it up to the 6th floor directly. Observing the robust young man before him, Lin's father felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Gratefully, he responded, I truly appreciate your help, young man. By the way, I haven't yet asked your name. Mumu replied, It's nothing, uncle. My name is Mumu. Upon hearing the name, Lin Ming silently repeated the unique surname and given name in her mind. Lin's father, intrigued, inquired, Is it the Wood character? Indeed, it is the character for Wood, Mumu confirmed. Lin Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The idea of Wood was rather reminiscent of a moment from earlier. Lin's father shot his daughter a glance before turning to Mumu, saying, This surname is indeed quite rare. As the three continued their conversation while walking, they soon arrived at the dormitory where Lin's father had placed their luggage. Observing that one of the bags was considerably larger, Mumu set down the bag on her shoulder and effortlessly hoisted the larger piece onto her broad shoulders. Noticing the approving expression on Lin's father's face, Mumu felt a surge of joy within. Uncle, I train regularly, so carrying any bag is quite easy for me. Allow me to take this luggage up, she offered. Lin Ming, filled with gratitude, replied, You truly are a great help. Lin's father added, We are fortunate to have met you today, Mumu. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for just the two of us to carry this up to the 6th floor. Not a problem at all, Mumu reassured them. And with that, she began ascending the staircase with the luggage on her shoulder. September in Chengdu was sweltering, with beads of sweat cascading down Mumu's cheeks. Climbing 6 flights of stairs with such a heavy load was indeed no small feat, but years of training had endowed her with a robust physique. Otherwise, she might have collapsed from exhaustion. Lin's father, a bit portly, quickly found himself drenched in sweat, but persevered for the sake of his daughter. Fortunately for the father and daughter, they had encountered the warm-hearted Mumu. Once Mumu successfully carried the bag to the 6th floor, she noticed that the two behind her had vanished, prompting her to descend to assist Lin's father, who was still making his way up. Upon witnessing the young and sturdy Mumu hoist the luggage once more, Lin's father could only express his gratitude in breathless utterances. Before long, all the luggage was finally transported to the dormitory on the 6th floor. Lin Ming busily retrieved tissues to help both of them wipe away their sweat. Mumu inhaled the delicate fragrance wafting from the tissue, finding it quite pleasant, yet hesitated to bring her nose closer. Strangely, she felt reluctant to part with the tissue that had been offered by the girl. Excuse me. Here, you can dispose of your trash here. Lin Ming assumed that Mumu was unable to locate a garbage bin and promptly retrieved a garbage bag from around the corner, extending it towards her. Realizing her own awkwardness, Mumu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, cursing herself for being peculiar. Suppressing her reluctance, she placed the tissue into the garbage bag. Lin Ba, filled with gratitude, remarked, On such a sweltering day, even climbing 6 flights of stairs empty-handed is no small feat today. We owe a great deal to Mumu. Otherwise, I cannot imagine how we would manage to move all this luggage. It's nothing, uncle, just a small effort. Mumu replied modestly. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Ba turned to his daughter and said, Ming Ming, I'll take a short rest. Please go down to the convenience store and buy some water for Mumu. Oh, so her name is Ming Ming. I wonder what her surname is, Mumu thought. All right, Dad, Ming Ming responded. Mumu truly wished to linger a little longer, though he was not fatigued. However, as others were preparing to leave, he felt it inappropriate to remain any longer. After exchanging polite words with Lin's father, Mumu exited the dormitory alongside the girl before him. The two descended the stairs, their footsteps measured and deliberate, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 meter between them. This gap allowed Mumu to catch a whiff of the subtle fragrance emanating from the strands of hair beside him, causing him to feel somewhat lightheaded. Despite having carried his luggage up to the 6th floor without issue. At the convenience store, Lin Ming thrust a bag filled with several bottles of water into Mumu's hands. The soft touch of her fingers sent a shiver through the sturdy young man. I truly appreciate your help today, Mumu, she said. It was nothing, he replied, realizing only then that he had come out to purchase water. Oh, my friend is still in the dorm waiting for me to return with the water, so I must be off. All right then, Lin Ming replied. As she watched Mumu turn and walk away with the water, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss, though she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Meanwhile, Mumu, having taken only a few steps, was also enveloped in a feeling of emptiness. Alas, someone please end my misery. I am such a fool for forgetting to ask her name. Should I turn back and add her on WeChat? As he strode forward, regret began to wash over him. How inappropriate it would be to ask for someone's WeChat merely for assisting with their luggage, akin to seeking reward for a trivial favor. Caught in this internal conflict, Mumu had already walked quite a distance. Despite his remorse, he stubbornly pressed onward. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, standing at the entrance of the convenience store, tightened her grip on the bag and turned away. She mused, did he really not even think to ask my name? Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that she, too, was rather perplexing. After all, he had helped her significantly, and she had failed to express her gratitude while allowing her emotions to surface. Mumu, striding purposefully toward the dormitory, remained blissfully unaware of Lin Ming's thoughts. Chapter 29. New teammates after unfolding the bedding and tidying the dormitory. Lao Feng and Lao Guo reclined on their beds, awaiting the return of the water-bearer. Lao Feng glanced at the time on his phone and remarked, has Lao Mu lost his way in the new school? He has been gone for quite some time. I am parched. Lao Guo concurred that the convenience store was unreasonably distant from the dormitory and mused, I wonder if this basketball enthusiast couldn't resist the temptation to explore the court facilities at the new school. Given Mumu's fervor for basketball, Lao Feng found this entirely plausible. That tireless creature truly possesses an abundance of energy. I hope you two aren't expecting to train today. I am utterly exhausted and will not be serving as your ball boy. How could that be? Today, let us take a moment to thoroughly observe our campus surroundings. The crux of the matter is that, at present, you are unable to serve the purpose of honing our skills. Hiki. All right, I shall give him a call. With that, Lao Guo picked up his phone and dialed the number of the person who had gone to fetch water. Hello, is the convenience store far away? Not far. Just a few steps. If it's not far, why did you take so long? We thought you had encountered a bandit specializing in ambushing those who fetch water. Hurry up. We are eagerly awaiting your arrival with the water. Oh dear. I sincerely apologize for making Guagua wait. I shall be there shortly. After hanging up, it wasn't long before the individual who promised to return quickly finally arrived back at the dormitory, water in hand. Lao Feng inquired, why did it take you so long? With a hint of regret, Mumu remarked, on my way, I encountered a classmate burdened with excessive luggage, so I lent a hand. Beside him, Lao Guo chimed in. Oh, was it a boy or a girl? The self-proclaimed all-seeing Lao Feng interjected, with that lovesick expression, it must have been a girl. And undoubtedly a young lady who has stirred the heartstrings of this old soul. Lost in the reverie of Lin Ming's figure, Mumu gazed out the window, somewhat entranced. And mused, indeed, she is a remarkably beautiful girl. At this moment, the two companions beside him were covered in goosebumps. Lao Feng, intrigued, inquired, did you get her number? No, came the reply. Lao Guo then pressed on. Did you at least add her on WeChat? No. I was so preoccupied with bringing back water for you two that I completely forgot to ask for her name. What? Lao Feng exclaimed with disdain. You couldn't even manage to ask for her contact information, and now you expect us to take the blame. Thus, Mumu, who had failed to acquire any information about the girl, found himself on the receiving end of their relentless teasing. Meanwhile, the seemingly composed Mumu secretly lamented amidst their banter, although he hoped to serendipitously encounter her again somewhere on campus. He did not cross paths with the girl who left his heart feeling empty until classes officially commenced. After the class divisions were finalized and a few days of lessons ensued, the school team announced the first training session of the new semester, to be held in the basketball gym. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Mumu and Lao Guo arrived at the registration area. Lao Guo gazed at the expansive gym, slightly smaller than the one in Rongqing, yet still vast enough to inspire excitement, exclaiming, wow, this place is truly impressive. Joining Cuba makes all the difference. At last, we can train in an indoor gym. Mumu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite true. However, training for long-distance running necessitates outdoor sessions. Recalling the arduous training endured under the scorching sun during the holiday with this beast before him, Lao Guo still felt a twinge of trepidation. Alas, it seems I cannot escape. Sun exposure is inevitable, though it is a pity for my countenance that has captivated countless young ladies. Without allowing a moment's hesitation, Mumu shot a fierce glare. When I am in good spirits, please refrain from provoking me to unleash my wrath upon you. As the two were engaged in idle banter while observing the new gymnasium, a slender, slightly shorter young man with a pale complexion approached them. Upon reaching closer, he greeted them first. Hello, you must be Mumu and Guyu, right? Surprised that this stranger knew their names, Mumu replied, Greetings, I am Mumu. The pale young man extended his hand for a brief shake and said, I am Wang Mingxiao, a member of the class of 2018. However, There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Xiao Shuai. Mu smiled knowingly at the familiarity displayed and remarked, very well. I shall affectionately refer to you as Little Handsome based on objective facts. Wang Mingxiao chuckled. Indeed, you possess keen insight. Ah, wait. It is not Little Handsome, but rather Xiao Shuai. Mu continued with a serious demeanor, stating, in the prime of youth, it seems somewhat inappropriate to refer to you as Zhong Shuai, while Lao Shuai carries an air reminiscent of an old warlord. After much contemplation, I believe the appellation Xiao Shuai is most fitting for your youthful visage. Beside him, Lao Gua chimed in. Indeed, Xiao Shuai is a well-deserved title. You need not be modest. At that moment, a seemingly affable round face leaned in, grinning as he remarked, the moniker Xiao Shuai truly aligns with your temperament, Lao Wang. Concerned that the prefix Xiao might diminish his own stature, Wang Mingxiao promptly interjected, Lao Zhang. We have fought side by side for 2 years. Considering our camaraderie, could we perhaps omit the Xiao? The round-faced man, referred to as Lao Zhang, paid no heed to his old teammate. After extending his hand to shake with the two newcomers, he introduced himself. Greetings, I am Zhang Wanqing. Previously, Lao Wang, not this Lao Wang beside me, but our coach, had informed us that we would finally be receiving reinforcements. With keen insight, we could immediately discern that you two are the long-awaited reinforcements we have been yearning for. Wang Mingxiao quickly punctured the flattery, saying, as you can see, Lao Zhang's appearance hardly suggests he possesses such discerning vision. Lao Wang had introduced you to us earlier and even shared videos he recorded of your games. So we were already well aware of your prowess. Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Guyu and I are thrilled to join the financial university and hope to achieve greater victories alongside the charismatic Lao Wang and the earnest Lao Zhang. Zhang Wanqing jokingly remarked, I am rather superficial. There's no need to extol such inner beauty. Simply calling me handsome will suffice. After this exchange, Mu realized both individuals were easygoing and amusing, so he humorously asserted, however, like you, Lao Zhang, I pride myself on being an honest person. As laughter filled the air amidst the lively conversation of the four, members of the school team began to arrive in succession, gradually gathering around. After a round of introductions, Mu and Lao Gua established a preliminary acquaintance with the new team members. When Wang Gu and assistant coach Luo Ming arrived at the gym, they chanced upon the scene of Mu and the veteran players engaging in friendly chatter. Wang Gu felt a sense of satisfaction with the camaraderie displayed. In order to facilitate Mu's early integration into the team, Wang Gu had already prepared the veteran players, including Wang Mingxiao, before the start of the school year. Having discovered such a promising talent, he was determined that the veteran players would not treat Mu as merely a novice, as that would disrupt the team's atmosphere. Chapter 30, Joining the Team, Part 1. Observing the spirited interactions among the players, Wang Gu was pleased with the initial meeting between the new and old team members. Upon hearing the coach's call for everyone to gather, they lined up, awaiting Wang Ji's address. With the new academic year on the horizon, he noted the addition of new players and acknowledged that they had already made each other's acquaintance. He then introduced the newcomers, Mu, Guyu, Zhou Buotao, and Song Jijun. This was met with enthusiastic applause from the team, officially welcoming the new teammates. As the applause subsided, Wang Gu continued, expressing his belief that the inclusion of new players would significantly enhance their roster, thus raising his expectations for the team compared to the previous year. He emphasized the necessity of achieving a top 5 finish in the upcoming grassroots competition in November to qualify for the regional tournament. However, he made it clear that the regional tournament was not his ultimate expectation. He aspired for the team to secure a spot in the playoffs by finishing in the top 10. The new players, however, were not yet fully aware of the implications of these expectations, as they lacked an understanding of the gap between this goal and the team's current capabilities. Last season, the university team had struggled to make an impact even within the province, and now they were expected to rank among the top 10 in the entire Southwest region. Such lofty expectations certainly instilled a sense of doubt among the veteran players. Wang Gu continued, reinforcing that higher expectations necessitate greater effort. Henceforth, daily morning runs of 10 kilometers would serve as their warm-up routine. Upon hearing this, many veteran players reacted with dismay at the thought of a daily 10-kilometer run. What? Are you already backing down at the very mention of a warm-up? Are you so willing to languish in the province? Don't you aspire to compete in the regional tournament? The previously spirited Wang Gu now wore a serious expression. Do you know why it's 10 kilometers every day? Because Mu and Guyu have been committed to this since high school. Furthermore, during lunch and in the afternoons, whenever they can carve out a moment. Mu and Guyu persist in training on the court. Upon hearing of this dedication, Zhang Wanqing and the others felt a sense of shame. Was this truly the image of high school students they had in mind? As the veteran players expressed their astonishment, Wang Gu continued, emphasizing that this achievement allowed them to effortlessly secure the provincial championship. It is crucial to remember that the ease of their victory is a direct reward for their diligent efforts. The reason the veteran players were able to join our school team is that, during their high school years, each of them was a standout in their respective schools. Have you all succumbed to despair and given up after 2 years without notable accomplishments? I was truly disappointed by your reactions to the morning practice just now. Without further ado, if you wish to continue playing well on the team, you must contribute and invest effort. At the very least, you should correct your attitude. Witnessing the coach's growing frustration, the veteran players refrained from uttering another complaint. After delivering a comprehensive speech, the first training session commenced. Following a series of warm-ups and physical training, before the players could catch their breath, Wang Gu divided the 14-member team into 2 groups. The addition of Mu undoubtedly instills Wang Gu with the confidence to lead the team to further heights. Hence the high expectations he expressed during his recent address regarding the upcoming season. The current grouping is intended to assess whether Mu, accompanied by a roster of substitutes, can pose a threat to the starters. This will also serve as Mu's inaugural test in collegiate basketball. Last season, the starting players for Kai University included the 195 cm shooting guard Wang Mingxiao, the 198 cm center Zhang Wanqing, the 190 cm point guard Hu Xiaoyazhen, the 198 cm small forward Lu Qing, and the 202 cm power forward Gui Jiaming. Together with substitutes Li Yilong and Huang Kai, they formed Team A. Conversely, Team B, led by Mu, comprises the 185 cm point guard Song Jijun, the 199 cm shooting guard Mu, the 190 cm small forward Lao Gua, the 197 cm power forward Zhou Buotao, and the 197 cm center Xiao Yu. Additionally, Zheng Wen and Han Changqi have been designated to the bench. In terms of strength, apart from the newly joined Lao Gua and Mu, Team A generally possesses a superior capability compared to Team B, as well as an advantage in height. Thus, even though Wang Gu is aware of Mu's exceptional abilities, he believes that the overall stronger Team A should be able to engage in a competitive match against Team B. After the players replenished their hydration, the inaugural intra-team scrimmage for Kai University commenced. The game began with Zhang Wanqing and Xiaoyu participating in the tip-off, with Team A securing the initial possession. Once the players established their positions, Team A, leveraging their advantage, aimed to penetrate the paint. Weighing in at 115 kilograms, Zhang Wanqing, despite his visibly ample physique, possessed sufficient mass to dominate the interior. He maneuvered Xiaoyu behind him, confidently extending his somewhat rotund hand to request the ball from the perimeter player. Following a series of bulldozer-like low-post maneuvers, Lao Zhang ultimately succeeded in depositing the ball into the basket. With possession now in Team B, Mu acquired the ball. Observing his old friend controlling the play, Lao Gua adeptly executed off-ball movement. With a sudden and unexpected sprint along the baseline, he deftly evaded the trailing Lu Qing. Mu observed that old Gua had already found an open space and swiftly passed the ball to his old friend. Upon receiving the ball, old Gua steadied himself before leaping for a shot. Swish. The three-pointer went in. The precision of his shot was unmistakable, showcasing exceptional shooting prowess rather than mere luck. Executing a reliable long-range shot amid such rapid movement is a feat rarely achieved. And it was this remarkable skill that made Wang Mingxiao and the others realize that this newcomer should not be underestimated. In response to old Gua's three-pointer, the members of Team A were determined to retaliate. Zhang Wanqing continued to position himself, signaling for the ball. Once he had possession, he drove towards the basket. Despite being nearly equal in size to Xiaoyu, he managed to push him back. Old Zhang executed a subtle pivot, intending to showcase his self-proclaimed elegant hook shot. However, before he could revel in his moment, Mu, who had swiftly returned to provide defensive support, leapt and swatted the seemingly assured basket against the backboard. Wang Mingxiao and Zhang Wanqing were momentarily stunned. They had just seen Mu maneuvering on the perimeter, unable to fathom how he had so quickly appeared in the paint. It wasn't just the two of them. The vast coverage area and defensive awareness left everyone present in awe. Players on the sidelines, along with Wang Gu and others, instinctively gasped and then erupted into applause. Luo Ming exclaimed with excitement. That speed of movement is astonishing. Old Wang, your devoted support truly pays off. Old Wang replied proudly. Of course, my vision is unmatched. How can you call it devotion? It's a case of a thoroughbred meeting a worthy rider, heroes appreciating heroes. Luo Ming nodded in agreement. Absolutely, the coach is right. Chapter 31, Joining the Team, Part 2. After successfully blocking the shot, Mu wasted no time. He snatched the rebound and quickly initiated a counterattack. Old Gua, having developed a tacit understanding with Mu, seized the opportunity. Upon witnessing his friend's block, he turned and sprinted towards the front court without a hint of concern for the rebound. A precise long pass found Old Gua, who had already crossed the three-point line. He confidently caught the ball and, with a few swift steps, effortlessly scored 2 points. Left far behind, Lu Qing could only marvel. Is he really just a recent high school graduate? I can't keep up at all. The others shared similar sentiments, reminiscing that the energy of high school days was unparalleled. Luo Ming remarked, Old Wang, the reaction times of these two, if we focus on fast breaks, should yield impressive results. Wang Ge nodded in agreement. This is one of the advantages that Mu and Guyu bring to us. We must harness the stamina and responsiveness of the veteran players, ensuring they are not left behind. Luo Ming contemplated for a moment and added, universities like Rongda, Dianda, and Jiaoda are hurdles we must overcome. We indeed need to accelerate to compensate for our height disadvantage. Wang Ge remarked, as you can see, with a player like Mu on our team, if we continue to stagnate within the province, I might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. This year, advancing to the Southwest Division is not merely a hollow promise to intimidate the veteran players. I genuinely believe that Mu can lead the team beyond our provincial borders. Upon hearing Wang Ji's aspirations to venture outside the province, Luo Ming felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, observing Mu darting across the court with fervor, he inadvertently began to feel a sense of assurance. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, the once confident members of Team A now appeared dejected and dispirited. When an individual's prowess surpasses that of others by a considerable margin, it can indeed dominate the arena. Moreover, if they are accompanied by a capable ally, those competing against them may find themselves utterly powerless. Mu's remarkable goals, incessant assists, and relentless defense have transformed this internal clash into a resounding defeat of Team B at the hands of Team A. After a grueling 40 minutes of competition, following a display of prowess from Mu and Lao Gua, the likes of Wang Mingxiao and Zhang Wanqing finally found respite. When Luo Ming blew the whistle, the weary players, who had been passively trailing Mu and Lao Gua for what felt like an eternity, collapsed helplessly onto the ground. The veteran players, having been thoroughly dominated, experienced firsthand the essence of true supremacy. In just one match, those who harbored lingering doubts were completely convinced. Following this encounter, Mu undoubtedly emerged as the most trusted individual within the team. After a brief respite, Wang Ge gathered everyone and stated, "This marks the first day of our team's training. I trust that those who were once strangers have now genuinely acquainted themselves with one another. Starting tomorrow, a 10-kilometer morning run will serve as our warm-up, and we shall return here in the afternoon for various training sessions." Commencing from the morning run on the second day, the players were introduced to Mu's fervent training regimen. When Lao Gua referred to Mu as a beast, the players could hardly fathom the reality. As they beheld Mu, with sandbags strapped to his legs, emerging before them in the early morning, they were left utterly astounded. September in Rongqing can be quite sweltering. Yet at 6 or 7 in the morning, the temperature had yet to rise. Jogging along the shaded paths of the campus, the air felt refreshingly crisp, lifting the spirits of the players who begrudgingly rose early. Towering camphor trees flanked the road, their branches and verdant leaves enveloping the path, though glimpses of the azure sky peeked through the foliage. It was indeed a splendid day. After running a considerable distance, a breathless Wang Mingxiao wiped the sweat from his brow that threatened to trickle into his eyes. He glanced at Mu, who, despite the sandbags, maintained his position at the forefront of the group, and remarked to the equally breathless Xia Yazan, "Yesterday, Guyu claimed that Mu is a beast in training. Old Zhang and I found it puzzling, but seeing him still running steadily ahead, it's clear we cannot compete." Xia Yazan, catching his breath, replied, "Old Wang, let us refrain from conversation for now. Conserving energy is paramount." As the only members of the team weighing 230 pounds, Zhang Wanqing and Xiaoyu unsurprisingly found themselves at the rear, their hefty frames already flushed from exertion. The others fared little better, having only completed 3 or 4 kilometers. Aside from Mu Mu and Lao Gua at the front, no one appeared at ease. Riding his electric scooter, Luo Ming carried Wang Gu, the gentle morning breeze tousling their hair in a graceful manner. Wang Gu periodically shouted words of encouragement, rallying the team. After a while, Zhang Wanqing and Xiao Yu had fallen far behind, resting beneath a large camphor tree. Zhang Wanqing, with his slightly rounded hands propped on his knees, gasped for breath and asked, Lao Xiao, shall we continue running? I fear I cannot go on. Xiao Yu, his face flushed, took several deep breaths before replying. I can't either, but we must finish. If we can't keep pace with everyone, at least we should complete the distance. Encouragingly, he patted Zhang Wanqing on the back, urging, keep going, just take it slow. Thus, the two trudged along the shaded path at a slow and labored pace. After a considerable wait, the group finally welcomed the two plodding figures at the finish line. As they witnessed the perseverance of their teammates, Wang Gu led the applause, offering his usual motivational pep talk. Well done. Although there is ample room for improvement, you both possess the essential ingredient for success, unyielding determination. If you maintain this spirit, you will undoubtedly become even greater tomorrow than you are today. After breakfast, Mu Mu and Lao Gua reviewed their class schedules and classrooms before departing for their respective lessons. Most classes were scheduled for the morning, and after a midday break, they had no further obligations for the day. However, their time was far from idle. At 2:30 p.m., basketball team training commenced, lasting until 6 p.m. With ample free time in college, Mu Mu and Lao Gua decided to shift their high school shooting practice to the evening. They planned to practice shooting from 7:30 to 9:30 p.m., allowing for a midday nap to prepare for the afternoon's team training. Following lunch in the cafeteria, the disciplined duo retired to their dormitory for an afternoon rest. The dormitory was a quad, yet only one classmate, Han Dimming, had arrived. Han Dimming was a man of few words, and due to their busy training schedules, the three had yet to become familiar with one another. Nonetheless, they maintained a polite demeanor. Their relationship, while not intimate, was also not strained. Typically, Mu Mu seldom saw Han Dimming during lunch, likely due to his introverted nature keeping him occupied. This, however, allowed Lao Gua and him to enjoy a peaceful afternoon nap without disruption. Chapter 32. The cheerleaders at 2:15 p.m. The two arrived punctually at the gymnasium. Observing the early arrivals among the team, Lao Gua remarked, Old Zhang. Indeed, as a seasoned member of the team, he has exemplified leadership by arriving so early. Xiao Yu, leaning in with a mischievous grin, remarked, Do you really think old Zhang comes this early every day? Not at all. Today is different. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Old Gua, intrigued, inquired, In what way is it different? Similarly, Song Jijun, who joined the team this year, gestured towards the opposite side of the gym, stating, Look over there. That's the reason. Following the direction of Song Jijun's gesture, they beheld a group of girls clad in shorts, showcasing their fair, long legs, engaged in animated conversation with Wang Mingxiao and several other teammates. The air was occasionally filled with the unmistakable, melodious laughter characteristic of young women, stirring a sense of excitement among the group. Old Gua chuckled. It seems this handsome lad truly leverages his striking looks to his advantage. Are they our school's cheerleaders? Old Zhang exchanged a knowing glance and replied, Indeed, the particularly beautiful one with the long legs is none other than the handsome lad's girlfriend. Mu Mu jested. There isn't just one beauty, nor just one with long legs. Which one are you referring to? At that moment, Wang Mingxiao, who had already spotted Mu Mu and the others, waved and called out, Lao Mu, Lao Gua, come over here. Lao Gua chuckled and said, Well, seeing how perceptive he is, we shall grant him this favor and reluctantly make our way over. With that, a few of them, already somewhat distracted, pretended to walk over with seriousness. As they approached, Wang Mingxiao pulled a beautiful girl closer and said, Lao Mu, Lao Gua, this is my girlfriend, Wu Xin. Xin. These are the new teammates I mentioned earlier, Mu Mu and Guyu. Noticing Xiao Shuai's eagerness to assert his claim, Mu Mu smiled slightly and said, Greetings, sister-in-law. Indeed, a match of beauty and talent. Hello to all the lovely ladies. I am Mu Mu, the newcomer this year. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, a warm feeling surged within Wang Mingxiao. Although the team affectionately referred to him as Xiao Shuai, Mu Mu had given him due respect in front of the ladies, which enhanced Wang Mingxiao's impression of him. Observing Xiao Shuai's amusement, Mu Mu teased, Is that all for the introductions? You've claimed your beauty. But shouldn't you introduce the other lovely ladies as well? Rubbing his head, Xiao Shuai laughed heartily and replied, right, right. Ladies, this is our team star, Moo, who aspires to play in the CBA. Hearing this, Moo quickly waved his hands, saying, no. Although Xiao Shuai has a good eye for ladies, he doesn't know much about basketball, so he might be overselling me. Please don't take it seriously. The girls, finding the person before them quite amusing, smiled subtly in appreciation of his humor. After introducing Moo, Xiao Shuai continued, the handsome guy next to him is Lao Gua. If you wish to maintain some distance or not let him bask in glory, you can call him Guyu instead. The two behind are Song Jijun and Zhou Buotao, who also just joined our school team this year. Song Jijun and Zhou Buotao thought to themselves, why such brevity in our introduction? As for the rest of the mismatched fellows, there is no need to mention them. I assume you wouldn't be interested in knowing them. Haha. Old Zhang grumbled indignantly. Do they need you to introduce us when they're already familiar with the lovely ladies? Xiao Shuai ignored old Zhang's apparent dissatisfaction and turned to his girlfriend, Wu Xian, saying, now that I've introduced my friends, Xian, how about you introduce a few of your friends to the ladies? Wu Xian then introduced, this is Lu Min, Fong, and Zhang Lu. Among the group of girls, one stood out with her tall stature, long black hair, and striking beauty. Wu Xian, while introducing this particular girl, said, this is our stunning beauty, Yao Yao. Suddenly, she cast a meaningful glance at Moo and added, Yao Yao is currently a prized flower without a keeper. Upon hearing this introduction, Lu Yao's face flushed slightly. Before she could respond, she reached out to pinch Wu Xian. Dodging behind Wang Mingxiao, Wu Xian laughed. Aren't Moo and Guyu quite handsome? What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied or just shy? Oh dear, you really pinched me. In this restless age, gatherings of young men and women effortlessly transform the atmosphere into one of lively excitement. In mere moments, a group of young people became acquainted through their playful banter. The delightful conversation always feels fleeting, and just as everyone was engrossed in their lively discourse, Wang Gu and Luo Ming appeared at an inopportune moment. Noticing the arrival of their coach, the reluctant players gathered at the center of the field, their previous enthusiasm still lingering. Thus, today's training would commence at this very moment. As the girls who had come for rehearsal had yet to depart, the boys in the gymnasium, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, diligently engaged in their various drills. Among the girls observing from the sidelines, Wu Xian gently nudged Lu Yao with her elbow. So what do you think of him? Who else but Moo? Are you referring to the other boys? What do you mean by what do you think? Noticing Lu Yao feigning ignorance, Lu Min interjected, he is quite good-looking, rather handsome. And look at how much faster he is compared to the others. He must be quite skilled at basketball. But have you noticed? He doesn't seem like a freshman at all. Lu Yao inquired curiously, what do you mean? Lu Min continued, when Gu Yu and Lu Jijun saw us, they seemed a bit shy, but Moo appeared very at ease, speaking with remarkable poise, as if he were not a mere freshman. Lu Yao retorted, what is wrong with being a little mature? Isn't that quite admirable? Are you seriously developing a crush on Moo already? Defending him so quickly, she teased. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately reached out to grab Lu Min. Wu Xian added, exactly, being a bit mature is perfectly normal. Lu Min remarked, just one sister-in-law Major Wang Ming beamed with delight, showing no shyness in front of our group of girls. When he humbly mentioned his aspirations for the CBA, did you notice how he tactfully complimented Xian by saying that Zhao's taste in girls is quite refined? He is essentially a seasoned player, not simple at all. Wu Xian observed, his manner of speaking is indeed quite mature and sophisticated. But shouldn't that be considered emotional intelligence? Why does it seem like a flaw in your eyes? Lu Min replied, if he were just an ordinary friend, it would be commendable, but if he is involved with our stunning Yao Yao, shouldn't we keep a close watch? With a slightly flushed face, Lu Yao protested. What do you mean with him? We've only just met. Wu Xian, what is the matter with our first meeting? We can take our time to observe. Although you are a stunning beauty, it is quite rare to find someone who can make your 175 centimeters stature appear delicate and petite. You simply lack initiative. Min has already gone through several suitors, while you have yet to meet even one. So what if she has had a few? They all revealed their true selves rather quickly. Thus, it is our duty to ensure that Yao Yao does not tread the same path as our sisters. Yes, you are absolutely right. The boys, drenched in sweat during their strenuous training, remain oblivious to the conversation among the girls on the sidelines. Despite the grueling sessions, fueled by lofty aspirations for the future and the attention of the tall girls nearby, they persist under the coach's stern commands. Chapter 33. Reunion, Part 1. When one immerses themselves entirely in an endeavor, time becomes both fulfilling and fleeting. Each day, from morning to evening, Mumu and Lao Guan not only partake in team training but also engage in personal practice. They only take a break on Sundays, the sole day when Lao Feng dares to gather with them, for on other days, he must toil as a ball boy. Lao Feng, envisioning himself as a future business magnate, believes that such menial labor tarnishes his illustrious image. Consequently, Sundays have become their designated time for camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, the trio has spent over a month at their new school. Hua Hua, now studying in Gue Province, often calls to boast about her progress, and they witness her blossoming excellence through her videos. As the four friends strive in their respective lives, they continually motivate one another, eagerly anticipating their next joyful reunion. However, recently, Mumu has noticed some changes in Lao Gua. During their nightly shooting practice from 7:30 to 9:30, Lao Gua occasionally finds excuses to skip. Even on their hard-earned day of rest, he abandons both Lao Feng and Mumu. They both suspect that Lao Gua may have found romance, but they refrain from pressing him, believing it best to wait until the time is right for revelations. About 2 weeks later, after a midday nap, Mumu arrives at the gym shortly after 2 o'clock, having finished his personal grooming. Yet, the mysteriously absent Lao Gua has yet to appear. Meanwhile, in a 6th-floor dormitory somewhere on campus, a charming girl with shoulder-length hair is speaking to a video on her phone. "All right, I'm coming down shortly. Just hold on for me." The boy on the other end, who has recently been neglecting Mumu, is none other than Lao Gua, who smiles ingratiatingly as he says, "Chin, no rush, I'm waiting for you downstairs." After the girl ends the call, another girl beside her shudders in response. "Oh, you two are just too much. How is it that this fervor has arisen so swiftly? Surely, you are envious and filled with jealousy. You will understand once you experience it yourself. By the way, do you wish to accompany me? Why would you bring me along as a mere bystander during your rendezvous? I have already mentioned that it's not just the two of us. He intends to introduce me to his esteemed friends. Your presence will undoubtedly enliven the atmosphere and mitigate any potential awkward silences. Moreover, I have heard that his friends are also single. Alas, I am unfamiliar with anyone but you, thus I shall decline the invitation. Knowing me is sufficient. It is not as if I am taking you to a night of revelry, but merely to observe our school's basketball team practice during the day." Upon hearing about the basketball team, Lin Meng's heart tightened. "By the way, Mu too. That person who has inexplicably occupied my thoughts since the day we met at the beginning of the semester, could it be that he is from the basketball team?" With a quick shift in thought, she sought confirmation. "Is it indeed the school basketball team?" "Yes, I previously mentioned that Yu is a member of our school's basketball team, and his friend is also part of it. Today, he is simply introducing us. I have heard from you that his friend is quite handsome, albeit somewhat obsessed with basketball, often engrossed in training." Upon hearing this, Lin Meng had a strong intuition that this basketball enthusiast might be the one. "We are merely going to watch their practice today, and afterwards, we can all dine together." Before she could finish her thought, Lin Meng interjected, "Then let us go." "What? What do you mean by what?" "Let us depart. I will accompany you to watch the game." With that, Lin Meng linked arms with the perplexed Hu Qin and exited the dormitory. The cheerleaders, who occasionally come to practice, were also present today. As Mumu released a basketball, he noticed He Lu Yao waving from the crowd, and he politely raised his hand in response. Wu Xian turned to He Lu Yao and remarked, "Yao Yao, are you still maintaining this lukewarm demeanor? Has he ever asked for your contact information privately?" Upon seeing her nod, Wu Xian expressed indignation. "I specifically inquired with Xiao, and he indeed has no girlfriend. Given that my dear Yao Yao is such a stunning beauty, how can he be so unassertive?" He Lu Yao glanced once more in the direction of Mumu. Over the course of a month, her feelings towards him transformed from initial shyness and anxiety to a profound sense of loss. Although her striking beauty attracted numerous admirers, none managed to capture her attention. However, upon encountering Mumu and witnessing his graceful athleticism on the court, she felt an undeniable inclination towards him, yet he offered no reciprocation. On the other side of the gym, Mumu, while devoted to his training, occasionally reminisced about the sweet and refreshing girl. He lamented his own clumsiness at that moment, unable to muster the courage to obtain her contact information. As the pleasing sound of the basketball swishing through the net echoed, he executed flawless shots during the warm-up practice, nearly achieving perfection. Just as Mumu was concentrating on his shooting, a familiar voice rang out from the sidelines. "Old Mu, come here." He turned to see Lao Gua waving excitedly, accompanied by two slender girls. The sight of the tall figure he often replayed in his mind approached, causing Lin Ming, unable to hide her nervousness, to avert her gaze while stealing occasional glances at the advancing figure. As they drew closer, Mumu recognized Lin Ming among the three, her eyes somewhat unfocused, igniting both surprise and joy within him. After steadying his emotions, he feigned nonchalance and approached her, saying, "I thought you might be late today." Lao Guo chuckled. "How could I be late? That is simply out of the question. The coach is counting on us to achieve great results." He gestured toward his girlfriend, Hu Qin, introducing her. "This is my girlfriend, Hu Qin." Then he pointed to Lin Ming, adding, "And this is Lin Ming, my girlfriend's roommate and a fellow student in our journalism class. Hello, I am Mumu. Lao Guo and I have been friends since middle school, bonding over basketball. It brings me immense joy to see him with such a suitable partner." Hu Qin smiled brightly. "Hello. You often speaks of you and Hua Hua, as well as Lao Feng. Is he your nickname for him?" "Indeed. He bears a striking resemblance to an NBA star named Sweet Melon, hence the name, which eventually evolved into Lao Guo. Lao Guo, that's quite a charming name." She giggled, playfully resting her arm against his, her laughter filling the air. Lao Guo gazed at his girlfriend, entranced by her smile, while the two bystanders felt a shiver run down their spines, overwhelmed by the scene unfolding before them. After clearing his throat a couple of times, Mumu greeted, "Hello. It's nice to see you again." Lin Ming replied, "Ah, hello. I didn't realize your name was Lin Ming. Last time, in my haste to buy water for them, I completely forgot to ask for your name." With a hint of playful reproach in her gaze, Lin Ming responded, "Oh, so you do remember me. I thought you were one of those who do good deeds anonymously and had forgotten all about me." Observing their familiarity, Hu Qin interjected, "So you two are acquainted?" Lin Ming replied, "He is the one I mentioned to you, who helped me carry my luggage when school started." Before Lin Ming could finish, Hu Qin, supporting Lao Guo, burst into laughter and remarked, "So the wooden fellow you referred to is actually him." Lao Guo gazed at Mumu with a knowing look and said, So the reason you nearly left me and Lao Feng parched that day was to assist Lin Ming with her luggage. You could have mentioned that sooner." Reminiscing about the heavy bags, Lin Ming expressed her gratitude. "I truly owe you for that day. I didn't get a chance to thank you properly afterward." "Oh, it's nothing. Just a small gesture," Mumu replied. "By the way, I see you three are in the same class." Lao Guo affirmed, "Indeed, we are all in the journalism class." "Oh, here comes the coach." Mumu wished to express more, but alas, Old Wang arrived at an inopportune moment. Lao Guo addressed the two girls. "Let us proceed to our training. You may rest here by the sidelines. If you find yourselves bored, feel free to take a stroll outside. We shall gather for dinner after our training concludes at 6. Hu Qin responded, "Very well, you may go. Meng Meng and I will watch your training from here." Once the two had distanced themselves, Hu Qin quietly remarked, "So the person you've been yearning for is actually a friend of you. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have allowed you to endure this for over a month." "Oh my, are you trying to kill me? Who has been enduring?" "Who?" Lin Ming exclaimed, as she playfully swung her small fists at Hu Qin like a rain of punches. Chapter 34, Reunion, Part 2. As the two girls engaged in their playful banter, the team members commenced their arduous training. The earlier scene of Lin Ming and the others conversing with Mumu was fortuitously observed by He Luyao and her companions at the opposite end of the court. The woman's instinct led both to lock eyes at a moment, only to swiftly divert their gazes elsewhere. A mere glance was enough for Lin Ming to perceive that the tall girl possessed a striking beauty that was undeniably captivating. Conversely, He Luyu regarded her as a refreshing and sweet girl. In that instant, both felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Meanwhile, Mumu remained oblivious to the feelings of those by the sidelines, as he focused intently on his training, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Ming. Upon seeing her sweet and refreshing figure, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy. Although he had little prior knowledge of basketball, it did not hinder Lin Ming from concentrating on the training, or rather, on the individual engaged in it. Watching him run and leap repeatedly, she sensed an invigorating allure emanating from him, making it difficult for her to avert her gaze even for a moment. Time slipped away, and 3 hours of training passed in the blink of an eye. After the session concluded, Mumu, with a hint of apology, said, "I'm sorry. Please wait a few more minutes. Lao Guo and I will return to the dormitory to freshen up and will join you shortly." Lin Ming, observing his flustered demeanor, offered a sweet smile and gently replied, "No rush. Watching you train is quite entertaining. It feels as though we've only been sitting here for a short while." Hu Qin, with a mischievous grin, chimed in, "Is it really that captivating? If so, you should come watch more often." After teasing Lin Ming, who was staring at her with wide eyes, she continued, if we come to cheer for you, will it disrupt your training? Not at all, came the reassuring reply. It will merely incite jealousy among the other teammates. It's quite all right. If you find it enjoyable, then please do come in the future. With that, Lao Guo cast a meaningful glance at Mu Mu standing nearby. Mu Mu pretended not to see, and soon the two returned to their dormitory to take a quick shower. In no time, they called the already arranged Lao Feng and, with their somewhat dazed roommate Han Dimming in tow, set off for a restaurant outside the school. At the dining table, the conversation among the boys predominantly revolved around basketball. However, to ensure that the two girls could also participate in the discussion, Lao Feng began to inquire about everyone's hometowns and the scenic spots worth recommending. Through the narration of their hometowns, they gradually found common ground for expression. From this gathering, the dialogue between Lin Ming and Mu Mu began to flourish, and they appropriately exchanged WeChat contacts. Over the following 2 weeks, Mu Mu would occasionally send messages, but they were mere trivialities such as "Are you there?" or "Have you eaten?" When Lin Ming replied and awaited his next message, the screen would often freeze at typing. Unable to maintain the flow, Lin Ming had no choice but to ask him about topics he might be more familiar with. Consequently, after a little over 2 weeks, Lin Ming felt she had become acquainted with most NBA stars, having never chatted privately with a girl he admired. Mu Mu could only engage in lively discussions about basketball apart from his formal greetings. Lin Ming had hoped for the next step from Mu Mu, but he remained stagnant, only messaging at fixed intervals with no further actions. When asked what he was up to, his perpetual response was always training. This stagnation hindered any progression in their relationship. Despite having connected on WeChat, as November approached, Mu Mu and his teammates had been training together for over 2 months. Through this period of diligent practice, players like Wang Mingxiao and Zhang Wanjing may not have seen dramatic improvements, but they were no longer left exhausted after 2 laps. It had been more than 2 years since the data columns from their sophomore year resurfaced in Mu Mu's mind. With the continuous rise in statistics, Mu Mu experienced significant advancement in both physicality and skills. His current statistics were height, barefoot 199 centimeters, wingspan 219 centimeters, weight 95 kilograms, strength 77, speed 70, agility 71, jumping ability 85, stamina 72, dunking 75, layup 68, close range shooting 70, mid-range shooting 75, three-point shooting 68, free throw 72, ball handling speed 67, shooting IQ 72, ball control 65, passing 61, perimeter defense 72, interior defense 52, blocking 65, stealing 71, offensive rebounds 50, defensive rebounds 52, offensive stability 73, defensive stability 73, lateral speed 72, contesting ability 70, overall ability 73. Although he had yet to officially compete in a Cuba match in the past 2 months, through intra-team scrimmages with the veteran players, Mu Mu sensed the considerable gap between himself and the seasoned players. Whether in terms of physical speed or skills, their sluggishness indicated a pressing need for improvement. On November 28th, the 23rd Cuba College Basketball First Level League, San Juan Division, hosted by Southwest University of Finance and Economics, would commence at the Lin Lu campus. The men's competition would be divided into Group A and Group B. Group A consisted of 8 teams, formed by the top 6 schools from the previous tournament's Group A and the top 2 from Group B. Group B included the 7th and 8th place teams from the last Group A, along with other schools from Group B. As the 6th place team from last year's Group A, Southwest University of Finance and Economics managed to avoid relegation to Group B. Had they fallen to Group B, they would have lost the chance to contend for the Southwest Division or even higher national competitions this year. Thankfully, Xiao Shuai, Lao Zhang, and others had not faltered to such an extent, preserving the opportunity for Mu Mu and Lao Guo to break out of San Juan province this year. Prior to the tournament, Wang Gu held a motivational meeting for the team. Students, if we do not secure a spot in the top 6 of Group A this year, our school will be relegated to Group B. However, do not feel overly pressured, for I have witnessed your progress during nearly 3 months of training. I have complete faith in all of you, for you possess the capability to navigate through the group stages with tenacity and resolve. Now, let us wish for a smooth journey ahead. Let us strive together. The team members rallied with spirited cries, Kaida, rise to greatness. After the meeting, Mu Mu and Lao Gua did not hasten to depart. They intended to converse with the seasoned players who had participated in the grassroots competitions, hoping to glean advantageous experiences from their recollections. Lao Gua eagerly inquired, "Xiao Shui, please enlighten us about which teams pose the greatest challenge." At this moment, the air in Rongqing had turned chilly, and everyone had wrapped themselves in thick coats. Wang Mingxiao zipped his down jacket up to his neck and remarked, "Last year, we indeed did not perform well. We had planned to leverage the physicality of Lao Zhang and Xiao Yu to penetrate the interior, but to our surprise, they were exhausted after just a few attempts and could not continue. The outside shooters, including Yazan and ourselves, became mere shadows, resulting in our sixth-place finish. Based on last year's demonstrated prowess, teams like Shijiao University, Electric University, Zishida University, and the Sports Institute are formidable opponents, while Mian Normal University, Min University, and the Institute of Technology are somewhat more manageable. After 3 months of rigorous training, Lao Zhang, who felt he had made significant strides, confidently asserted, "This year, my physical conditioning has vastly improved. There is no way I will be outpaced by them. Moreover, I doubt anyone can effectively defend against Lao Mu." Xiao Yu concurred. Indeed, Lao Mu's exceptional skills are difficult for them to counter, and scoring against him is a formidable task. As long as Lao Mu executes his usual fundamentals on both offense and defense, success is virtually assured. Mu Mu smiled gently and remarked, "No matter how much you two boast about me now, we will ultimately rely on our entire team to secure victory. Confidence is essential, yet we must not be complacent. We should prepare diligently and give our all when the time comes." A group of young men gathered together, brimming with confidence, declared, "All right, let us rise together. Let the greatness of our university shine." Chapter 35, The Preliminary Match, Part 1. The new team members were eagerly anticipating the upcoming competition, while the seasoned players, having undergone 3 months of rigorous training and witnessed Mu Mu's prowess, were equally filled with confidence for this year's preliminary match. Before long, the date of November 28th arrived. The 8 teams in Group A would face off against one another over the course of the next 7 days, with the standings determined by the number of wins and losses. The 2 teams with the most victories would compete for the championship title of the Sichuan region. The champion would earn a direct qualification for the divisional matches, while teams finishing 2nd to 5th would have the opportunity to apply for divisional slots. The teams placed 7th and 8th would face relegation to Group B. In their first match, the university's team would face off against XJU, last year's runners-up in the Sichuan region. Although the first opponent was formidable, Mu Mu was primed and ready to give his utmost. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, players from both teams began their warm-ups on either side of the venue, while the stands filled with enthusiastic students from the university came to support the basketball team. There, my buddy is right there," Hu Qin shouted from the stands, waving energetically at Lao Gua below. Seizing the moment when Lao Gua waved back, the teammates collectively let out a teasing chorus of jealousy. Meanwhile, Mu Mu discreetly stole glances at Lin Ming, who was sitting next to Hu Qin, and the latter reciprocated the glance from the stands. In the fleeting moment when their gazes met, both individuals feigned indifference and swiftly turned their attention elsewhere. At 2:30 p.m., the match commenced. The starting lineup for Xi'an Jiaodong University consisted of center Yu Shimin, power forward Zhu Zhengming, small forward Wang Jini, shooting guard Ma Hanlin, and point guard Chen Boku. Conversely, the starting 5 for the University of Finance and Economics included point guard Hu Xia Yazan, shooting guard Mu Mu, small forward Lao Gua, power forward Gui Jiaming, and center Zhang Huaqing. Due to his outstanding performance during 3 months of internal scrimmages, Lao Gua had supplanted Lu Qing in the starting small forward position. Previously the starting shooting guard, Wang Mingxiao now found himself coming off the bench following Mu Mu's arrival. In competitive sports, merit is determined not by tenure but by sheer prowess. While exceptions may exist, they do not apply in this instance at the University of Finance and Economics. Thus, the undeniably dominant duo of Mu Mu and Lao Gua took to the court as starters in the inaugural match of the new Cuba season. At the referee's signal, the centers from both teams faced off for a jump ball at center court. Yu Shimin and Zhang Huaqing, whose heights were comparable, found their respective weights of over 230 pounds limiting their vertical leaps. Consequently, as they leapt, they only managed a slight bounce, eliciting laughter from the audience at this comical spectacle. After a physical confrontation, the well-practiced Lao Zhang managed to tip the ball, but unfortunately, it found its way into the hands of Xi'an Jiaodong University. Chen Boku advanced the ball into the front court. In the previous year's match, Yu Shimin had outperformed Lao Zhang in the paint, so this year, Jiaodong University opted to initiate their strategy from the inside. Yu Shimin established a solid position low in the post, received the ball, and swayed his shoulders before executing a half-turn and attempting a soft hook shot. His first effort clanged off the rim. Before anyone could react, Mumu, who had previously roamed the perimeter, leapt high to secure the rebounding ball. Meanwhile, Hu Xia and Lao Gua had already sprinted to the opposite end of the court. After 3 months of team practices, this maneuver had become second nature to the players from the University of Finance and Economics. However, Jiaodong University, unaware of the significant changes, was caught off guard by this sudden offensive strike. As the two players returned to their end of the court, it was only then that Jiaodong's players noticed their assigned opponents had already moved far ahead. At the moment of securing the rebound, Mumu executed a cross-court pass, delivering the ball with precision to Lao Gua, who completed a fast-break layup, scoring the first 2 points for his team. The advantage of playing at home is that every contribution made for the team is met with resounding cheers and applause from the crowd. This spectacular fast break, unsurprisingly, garnered a round of applause from the audience. Where there is joy, there is also sorrow, the coach from Jiaodong University shouted. What are you dawdling for? Watch your own man. You lot, if you keep daydreaming, you might as well sit this one out. Although Yu Shimin was unable to score during his previous attempt, the initial miss did not diminish his confidence. As soon as he repositioned himself, he reached out to the ball handler, signaling for the ball once more. The ball handler, undeterred by the earlier miss, recognized Yu's readiness and passed the ball into his hands. With the ball secured, a self-assured Yu Shimin leaned against his opponent, Zhang Wanqing, bracing himself to showcase his exquisite footwork once again. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Mumu swiftly intercepted the ball, leaving the two astonished players, who were leaning against the basket, utterly dumbfounded. The seasoned Gua, accustomed to Mumu's tendency to grab rebounds and retreat, was taken aback by the rapid turn of events. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Mumu, displaying the agility of a cheetah, surged towards the other end of the court with the ball in hand. Standing at the perimeter, Chen Boku attempted to intervene, but the already accelerating Mumu evaded him effortlessly with a swift sidestep, leaving Chen without even a chance to commit a foul. As Mumu raced into the paint, he grasped the basketball with one hand and leapt into the air, executing a powerful yet graceful gliding dunk. This commanding display of athleticism astonished the spectators, plunging the arena into silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous cheers and applause, as the excited faculty and students of Kai University erupted in fervent support for their player. Meanwhile, Yu Shimin, burdened by his 118-kilogram frame, felt a pang of disappointment. He had initially planned to overpower Zhang Wanqing once more, only to find that, despite Zhang's shortcomings, he had unexpectedly found support. Observing his teammates' disheartened demeanor, Chen Boku, standing at the perimeter, offered encouragement. It's all right, Yu. It's just 3 shots. Keep going. I believe in you. Before Yu Shimin could respond, the ball had already been passed. Upon receiving the ball, Yu Shimin found himself in a predicament. As a man, he felt compelled to press on. After rallying his spirits, he resolved to confront Zhang Wanqing with unwavering determination. Dressed in the number 7 jersey, Ma Hanlin, towering at 193 centimeters, played primarily as a shooting guard. Although his height was listed as 193, it was likely measured with shoes, rendering him noticeably shorter compared to the 199-centimeter Mumu on the court. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear of the 53, who held a considerable height advantage. Despite the 53's earlier display of extraordinary ability, Ma Hanlin, as last season's top scorer, maintained his confidence. Thus, as Yu Shimin prepared to assert himself within the paint, the poised Ma Hanlin sprang forward, certain that his sudden incursion would catch the 53 off guard. Hearing the familiar call, Yu Shimin, who had been intently focused on his maneuvers, snapped back to reality. Although an interior player, his dexterity with the ball was remarkable. Catching a glimpse of his teammate's advance, he deftly flicked the ball into Ma Hanlin's waiting hands. Ma Hanlin, eyes fixed on the nearby hoop, leaped with all his might, aiming to score. Just as the basketball was about to reach the rim, a pair of formidable hands descended upon it. Ma Hanlin, who typically prided himself on his strength, felt as though he were ensnared by iron, unable to muster any power, as if his efforts were effortlessly countered by the opposing force. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd as Mumu cleanly swatted the shot away, snatching the ball from Ma Hanlin's grasp. On the sidelines, an astounded statistician turned to a colleague and remarked, "Should we count that as a steal or a block?" Well, it could be either, came the reply. Chapter 36, Grassroots Competition, Part 2. Observing Xia sprinting ahead, Mumu gently nudged the ball toward him with precision. Following this, Xia and Lao Gua executed a seamless fast break, resulting in a successful score. In just a few plays, Keita managed to thwart 4 attempts and capitalized on defensive rebounds to secure 3 points. They opened the game with a 6-0 lead, with all 3 defensive stops attributed solely to Mumu's prowess. The imposing presence of the 53 on defense compelled coach Li Chong of Jiaotong University to call a timeout. At this moment, Wang Gu deeply empathized with the joy felt by Mao Jun and Lao Ma in their prime, beaming with delight as he handed a towel to Mumu. Excellent work, Mumu. Always stay focused on defense. Let us see if they dare to penetrate our paint again. Seizing the opportunity presented by the timeout, Wang Gu commenced his tactical briefing. Observing his players struggling in the paint, Li Chong decided against pressing them to charge recklessly, instead opting to center the offense around Ma Hanlin, initiating play from the perimeter. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court to resume the contest. Utilizing a screen from his teammate, Ma Hanlin seized the moment to release a long-range jumper, finally breaking the scoring drought for Jiaotong University after 4 consecutive offensive setbacks. Zhang Wanqing, dissatisfied, addressed the referee, stating, "Referee, number 6, Yu Shimin, just executed a moving pick. He obstructed our number 53 for several steps." The referee, however, remained unresponsive to this complaint. Mumu patted old Zhang on the shoulder and said, "Next time, let us switch defenses. You should directly guard his shots. Do not fear being bypassed. As long as he drives towards the paint, I will handle it." "All right," came the reply. After securing several fast breaks, Keita found themselves for the first time engaged in a half-court battle. With unwavering determination, Ma Hanlin lowered his center of gravity, ready to adopt a posture of full-throttle defense. Mumu skillfully controlled the ball, advancing towards the right flank, while the swift Ma Hanlin remained steadfast in his defensive position, consistently blocking Mumu's offensive path. At that moment, Mumu chose not to persist in his aggressive drive. Instead, he abruptly retreated, creating space before raising his hand to shoot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, eliciting another round of enthusiastic applause from the sidelines. Reflecting on the previous year's relentless assaults on their defense, the students from Kai University felt a sense of vindication, finally able to hold their heads high. In the preceding play, Ma Hanlin decisively sank a long-range shot, effectively drawing Mumu closer to him. He believed that by maintaining a significant distance from the paint, he could spare Yu Shimin from the defensive pressure of number 53. Understanding the cue, Yu Shimin, with his rounded physique, forcefully drove towards the interior once more, successfully maneuvering through a series of agile footwork to create space for a layup that found its mark. With a hint of frustration, Mumu encouraged old Zhang with a pat on the back. "Your diligent defense has indeed applied pressure on him. His movements have become somewhat distorted. As long as you give your all in every round, there is nothing to regret." Zhang Wanqing nodded at Mumu, preparing to face the next round once again. On the left side, Xia from the Financial University held the ball just beyond the three-point line. After maneuvering past his defender near the baseline, Mumu made his way to the arc. The remarkable skills he had just displayed captured the attention of the surrounding defenders as soon as he received the ball. Meanwhile, Lao Gua stealthily slipped to the right baseline. With perfect timing, he received a pass from his old friend and confidently took a three-point shot. Unsurprisingly, the ball found its mark, granting the Financial University another 3 points. The coach from Jiaotong University could only shake his head in resignation. It was not a lack of effort from his players, but rather the astonishing speed of response from several opposing players. Particularly, number 53 left him feeling utterly powerless. Where could he possibly find reinforcements now? As Li Chong turned back in a moment of helplessness, he caught sight of the jubilant Financial University coach Wang Gu across the court. "What bad luck!" the commentator from the sidelines excitedly proclaimed. "After enduring numerous failures in the last Cuba, our players faced all kinds of skepticism. Yet at this moment, our number 53, Mumu, has utterly shattered those doubts. We believe our athletes will demonstrate their indomitable spirit of perseverance and relentless effort in the upcoming matches." Hearing these words from the commentator's microphone stirred the emotions of the Financial University students in attendance. The chant of Financial University Rise, Mumu Rise, erupted from an unknown corner, spreading rapidly until it resonated throughout the entire arena. Such encouragement further fueled the players from Financial University, making them even more formidable. as they showcased their competitiveness in the subsequent rounds. By the end of the first half, the score had ballooned to a staggering 56-29. At that moment, Li Chang found himself envious of Wang Ge on the opposing side, realizing how fortunate the old fellow was to have stumbled upon such a gem as number 53. During halftime, the financial university students animatedly discussed the impressive sequences they had just witnessed, with the most talked-about player undoubtedly being Mumu in his number 53 jersey. As the buzz about number 53 circled around, Hu Qin leaned in to whisper to Lin Ming, "Hey, did you hear? After the game, I wonder how many little admirers will be clamoring to meet your Mumu. You better be quick." Feeling a sudden sense of urgency, Lin Ming refrained from putting on a brave face this time, simply biting her lip and pinching Hu Qin beside her. "Ouch, why do you keep pinching me? It's not like I'm the one putting pressure on you." After finishing, the two girls engaged in a playful scuffle. As the halftime break concluded, Wang Ge chose not to start old Zhang, as he had exhausted all his energy during the first half's confrontation with Yu Shimin. Anticipating that the previous oppressive situation had drained the opposing team's key players, making it unlikely for them to recover to their original state even after a brief respite, Wang Ge decided to replace him with Wang Mingxiao, whose stamina remained robust. This substitution aimed to enhance the team's agility and broaden their offensive opportunities. Observing that the opposing team had not deployed their starting center, Yu Shimin confidently volunteered, "Coach, Zhang Wanqing has always had weak stamina. I didn't expect him to withstand my pressure for a full 2 quarters. However, it seems he is now out of energy. Let me take charge of the interior attack." Li Chang patted his disciple's shoulder in encouragement, yet a sense of unease lingered in his mind. Did the opposing team truly believe that mere speed could outmaneuver the formidable interior defense? Watching his disciple, who appeared spirited yet visibly fatigued, Li Chang couldn't help but feel concerned. Chapter 37. The champion of the grassroots tournament. As the second half commenced, Yu Shimin instinctively swallowed hard, standing beside the robust number 53. Nevertheless, having just requested the primary offensive role from the coach, he could not afford to falter. With determination, Yu Shimin maneuvered his slightly plump left leg between the legs of number 53, using his left hand to press down on the defensive arm of the opponent behind him. After executing this series of positioning maneuvers, the courageous Yu Shimin extended his right hand outward, calling for the ball. Upon receiving it, he utilized his proud, rounded shoulder to muster all his strength and collided forcefully with number 53. With a resounding thud, he exclaimed, "What? How could this be? Just moments ago." Yu Shimin was brimming with confidence in his own strength, yet now he was secretly astonished. Indeed, this robust physique was not merely for show. He had anticipated that his opponent would feign a fall, but to his surprise, his efforts to push through were in vain. As Yu Shimin prepared to charge again, Mumu was not inclined to indulge him any longer. She extended her long arm toward the ball in his possession. Seeing the ball was about to be snatched away, Yu Shimin relinquished his one-handed dribble, swiftly securing the ball with both hands. Glancing at the hoop and assessing his position, he lamented the lack of a favorable shooting opportunity. Noticing a teammate nearby, he reluctantly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, the teammate took a decisive shot, yet failed to score. Seizing the chance while Mumu kept the opposing center firmly at bay, Guizhuming effortlessly claimed the rebound from the other side of the paint. Hu Xia, Wang Mingxiao, and Lao Guo launched a fast break. Confronted only by the solitary defense of Ma Hanlin, the trio executed a series of deft passes, successfully securing 2 points. In the subsequent plays, Yu Shimin was unable to maintain his grip on the ball. Several times, it was deftly intercepted by the quick-witted Mumu. Capitalizing on these errors, the opposing team initiated a small offensive surge. By the midway point of the third quarter, the scoreboard reflected a staggering 70-37, ushering the game into a state of garbage time. Luo Ming, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I knew Mumu would be even more formidable today than in practice. But I never expected it to be like this. Coach, we struck gold." Meanwhile, with a grin stretching from ear to ear, Wang Ge unabashedly boasted, "Haha. The moment I first saw Mumu play, I knew she would make a name for herself in Cuba. And here we are, the evidence of my discerning eye." After exchanging a glance, the two burst into unrestrained laughter. Seizing a moment of pause, Coach Wang Ge substituted all the key players. As Mumu and Lao Guo made their way to the sidelines towards the bench, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheer. In the remaining time, the opposing team did not manage to stage a dramatic comeback, and the game concluded amidst the exchanges among the substitutes. In this opening match of the Cuba tournament, Mumu, having played less than 3/4, efficiently amassed an impressive tally of 32 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, 6 steals, and 4 blocks. Laogua also showcased several remarkable performances, contributing 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists with his stable shooting and quick transition awareness. Although last season starter, Wang Mingxiao, played as a substitute in this match, he leveraged the influence of Mu Mu and Laogua, along with his own vigorous movement, to score the third highest points for the team, totaling 13. The other players also made varying contributions, resulting in a multifaceted display of talent for the team, which helped restore the confidence of those who had felt defeated in the previous competition. Coach Wang Gu and Luo Ming brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming matches, hopeful that Mu Mu would lead the team to an unprecedented journey. The following day, against the relatively weaker Mian Normal University, the team continued to exhibit absolute dominance. Under Mu Mu's leadership, they dismantled their hapless opponents within the first half. Mu Mu maintained his efficiency, scoring 26 points, securing 7 rebounds, delivering 7 assists, and achieving 5 steals and 5 blocks, while his most reliable teammate, Laogua, added 16 points. Subsequent matches saw the players, who had diligently trained for 3 months, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. Instead, they grew increasingly formidable. The team had become the unstoppable force of this tournament, winning all 7 matches. As the host of the Group A division in Sichuan, the players from the university basked in the adoration of their peers. The school broadcast station announced their victories throughout the campus, and posters of Coach Wang Gu and the players adorned every bulletin board. Over the course of the 7 matches, Mu Mu averaged an astounding 5 points, 8, 3 rebounds, 9, 6 assists, 5, 4 steals, and 6 blocks, all while often finishing early. Had the opponents managed to keep the score close into the fourth quarter, these statistics would likely have been even more formidable. Laogua, as the team's second highest scorer, contributed an impressive 1 points, 2, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists. Meanwhile, Wang Mingxiao, transformed into a bench player, provided a solid average of 12 points. On the 8th day, the top 2 teams, the University and the Open University, were set to contend for the championship. The victor would gain direct entry into the Cuba Southwest Division playoffs, commencing in March of the following semester. In a previous encounter, the Open University was the only team to reach the fourth quarter, although they succumbed in the latter half. Thus, the university team secretly prepared to celebrate their first potential championship. Although it was a grassroots competition, it still held the prestige of a championship title. On the day of the finals, the match proceeded as scheduled. With the home advantage, the university garnered overwhelming support from faculty and students alike. Upon entering the gymnasium, one could see numerous posters and banners crafted by enthusiastic students. Despite the limited seating, the fervent supporters filled every available space in the venue. Witnessing the crowd's enthusiasm invigorated Mu Mu and his teammates. While the university had demonstrated a relentless momentum in prior matches, the Open University players held on to the belief that they could still triumph over their rivals. Notably, their team featured 4 players exceeding 2 meters in height. Even though their starting power forward, Amuritai, stood at 198 centimeters, his exceptional athleticism and diverse footwork beneath the basket made him one of the most reliable offensive weapons. Although he had been neutralized by the formidable number 53 in the previous match, the Open University noted that apart from the standout performances of the number 53 and number 9, Laogua, others had displayed inconsistency in earlier games. Thus, they believed that if they exerted themselves and unleashed sufficient energy, they could divert the defense from number 53 and alleviate the offensive pressure on Amuritai. Furthermore, if the 203 centimeters tall Chi Wei could contain the 190 centimeters tall number 9, they held a promising chance of overcoming this team. However, ideals often clash with reality. Gazing at the final scoreboard reading 72-51, the previously confident Open University players were left in a state of bewilderment. They recalled number 53's relentless incursions into the paint, his successful long-range shots, and his omnipresent defense. Seated on the bench, Chi Wei and Amuritai were utterly dejected. Their sweat-drenched faces perhaps mingled with tears, consumed by sorrow. In stark contrast, the bench of the university team erupted in laughter and celebration. Lao Zhang, massaging Mu Mu's shoulders, remarked, "Old Mu, you were absolutely ruthless today, penetrating the opposing defense with relentless precision. Regarding the matter of handsomeness, I find it rather challenging to encounter rivals in my daily life. However, today, Lao Mu, you truly outshine everyone with your charm," expressed the young and dapper Wang Mingxiao with genuine admiration. Upon returning from the technical bench, Lao Gua and Xiao Yu shook their heads in disbelief. Lao Gua exclaimed, "Can you guess how many points our Lao Mu scored?" "How many?" 51 points. "Oh my goodness." Moreover, he achieved an additional 15 rebounds, 7 assists, 6 steals, and 4 blocks. Lao Zhang, when I was playing 2K, I couldn't access this data either. The grassroots competition in the Sanchuan district has successfully concluded. Yang Yuanbua, the dean of the Finance University, presided over the closing ceremony, where the chief referee announced the competition results. Teng Hua, the president of the University Sports Association in Rong City, declared that the title of Best Coach went to Coach Wang Gu of Finance University, while the title of Best Athlete was undoubtedly awarded to number 53, Mu Mu. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the Finance University team members received their championship medals. Chapter 38. Refusal following the award ceremony. The university's broadcasting station and posters plastered in every corner made the basketball team the focal point of attention at Finance University, with the remarkable number 53 becoming the centerpiece of conversation. Despite their triumphant victory in the grassroots competition, the final match revealed several issues within the team. Aside from Mu Mu, the performances of other players were rather inconsistent. Even Lao Gua was effectively contained during the first 2 quarters. With Mu Mu's formidable offensive prowess, he could have potentially prevented the team from experiencing a scoring drought. However, no matter how strong Mu Mu is, he cannot defend against 5 opponents simultaneously. During the first 2 quarters of this match, aside from Lao Gua, his teammates were thoroughly overwhelmed by their rivals on the defensive end. This allowed the opposing team to swiftly catch up in points whenever Mu Mu managed to score. Otherwise, the outcome would have been predictable by halftime. Consequently, Wang Gu devised a specialized training regimen focused on defense. This plan was implemented during the first training session following the competition. Fully aware of how their performance in the first 2 quarters had hindered their progress, the players committed themselves to the new training regimen without complaint. In the expansive gymnasium, Wang Gu continuously shouted instructions to the sweat-drenched players. Step back, pivot, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, cross step back, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, sidestep pursuit, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. With each rallying cry, the players, driven by unwavering determination and drenched in perspiration, persevered. Fueled by their fervent desire for the forthcoming district competition, Finance University achieved an unprecedented victory in this grassroots competition, clinching the provincial championship with an impeccable record. They secured their qualification for the Southwest District competition as the champions of the Sanchuan Province Grassroots Tournament. Such an outstanding achievement has become widely celebrated within the university. Consequently, the now familiar figure of Mu Mu often encounters fellow students greeting him or requesting photographs as he walks around campus. One day, while purchasing water at the convenience store, Mu Mu found himself surrounded by a group eager for a group photo. After accommodating their requests, he finally managed to break free from the crowd. As he stepped through the doorway, his eyes brightened. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Meng. With Lin Meng turned sideways, she had yet to notice Mu Mu emerging. Feeling a surge of excitement, he stepped forward to greet her. Hi. Lin Meng was startled by the sudden deep voice, and upon turning around, she saw Mu Mu. She exclaimed, "Ah, how did you appear out of nowhere and frighten me?" Observing the startled expression on her face, Mu Mu jested, "How curious. Why do you seem so flustered at the sight of me?" Lin Meng shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Who told you to sneak around like that? Even a charming beauty like Meng Meng can experience fear at times." As soon as the words left his lips, Mu Mu regretted his choice of phrasing, sensing that his remarks might have been somewhat frivolous. Cough. Lately, buoyed by the flattery of those around him, he seemed to have become a bit too self-satisfied, letting his tongue slip. Nevertheless, hearing him refer to her as Meng Meng for the first time, coupled with the compliment of her beauty, stirred ripples in Lin Meng's heart. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she instinctively raised her right hand to strike him. Mu Mu's agility was always remarkable. Instinctively, he managed to grasp the hand that was aimed at him. Ah, this wooden figure possesses considerable strength. Just as Lin Meng pondered this, Mu Mu sensed the unique softness of a girl's hand, a quality that rendered his self-proclaimed resilience vulnerable. At that moment, the atmosphere was thick with a mix of ambiguity and awkwardness. In an attempt to alleviate the tension, Mu Mu, after a brief pause, feigned humor and remarked, "Since you wish to strike me, I shall graciously allow you to do so." With that, he pressed down on the softness he held. However, at that instant, the delicate hand inadvertently brushed against Muu's solid chest muscles. Startled, Lin Ming instinctively withdrew her palm and retracted her fingers, a gesture that, from an outsider's perspective, appeared as if she had caressed and then pinched. The surrounding air had reached an unbearable level of awkwardness. Mu gently released that delicate hand, then hesitantly murmured, we'll go train now. Goodbye. With that, he swiftly darted towards the gym, leaving Lin Ming blushing and flustered under the shade of the trees. Upon arriving at the gym, noticing his friend's distracted demeanor, Old Guo inquired, Lao Mu, what's wrong? You seem preoccupied today. Nothing, Mu replied, regaining his composure, transforming his embarrassment into motivation as he embarked on yet another day of intense training. After enduring a rigorous session that drained his physical energy, Mu's mind continued to conjure the image of that beautiful figure, accompanied by feelings of longing and melancholy. Since the day they met at the start of the school year, Mu had undoubtedly recognized his affection for Lin Ming. He found himself thinking of her often, and each thought brought a soothing sense of comfort. However, as nearly 3 months passed without advancing their relationship or breaking the tension, the ambiguous feelings between them began to intertwine with a sense of wistfulness. This emotional turmoil was quite tormenting. After returning to the dormitory and washing up, still in a state of emotional upheaval, Mu picked up his phone. He found Lin Ming in his WeChat contacts and opened the messaging interface. Staring at the video call button for a prolonged moment, Mu ultimately withdrew his finger, then spent quite some time pondering over the chat bar, struggling to formulate the perfect words. After much hesitation, he exited WeChat and located Lin Ming's number in his phone contacts, pressing the call button. As he listened to the ringing tone, his heart raced in syncopation. After what felt like an eternity, a familiar and melodious voice answered on the other end. Hello. Under normal circumstances, Lin Ming would joyfully answer upon seeing this number, but remembering the awkwardness between them earlier that day made her feel tense. An inexplicable intuition led her to suspect that this call may hold significance. After calming her nerves, she pressed the answer button. Upon hearing the gentle hello, Mu felt momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank, unsure of how to proceed. After a mental struggle, he firmly declared, Lin Ming, I like you. I like you. I like you. And then, would you be willing? After speaking these words, Mu felt a sense of relief that had been long suppressed. He had finally voiced his feelings and now awaited her response. Through the tone of Lin Ming's voice on the line, he sensed her tension, and she felt equally conflicted within. Should she accept his feelings? Would conceding now render me too casual, especially considering he has yet to make any effort? Others pursue diligently. Even if such devotion is unnecessary, there ought to be a semblance of aspiration and attitude. Is it truly sufficient to merely make a phone call, express affection, and inquire if I am willing, devoid of any prior indication or endeavor? As this thought pervaded her mind, Lin Ming found herself engulfed in a wave of reproachful sentiments. After an awkward silence, the voice on the other end responded, Mu, you are wonderful, but I am not inclined to contemplate this at present. Upon hearing the rejection, Mu felt a chilling wave wash over him. Following another moment of silence, he feigned nonchalance, saying, All right, I apologize for the disturbance. Goodbye. As the call ended, Lin Ming was left feeling both angered and despondent. She was infuriated by the nonchalance of his confession, which followed no substantial effort, and disheartened by his abrupt disconnection. Simultaneously, she pondered whether his affection for her could truly be so effortlessly expressed, so easily declared, so easily dismissed. At that moment, Mu was enveloped in a sense of discouragement. Reflecting on past interactions, having believed there was some mutual fondness, it turned out that her excessive concern and attention had led her to misinterpret his every word and deed as signs of affection. His compliments felt like mere platitudes, and his reluctance to consider her was, in reality, a complete disinterest. Mistaking it for unreciprocated feelings, Mu resolved to channel his energy into training and refrained from joining Lao Guo and Hu Qin on their outings during the weekend. Following the rejection, Lin Ming received no further messages from Mu. Indeed, he did not harbor any significant affection for her. She then wondered if he was simply disappointed and chose to ignore her. Anxiously, she scrolled through his social media. Upon realizing she could still view his posts, she felt a sense of relief that he had not deleted her. Otherwise, how infuriating that would have been. The fluctuating emotions of elation and despondency led Lin Ming to realize that harboring affection for someone could be quite exhausting. Chapter 39. Breaking the Ice. Transforming his disappointment into motivation, Moo devoted over a week to intense training at the gym. During this period, he refrained from sending any messages to Lin Ming. And inexplicably, they fell into a state of silence. Their mutual friends, Lao Guo and Hu Qin, also sensed an unusual tension, as the two, who frequently mentioned each other, had recently ceased to do so. Consequently, after conferring with Lao Guo, Hu Qin decided to bring Lin Ming to the gym that afternoon. When Hu Qin dragged the reluctant Lin Ming to the venue, Moo and Lao Guo had already been training for a while and were now resting on the sidelines. Upon noticing the two approaching, Lao Guo waved them over enthusiastically. As they settled down beside each other, Lin Ming and Moo exchanged furtive glances, avoiding direct eye contact. Observing their discomfort, Hu Qin remarked, "Hey, Lao Mu, we haven't seen much of you lately. Is there something going on?" No, I've just been training at the gym," he replied. Hu Qin continued, "Your team has been undefeated in the recent matches, and the school has plastered posters everywhere. You've become quite the celebrity." "Huh, fame also belongs to your Lao Guo," Moo retorted. "By the way, you should keep an eye on him. There are plenty of girls drooling over his posters." Lao Guo quickly interjected, "No need to exaggerate. That's not the case at all. Besides, my narrow heart can only accommodate Hu Qin." The two nearby felt a wave of nausea at this exchange. Hu Qin affectionately linked her arm with Lao Guo's, teasing, "Has jealousy transformed you beyond recognition? I trust my Lao Guo." After this playful banter, Hu Qin's thought shifted, and she said, Lao Mu, as the now widely recognized basketball star of the school, I believe you are the one who has captured the attention of many girls." Moo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not at all. If we are to speak of popularity, it must be the most handsome, Xiao Shuai." On the other side, Wang Mingxiao wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Indeed. Old Mu truly has a discerning eye." Hu Qin, however, chose to disregard Xiao Shuai's comment. She cast a glance at Lin Ming and then at Moo. "So, do you have a girl you fancy?" Moo pondered for a moment and replied, "Yes, indeed." Upon hearing this response, Lin Ming felt a tightening in her chest. While Hu Qin continued to inquire, "Who? Do we know her?" Immersed in her own feelings of loss, Moo assumed it was merely her one-sided affection and thus responded, "Such matters are solely between two individuals. If one party does not harbor feelings for the other, then proclaiming one's affection for someone else to the world is a profound disrespect. Therefore, I shall refrain from disclosing her identity." With her ears perked up, Lin Ming attentively listened to every word and silently mused, "Have I ever expressed that I do not like you? Have I ever shown any signs of dislike? Did I give you the impression that I was indifferent?" Observing Lin Ming biting her lip to the point of almost drawing blood, Hu Qin asked, "If she reciprocates your feelings, would you still choose not to make it public? After all, you are quite the public figure at school now. Do try not to come across as insincere." Moo cast a sidelong glance, exclaiming, "What public figure? What nonsense! Are you envious because my basketball skills surpass your old man's by a considerable margin?" Lao Guo promptly replied, "Qin, let us speak respectfully. How could old Mu possibly be that kind of person?" Noticing Hu Qin glaring at him, Lao Guo instinctively withdrew his neck, diverting his gaze elsewhere. Moo, if both parties harbor mutual affection, it is only fitting to make it known to those around us. Failing to do so would be a sign of disrespect towards one another. In simpler terms, if it is unrequited love, it is best not to broadcast it widely, as it may cause embarrassment to others. However, when feelings are reciprocated, one should openly express them without reservation. At this moment, Hu Qin playfully nudged Lin Ming with her elbow, finding her words quite commendable. Meanwhile, Wang Mingxiao, still somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Old Mu, do you have any plans for tonight? Perhaps we could all enjoy a drink together. My family Xin, and he Lu Yao will join us as well." Old Zhang, upon hearing this, exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Wang, why is it just old Mu being invited? Surely we cannot be overlooked." "Of course not. Let us all go together. What do you say, old Mu?" With a woman's keen intuition, Lin Ming fixed her gaze intently on Moo, seemingly trying to decipher something from his expression. Sensing her scrutiny, Moo composed himself and replied with a smile, "I want to be going. I don't drink. While everyone is having a blast, I'd just be sitting there drinking tea seriously, which would dampen the atmosphere. Besides, I have basketball practice tonight. Another day, I'll treat the brothers to a meal." Upon hearing this, Lin Ming withdrew her gaze, Her satisfaction, evident as a smile, began to grace her lips. Wang Mingxiao glanced towards Wu Xian and He Luyao, saying, "That's fine, but you must make it up to everyone another time." "Absolutely," Lin Ming declared, determined to break the ice as she approached Mu Mu and extended the water she was holding. "Here, have some water." Mu Mu gazed at the pair of snow-white hands, momentarily taken aback. "Oh, thank you." As he accepted the water bottle from Lin Ming, their hands inadvertently brushed against one another. This time, however, Lin Ming did not shy away. A flicker of joy ignited within Mu Mu as he unscrewed the cap and drank eagerly from the bottle. From that day on, the connection between Mu Mu and Lin Ming returned to a sense of normalcy. They continued their daily exchanges, inquiring about each other's meals, activities, and the names of various athletes. Yet, as Lin Ming frequented the training facility more often and their gatherings on weekends grew, their conversations blossomed into a diverse array of topics. Through these exchanges, Mu Mu gradually discovered Lin Ming's understanding nature and gentleness, while Lin Ming began to notice Mu Mu's occasional, unintentional humor beneath his mature and composed demeanor. After the grassroots competition of the 2022 Cuba season concluded, the Financial University, having secured its qualification, awaited the divisional matches scheduled for the following semester in March and April. In the meantime, to afford the players additional competitive experience, Coach Wang Gu organized training exchanges with several universities in the vicinity of Rongqing. Thus, starting next week and continuing until the divisional matches, the school planned to schedule at least one training match with other institutions each week, excluding the summer break. Aside from occasional gatherings with classmates, Mu Mu found himself immersed in relentless training at the gym. This commitment highlighted the growing disparity in skill levels among the team members, much to Coach Wang Ji's delight as he witnessed the continuous development of his disciples. Chapter 40. The end of the semester time swiftly brought them to the conclusion of the first semester. On this day, the last of the school term, Mu Mu remained, as ever, dedicatedly honing his skills in the gym. The rhythmic sounds of basketballs swishing through the net echoed within the arena. Oh, there you are. I knew he would be here," exclaimed a voice. Turning to the source, Mu Mu saw Lao Guo, Lao Feng, and Xiao Shu approaching, arm in arm. Xiao Shu exaggeratedly remarked, "Goodness, Lao Mu, even on the last day, you haven't forgotten your training. Are you trying to make it impossible for us to keep up?" Mu Mu tossed the ball, and it swished perfectly through the net. Turning to his companions, he declared, "Every additional moment of practice translates into greater strength. If you aspire to attain my level of prowess, then you must toil just as I do, my young friend." Xiao Shui shook his head vigorously, retorting, "You are a beast. We humans do not compete with you." Old Feng interjected, "We are still training today, and you Haven T answered your phone. We've been searching for you for quite some time. Come, let us all gather tonight, for tomorrow we shall return home." Mu Mu responded, "I do not indulge in alcohol either. It would be rather inappropriate for me to compete in drinking with you all using tea. Furthermore, the bar is dimly lit, and someone like me, who thrives in the light, is ill-suited for such an environment." Lao Guo shot him a glance. "Hey, you seem to be quite adept at embellishing your own image. By the way, I must inform you in advance that my dear Qin will be bringing along the girls from her dormitory." Mu Mu, with a facade of solemnity, remarked, "In that case, I absolutely cannot attend. If I, a man of great renown, find myself amidst a throng of blossoms, how could old Feng and old Zhang possibly make their move?" Old Feng, stroking his chin thoughtfully, feigned agreement as he nodded. "Although I find old Mu's audacity laughable, his presence would undoubtedly complicate our endeavors in courting the ladies. Perhaps it is best to ensure he does not go, ha." Mu Mu stepped forward and locked his arm around his friend's throat, exclaiming, "Hey, you, my friend, are willing to cast aside your brethren for the sake of a lady." The choked old Feng rolled his eyes and gasped for mercy. Cough, Mu Gua. "I implore you to spare me. Our lives as single men are indeed precious." Lao Guo pondered for a moment before responding, "Are you truly unwilling to go? Let me make it clear, Lin Ming will undoubtedly be there. Just look at all these other bachelors." Mu Mu glanced around at the surrounding bachelors, displaying an expression of concern. "You fellows are like hungry wolves, striding out together in such a carefree manner." Old Zhang feigned innocence and replied, "Old Mu, could you refrain from staring at me when you mention those old lechers? Your gaze has wounded my pure heart." With laughter echoing among friends, they exited the gymnasium. As Mu Mu hastily changed and arrived at the gathering point by the school gate, his eyes instantly fell upon the enchanting figure he had long yearned for, filling his heart with joy. Today, Lin Ming, as usual, wore her familiar ponytail, clad in a thick black down jacket and snug gray jeans that accentuated her long legs. Coupled with her sweet and delicate features, she was undeniably captivating. Just moments ago, Lin Ming had felt a twinge of disappointment at not seeing Moo Moo. But upon spotting his tall silhouette jogging towards her, her spirits brightened, and an inexplicable sense of joy surged within her. Moo Moo expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry for keeping you all waiting." Hu Qin, with a mischievous smile, replied, "We're not in any rush. But someone has certainly been waiting for you for quite a while, haha." Old Feng then stated, "Now that everyone is here, let us go and have a meal." With that, the group began to walk along the sidewalk by the school gate, heading towards the street where the restaurant was located. As they walked, Hu Qin exchanged glances with several girls and cheerfully linked arms with Lao Guo, leading the way, leaving Lin Ming behind, who was momentarily taken aback. Wu Xian, who was also linking arms with Xiao Shuai, playfully nudged He Luyo with her other hand, then gestured towards Moo Moo, who was a few steps ahead. He Luyo hesitated, gazing down at her toes, but eventually steeled herself for a brave attempt. Just as she was about to step forward, a tall figure suddenly moved swiftly to her side. Observing the two walking side by side, He Luyo felt an inexplicable pang of pain in her heart. Lin Ming, noticing the person beside her, lifted her gaze only to find herself staring into Moo Moo's sharply defined jawline. As her eyes traveled upward, she met his gaze, which was fixed upon her. A sudden tightness gripped her heart, and she quickly lowered her head, focusing on the ground beneath her, feeling as though her body had become weightless. Moo Moo spoke first, saying, "I heard from Old Guo that your department will also have a holiday starting tomorrow, right?" Lin Ming gently nodded, replying, "Yes, that's correct. Will you have a break as well?" Moo Moo responded, "Indeed, so we can head back tomorrow?" "Yes, the train is at noon. Have you purchased the tickets?" "I've already secured them. Are you also returning tomorrow?" The frigid air caused thick clouds of breath to escape their lips as they conversed. As Lin Ming spoke, the warm air she exhaled drifted upward before Moo Moo's eyes. The gentle waft of warmth that passed by his nose carried a faint hint of mint, which softened the heart of the self-proclaimed stoic, leaving him enchanted. Of course, to an outsider, he might appear rather repulsive at that moment. "Yes, the train tomorrow afternoon." They continued their simple dialogue while mingling amidst the crowd. Before long, they arrived at a nearby street and chose a restaurant with a reasonably good reputation as the venue for their gathering. As they settled into their seats, Moo Moo pulled out a chair for Lin Ming and remarked, "Let us sit here." With a slight blush on her cheeks, Lin Ming offered no dissent, nodding as she took her place at the chair he had drawn. The group divided into two tables to sit down. Although they were at a large round table, it lacked a revolving tray, revealing the inconvenience during the meal, as the girls could only reach for the dishes before them. At this moment, Moo Moo 219's wingspan proved to be quite advantageous, allowing him to effortlessly grasp any dish within his sight. With a considerate gesture, he extended his arm and placed a piece of fish into Lin Ming's bowl. Observing the substantial chunk of fish nearly filling her bowl, Lin Ming appeared both embarrassed and elated. As Moo Moo boldly stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, he suddenly recalled that the chopsticks he had used to serve Lin Ming were, in fact, the very ones he was currently wielding. However, it was too late to think of using serving chopsticks, as the food had already been placed in her bowl. A quick glance revealed that Lin Ming had already taken a small piece of fish and placed it in her mouth, showing no sign of distaste. Pleased with this, Moo Moo felt a sense of relief. Once the meal concluded, the young university students had no intention of dispersing just yet. Having satisfied their appetites, they eagerly proceeded to their next destination, ready to wet their throats and unleash their singing talents. After nearly 20 individuals had settled into a spacious private room, Hu Qin and Lao Guo seized the opportunity to dominate the karaoke machine first, while Lao Zhang and Xiao Yu grabbed bottles of alcohol, preparing for a hearty drink. Thus, the night unfolded with singing and drinking as the group embarked on a joyous celebration. The disciplined Moo Moo opted for mineral water, which was also a reason for his infrequent attendance at such gatherings. Nevertheless, this did not render him bored. Lin Ming, with her exceptional vocal training, possessed a voice that captivated him. In that moment, he felt that even the beloved Zhou Dong, whom he had listened to since childhood, could not compare to her. Of course, this was merely Moo Moo's subjective impression, influenced by his infatuation. After a period of exuberant revelry, those uninterested in singing or further drinking decided to play a game of truth or dare. As Moo Moo, who had neither drunk nor sung, was drawn into the game by Lao Zhang and Xiao Yu, The initial rounds involved everyone opting for truths. However, after several rounds, Lao Guo and Xiao Shu began to express skepticism towards each other's truths. Feeling unsatisfied, they collectively decided to jump straight into the dares. Lao Feng became the first victim of the dares that evening. With a mischievous smile, Xiao Shu presented a challenge. Lao Feng was to carry the heaviest among them. Lao Zhang, in a parody of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife. Glancing at the rotund Lao Zhang, Lao Feng reluctantly bent his back. As the feigned shy Lao Zhang clambered onto Lao Feng's back with a chuckle, his considerable weight caused Lao Feng to stagger momentarily. Xiao Shu even removed his outer jacket to drape over Lao Zhang's head, adding to the absurdity of the scene, prompting a flurry of photographs from the amused onlookers. The subsequent dares continued to elicit hearty laughter from those around. After several rounds, Mu, who had managed to evade the game thus far, found himself unable to escape. While Lao Zhang and the others chuckled, Xiao Shu was the first to speak. "How about this? Your dare is to kiss one of the girls present," Lao Guo remarked. "This is a bit excessive. Lao Mu would undoubtedly relish the opportunity, yet we must also consider the feelings of the girls involved. How about this? I shall lower the stakes a bit, and Mu can simply kiss the hand of one of the girls present." Mu, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. Was this truly not excessive? However, upon further reflection, he appreciated his brother's intentions. Among the girls present was Lin Ming, who had previously rejected him, yet it appeared she did not harbor any aversion towards him now. Thus, seizing this opportunity to bravely explore the waters seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Of course, throughout the semester, Mu had sensed He Luyao's affections, but his heart had no room for any girl other than Lin Ming. Therefore, he maintained a courteous and respectful demeanor towards He Luyao, rather than indulging in ambiguous flirtations. Even though he understood that his forthcoming actions might cause her pain, he found no reason to refrain. In Mu's view, love should be a matter solely between two individuals. Thus, the only sentiments that warranted consideration were those of the one he cherished, while others were neither necessary nor appropriate to contemplate. With this thought in mind, and amidst the raucous cheers of the crowd, Mu rose and strode directly towards Lin Ming. Witnessing this, He Luyu felt a chill wash over her. In that moment of profound disappointment, she realized that the one she cherished was ultimately beyond her grasp. Meanwhile, seated with Hu Qin and others, Lin Ming watched as Mu approached, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Oh, is he truly going to kiss me in front of all these people? What should I do?" she thought, flustered. "Never mind, if he dares to come over, then I shall let him kiss me. If I were to reject him in front of everyone, who knows how he might react?" Just as Lin Ming was consumed by her anxiety, Mu swiftly arrived before her. At this moment, the raucous crowd fell silent, all eyes eagerly awaiting his next move. Mu extended his broad right hand and grasped Lin Ming's delicate and snow-white hand. At the moment of contact, both felt a jolt akin to an electric shock. Steeling himself, Mu lowered his head. Just as his lips were about to brush against the back of Lin Ming's hand, he suddenly flipped her hand over and planted a kiss on his own hand instead. Alas! This unexpected maneuver left the onlookers both dumbfounded and exceedingly disappointed. Lin Ming, who had been anxiously anticipating the moment, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger as she watched Mu kiss the back of his own hand instead. "You foolish blockhead, after coming this far, you pull a stunt like this?" Irritated, she shot an annoyed glance at his self-satisfied back. Mu had indeed been prepared to kiss her, but upon reflection, he realized that this was a matter between them, and such intimacy was best reserved for a private moment away from prying eyes. After all, he had already sensed her lack of resistance, which was sufficient for him. Although the eager spectators felt a tinge of disappointment, life resumed its course with drinks and merriment, and the evening passed uneventfully. The following morning, as Hu Qin was packing her belongings in the dormitory, she remarked to Lin Ming, "Hey, I say, you two still haven't defined your relationship, and you're just leaving like this? What do you mean? Everyone knows the little secrets you both harbor. Is that barrier between you really so unyielding? Ever since he confessed, he hasn't mentioned anything in that regard again. I was quite surprised when he made that sudden move last night. Up until now, he hasn't shown any signs of pursuing you. It feels like we're just ordinary friends. I thought he'd given up after last night." Hu Qin set down her belongings and sat on the edge of her bed. He is rather dense and doesn't understand that girls need some expression of affection. "To me, you come across as a proud little princess. While others are trying various ways to win your heart, you assume everyone will shamelessly employ all sorts of tactics. My partner told me that despite Mu being 2 years older than us and appearing mature and composed, He has never pursued a girl since we met in middle school. In matters of romance, he is, I dare say, a novice among novices. When I was criticizing him last night, my partner noted that his action was the boldest he has ever seen Moo be with a girl. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming felt a flicker of joy within, though she feigned indifference, muttering, I have never dated either, as if anyone has any experience. Exactly, you both are complete novices. Well, if you don't like Moo, I certainly won't press the issue further. However, observing your incessant infatuation with him throughout the day, I believe it is indeed worth mentioning. Who is infatuated? Oh, still unwilling to admit it, are we? I suggest you promptly call Moo and request his assistance in retrieving your luggage. This departure will last over a month. Have you not noticed the envious glances from the cheerleaders directed at your Moo? Let me tell you, do not wait until you return to rue your choices. Lin Ming bit her lip, and after contemplating her feelings of longing and desire, she finally took out her phone and dialed Moo's number. Hello? Upon hearing that deep, familiar voice, Lin Ming restrained her nervousness and mustered her courage to speak. Moo, have you set off yet? Surprised by her melodious voice. Moo replied, Not yet. I am still in the dormitory. I'll be leaving with Lao Guo and the others on the afternoon bus. After a brief pause, Lin Ming finally said, Well, I have quite a bit of luggage. Could you help me carry it, if it's convenient for you? Without hesitation, Moo eagerly responded, Sure, I'll be right over. After hanging up, Moo, filled with excitement, hummed a cheerful tune as he dashed out of the dormitory, leaving Lao Guo and the others in a state of astonishment. As he exited the dormitory, Moo's steps became lighter, transforming into a cheerful jog. The withered grass along the roadside and the now bare trees appeared remarkably beautiful to him at that moment. Before long, the nimble Moo arrived at the girls' dormitory. After waiting a short while, Lin Ming emerged from the building. I'm sorry to trouble you again today, Lin Ming said. Moo, it's nothing, just a small effort. It would indeed be challenging for you alone to manage 6 floors, and coincidentally, I have some spare time. If Lao Feng and Lao Guo, who were busy packing his luggage in the dormitory, overheard such brazen remarks, they would undoubtedly cast him a disapproving glance. After greeting the dormitory manager, Lin Ming led Moo into the girls' dormitory building. As they traversed the corridor, Lin Ming walked slightly ahead, guiding the way. She couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth and happiness, thinking about how Moo had rushed over immediately after her phone call. Even faster than she could descend from the 6th floor, indicating his care for her. In that moment, while she felt a mix of nervousness and joy, she whimsically swung her arms. The distance between them gradually diminished, and despite Moo's towering height of over 20 centimeters, their long arms inadvertently brushed against each other as they walked closely together. At the instant of contact, Lin Ming instinctively withdrew her hand as if shocked. But Moo promptly grasped her retreating hand and held it firmly in his palm. With her hand tightly clasped, Lin Ming, head bowed, found her mind a blank, overwhelmed by a blend of bliss and confusion. The girl who had just been joyfully waving her arms now felt as if she needed guidance, being led forward. Due to her nervousness, when they reached the staircase, her feet, feeling as heavy as lead, stumbled on the steps, as embarrassment washed over her. The person holding her hand chuckled and said, Even though your path is guided by me, you still need to open your beautiful eyes to see the road beneath your feet. Such a nauseating remark made Lin Ming feel a mix of shyness and indignation. Oh, you're teasing me. Flustered, she retaliated with playful punches and kicks at the smiling Moo. To this teasing, Moo laughed and replied, Resorting to violence against others is often how people express their anger. However, as you strike me, I can clearly see the smile on your face. Is this your way of showing happiness? Oh, I see. It's all in good fun. Oh, if you say that again, unable to retract her hand held by him. Lin Ming covered her flushed cheeks with one hand. Although she had imagined countless times the possibility of breaking through this layer of their relationship during a quiet moment, when it truly arrived, she was still filled with excitement and nervousness, fully experiencing the meaning of a racing heart. Moo cast a furtive glance at both sides of the staircase, noticing no signs of anyone approaching. With a slight exertion of strength, he drew the delicate Lin Ming into his embrace, securing her with both arms. Nervous and bashful, Lin Ming attempted to struggle momentarily, but to no avail. She then softly remarked, What if someone comes? Let them come. It would save me the trouble of proclaiming it widely. Oh dear, what are you proclaiming? Have I misunderstood again? Lin Ming lifted her gaze and found Moo intently fixed upon her. Resolving not to ponder further, she pressed her cheek against his sturdy chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his solid waist. In that silent exchange, Both acknowledged their feelings for one another. Moo Moo savored the softness in his embrace, a stirring in his heart prompting him to suggest, "Shall we seal this moment before we part for over a month?" Noticing Lin Ming's bewildered expression, he hesitated no longer and kissed her gently. Chapter 42. The end of winter break. After a semester apart, the jubilant Moo Moo returned to Yanjing City, to the familiar Ma Yipu where he had grown up. The joy of his return was palpable in the expressions of his parents, Moo Ba and Moo Ma. His grandmother and the now taller Moo Gon flanked him, each linking an arm and showering him with inquiries. Their primary concerns revolved around his university life and the state of the basketball team. Following a delightful week spent with his family, Moo Moo once again packed his bags and returned to Yanjing City. As winter break approached, teacher Mao reached out to inquire about Moo Moo's experiences at university. After sharing the joyous news of leading the finance department to the regional competition, Mao Jun asked about Moo Moo's plans for the winter holiday. Since his second year of high school, Moo Moo had dedicated every winter and summer break to intensive training, and this year would be no exception. Seeing his most outstanding student maintain such a diligent attitude brought immense satisfaction to teacher Mao. Consequently, after discussions with the school, he secured permission for Moo Moo and his peers to utilize the facilities at 4th High School for their training during the break. After a long semester apart, Hua Hua and a few old friends reunited with Moo Moo at 4th High School. During the break, Chun Feng and Lao Niu also contacted Moo Moo, eager to join him for training, unwilling to fall behind. Meanwhile, Lao Feng, whose skills had reached a different echelon, assumed the role of a mobile water station, readily supplying water bottles and towels to the perspiring group. Chun Feng and Lao Niu, who had already made significant improvements, could not help but express their admiration upon witnessing Moo Moo's transformation, marveling at his exceptional prowess. Thus, the group of young men embarked on their daily training regimen once more. When engrossed in a task, time invariably slips away unnoticed, and before long, a month of intensive training had concluded. As they parted ways, Chun Feng and Lao Niu vowed with fervor that they would elevate Shanxing University into the Southwest Division, at which point they would aim to challenge Moo Moo's finance team. Moo Moo expressed admiration for their fighting spirit and reminded the two to strive harder, so as not to leave prematurely at the end of the third quarter. Although standing at a height of 172 centimeters, Hua Hua has shown remarkable improvements in physical attributes and skills. He conveyed to his old friends his aspirations for the future, which involve honing his abilities to focus on nurturing basketball talent among middle and primary school students. Moo Moo, Lao Gua, and Lao Feng all offered their encouragement and support. After an emotional farewell, everyone departed towards their respective destinations. Once training concluded, Moo Moo returned home to spend a week with his grandmother and Moo Gon. Before the start of the new semester beckoned him back to the university, as he bid farewell to his family. Both Moo Gon and his grandmother were enveloped in despair and reluctance. However, for Lin Ming and Moo Moo, who had not seen each other for over a month, hearts brimmed with joy at the prospect of their reunion. Before reaching the school, Lin Ming, who had been in daily contact over the winter break, initiated another video call. Upon connecting, Lin Ming feigned annoyance and playfully scolded, "Moo, what is going on? Today, I was the one to reach out first again. Tell me, how many times this winter break have I been the one to call you first?" With a charming smile, Moo Moo responded, "All this effort is merely to ensure that we become the most harmonious pair. I endure the daily grind without hesitation. Alas, it's your remarkable beauty among so many that compels me to constantly strive to keep up." Lin Ming giggled, "Pa? Such flattery. I never realized you had such a way with words, you wouldn't block." Enchanted by her beauty on the screen, Moo Moo found himself utterly captivated. "I am but a sincere soul, articulating the objective truths of my subjective understanding." He mused, "Wait, how can it be both subjective and objective? The subjectivity arises from my perception, where you are unparalleled. Objectivity stems from this subjectivity, as my world perceives you as the singular truth. Perhaps this is the blindness that love brings. Yet, none of that matters. What is essential is that you know you are the sole treasure in my universe." With joy barely concealed, Lin Ming, steadying her emotions, replied, "Humph. No amount of your words can overshadow the fact that I am more proactive than you. So, do not pause now. Continue with your objective truths until you find yourself at a loss for words." "Moo Moo, that could be troublesome. Have you prepared a charger? What do you need a charger for? In the presence of my gentle and adorable Ming Ming, how could I ever find myself at a loss for words? The mere thought of your exquisite visage floods my mind with an inexhaustible array of vocabulary, leaving me uncertain which to express. Hence, You must be ready with a charging cable. The battery of a single phone is simply insufficient to absorb my eloquence. Oh, really? Then I shall see what flowery words you can conjure. Certainly. This winter break, the two of us found our affection deepening through such exchanges. Of course, only we could perceive the charm in each other's words without finding them overly sentimental. To meet Lin Ming at the station, Mumu returned to school a step ahead. As the time for Lin Ming's arrival approached, Mumu was already waiting at the station. Through the bus window, Lin Ming scanned the crowd and soon spotted the conspicuously tall figure. As the driver halted the bus, she eagerly dashed towards the one she had longed for, her small backpack bouncing with each step. With eyes brimming with affection for Lin Ming, who had already wrapped her arms around him, Mumu inquired, "Do you have any other luggage?" "Yes, there is a large bag awaiting you," since the first day of school. "It seems I am destined to bear everything for you. Were you already eyeing me that day?" Lin Ming shot him a playful glare and retorted, "Pa." The thief cries out, "Stop, thief. Who is it that eyed whom? Oh, by the way, inside there are also many local specialties that my mother prepared for you." What do you mean by Have you told your family so soon? What are you afraid of? It's just that we're only freshmen. Isn't it a bit hasty to inform our families at this stage? Initially, I hadn't planned to say anything either, but only a few days after I returned home. My mother noticed something was amiss. I thought we are adults now. Our parents care for us, so it's quite nice to keep them informed. Besides, do you know? As soon as my father spoke, he guessed it was you. With a hint of unease, Mumu asked, What did your father say? Lin Ming, observing Mumu's demeanor, chuckled lightly. My dad wondered if it was that lad who helped carry the luggage. When he saw me nod, he added, I should have known it would be him. Upon hearing this, Mumu feigned calmness and smiled. Indeed, it seems that like father, like son. Your uncle must have recognized me long ago. Lin Ming playfully pinched the arm she was linked to and exclaimed, PSH. However, my father didn't elaborate further. After seeing your photograph, my mother praised your spirited appearance. Before we left, she specifically asked me to bring you some local delicacies, spicy rabbit, mangoes, and some loquats. Wow, that is quite a lot. Does my future mother-in-law hold me in such high regard? Oh, stop teasing. Yet, my mother genuinely likes you. She even expressed that it wasn't tea enough. After filling an entire box, she worried I might struggle to carry it. And my father unexpectedly chimed in, someone will come to help her with it. Giggling, Mumu hoisted the luggage he had located onto his shoulder. With his right hand steadying the burden and his left hand clasping Lin Ming's, they gracefully navigated through the crowd, exiting the station with an air of ease and contentment. Chapter 43, Departure to Juzhou. Upon returning to school, Mumu immersed himself once more in rigorous training. Each evening's shooting practice was no longer a solitary endeavor. Lin Ming consistently awaited him by the court, patiently observing his diligent efforts. Whenever Mumu completed a designated number of shots and approached the sidelines for a respite, Lin Ming would present him with a towel and a water bottle, softly saying, Mu, wipe your sweat. Mumu took the towel and wiped the beads of sweat that flowed from his forehead to his eyes. Mu, with so much sweat every day, you must shower several times, she remarked. Just 2 or 3 times. It's not excessive, he replied. Lin Ming frowned and said, Oh, that's not too much? They say frequent showers can be detrimental to one's skin. Mumu set down the water bottle he had just emptied and remarked, This is not an absolute matter. It varies from person to person. I personally feel little impact. As you can see, my skills have only improved with practice. Taking a shower in the morning is excessive. It is not advisable. Mumu smirked and said, You must wash up. Ever since we've been together, I find myself sweating profusely at night. If I don't wash in the morning, I'll carry the scent of perspiration. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Ming grasped the implication. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes widened, and she lifted her petite hand to playfully strike Mumu's robust frame. Just as the two were enveloped in a tender exchange, an untimely voice interrupted. No wonder you've been looking so haggard lately. It seems you've been feeling unwell. Perhaps you should consider a tonic for your vitality. It would benefit both you and her. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Mumu instantly recognized which canine companion it belonged to. As the old friend approached, Mumu promptly pushed him away, declaring, Stay away from me. I have no fondness for those who pick up soap. Laughter erupted among the crowd at his remark. Noticing that all his teammates had gathered, Mumu curiously inquired, What is the occasion tonight? Have you all decided to hold your nightlife at the gym? The charming Wang Mingxiao responded, Not just tonight. We plan to make this our regular evening routine. With the divisional championships approaching in less than a month, We cannot afford to hold you back any longer. Therefore, we have collectively decided to practice shooting with you each evening." Seeing the spirited demeanor of his teammates filled Moo Moo with determination. As individual shooting transformed into a collective training effort, the atmosphere on the court became increasingly vibrant. Before long, it was the end of March, and this year's Southwest Regional Divisional Championships were set to take place in Yuanshan Province. The official matches would commence on April 1st and conclude with the crowning of the Southwest Region champion on the 9th. On March 28th, Wang Ge led the team from the Finance University to the city of Zhuzhou in Yuanshan Province for the competition. Prior to their departure, Wang Ge rallied his students, stating, "My dear students, I am filled with excitement at this moment. Thanks to your hard work. Our university is participating in the divisional championships for the first time as the champion of the Sanchuan Division. We must continue to strive for excellence and aim for a top 10 finish in the Southwest region. Are you confident?" Just as the players were about to respond, the charming Wang Mingxiao interjected, "Coach, can we not be a bit more ambitious? With our current strength, coupled with the extraordinary Mu, we can absolutely contend for a spot in the top 6 and secure direct qualification for the national competition." Such ambition. I initially thought that setting a top 10 target would be sufficient pressure. It appears I have underestimated you all, which is precisely what I had hoped for. Therefore, our goal this time is the top 6, with the aim of securing direct advancement to the national competition. Wang Ge looked upon his enthusiastic players and the determined Moo Moo in the crowd, filled with anticipation for the upcoming divisional championships. Finance University, rise to greatness. The players were surrounded by fellow students from the Finance University who had come to cheer them on, with shouts of encouragement for both the university and Moo Moo resonating through the air. Lin Meng and Hu Qin silently observed Moo Moo and the old friend as they prepared to embark on their journey, suppressing their reluctance and wishing them great success. Moo Moo and his teammates waved farewell to those in the crowd whom they knew or cared about before boarding the bus. The school bus transported everyone to Xiaoshuang Airport, where they would embark on their flight to Zhuzhou. Moo Moo and Lao Guo were embarking on their inaugural flight. Although the pre-boarding procedures were more intricate than those of a bus journey, their curiosity rendered the tedious process far less monotonous. Despite the distance of over 900 kilometers between Rongshan and Zhuzhou, the journey of less than 2 hours bridged the gap between them. Before long, the group arrived in Zhuzhou, far away in Guizhou province. Hua Hua also made a video call to cheer on Moo Moo and Lao Guo. Expressing regret for not being able to witness the competition in person, Lao Niu and Qin Feng also reached out to Moo Moo, sharing that this year, Shan Cheng Wenli had made it to the regional competition, achieving commendable results, and the two were eager to prove themselves against Kaida. The following day, Wang Ge accompanied the team to Xiangnan University of Technology to familiarize themselves with the competition environment. On March 30th, the group draw was announced. Kaida was placed in Group B, alongside Yuanbei University of Technology, Huaxing University of Science and Technology, Macau City University, and Xiangnan University of Technology. Based on previous performances, Kaida was undoubtedly the weakest team in Group B, as the other 4 teams consistently ranked among the top in the Southwest region and regularly qualified for the national competition, demonstrating formidable strength. Upon seeing the group draw, Wang Ge furrowed his brow. Luo Ming comforted him, stating that while this year's grouping was indeed less than ideal, their strength had evolved, and he believed Moo Moo and the team could rise to the challenge. Wang Ge nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "You are right. Our capabilities this year will undoubtedly give our opponents a headache. Let us give our all." In this group stage, each team would compete against the other 4 teams in their group, with the top 16 teams advancing to the knockout stage. In the opening match, Kaida would face Yuanbei University of Technology, regarded as the second strongest team in Group B after Huaxing University. Thus, Kaida would face a formidable test in their first match. Should they triumph over Yuanbei, they would truly enter the ranks of the strong teams in the Southwest region. At 10 o'clock on the morning of April 1st, the match was set to commence on the campus of Xiangnan University of Technology. Yuanbei won the opening possession. Yuanbei's power forward, Lin Fanchao, swiftly penetrated the paint, and the somewhat sluggish Lao Zhang failed to keep pace, allowing Yuanbei to score 2 points immediately. Mu encouraged, "It's all right. Stay focused. Return the next ball." Back in our front court, Hu Xiao passed the ball to Mu. After a brief exchange of glances, the veteran player began a retreat run, utilizing the off-ball screen set by his teammates. The defender from the university maintained a commendable pace, consistently positioned to thwart the veteran's attempts to find space. Noticing the insufficient room to maneuver, Lao Zhang stepped up to set a screen for Mu. Once Lao Zhang settled into position, Mu propelled himself forward with a powerful push off his right foot. The opposing guard, Xian Bowen, marveled at Mu's remarkable speed. As Mu broke through from the right side and saw his defender trailing behind, he executed a sudden stop, skillfully harnessing his lower body strength, channeling it through his core, and lifted his hand to shoot. Ma Xian anticipated that the number 53 player would drive into the lane, hence he refrained from stepping up to assist on defense. But when he suddenly launched a shot from mid-range, Ma prepared himself to grab the rebound. Casting a glance at his significantly shorter opponent, he confidently waited for the basketball to bounce off the rim. Swish! To Ma Xian's dismay, the ball effortlessly sank through the net. Chapter 44, Division Tournament, Part 1. After successfully completing a defensive play, the finance team regained possession. On the sidelines, Wanga shouted, "Mu, number one. Number one." Mu nodded to the coach, indicating his comprehension. The so-called number one refers to Mu's formidable offensive prowess, which consistently generates damage and draws the opposing defense's firepower. Once the opponent's defensive focus shifts towards Mu, he can deftly distribute the ball to an open teammate, embodying a star four-shooter strategy. This tactic had proven effective in previous provincial exchange matches, thanks to the increasingly reliable shooting capabilities of the team members. Observing the tight defense that the university team employed against others, Wang Ge believed that leveraging Mu's offensive strength could break the deadlock. Beyond the three-point line, Mu scrutinized the defender before suddenly launching into action. A swift change of direction after a step back left the bewildered Xian Bowen trailing behind. Ma Xian, having noted that number 53's previous mid-range shot was not merely a stroke of luck, approached with caution, hastily moving to defend. Just as Ma Xian was nearing, Mu decisively took his shot. Swish! The ball once again found the net. These effortless shots appeared remarkably relaxed, revealing no hint of pressure on the shooter, as if he possessed absolute control over the rhythm of the offense. Wang Ge, witnessing this understated yet skillful shot, could not help but wear a satisfied smile. Having been scored against twice in succession, Xian Bowen felt a surge of frustration. If this continued, he risked becoming a liability to the team, which was unacceptable. Eager to escape this awkward predicament, he resolved to retaliate in this possession. Such is the nature of competitive sports. One must not shrink before the strong, but rather give their all to demonstrate commitment. However, Xian Bowen chose not to act impulsively. Instead, he coordinated with his perimeter teammates to set off-ball screens, intending to collaborate in the offensive effort. The ball handler quickly understood the cue and passed the ball to Xian Bowen, who had successfully cut into the paint. After receiving the ball, he adjusted his position relative to the basket, confident that the shot would land. As his outstretched right hand neared the rim, Xian Bowen attempted a layup. Crack! Just before the ball could touch the backboard, a shadow loomed behind him, and a long arm shot out, forcefully swatting the ball against the backboard. As Xian Bowen stood in stunned silence, the crowd gasped in amazement, while the player wearing number 53 effortlessly secured the falling ball. From the stands, someone exclaimed, "That reaction speed is astonishing. I thought he wouldn't keep up with that play." Another nearby remarked, "This number 53 is exceptional. After those two shots, I assumed he was merely a shooter, but his defensive reflexes and awareness are equally impressive. Our school is also in Group B. We'll face number 53 soon, and we must keep a close watch on him." "You're absolutely right," came the agreement. As the spectators on the sidelines were captivated by the thrilling exchanges of the match, engaging in animated discussions of their various perspectives, Mu swiftly seized the rebound and propelled the ball forward, initiating a fast break. Hu Xia, Lao Gua, and Mu united like a trident, advancing towards the front court. Only two players from Yuanbei University returned to defend, creating a favorable 3-on-2 situation for Keida University. Mu shouted to the steady Old Gua in the corner, "Old Gua, the corner." Understanding the cue, Old Gua ceased his advance toward the paint and swiftly made his way to the right corner. Meanwhile, Hu Xia, positioned on the left, surged toward the basket. Among the defenders, one opted to guard Hu Xia, while the other, after a moment of hesitation, decided to defend the previously proven sharpshooter wearing number 53. At this juncture, Old Gua, having reached the right corner, found himself with ample space. The coach of Yuanbei observed the positioning of the opposing players and shook his head in dismay, thinking to himself that such a favorable 3-on-2 situation should not have extended beyond the three-point line. If his players had acted thus, he would have surely sent them back to the bench for their lack of discernment. On the other hand, Wang Ge remained composed. well aware of his player's capabilities. He understood that Guyu possessed a reliable three-point shooting prowess. Even if Guyu failed to convert, the unchallenged Mumu had a significant advantage in securing the rebound. Moreover, shooters like Old Gua required ample trust and opportunities to exhibit their true shooting potential. Thus, Guyu's decision to position himself in the corner and Mumu's choice to pass to the unguarded Guyu was indeed a prudent one. Upon receiving the ball, Old Gua steadied himself, leaped, and released the shot. The ball arced gracefully through the air, heading toward the hoop but clanged against the rim and bounced out. Anticipating the ball's descent, Mumu, who had been stationed near the three-point line, leapt high and extended his long arm to seize the rebound. The frustrated defender promptly rushed forward to contest, aiming to prevent Mumu from executing a second-chance opportunity. However, seeing the opponent closing in, Mumu opted not to attack, but instead passed the ball back to Old Gua in the corner. Old Gua, having developed an unspoken understanding over time, was already poised for another shot as he witnessed his old friend secure the rebound. He knew that Mumu would invariably pass the ball to him when he found himself unmarked. This was the result of their enduring mutual trust and unwavering support. With the ball in hand, Old Gua, fully prepared, decisively took the shot once more. Swish. This time, the ball comfortably settled into the net, adding another 3 points to the scoreboard for Kaida, observing the opposing players scramble for the offensive rebound only to opt for another three-point attempt, which they successfully converted. The Yuanbei coach shook his head in resignation, muttering, "Too reckless, illogical, simply illogical." Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Gu and Luo Ming were thrilled by their disciples' tenacity, applauding the successful basket while loudly praising, "Great hustle, excellent mindset, keep it up." Both coaches and players from the two teams are striving in their own perceived correct ways. Perhaps there exists no absolute right or wrong, only differing perspectives. Observing the opposing team score repeatedly, Yuanbei, attempting to reverse the tide, opted to initiate an offensive strategy through the towering Ma Xin, who possessed a significant height advantage. This tactical shift yielded a qualitative leap. The slightly shorter Lao Zhang, standing about 10 centimeters less than Ma Xin, was unable to mount a formidable defense against him. Ma Xin consistently scored within the paint, allowing Yuanbei to narrow the gap after initially trailing. Although they struggled to contain Ma Xin in the paint, Kaida managed to keep pace with Yuanbei thanks to Mumu's formidable individual prowess and the occasional surprise strikes from Lao Gua and others. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 26-22, with Kaida holding a mere 4-point lead, indicating a relatively close contest. Chapter 45, Division Tournament, Part 2. During the intermission, Wang Gu addressed the players, stating, "Everyone, our performance thus far has been quite commendable, despite our slim 4-point lead." Upon hearing this, Luo Ming and the other players exchanged glances, murmuring that the coach was indulging in his typical flair for the dramatic. Although the opposing tall player possessed a height advantage, his strength appeared somewhat lacking. Thus, Mumu would primarily be responsible for defending against him. We shall also substitute in the lineup paired with Ming Xiao in advance, aiming to create space through shooting. Let us continue to maintain our confidence, our tenacity, and our focus. Onward. After a round of guidance and admonitions, the brief intermission concluded, and both teams returned to the court. At the onset of the second quarter, the Financial University opted to field an entirely substitute lineup. Wang Gu intended for the reserves to exert themselves fully against the opposition for 3 minutes, after which the well-rested starters would take the court to deliver a decisive blow to their adversaries. This strategy had gradually evolved from their previous encounters with other teams in the province, tailored to suit their unique characteristics. This formation had proven effective time and again. Under the leadership of Mumu, the one-star, for shooters lineup invariably left their opponents powerless. Consequently, whenever other schools faced the Financial University, it felt as though they were merely following a script, managing to hold their ground in the first quarter, only to be overwhelmed in the final 7 minutes of the second, with the outcome nearly determined by the third quarter. Although Wang Gu maintained a facade of calm before the game, he felt a twinge of anxiety when confronting one of the powerhouses from the Southwest Division, Yuanbei. Upon completing the first quarter, he realized that the opponents were indeed significantly stronger than other provincial teams. However, their prowess appeared somewhat diminished in the presence of Mumu. With 6 minutes and 32 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Wang Gu called a timeout, bringing the rested starters onto the court. The sight of number 53 re-entering the game tightened the coach of Yuanbei's chest. They hadn't witnessed the Financial University reaching the regional tournament in prior years. It seemed this year hinged on the performance of number 53. If they could focus their efforts on neutralizing him, perhaps they could turn the tide in their favor. Resolutely, the Yuanbei coach shouted to his players, one-on-one, for to guard. Upon hearing the coach's commanding voice, Wang Gu smiled knowingly, remarking, well, if they expect to contain Mu Mu with that strategy, we shall not hold back. He then called out to the court, Ming Xiao, Gu Yu, position yourselves at the baseline. After relaying his instructions, he turned to Mu Mu, saying, it's your time to shine. Mu Mu nodded in acknowledgement. To facilitate passing to teammates stationed at both corners, he dribbled to the top of the arc. With a resounding thump as he struck the ball, he deftly maneuvered around the defender, successfully penetrating beyond the three-point line. As a defender from Yuanbei rushed to provide help, Mu Mu skillfully flicked the ball to the waiting Lao Gua in the right corner. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Gua took a decisive shot from his open position. The crisp sound of the net swishing echoed as the three-pointer found its mark. Wang Gu pumped his fist and shouted into the court, that's the spirit. Keep it up. As Yuanbei's Ma Xin received the ball, he noticed the shorter defender marked as number 53 and, brimming with confidence in his shooting touch, resolved to take a challenging shot to assert dominance over the opponent. With that thought, Ma Xin raised his hand to shoot. Snap. The ball was deftly intercepted from his grasp. Just as Ma Xin exaggeratedly gestured to indicate his infringement, the agile Mu Mu seized the opportunity for a swift counterattack. His lithe form left everyone trailing far behind, culminating in an effortlessly graceful slam dunk. Oh, amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, the arena erupted in applause and cheers. In the stands, a spectator remarked to a companion, wow, did you notice that during his dunk after the steal, he only dribbled the ball twice before reaching the paint? Truly remarkable. The person beside him echoed the sentiment. When he soared for that dunk, he glided through the air. Not many can achieve that even in the CBA. Another chimed in, what a thrill. I never imagined witnessing such an aerial dunk live would be this exhilarating. After Mu Mu executed a powerful dunk, the dissatisfied Ma Xin approached the referee to voice his grievances, saying, that was a foul. Look, my hand is bruised. The referee glanced at the outstretched hand and replied curtly, what I observed was him making contact with the ball, not your hand. Ma Xin attempted to protest further, but was promptly pulled back by a teammate. In the subsequent play, Mu Mu assisted Wang Mingxiao, who scored a three-pointer from the corner. Witnessing his team effortlessly sink consecutive open three-pointers, Wang Gu felt both elated and deeply gratified. The arrival of Mu Mu has not only bestowed the team with formidable individual prowess, but also instilled a relentless spirit of perseverance and a dauntless will to strive for excellence. This has inspired his teammates, unwilling to lag behind, to augment their training regimen alongside him. The fruits of their diligent efforts became evident as they punished their opponents with precise three-point shots from open positions. Amidst the contrasting emotions, Coach Yuanbei found himself in a state of helplessness. He had intended to employ a one-on-four defensive strategy to contain the offensive maneuvers of player 53, yet was taken aback by the remarkable shooting accuracy of the other players from Kaida when presented with open looks. Upon returning to their offensive half, Ma Xin opted to venture into the paint, attempting to exploit his height advantage. Upon receiving the ball, he leaned against player 53, only to be astonished by a tremendous force. At that moment, the cheeky Wang Mingxiao casually remarked, hey there, classmate, take heed. The speed of that guy behind you appears to be at least 3 times faster than normal, while you, in his eyes, are merely at half that speed. So, it's best you pass the ball to someone else before you get it stolen. Ma Xin, dismissive of Wang's earnest advice, decided to pivot and attempted a turnaround jump shot to execute his offensive play. Just as he was about to lift the ball for the shot, a swift motion intercepted it. Once again, that vexatious long arm had swatted it away. Having anticipated the sequence, Hu Xia, Lao Gua, and Wang Mingxiao rallied back with determination. Observing his teammates forming a 3-on-1 advantage, Mu Mu swiftly delivered a long pass to Lao Gua. A spectator exclaimed, wow. To execute such a precise pass with such speed and from such a distance is truly impressive. Upon receiving Mu Mu's long pass and drawing the attention of the defenders, Lao Gua promptly distributed the ball to Wang Mingxiao on the right flank. The defender, feeling helpless, realized that he was the lone man returning. And no matter whom he chose to guard, someone would inevitably be left open. With the ball in hand, Wang Mingxiao effortlessly completed a layup, adding 2 more points to the team's score. Chapter 46, The Division Tournament, Part 3, The recent series of setbacks momentarily extinguished Ma Xian's intent to challenge player 53 directly. After receiving the ball at the high post, he passed it to Xian Bowen on the wing. Xian Bowen charged into the paint, forcefully attempting a layup against Guo Jiaming's defensive stance. As the two collided mid-air, the referee on the sidelines blew the whistle, ruling a defensive foul against Guo. Benefiting from this aggressive maneuver, Xian Bowen earned 2 free throw opportunities. Despite Guo Jiaming's innocent gesture of open hands, the referee disregarded it, signaling for both players to assume their positions for the free throws. Mu patted Guo Jiaming on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. Your defensive awareness is commendable. Maintain your focus." Guo Jiaming nodded in agreement and returned to his position. As Xian Bowen prepared for his free throw, Xiao Shuai mischievously taunted Ma Xian, the ace of Yuanbei, saying, "Though you may lack skill, at least you possess the self-awareness to know you can't surpass old Mu. You passed the ball to your teammate. Heh. By the way, the player you're defending, number 53, is old Mu. Remember this moment. In the future, when you reflect on this matchup, you'll understand it is a highlight of your life." This barrage of banter, coupled with Ma Xian's recent missteps, ignited his youthful temper. After all, each player present had earned their place through exceptional prowess. Pride was inherent to their nature, until one's mental fortitude reaches a level of profound composure. Emotions are bound to flare. Clearly, Ma Xian had not yet attained such a state. No sooner had Xiao Shuai finished his taunt than Ma Xian charged forward, shouting, "What are you blabbering about? If you have the guts, say another word." Undeterred by the towering figure approaching him, Xiao Shuai stepped forward in defiance, retorting, "Huh? You can't handle a bit of objective truth? I can say not just one word, but a whole string of them. That is how bold I am." Frustrated, Ma Xian fell silent, raising his fist as if to advance. Sensing the escalating tension, Mu quickly intervened, firmly grasping both of Ma Xian's raised hands. As Ma Xian struggled to free himself from the grip of number 53, he marveled inwardly at the immense strength he encountered. Despite his every effort, it felt as though his hands were ensnared by iron and concrete, rendering him powerless to escape. This realization only deepened his humiliation. Noticing Xiao Shuai's eager demeanor behind him, Mu felt compelled to say, "Xiao Shuai, we are all successors of socialism. Show a little restraint." Heeding Mu's words, Xiao Shuai prudently stepped back, ceasing his provocations. At that moment, the referee and players from both teams rushed over. The Yuanbei players, seeing number 53 firmly clutching Ma Xian's hands, were ready to confront him. The referee quickly positioned himself between the opposing players, stating, "Everyone, calm down. Stay composed." He then addressed Mu, "Student, let go of your hands. This is a basketball court, and physical altercations are strictly prohibited." Mu smiled gently and remarked, "Not at all. I merely came to mediate." Upon witnessing this classmate's impulsive inclination to act in a manner he would later regret, I intervened. "You see, I simply restrained the 2 fists that were poised to strike." With that, he released the hands he had been holding. Observing the referee positioned firmly between them, Ma Xian rubbed his wrist, which had been pinched somewhat painfully, and could only glare at the detestable number 53. The referee, noting that both parties had calmed down, declared, "Regardless of the reasons behind your actions, resorting to violence is unacceptable." Following this, he issued a technical foul to Ma Xian, Mu, and Xiao Shuai. Upon hearing the call, Xiao Shuai was eager to contest it, while Wang Ge, who had just arrived, expressed his dissatisfaction with the decision. "Our number 53 was merely mediating. Such a call is unreasonable." The referee cast an exasperated glance at the imposing Wang Ge and retorted, "Your number 53 had both hands firmly gripping the opposing players, clearly attempting to escalate the situation. It is not unjust to penalize him." Wang Ge, unconvinced by the referee's reasoning, persisted in his argument. How can one receive a technical foul for merely trying to mediate? As Wang Ge was about to continue his theoretical discourse, Mu and Luo Ming hurriedly intervened, pulling him back towards the bench. Reluctantly, Wang Ge acquiesced to their persuasion, grumbling as he returned to his seat. Following this brief interlude, the match resumed. Due to the stable shooting capabilities of the other players from the financial university, Yuanbei refrained from employing the 1-on-4 strategy. However, this did little to alter the course of the game. As long as the towering Ma Xian was on the court, Mu would specifically target him. Whoever Ma Xian defended would subsequently move to the arc's top to engage in a pick and roll with Mu. After the screen, it would inevitably devolve into a one-on-one scenario between Mu and Ma Xian. Meanwhile, the players from Financial University would spread out, affording Mu ample space. Should Ma Xian attempt to switch with a teammate, he would inadvertently leave number 53 with an open shooting opportunity before he could position himself. Thus, after the screen, Ma Xian found himself helplessly facing Mu in a one-on-one defense. This transformed Ma Xian, initially regarded as a crucial asset by Yuanbei, into a liability. Yet, it was not solely Ma Xian's predicament. Others also struggled to contain number 53. In the latter half of the second quarter, numerous instances arose wherein Mu seemed to be training Ma Xian. Regardless of Ma Xian's earnest efforts, he appeared overwhelmed and ultimately futile in his attempts. Players like Xiao Shuai and other perimeter shooters exhibited consistent shooting prowess. Whenever they found themselves open, they inflicted considerable damage on Yuanbei. In the final 6 minutes of the second quarter, the game became one-sided. No one from the engineering university could step up to halt the downward spiral, leading to an ever-widening score gap. By halftime, the once closely contested score had expanded to 54-33, with Financial University leading by a staggering 21 points. This turn of events astonished those who had anticipated Yuanbei's triumph. But in retrospect, considering the prowess exhibited by number 53, such a disparity seemed justifiable. When the final whistle blew, the score settled at 90-56, a stark reflection of the difference in strength between the two teams. Throughout the match, Mu amassed an impressive stat line of 38 points, 12 assists, 15 rebounds, 7 steals, and 3 blocks. His teammates also made notable contributions, with Lao Gua securing 18 points, 3 assists, and 2 rebounds, while Xiao Shuai Wang Mingxiao added a commendable 14 points. Following this match, Wang Ge felt considerably reassured. He realized that the traditional powerhouses of the Southwest region were not as formidable as he had previously believed, at least not in comparison to Financial University. Chapter 47. A resounding surge in the subsequent 2 days. The momentum-driven Financial University faced off against both the home team, Xiangnan University of Technology, and the visiting City University of Macau. Neither of these teams posed any significant challenge to Financial University, who maintained firm control throughout the games. Financial University triumphed with scores of 85-46 and 87-61 against these two opponents. Mu's extraordinary performances in the first 3 matches garnered him a legion of admirers among the students of Xiangnan University. His remarkable displays were captured on video, edited, and uploaded across various platforms, captivating basketball enthusiasts who became enamored with Mu's graceful yet formidable playing style. Each highlight reel drew inquiries about the identity of number 53 and requests for recommendations regarding his social media accounts. On the 4th day of the month, Financial University was set to face off against Huaxin University of Science and Technology. This team was regarded as the second strongest in the entire Southwest Division, overshadowed only by Central South University, which had dominated the region for several consecutive seasons. Huaxin University was the only team capable of contending with Central South University, making the clash between Huaxin University and Financial University a focal point of discussion. Speculation circulated regarding whether the traditional powerhouse Huaxin University would outshine the emerging dark horse, Financial University. On the day of the match, the venue was filled to capacity, merely 3 games into the series. Numerous students brandished signs emblazoned with the number 53 or Mu's name. At the outset, Huaxin University employed a strategy of double-teaming Mu. As soon as he received the ball, 2 defenders would promptly converge on him. Although Mu possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to navigate through a double team, it was evident that such a tactic would inevitably open opportunities for his teammates. In an effort to involve his teammates in the game, Mu opted to pass the ball upon encountering the double team. True to their reputation as the strongest team in the Southwest Division outside of Central South University, Huaxin University's players were quick to recover even when Mu passed the ball. Consequently, Financial University's players, upon receiving the ball and preparing to shoot, encountered a degree of interference. Additionally, the opponent's established renown and past glories placed pressure on some of Financial University's players as they took to the court. Thus, during the initial phase of the match, aside from Lao Gua, no one from Financial University could step up to alleviate the offensive burden on Mu. Observing the players' indecisiveness on the court, Wang Ge swiftly called a timeout and addressed the team as they returned to the bench. "What is going on with you all today? The young men, who ought to be vibrant and full of life, have suddenly become hesitant and timid upon taking the stage. Come on, everyone, let your indomitable spirit shine through." Under the inspiring encouragement of Wang Ge, the players from the financial university, rejuvenated with determination, returned to the court. Although, in terms of offense, apart from Mu Mu and Lao Gua, the rest struggled to find their rhythm. Their spirited demeanor contributed significantly to the defense. Faced with the cold shooting of his teammates, Mu Mu refrained from futile complaints. Recognizing that they had failed to establish an offensive state against a formidable opponent, he resolved to relentlessly dismantle the opponent's defense and maintain the team's offensive vigor. Thus, with the seamless collaboration between Lao Gua and Mu Mu, they spearheaded the financial university's attack. Meanwhile, the relentless defense from their teammates thwarted the onslaught nearly unleashed by Huaxin University of Science and Technology. In the early stages of the match, Huaxin University dominated the situation, but the awakened financial university, guided by Mu Mu and Lao Gua, managed to turn the tables before the end of the first quarter. As the break commenced, the score was temporarily fixed at 23-22. The fierce competition between the two teams elicited enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Throughout the first three matches, Financial University had employed a strategy of fielding all shooters in the second quarter, coupled with rapid transitions in offense and defense, leaving their opponents defenseless. The coach of Huaxin University was already well aware of this tactic. Previous encounters had shown that containing player number 5-3 was no easy feat. But if the Financial University's other players were allowed to join the offensive fray, the game could easily spiral out of control. Since double-teaming proved ineffective against player 53, they decided to abandon the strategy altogether, rather than allowing the entire team to flourish. It was deemed preferable to let 53 fight alone and see how long he could withstand the pressure. Thus, prior to the game, the coach of Huaxin University instructed his players to closely mark their individual matchups, severing the connection between 53 and his teammates, forcing him into isolation. The players of Huaxin University promptly adhered to the coach's directives, tightly shadowing their assigned opponents and ceasing the double team on player 53. Observing this development, Mu Mu understood the situation. Since the opponents feared Financial University's second quarter offensive surge and had relinquished their double team on him, he decided to counter their strategy by demonstrating through his formidable offense that he could also render them defenseless. Subsequently, facing the solitary defense, Mu Mu unleashed a frenzy of scoring. With his swift agility and deceptive footwork, he penetrated the paint time and again to finish strong. Moreover, as long as the defense did not closely contest him, he would effortlessly convert three-pointers, while his mid-range shooting left the opponents in despair. As Mu Mu's offensive prowess surged, he accumulated an astonishing 28 points in the second quarter alone. What was initially thought to be a solution by limiting the other players failed to halt the consistent offensive tide of Financial University in the second quarter. To their dismay, as long as player 53 was not closely guarded, he was capable of igniting a wave of scoring. The beleaguered coach of Huaxin University could only shake his head in resignation after witnessing this display. No amount of strategy could contend with overwhelming strength. Following the first quarter, the spectators had anticipated a fiercely contested game. Yet under the unparalleled firepower of player 53, the long-established powerhouse of Huaxin University faltered and could not withstand the third quarter. By the end of the match, Financial University secured a resounding victory with a score of 81-60. With this triumph, Financial University advanced to the top 16 of the Southwest Division with an unblemished record in Group B. On the 5th, the team would face their next opponent, Huazhong Normal University. Following their victory over Huaxin University, the players regained their confidence and were resolute in their determination to win. In the round of 16, Financial University easily triumphed over Huazhong Normal University. In the quarterfinals, they encountered their familiar rivals, Rongqing Physical Education Institute. However, despite their prior acquaintance, the match did not become fiercely competitive, as Rongqing Physical Education Institute ultimately fell short against the formidable Financial University. In the semifinals, Financial University faced Shanqing College, who had successfully navigated through their previous opponents. Confronted with Wang Gu and the dominant Mu Mu, Luo Xiaojun, who once vied for Mu Mu's position, could only reflect on his regrets. Nonetheless, the recent additions to the team, Lu Xiaojun and Shen Feng, provided some consolation with their outstanding performances. Chapter 48, Southwest Division Finals. Old Niu and Shen Feng, having trained alongside Mu Mu during their high school years, perhaps due to the adage that proximity breeds familiarity, had significantly improved their speed and shooting capabilities through frequent matchups against him. This transformation allowed them to transition to the forward and guard positions without discomfort. They believed that having faced Mu, competing against others became considerably less daunting. As key players of their team, they led the charge into the semifinals. Throughout the division tournament, Chen Feng averaged 19.2 points, 7.1 rebounds, and 3 assists per game, while Liu Xiaojun contributed an average of 16.5 points, 3.5 rebounds, and 2 assists. Their impressive firepower propelled Shanqing College past multiple opponents to reach this stage. Their defensive contributions were equally significant, solidifying their status as the new dual core of the college. When old teammates met, they would share camaraderie and warmth before the game, showcasing their deep bond. However, once the game commenced, both sides showed no mercy. Chen Feng and Old Neo were particularly adamant about taking turns to guard Mu. Just a month prior, they had trained together, making them well acquainted with each other's playing styles. Yet, this familiarity did not deter Mu from unleashing his scoring prowess. With Lao Gua's consistent performance and Mu's relentless offensive display, Shanqing College ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of Financial University, led by Mu. Financial University triumphed decisively with a score of 87-63. Although Old Neo and his teammates fought valiantly, they were eliminated by their former comrade Mu. Nevertheless, after witnessing Mu's spectacular performance, they could not help but feel admiration, following mutual congratulations and encouragement between the victors and the vanquished. Shanqing College was left with one final game to conclude their division tournament journey. Having reached the semifinals, they had qualified for the national competition and were set to compete for the third-place slot against the other semifinal loser. Old Neo and Chen Feng agreed to strive together with Mu in the national tournament. In the semifinals, they decisively crushed the Southwest powerhouse, Guangxi Normal Universities, with a score of 91-56, setting the stage for a final showdown against the newly formidable Financial University. For an extended period, the men's basketball team of Guangxi Normal University had dominated the Southwest Division, maintaining a stronghold on the championship title. Reluctant to be outdone, Yuan Bei and Huaxin had previously reached the finals in attempts to dethrone them, but had been unable to disrupt their reign. In last year's tournament, Guangxi Normal University advanced to the national finals, ultimately falling short against the illustrious Tsinghua University. This year, Financial University, having bulldozed through numerous adversaries, sparked considerable anticipation. Perhaps this formidable rising team would emerge as the new champions capable of delivering a significant blow to Guangxi Normal University. On April 9th, the much-anticipated match took place. Matches between these two teams had always attracted full houses, and the finals featuring Financial University and Guangxi Normal University was no exception, drawing a packed audience. Notably, the core player of Guangxi Normal University, Li Zhonglin, recently scored 30 points in a prior match, making him the all-time leading scorer in Cuba history. A seasoned veteran at 2 meters tall, he played the power forward position, adept at both inside and outside shooting, with a diverse array of offensive techniques and a wealth of experience. At the age of 24, his skills and physical attributes were at their peak, and being in his final year of college, he was poised to enter the CBA draft, alongside Zhao Buqing, who had taken up the mantle at Beijing University after the graduation of Zhang Lin and Wang Xiaojia. They were among the favored candidates for the #1 pick in this year's draft. Thus, the opponents that Mu and his team were about to face were among the strongest in Cuba, ranked highly in national standings. Prior to the match, Wang Gu delivered yet another of his motivational speeches, confidently proclaiming that a celebration banquet awaited the players, should they give their all on the court to secure victory. Regardless of the coach's inspirational rhetoric, once on the court, the players were expected to exert every effort to achieve triumph. The players of Financial University did not disappoint, displaying ample competitiveness from the outset, compelling Guangxi Normal University, who had long maintained control of the game, to confront the formidable strength of Financial University. True to their reputation as the perennial champions of the Southwest region, Guangxi Normal University did not crumble under the initial onslaught of Mu's relentless attacks. Their players, such as Zhang Sheng and Wang Zixin, responded forcefully. Li Zhonglin, possessing both internal and external refinement, left Zhang Wanjing and Guo Jiaming at a loss. Amidst the back-and-forth exchanges, the match unfolded with exceptional intensity, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the spectators, who were thoroughly entertained by what was indeed a final. After a fierce contest, the two teams concluded the first quarter with a score of 25-24. Mu's individual offensive prowess remains as stable and elusive as ever. However, the equally formidable Zhongnan University manages to closely trail in the score. After the first quarter, Li Zhonglin and his teammates, who had confidently vowed to defend their title as champions of the Southwest region, found themselves wary of their opponent wearing jersey number 53. In previous matches, Keita had achieved resounding victories, and whispers of a formidable figure within their ranks had reached them. Yet, Zhongnan University, accustomed to triumphing over rivals in the Southwest region, remained unperturbed. Nevertheless, the recent direct confrontations made the previously arrogant Zhongnan University acutely aware of their opponent's formidable strength. Although reluctant to admit it, Li Zhonglin felt a tangible disparity between himself and the player in jersey number 53 during their several matchups. Muumu's shooting speed, stability, and precision, along with his swift agility, set him apart from all others on the court. It was unexpected that a relatively obscure talent from Keita University would possess such formidable skills. Being this formidable in his freshman year, the impending challenge for Zhongnan University next year against Keita will undoubtedly be more daunting. In stark contrast to the fierce ground battle of the first quarter, the second quarter showcased a whirlwind of dazzling fast breaks from both teams. The players darted back and forth like sprinters in a 100-meter dash. This rapid pace plunged the game into chaos. Yet the established synergy between Muumu and Lao Guo repeatedly resulted in breathtaking collaborations. Throughout the match, one could often witness Muumu securing a rebound and executing a long pass that traversed the entire court, landing perfectly in Lao Guo's hands, who had sprinted to the opposite end. Or, in the midst of a swift advance, the deftly dribbling number 53 would weave past several defenders to complete an exquisite finish. Despite the unwavering determination of Li Zhonglin, who was always poised for battle, he would often find himself outmaneuvered by Muumu. He could only helplessly lament that once no 53 initiated his movement, applying physical pressure became a formidable task. The unpredictability of his actions rendered him elusive, and coupled with his remarkable speed, it was challenging to anticipate his next move. Whenever Li attempted to defend, number 53 frequently turned him and his teammates into mere background players amidst the fray. As the rapid exchanges of offense and defense continued, the player's stamina was quickly depleting. This ultimately hinged on individual willpower, as both sides neared exhaustion. The team with greater mental fortitude and resilience would surely prevail in the final moments. Chapter 49. Ascend to the Southwest Zhongnan University's coach, Bai Jiang, observed his players, breathless yet relentlessly fighting for every ball, competing in spirit. However, after witnessing both teams engage in a frenzied battle for a substantial part of the quarter, Bai Jiang could not help but notice the lone player still brimming with vitality, number 53. Internally, he muttered, "What the hell? This guy is like a beast. No. He is practically a machine with such endurance. Doesn't he get tired?" While others visibly struggled and their limbs grew weak, Muumu continued to dance effortlessly across the court, scoring with an ease that seemed almost effortless, contributing significantly to his team's tally. Realizing his players could not keep up, Bai Jiang reluctantly called a timeout to substitute in a taller lineup to maintain a height advantage. Observing this development, Wang Gu smirked slightly and advised Muumu, "They've brought in the big guys. Now, you should focus on that tall one and give him a proper drill." The players of the financial university, well acquainted with their coach's intentions, observed as Zhongnan, the towering figure, took the court. Whosoever was matched against this giant promptly maneuvered to higher positions or the arc. Should the giant fail to follow, they would confidently take an open shot. If he chose to guard closely, they would execute a pick-and-roll with Muumu, leading to a one-on-one situation where Muumu would face the opposing giant. The unwavering shooting prowess of the financial university compelled the beleaguered giant to repeatedly step out, only to be subjected to relentless drills by Muumu. Although Zhongnan occasionally responded offensively, the indefatigable Muumu ensured that the financial university consistently outscored Zhongnan. Thus, with merely 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the financial university maintained a 6-point advantage. They were the only team in the divisional tournament capable of leading Zhongnan in the fourth quarter. Conversely, Zhongnan was the sole team in this divisional tournament that managed to reach the fourth quarter while facing the financial university. With less than 7 minutes on the clock and the game's intensity escalating, Bai Jiang called for a timeout, seeking to motivate and rally his players for one final push. Seizing this rare pause, Wang Gu addressed the team, "Gentlemen, only 7 minutes remain. If you endure this final stretch, what will you become?" The players looked at Wang Gu with resolute eyes and replied in unison, "Champions. Indeed, champions." You are on the brink of etching your names in the annals of the financial university's history, so we must give our all in these last 7 minutes. Let us rise, Financial University. The team gathered closely, echoing, Financial University, rise. The pause concluded, and the players returned to the court. With 6 minutes and 54 seconds remaining on the timer, Mumu resolutely positioned himself to face his adversaries. Exhausted as they were, the players from Zhongnan prepared for a final push in the latter half of the game. Similarly fatigued, the players from Keita, on the brink of claiming victory, vowed to protect their hard-earned lead during these critical moments. Despite being closely guarded, Mumu, drenched in sweat, bounded onto the court with exuberance, his vitality undiminished. This drew both envy and admiration from the 9 other players scurrying about the court. In the final minutes of the contest, a vivid tableau unfolded. A determined group of players relentlessly pursued the cunning number 53, akin to rabid dogs. Each time they neared him for a bite, he skillfully evaded capture and executed an offensive play. Despite the tireless efforts of Zhongnan's players, number 53 proved overwhelmingly formidable. Thus, the two teams, singularly focused on victory, delivered an exhilarating clash to the audience, embodying an indomitable spirit. When the final whistle blew, the score settled at 91-83, with Zhongnan succumbing by a mere 8 points. The Keita players and coach jubilantly embraced on the court, while the Zhongnan players, heads bowed, were left with feelings of disappointment and regret. The crowd erupted in fervent applause and cheers for the newly crowned champions, Keita. Throughout the match, Zhongnan displayed resilience. However, they could not contain the relentless scoring of number 53 during the intense closing moments. Li Zhonglin from Zhongnan achieved an impressive tally of 24 points, 15 rebounds, and 6 assists, yet it was insufficient to lead his team to a repeat championship. In contrast, Mumu, facing a tenacious opponent, fervently attacked, amassing 45 points, 12 assists, 16 rebounds, 6 steals, and 4 blocks, an ordinary performance by his standards. His remarkable display undoubtedly earned him the title of Most Valuable Player in the Southwest Division. Meanwhile, Coach Wang Gu of Keita also received accolades as the best coach. As the competition progressed, the title of best coach became less of a source of joy for Wang Gu, overshadowed by the dominance exhibited by his team under Mumu's leadership. In facing last year's national runners-up, not only Mumu, but also players like Lao Guo and Xiao Shui performed admirably. This ignited a newfound aspiration within Wang Gu, a desire previously deemed unattainable, to surge toward the national finals and secure the school's inaugural national championship. Mumu's prowess in this divisional tournament was nothing short of astonishing. With averages of 35, 4 points, 12, 5 rebounds, 9, 5 assists, 5 steals, and 5 for blocks, figures that seemed almost surreal. However, those who witnessed the matches understood that if opponents could endure as Zhongnan did until the final moments, such statistics could be even more remarkable. Nevertheless, Keita was not solely reliant on Mumu's brilliance. Lao Guo and Wang Mingxiao also provided substantial support. Lao Guo averaged 15, 2 points, 3, 1 rebounds, and 2 assists, while Xiao Shui Wang Mingxiao contributed with 13, 1 points, 4, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. With Mumu drawing the majority of defensive attention, Lao Guo and Wang Mingxiao delivered powerful strikes against their adversaries, a source of confidence for Wang Gu in his quest for the national championship. Chapter 50. A triumphant return to Keita on April 10th. The players who secured the school's first divisional championship returned to campus. Upon receiving the joyous news the previous day, Keita hastily prepared various promotional materials and organized celebratory events. As the basketball team's bus arrived at the school entrance, the site was filled with banners and a sea of enthusiastic students. Upon seeing the crowd thronging at the entrance, the players disembarked directly. While students rushed forward to high-five the players, some began to loudly call out, "Fellow students, please clear a pathway for the team to pass through." The students nearby, hearing the sounds of excitement, suppressed their exhilaration and instinctively cleared a passage in the center for the players to enter the school. Old Zhang, proudly holding the champion trophy, basked in the cheers surrounding him, his sense of triumph evident. The team members, hand in hand, gradually made their way through the corridor, exchanging applause with the students lining either side. Mumu, cradling the MV trophy, enthusiastically high-fived the eager students. After a short distance, the crowd erupted into chants of MV, which soon resonated throughout the venue. A stage had already been erected ahead, and even without words, the players understood that they were to ascend the platform to boast about their victory. As they approached the stage amidst the raucous crowd, Mumu spotted Lin Ming, Hu Qin, Old Feng, and his roommate Old Han. Upon reaching Lin Ming, the two exchanged a knowing smile. In a spontaneous gesture, Mumu removed the champion hat from his head and placed it atop Lin Ming's, provoking a wave of excitement and sighs from those around them. Nearby, Old Feng quickly sought recognition, saying, "Old Han and I exerted considerable effort to secure this prime spot for your Lin Ming's grand welcome. You owe us a reward." With a hearty laugh, Mumu said, "All right, I appreciate the hard work from you too, Lao Han. Later, please saw this trophy in half, and each of you shall take one half. This is what you promised, and Lao Han and I have secured this trophy," Lao Feng exclaimed, while Lao Han simply smiled in a somewhat dull manner. After a few brief exchanges, Mumu and his teammates ascended the prepared platform. They greeted a few individuals who likely held significant positions within the school, and then the students from the broadcasting station, acting as hosts, began by discussing the remarkable achievements of the school's basketball team. Following this, they commenced an interview with Coach Wang Ge. Coach Wang praised the team members and assured that they would strive even harder in the upcoming national competition next month, aiming to secure further honors for the university. As the cornerstone of the team, Mumu was also a key interviewee. The host began, "Students, the historic success we have achieved at our university would not have been possible without the contributions of our own MV, Mumu. Now, let us invite Mumu to share his feelings at this moment." As the host handed the microphone to Mumu, Hu Qin nudged Lin Ming beside her and remarked, "If it weren't for you being a freshman, it would be you interviewing your old Mu right now." Lin Ming retorted, "It doesn't necessarily have to be me. Just being able to witness him succeed in his passion is already a delightful experience." Hu Qin scoffed, "Oh, now that's a delightful experience? You're sounding just like old Mu now." Lin Ming playfully pinched the mischievous Hu Qin, saying, "Ah, you and your old Gua are no different." After Mumu took the microphone, he began, "First, I would like to express my gratitude to all the students who took time out of their busy schedules to welcome us. This championship belongs not only to our basketball team, but to all the faculty and students of our university." At this moment, cheers and enthusiastic applause erupted once more. "I would also like to thank our coach and teacher Luo for guiding me into this institution and allowing me to become a part of this team. I am particularly grateful to my teammates, who have trained diligently with me day after day during these wonderful college years. However, our journey does not end here. In the upcoming national competition, many formidable opponents, equally eager for victory, await our challenge. In summary, regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, we shall forge ahead undeterred. Long live our university." With that, the crowd below began to chant in unison, "Forge ahead undeterred. Long live our university. Forge ahead undeterred. Long live our university." As Mumu gazed at his classmates, who were engulfed in joyous cheers, he felt an immense delight in sharing this collective happiness. Simultaneously, he resolved that in the upcoming national competition, he would strive to elevate this shared joy to even greater heights. With the national tournament commencing in a month, the players of the university basketball team did not allow themselves to relax after the celebrations. Instead, they immediately immersed themselves in rigorous training to prepare for the formidable challenge ahead. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the national competition arrived. This year, it was hosted in Zhejiang, where the previously unheralded university team made waves in the Cuba Circle by triumphing over Jiangnan. To defeat last year's finalist was no small feat, and any team that underestimated them would surely suffer dire consequences. Consequently, after the Southwest Division concluded, the universities advancing to the national tournament sought game footage from the university to analyze their style. Armed with this information, each team meticulously studied the players' characteristics to devise their strategies. On May 20th, during the first round of the national tournament, the Southwest University team, led by Mumu, effortlessly overcame Shaanxi University. In the second round on the 21st, they faced their old rival, Jiangnan. Despite the valiant efforts of Li Zhonglin and his teammates, Jiangnan, slightly outmatched, returned home in disappointment once again. The third round on the 23rd pitted the university against the equally formidable Beijing Chemical. In the fourth quarter, Mumu took control of the game, leading his team to a resounding victory over Beijing Chemical. Thus, with 3 consecutive wins, Southwest University made history by advancing to the top 8 of the national competition, except for the first round where they had not showcased much offense against Shaanxi. Mumu scored impressive high points of 43 and 48 in the tightly contested latter 2 matches. Indeed, It became a consensus within the team that when the game became intense, the ball should be entrusted to Moo Moo. With such a potent weapon at their disposal, why resort to flashy, uncertain tactics? Handing the ball to Moo Moo became the ultimate strategy employed by Wang Gu during critical moments. Chapter 51. The general managers of the CBA. Following the fierce competition among teams, the 8 finalists of the 23rd Cuba emerged. Traditional powerhouses such as Tsinghua University, Beijing University, and Mining University were among them. Unfortunately, Shancheng University, led by Chun Feng and Liu Xiaojun, did not make it to the national top 8. Subsequently, Moo Moo consoled his old friends and suggested they reconvene for special training during the summer. They gladly accepted Moo Moo's invitation, recognizing the immense growth they experienced during their training sessions with him. Beyond their strong ambition, a deep and solid friendship had developed among them. In the ensuing quarterfinals, the university faced off against Beijing Chemical. In both matches, the university triumphed with scores of 91-65 and 92-72, ultimately advancing to the semifinals with a total score of 183, surpassing Beijing Chemical's 137. The national semifinals were set to take place on June 18th at the Suzhou Bay Sports Center. 2 days prior to the match, the 4 qualifying teams gathered in Suzhou. These schools included Xiamen University, led by Li Yang, Beijing University, supported by Zhao Boqing after the departure of Zhang Lin, and Wang Xiaojia, Tsinghua University, boasting exceptional players like Wang Lanqing, Zhou Yang, and Fang Jiachuan. In the dark horse of the tournament, Southwest University. The 4 teams were scheduled to compete on the 18th, with the losers vying for 3rd place on the 19th, while the 2 victorious teams would determine the national champion on the 20th. Following a draw, Beijing University was set to face Southwest University, while Xiamen University would compete against Tsinghua University. The match between Southwest University and Beijing was scheduled for 7 p.m. on the 18th. As the game approached, the Suzhou Bay Sports Center buzzed with spectators eager to watch, marking the first time tickets were sold to the public. Among the crowd, a tall man dressed in a black suit conversed quietly with a slightly shorter but robust companion. Suddenly, a hand lightly rested on his shoulder and gave a gentle pat in a manner that seemed to avoid detection. Startled by the soft touch, the tall man recoiled slightly and turned to see who it was. Before he could speak, the person behind him, with a deep voice, exclaimed, "Coach Hua, what a coincidence. What brings you both here?" The tall and slender gentleman known as Coach Hua is none other than Huanan, the current general manager of the CBA team, Tongxi. After giving the other party a knowing look, he awkwardly remarked, "Ah, how fortuitous." Before Huanan could utter more words, the slightly shorter individual beside them interjected, "Hey, what do you mean by fortuitous? Mr. Zhu, we are all sensible individuals here. Do you really intend to feign ignorance with an old acquaintance? A dark horse has emerged this year, a gem that has been overlooked, and you cannot deny that you are here because of him. If you dare claim otherwise, then a true gentleman must abide by his words." The person referred to as Mr. Zhu is none other than Zhu Fangxue, the former key small forward of the national men's basketball team and the current general manager of the Guangdong Dongguan team. Upon hearing this rapid-fire dialogue, Zhu Fangxue chuckled, "Ah? Donggara, has the soil of Dongha and Nanjing nurtured your eloquence so well? You have only been with Tongxi for less than a year, yet your verbal prowess has become increasingly formidable. I barely uttered a word before almost being led astray by your persuasion." The slightly shorter individual is Donggara Lingjiang, who recently joined Tongxi. The young Tongxi team has recruited Donggara Lingjiang this year to leverage his extensive experience in the CBA for the benefit of their younger players. Donggara, who has never found speaking to be a challenge, continued, "Not at all. When it comes to on-court experience, I wouldn't dare claim to surpass Mr. Zhu. As catching up to you is no small feat, you have been in your managerial position for many years, so I do not possess the skill to deceive you. Your team has already established itself as a dynasty. I won't even suggest that those who prosper should assist those of us still in hardship. Just this once. Let your formidable team show some kindness and refrain from competing with us, allowing our humble Tongxi to seize a rare opportunity." Zhu Fangxue laughed heartily at this, saying, "Donggara, it seems that if I do not acquiesce to your request, I would be lacking compassion for the wealthy. Your silver tongue would make you quite suitable for a managerial role." Upon hearing this, Huanan, who also serves as a general manager, couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Donggara immediately added, "Hey, Mr. Zhu, your words, though not mentioning our Coach Hua, are laced with insinuation. Has the trustworthy individual you once were changed after becoming a general manager?" Following this, the 3 shared another hearty laugh. After their banter, Mr. Zhu turned serious, stating, "This year, the newcomer Mu Mu from the financial university has indeed caught our attention. It's remarkable that despite the extensive scouting efforts of various teams, this gem was overlooked." Huanan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, from the matches completed this year, Mu Mu has clearly elevated himself above all the players in Cuba. Initially, it was thought that he, just starting his freshman year, would not meet the age requirement to transition from Cuba to CBA. However, it came as a surprise that he has turned 21 this year. Given the caliber he has demonstrated, I am convinced he can undoubtedly adapt to the CBA." Zhu Fangxue sighed upon hearing this, remarking, "Indeed, his remarkable wingspan provides him with a significant deterrent on the defensive end, and his athletic prowess is certainly on par with Zhang Zhenlin. A player endowed with wingspan, speed, tenacity, and awareness, such a dual-threat player is coveted by all. Unfortunately, our team lacks favorable draft positions this year, whereas your prospects appear considerably brighter." Huanan subtly curled the corners of his mouth in a fleeting smile. Yet his expression soon shifted to one of pessimism as he replied, "We merely possess a second overall pick. Based on current performances, whether it be Zhao Buqing, Li Zhonglin, or Li Yang, they do not stand in the same league as Mu Mu. Thus, it is improbable that he will fall to second place, should he enter the draft. The Fujian team will undoubtedly seize the opportunity." Hey, look over there." The keen-eyed Dong re-interrupted the two, gesturing towards a particular direction. They soon spotted a woman with a short, stylish haircut, exuding an air of competence, seemingly in her 30s, yet still strikingly attractive. This woman was Wu Bolin, the general manager of the CBA Fujian team, the one holding the coveted first overall pick this year. Is the Fujian team eager to act swiftly? It seems they intend to make the first move. Observing Wu Bolin as she approached the waiting area of the Kaida players, Zhu Fangxue glanced at the visibly anxious Huanan and said calmly, Chapter 52, National Championship, Part 1. After Wu Bolin entered the Kaida lounge, she engaged in a conversation with Coach Wang Ge. After exchanging some complimentary remarks, she approached Mu Mu, extending her hand as she introduced herself. "Hello, Mu Mu. I am Wu Bolin, the general manager of the CBA Fujian team, and I am also one of your admirers." Mu Mu politely shook hands with the newcomer and replied, "Hello, Manager Wu. Thank you for your support." Wu Bolin remarked, "Your performance this year has astonished many." With a chuckle, he added, "The coach has guided you well, and your teammates have been very supportive." After praising Mu Mu's performance this season, Wu Bolin tentatively inquired, "I understand that you have now turned 21, making you eligible to enter the draft. What do you think? Are you considering participating in this year's selection?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding teammates perked up their ears. Ever since Chairman Yao opened the draft to Cuba students, everyone has been keenly interested in the annual CBA draft, regardless of the odds. This remains a challenging yet invaluable path. This year, the team holding the first overall pick is none other than Fujian, and the thought of Mu Mu potentially engaging with the team possessing the top draft position fills Lao Gua and Xiao Shui with pride. After receiving this unexpected inquiry, Mu Mu felt joy within but was not overly surprised. After competing against top prospects Li Zhonglin and Zhao Buqing, he had developed an unwavering confidence in his abilities. Thus, it was only natural for the team with the first pick to show interest in him. Although this opportunity is a dream cherished by many, Mu Mu chose not to reveal his inner delight and pride. However, he did not want to disappoint the sincerely inquisitive Wu Bolin, so he feigned composure while expressing a hint of surprise, saying, "Participating in the CBA draft, like many of my peers who dedicate themselves to basketball, is indeed a dream of mine. However, I have only just completed my first year of university, and deciding whether to abandon my studies for a professional career is a significant and important choice. Therefore, I need to discuss this with my family." Mu Mu, as always, utilized the excuse of discussing matters with his family as a shield. After listening to Mu Mu's words, Wu Bolin nodded and remarked, "Of course, this is not a decision that can be made hastily. My primary purpose in coming here is to familiarize myself with the situation. We can discuss the specifics in detail after you complete this year's competitions. Well then, I shall not disturb you any further. I wish you all the best in securing the championship this year." "Thank you for your support, Manager Wu," Mu Mu replied. With that, Wu Bolin bid farewell to the rest area of the university. Once he departed, the team members eagerly gathered around, their voices brimming with excitement. Xiao Shui Wang Mingxiao draped an arm around Mu Mu's shoulder and exclaimed, "Wow, I'm filled with envy and admiration. A top draft pick. The genuinely delighted Lao Gua approached, saying so. What do you think, Lao Mu? From Manager Wu's words, it seems he intends to select you with the top pick. Listening to the enthusiastic inquiries of his teammates, Mu replied, this is still uncertain. After all, it requires sacrificing my education, so I must consider it carefully. But for now, let us focus on preparing for the upcoming match. As the competition was about to commence, Coach Beijing gathered the players for a motivational speech. This is our opportunity to seize the finals. We face a youthful team, and in terms of experience in national competitions, we certainly hold the advantage. In high-intensity matches, experience is a crucial element for victory, and this is evidently what our opponents lack. Now, let us all approach this match with a determination to triumph. On the other side, Wang Gu is also rallying his team before the match. Young men, we have arrived at this point entirely due to your hard work and dedication, and I am proud of your performance. Those who claim we lack experience in major competitions are merely expressing uninformed opinions based on conventional thinking. In my view, you are not a group that can be judged by ordinary standards. You are exceptional individuals capable of extraordinary feats. Your achievements stand as the finest testament to this. Therefore, do not be daunted by the notion of experience. Now, let us all give our utmost effort and forge ahead. We shall strive with all our might, unyieldingly forward. After their respective coaches instilled a surge of enthusiasm, the match commenced. Since the arrival of Zhang Lin, Wang Xiaojie, and other talented players in the CBA, the Beijing team has ceased to be regarded as a frontrunner for the national championship. This feeling of being overlooked is quite disheartening for ambitious players. In an effort to dispel such skepticism, this year's top draft prospect, Zhao Buqing, has exerted himself even more, and now is the time to reap the rewards. The sudden rise of the formidable financial university team undeniably presents a significant obstacle. Their journey to the national semifinals this year, including a victory over last year's finals contender, Zhongnan, showcases their formidable prowess. Regardless of their strength, defeating them is the only option at this juncture. Zhao Buqing gazed at the opposing player, donning number 53. His heart ignited with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Mumu also cast his gaze towards the Beijing players. Prior to entering Cuba, Mumu had found little competitive pressure in high school and had longed for stronger adversaries to challenge his abilities. However, the experiences of the past year had not afforded him the pressure he sought. Upon encountering Li Zhonglin, he was prepared to face this top draft prospect with utmost seriousness. Yet, after competing against him, he realized the gap between them. Even with fervent effort, he could not withstand Li's prowess. Thus, it was no surprise when Wu Bolin approached him earlier. Today, facing Beijing, there is another top draft prospect in their lineup, and he wonders if this player possesses greater resilience than the previous one. Nevertheless, regardless of the opponent's performance, victory in the match is imperative. After a brief warm-up, both teams' players gathered at center court, awaiting the referee's signal to commence. Beijing gained possession. Ready to unleash their full potential, Zhao Buqing positioned himself effectively inside, receiving the ball and forcefully scoring against Gui Jiaming's defense. Judging by the fluidity of his offensive maneuvers, it was evident that the defender posed little challenge. In the opening 2 minutes, Zhao Buqing and Li Xinyuan amassed 8 points for Financial University, while Gui Jiaming and Zhang Wanjing were unable to counter their efforts. Conversely, the Financial University side, with veterans like Lao Gua and Hu Xia, struggled to find the basket, falling behind 0-8. Observing this unexpected turn of events on the court, Wang Gu maintained a stoic demeanor, though internally he marveled at the caliber of players drawn to this distinguished university. The opponent's defense had left Lao Gua and the other shooters in a state of coldness. However, glancing at Mu, who had received the ball at a high position, Wang Gu felt reassured. Chapter 53, National Championships, Part 2. Noticing the unwavering determination in the eyes of the player wearing number 53, Zhao Buqing and his Beijing teammates realized that the opponent might resort to individual talent to break their scoring drought. A few Beijing players exchanged knowing glances, silently preparing to collaborate in thwarting the anticipated counterattack from number 53. With the ball in hand, Mumu called out to Hu Xia, who stepped forward to receive the ball. Observing the pass, Zhao Buqing, who had initially anticipated a one-on-one play from number 53, expressed a soft gasp, yet remained vigilant, closely monitoring Mu's off-ball movements. He was certain that Mu was intent on executing the offense himself. After a series of passes, Lao Gua drove into the paint to receive the ball, just as Financial University's number 9 was about to score. The defender who had been guarding Mu instinctively rushed over to assist. Witnessing this, Zhao Buqing quickly shouted to his teammate, urging him to return. Yet, it was evidently too late, for while everyone was focused on the penetrating movements of the veteran Gua, he had already passed the ball to the corner, where Mu lay in wait. Upon receiving the ball, Mu displayed no hesitation, with a powerful thrust from his legs. He engaged his core and elevated his arm to shoot. The crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net resonated, as Mu successfully landed a three-pointer. This shot broke the scoring drought for the financial university, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. On the sidelines, Dong Ri, witnessing this moment, clenched his fist and waved it in excitement, exclaiming, "Well done. That was a clever play. The movement and awareness aligned perfectly with our style." Beside him, Zhu Fangxue nodded in admiration, commenting, "Maintaining a clear mind in challenging moments and decisively seizing opportunities. Truly, he is the one who has led a team that has never even made it to the regional finals into the national competition." Huanan remarked, "From previous matches, it is evident that he possesses the tenacity and ability to forge ahead even when faced with formidable defenses. However, as the leader of the team, his contributions extend beyond what statistics can portray, guiding his teammates in the offensive play and collectively generating a force capable of overwhelming their opponents, thus securing victory with ease." Dong Ri added, "Indeed, a single finger, no matter how powerful, cannot match the lethality of a clenched fist. Mu possesses the ability and awareness to unify all 5 fingers, a true hallmark of leadership." As the admiration among them lingered, the game continued. Although the previous score was achieved through teamwork, Mu had discerned from the earlier exchanges that the opposing team members displayed superior defensive awareness and mobility compared to his own teammates. Previously, both Gua and Hu Xia had garnered promising chances, yet the opponent's timely defensive interventions disrupted their shots, resulting in missed opportunities. While his teammates were somewhat lacking, they were not without their own strengths. Thus, Mu recognized the necessity of constant movement and screens with his teammates, employing a strategy of frequent passing and cutting to engage everyone in the offense, ultimately seeking to receive the ball for a decisive finish when opportunities for others were scarce. Once his teammates found their rhythm, controlling the situation would become effortless. Subsequently, the opposing team again sought to penetrate the interior to create scoring opportunities, while Mu exchanged positions with Gui Jiaming, proactively defending against the primary scorer, Zhao Buqing. Zhao, akin to Li Zhonglin, was a robust power forward standing just over 2 meters tall, possessing commendable skills. Upon noticing the number 53 approaching to defend him, Zhao felt a surge of competitive spirit. Having observed in prior matches that this player could defend positions 1 through 5, his defensive prowess was evident. Yet, as a seasoned player who predominantly occupied the 4 position, Zhao held considerable confidence against this freshman. Thus, upon receiving the ball, Zhao positioned himself to back down against Mu, preparing for a post-up move. After Zhao Buqing proudly collided with his opponent, he was astonished to discover the remarkable solidity of the opponent's physique, number 53. At that moment, he felt as though he had encountered an immovable wall, unable to budge it even slightly. A glance out of the corner of his eye prompted Zhao Buqing to marvel. Though the muscles on that arm were not as bulky as those of a bodybuilder, a closer inspection revealed their sinewy definition, visibly exuding a profound strength. Just as Zhao Buqing was lost in admiration, a powerful and agile arm suddenly sliced through, knocking the ball from his grasp. In his moment of frustration, Mu skillfully regained control of the ball and swiftly launched a counterattack. By the time the other players on the court reacted, Mu had already outpaced the majority. The only reserve player who managed to defend attempted to impede Mu's progress, but with a swift change of direction, Mu effortlessly evaded him, culminating in a fast break dunk. The point gap narrowed to 3, and the spectators erupted in enthusiastic cheers for the spectacular dunk. Though Zhao Buqing felt a twinge of regret for his mistake, he did not succumb to despair. Upon returning to his half of the court, he sought to reclaim the ball in an effort to quash the opponent's counterattack and stabilize the situation. After failing to gain an advantage through sheer strength, Zhao Buqing deftly employed his footwork to feint, then executed a fadeaway jump shot. However, the considerable pressure from Mu's long arms evidently distorted his shot. As anticipated, the contested attempt ricocheted off the rim. Zhang Wanqing seized the opportunity created by Mu's positioning to easily grab the rebound. Advancing to the front court, Mu glided towards the right baseline. Observing Mu's approach, Zhang Wanqing set a solid screen along the path of his movement with his robust physique. With the cover provided, Mu Mu maneuvered back to the right side, beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. The sluggish Li Yuanxin was unable to keep pace, and Zhao Boqing was effectively blocked by Zhang Wanqing. In that fleeting moment, Lao Guo promptly delivered the ball into Mu Mu's hands. With a swift swish, the ball found its mark again, leveling the score at 8-8. Observing this assured shot, Wang Ge felt a wave of relief wash over him. Coach Beijing glanced over at Wang Ge, recalling the earlier score of 8-0, where he had anticipated a timeout from the opposing side. To his surprise, they remained composed, entrusting the control of the game entirely to their players. The players from Keita did not betray this trust, narrowing the gap within 2 minutes and even taking a 2-point lead. Watching number 53 sprint across the court, Coach Beijing felt a pang of envy. If only this player were in Beijing's lineup, they would have a significant advantage against Qihua this year. What a pity. The game continued, with players from both teams fiercely competing under the watchful eyes of the audience. Although there were many higher-tier matches and players, the unwavering attitude they exhibited undoubtedly resonated with those present. This fervor permeated the atmosphere, igniting enthusiastic cheers and applause. Fans with unique insights into basketball eagerly shared their perspectives with familiar companions surrounding them. Undoubtedly, Mu Mu, clad in the number 53 jersey, was the focal point of their discussions. The score exchanged back and forth amidst intense competition, yet Keita maintained the lead for most of the time. As the match progressed, both teams were visibly exhausted, their vigorous efforts depleting their energy reserves. Chapter 54, National Finals. This match was truly fierce, with both teams striving to outdo one another in their most proficient styles. Ultimately, however, victory could belong to only one side. The final score stood at 88-79 in favor of Keita. In the last 6 minutes, Mu Mu alone scored 15 points, leading Keita to triumph. As Dong Ri returned from the statistics table, Huanan and Zhu Fangxue curiously inquired, what were the exact numbers? Dong Ri, his face a mask of disbelief, shook his head and replied, a staggering 55 points, 17 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 steals, 6 blocks, with only 1 turnover and an almost supernatural shooting percentage of nearly 70. Upon hearing such extraordinary statistics, Huanan and Zhu Fangxue exchanged glances, left only with astonished head shakes. So, Coach Hua, shall we go over and introduce ourselves? Upon observing Zhu Fangxue, whose small eyes failed to conceal the yearning within, Huanan pondered for a moment and remarked, their match has yet to conclude. It would be prudent not to disturb him for now. Let us wait until the champion is determined the day after tomorrow to exchange pleasantries. Zhu Fangxue, upon hearing this, squinted her eyes again and mischievously queried, is it truly just a mere encounter? Noting the expression on her face, Huanan shook his head. We are old acquaintances. Who does not know the other? However, you are right. Let him focus on the finals for now. After the match on the day after tomorrow, we shall unleash our respective talents. With that, the trio melded into the throng exiting the venue. As the clock struck June 20th, the Suzhou Bay Sports Center was teeming with spectators by 6 in the evening, as the match was set to commence at 6:30 p.m. The two teams competing in the finals, Southwestern University of Finance and Economics and Tsinghua University, had gathered within the arena. As the reigning champions, Tsinghua University was not to be underestimated, boasting formidable players such as Wang Lanqing, Zhou Yang, and Fang Jiachuan. Although the starting point guard, Wang Lanqing, stood at a modest height of 185 centimeters, his agility, exceptional passing skills, and keen court vision made him a player of note. He excelled in fast breaks and possessed commendable shooting ability from the perimeter. Meanwhile, the small forward, Zhou Yang, towered at 199 centimeters with an impressive wingspan of 213 centimeters, slightly overshadowing the exceptionally talented Mu Mu. His physical prowess was remarkable, featuring stable perimeter shooting and strong finishing capabilities. The dual threat guard, Fang Jiachuan, was renowned for his precise shooting and formidable driving force. As the match commenced, Tsinghua unexpectedly opted to have their longtime starter, Fang Jiachuan, come off the bench, replacing him with the 194-centimeter tall Han Jiaxiao as the starting shooting guard. Luo Ming commented to Wang Ge, Coach, it seems the opponent fears that Fang Jiachuan may struggle against Mu Mu, hence his shift to the sixth man. Wang Ge nodded in agreement. It appears so. They intend for Fang Jiachuan to spearhead the offense during Mu Mu's rest period. Wang Mingxiao and Gu Yu must step up in this match. As long as they can maintain the momentum while Mu Mu is off the court, we shall have a fighting chance. After the jump ball in the midfield, Qihua swiftly seized the initiative to launch an offensive. Under the leadership of Wang Lanqing, their superior overall strength was evident as they surged to a 7-0 run. However, Mumu promptly retaliated with incisive breakthroughs that inflicted damage on Qinghua's interior defense, halting their momentum. In response to the counterattack from the financial university, Wang Lanqing was equally relentless, executing a sudden stop-jump shot after evading Huxia's defense. Both teams engaged in a spirited exchange, showcasing their respective skills. As the first quarter reached its halfway mark, the score stood at 15-14, with neither side able to gain a definitive advantage. Notably, Wang Lanqing and Mumu emerged as the leading scorers for their respective teams. Observing that Huxia had thus far failed to exert effective pressure on Wang Lanqing's defense, Wang Gu decided to assign Mumu the task of guarding him after a timeout. It was imperative to curtail Wang Lanqing's hot streak now. Otherwise, when Fang Jiaqing entered the game, it could easily lead to a multifaceted offensive assault. Mumu readily accepted the coach's arrangement, and upon returning to the court, Wang Lanqing discovered that the agile number 53 had come to defend against him. However, with 3 years of competitive experience and having led his team to victory in the championship the previous year, he remained unfazed. After attempting a breakthrough, Wang Lanqing was astonished to find that, regardless of his efforts, he could not find any space to advance against the defensive number 53. His lateral speed was remarkably swift. Even though the opponent moved based on Wang's direction, he always managed to intercept and block his path. It was evident that this was the most formidable defender he had encountered thus far. And it was no wonder that even the likes of Li Zhonglin and Zhao Buqing had failed to gain an advantage over him. Once Mumu took over the defense against Wang Lanqing, the results were immediate. With Qinghua's offensive initiator effectively contained, their attacks fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Kaida capitalized on Mumu's mid-range shots and breakthroughs, alongside Lao Guo's precise three-point shooting, to take the lead and seemed poised to extend their advantage. Nevertheless, Qinghua, being a seasoned powerhouse, showcased their depth. Even with their orchestrator locked down, there was always someone who could step up. The physically gifted Zhou Yang faced Lao Guo's defense without fear, successfully converting an N1 play, bringing the two teams back to a tense stalemate. On the sidelines, Luo Ming shook his head, acknowledging the depth of Qinghua's lineup, which always seemed to have someone ready to emerge. Fortunately, Mumu had managed to contain Wang Lanqing. Otherwise, it would have been easy for them to establish a multifaceted offensive threat and seize the upper hand. Wang Gu remarked, "It's all right, we have Mumu. One who excels can outshine many. No matter how many outstanding players they have, they will always fall short against Mumu." "Indeed, coach, I share your sentiment," came the agreement. Aside from Wang Lanqing being effectively neutralized by Mumu, the other aspects of Qinghua's game, particularly the small forward position occupied by Zhou Yang, were still able to contribute significantly to the team's efforts, preventing the match from becoming one-sided. By the end of the first quarter, the score differential was narrow, with Kai University leading by a mere 2 points at 25-23. As the second quarter commenced, Qinghua seized the opportunity while Mumu rested on the sidelines, with the substitute Fang Jiachuan igniting an offensive surge. After 3 minutes, Qihua had surged ahead with a 35-28 lead, a 7-point advantage. Sensing the urgency, Wang Gu promptly called a timeout, substituting Mumu and Wang Mingxiao back into the game. Upon returning, Mumu opted to closely guard the on-fire Fang Jiachuan. This defensive strategy proved effective. Faced with Mumu's pressure, Fang Jiachuan lost his earlier fluidity. Every time he received the ball, Mumu's long reach and swift lateral movement forced him into a series of errors. Within 2 minutes, taking advantage of their opponent's mistakes, Kai University managed to equalize the score. With no other options, Qinghua's coach called a timeout and replaced Fang Jiachuan with Wang Lanqing. Although Wang Lanqing was also closely defended, he managed to avoid the string of errors that plagued Fang Jiachuan, stabilizing the situation to some extent. Indeed, after the adjustment, Qinghua curtailed their missteps. Yet they could not replicate the offensive fervor witnessed at the start of the second quarter. While the opposing team had managed to control their errors, Mumu's performance remained unaffected. Displaying an array of enviable technical maneuvers, he appeared effortlessly dominant, suggesting he had even more to give. When such a formidable player becomes the opponent, all that the defenders can do is to give their utmost effort. Under Mumu's leadership, Kai University accelerated their offensive and defensive transitions. Although both Wang Lanqing and Zhou Yang excelled in fast breaks, with Mumu on their side, Kai University outperformed in this aspect. Consequently, the dynamics of the game shifted, and in the latter half of the second quarter, Kai University began to suppress Tsinghua. By halftime, Tsinghua found themselves trailing by a significant 12 points, with the score at 43-55. Before the players could catch their breath, the third quarter commenced. Although the halftime break did little to alleviate physical fatigue, the players, driven by the desire for victory, returned to the court. At the start of the second half, Tsinghua, under the coach's specific instructions, altered their strategy to confront their strongest defender, number 53. As Wang Lanqing crossed half-court, he located Fang Jiachuan, who was sneaking towards the basket from the wing. Mu, maintaining his tight coverage, did not lose his position and effectively guarded Fang Jiachuan. This time, rather than attempting to evade, Fang Jiachuan charged directly at Mu. Before Mu could leap, he delivered a spectacular block against this audacious opponent. Chapter 55, National Finals, Part 2. The intensity of the collision left nearby spectators gasping, the resounding impact of their bodies echoing through the arena. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle. Once the surroundings quieted, the players from Kai University realized that the referee had called a defensive foul on Mu. Despite the protests from Lao Gua and Wang Mingxiao, the referee stood firm in his decision, instructing them to return to their respective positions. Discontented, Lao Gua and the others reluctantly retreated. After a considerable pause, Fang Jiachuan managed to rise with the assistance of Zhou Yang and others. "Well done. Are you all right?" In response to the compliments and concern from his teammates, Fang Jiachuan grinned and replied, "It's fine, just a bit tough." "Tough? The floor?" Observing Zhou Yang's puzzled expression, Fang Jiachuan shook his head and said, "You'll find out soon enough. We will each take a turn, and I've completed mine." With realization dawning, Zhou Yang was left even more bewildered. What could number 53 possibly mean by tough? After completing his free throw, the game resumed. Although he had accrued 2 fouls, Mu remained unperturbed, and in the subsequent plays, Tsinghua and the others failed to draw any fouls. As the third quarter approached the 6-minute mark, Wang Lanqing seized the opportunity when a shot from the Financial University went astray and initiated a fast break. Zhou Yang, swiftly receiving the ball on the right flank, charged towards the basket without hesitation. Finding the path ahead completely clear, a confident Zhou Yang crossed the free throw line, gathering himself for a powerful dunk. Just as he was about to make contact with the rim, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence looming behind him. In a moment of collective astonishment from the crowd, Mu, having swiftly recovered on defense, dashed after Zhou Yang and spectacularly swatted away his seemingly inevitable dunk. As the two bodies collided mid-air, they both fell towards the ground. However, with a robust core, Mu managed to land on his right foot first and, in an instant, secured the off-balance Zhou Yang tightly around the waist with his right arm. A peculiar scene unfolded. One man, in full view of the audience, was seen clutching another man around the waist, reminiscent of a laborer heading off to work with a large bag slung at his side. After a brief moment, Mu, regaining his composure, helped Zhou Yang to his feet. "How are you? Are you all right?" With a dazed look, Zhou Yang finally realized that this guy, who had almost sent him tumbling in midair, had actually saved him. His thoughts raced. "Oh wow, should I be thanking him or thanking him?" Witnessing this thrilling moment deftly resolved by Mu, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, moved by the display of sportsmanship. They all believed that Mu's diligent defense had heroically rescued his opponent, exemplifying the noble spirit of athleticism. Mu, filled with remorse, said, "Are you all right?" "I apologize for my aggressive play." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang, having regained his composure, felt his irritation from the collision dissipate somewhat. He stubbornly shook his head to indicate he was fine. The referee, however, called a foul on Mu for his vigorous defense. Upon learning that their team's mainstay had accrued his 4th foul, Wang Gu and the players from Kaidi expressed their discontent and frustration. Some with their hands on their heads, others with arms outstretched in exasperation, accompanied by a deep sense of helplessness. According to Cuba's rules, a player is disqualified after 5 fouls, leaving Mu, already burdened with 3 fouls, with only one remaining opportunity to err without facing expulsion. Should he incur a 5th foul, he would be forced to leave the game. Despite holding a 15-point lead, Wang Gu felt no joy in this moment. On the sidelines, Mo Yang, the head of Ali Sports, observed the shifting tides of the game and remarked to Yao Ming, the chairman of the Basketball Association, "I never anticipated that Kaida, who seemed so stable moments ago, would find themselves in such trouble. Do you believe they can hold their ground?" Yao Ming pondered for a moment before responding. Both teams have reached this point through their inherent abilities. While Mu Mu is the cornerstone of Kaida, controlling the other players will not be an easy task. If Qinghua aims to seize this game, now presents their optimal opportunity. Should they withstand the pressure of being behind and showcase their unique strengths, they could certainly turn the tide before Mu Mu returns. Are you suggesting that Kaida will have to substitute Mu Mu now? With nearly half of the third quarter remaining, they may have no choice but to take him out. By the way, aside from the awards ceremony today, do you plan to have a word with him? Yes, that is indeed my intention. Reluctantly, Mu Mu made his way to the bench. Upon returning to his seat, he refrained from succumbing to feelings of despair, instead reflecting on his defensive shortcomings. His remarkable strength and speed often left his comparatively sluggish opponents at a disadvantage. The physical contact between players frequently led observers to perceive the colliding party as the victim, which could sway the referee's judgment. Moving forward, he needed to utilize his superior agility and the advantage of his long arms to disrupt the opponent's offense while maintaining a careful distance to avoid fouls. On the court, the Qinghua team sounded the horn for a counterattack. Through the harmonious collaboration of the trio, what had once been a struggling offense began to gain vitality, gradually returning the match to a state of suspense. Watching the lead slowly erode, Mu Mu anxiously awaited the coach's instructions from the bench. As time ticked away, with just 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, Kaida trailed Qinghua by 6 points, 71-77. Seizing the opportunity during a timeout, Coach Wanggu finally sent the impatient Mu Mu onto the court. Just as the score had been narrowed, Wanggu had nearly called for Mu Mu's entry earlier. But the sudden resurgence of Xiao Shuai and Lao Gua had momentarily intensified the competition between the two teams. After 5 minutes into the fourth quarter, the significantly outmatched Kaida had only fallen behind by 6 points. Confident in his prized disciple, Wanggu believed that as long as Mu Mu maintained his composure and avoided fouls, the deficit could be recovered within 2 or 3 possessions. Chapter 56. Quest for National Glory. As number 5-3 from the opposing team stepped onto the court, the players from Qinghua swallowed hard, steeling themselves against this formidable adversary. Kaida gained possession of the ball. Upon receiving the ball, Mu Mu initiated a pick and roll with Lao Gua at the high post. Observing Lao Gua's descent after the screen, the defending player opted to retreat for help defense under the basket. Noticing the defender's reluctance to approach, Mu Mu executed a sudden stop and took a mid-range shot. The ball swished through the net, narrowing the gap between the two teams to a mere 4 points. As they advanced into the front court, Wang Lanqing, eager to replicate his previous tactics, charged towards Mu Mu in an attempt to draw a foul. As he attempted to drive forward, Mu Mu did not obstruct him with physical contact but instead took a large step back, extending his arms to create an imposing presence without closing in. His substantial physique and long reach instilled a sense of formidable defensive intimidation while still allowing Wang Lanqing some space. The latter felt that as long as the player wearing number 53 extended his hand, he would snatch the ball away, creating an unsettling sensation. However, whenever he attempted to surge towards his opponent, the latter would retreat. Each time Wang Lanqing tried to create space to shoot, number 53 would swiftly close in again. In essence, he was consistently shadowed, hindering Wang Lanqing's ability to execute a comfortable offense. After a back-and-forth exchange of offensive and defensive maneuvers, Wang Lanqing, unable to find a favorable opportunity, reluctantly passed the ball to the wing where Zhou Yang awaited. Upon receiving the ball, Zhou Yang charged towards the basket. As the hoop drew nearer, he felt a surge of excitement and prepared to make a strong layup. Just then, with a sharp sound, he realized that the ball, which had been in his possession moments ago, had been deftly stolen. Turning around, he saw the player in the number 53 jersey darting towards the opposite end of the court with lightning speed. Amidst the opponent's frustration and his teammates' exhilaration, Mu Mu once again scored 2 points. With 4 minutes and 3 seconds remaining in the game, the University of Finance had taken the lead. They had become the only team this season to repeatedly bring them back from behind, showcasing Qinghua's formidable legacy. After a series of missed shots from both sides, Qinghua regained possession. Zhou Yang, nearly exhausted, received the ball on the wing, took a moment to compose himself, and, undeterred by Lao Gua's defense, charged towards the basket. As he approached the hoop, he faced his defender head-on and, utilizing his long arms, executed a successful layup. Although Lao Gua made every effort to interfere, the shot found its mark, allowing Qinghua to reclaim the lead with just 3 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock, leaving both teams with a glimmer of hope for victory. After being overtaken, the University of Finance did not hastily engage in a fast break. Hussia steadily brought the ball past half-court, signaling his teammates to spread out before passing it to Mu. Positioned beyond the arc at the top of the key, Zhou Yang, possessing the best physical attributes on the team, took on the responsibility of defending Mu. As the two players had the most comparable height and wingspan on the court, others would find themselves at a disadvantage when guarding Mu. Although Zhou Yang was keenly aware of the disparity in dynamic athleticism between them, he was, for the moment, the best option for defense. Receiving the ball, Mu assessed the defending Zhou Yang and began to dribble leisurely, his seemingly relaxed demeanor suggesting he was fatigued. Observing this, Zhou Yang felt a sense of relief. If everyone was feeling this exhausted, surely Mu was too. It was about time for such an acknowledgement. Exhaustion envelopes us all, yet it is a shared burden. Preserving our dignity in this endeavor. The languid control of Mu drew him closer to Zhou Yang. After discreetly gauging the distance between them, he suddenly launched into an offensive stride, executing a swift and explosive move with his right hand while simultaneously lowering his center of gravity. His supporting left hand discreetly pressed against Zhou Yang's waist, applying just enough force. With his center of gravity lowered and body leaning forward, he took a significant step forward, landing his left foot just ahead of Zhou Yang's front foot. This sequence of actions unfolded with remarkable speed, culminating in a powerful thrust that propelled him forward, swiftly closing the gap to Zhou Yang. The subtle pressure of his assisting hand, coupled with the element of surprise, caught Zhou Yang off guard, leaving him trailing behind. Successfully evading Zhou Yang, Mu charged toward the hoop, just as the defender on the weak side realized the need to intervene. The heavy footsteps had yet to take off, and the formidable number 53 was already soaring toward the basket. Oh, this breathtaking dunk rendered the entire arena momentarily silent. Following a brief stillness, thunderous applause erupted. The defenders of Chihuahua exchanged helpless glances, pondering, is this even human? As fatigue set in for everyone, he continued to showcase his athletic prowess with that dunk. Returning to the court, Lao Guo and Wang Mingxiao celebrated with high fives, as that play had truly uplifted their spirits and quelled the opposing team's momentum. The stunned Dong Ri, regaining his composure, shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Wow! His physical prowess is astonishing. Even our foreign player might struggle to match such grace." Zhu Fangxue concurred, remarking, "In the past, Yi Jianlian was the best leaper among us. But it seems he must now take a back seat." Huanan affirmed, "He has dunked in previous games, but it was relatively rare and lacked such flamboyance. Who would have thought he could execute such a far-reaching dunk in the heat of competition?" Clearly, earlier matches did not reveal the full extent of his capabilities. Zhu Fangxue added, "It's possible that previous opponents failed to challenge him adequately." Observing the timer displaying just over 2 minutes remaining, the players of Tsinghua, though feeling a sense of helplessness, gritted their teeth in preparation for a new offensive in pursuit of victory and the chance to defend their title. Inspired by that recent dunk, the players of Kaida were brimming with confidence, ready to fight valiantly against the advancing Tsinghua team. Beep! The final whistle echoed throughout the arena. Wang Gu and his teammates on the bench surged onto the court with unrestrained enthusiasm. A group of men, drenched in sweat, embraced one another in the center of the court without a hint of reservation. Meanwhile, the players from Tsinghua appeared somewhat desolate, with Wang Lanqing leaning in to whisper something into Zhou Yang's ear. After a fervent celebration, the players from Kaida gradually parted ways, prompted by the staff. Emerging from the throng, Wang Gu wiped his face, uncertain whether it was sweat or tears that streamed down, but it was all salty. The host activated the microphone and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the new season's Cuban National Championship has been born before our very eyes. Let us extend our warmest applause to the underdog of the tournament, Southwest University of Finance and Economics, who journeyed from darkness to triumph." The audience erupted in cheers and applause. Although the Tsinghua men's basketball team regrettably missed the championship, their tenacity in the finals was evident for all to see. We hope they continue to believe in themselves and return to the fray next year. Let us also offer our applause to the players of Tsinghua. Mu, along with Lao Guo and the other players from Kaida, joined the audience in applauding the athletes from Tsinghua. Once the applause subsided, Mu patted Lao Guo and Wang Mingxiao beside him, and then made his way towards the players of Tsinghua. The Kaida players, fully aware of the situation, followed closely behind number 53. Chapter 57. A conversation with Yao Ming. The players from Kaida stepped forward to greet their counterparts from Tsinghua, exchanging handshakes and embraces. Mu jested with Wang Lanqing, expressing gratitude to the several senior brothers from Tsinghua for their leniency towards him, a freshman. He hoped that they would continue to embody the noble virtue of Kong Rong yielding pairs in the coming year. Wang Lanqing smiled faintly, stating, "My heart is as narrow as my stature. How could I bear to yield to you? It is only that your skills surpass mine, and I concede graciously. However, do not become too complacent. Next year, I shall not let you have your way." After the players exchanged pleasantries, the staff directed the players from the financial university to their designated positions on the court in anticipation of the awards ceremony. Once everything was prepared, the host announced, "Now, let us invite Mr. Yao Ming, the chairman of the Basketball Association, to present the awards to the champion players." With this invitation, the former giant, now the chairman of the Basketball Association, stepped into the center of the venue, guided by a ceremony attendant. The young players, encountering this pillar of men's basketball at such a close range for the first time, were overwhelmed with excitement. As the staff presented the medals, Yao Ming personally adorned each player with the championship medal. After receiving the medals from Yao Ming's hands, players like Lao Guo and Zhang Wanqing bit and admired their medals with great enthusiasm. When the tall Yao Ming approached Mu, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Just like his teammates, Yao Ming placed the championship medal around Mu's neck and patted his shoulder, saying, "You played exceptionally well. Let us have a chat later." Mu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the invitation to converse, but he nodded hesitantly and replied, "All right." In this match, Mu triumphantly amassed 55 points, secured 17 rebounds, delivered 7 assists, executed 6 steals, and achieved 5 blocks, rightfully earning the title of Finals MVP. Following the award ceremony, Mu, guided by the staff, traversed the corridor of the arena to a private room. Upon entering, he found Yao Ming seated on a chair. Noticing the staff leading Mu in, Yao Ming gestured to the chair beside him and said amiably, "Come, take a seat. Let us have a brief chat." "All right," Mu replied, following the invitation and settling into the chair. The two sat across from one another, and despite Mu's impressive height of 199 centimeters and robust physique, he appeared somewhat diminutive in the presence of Yao Ming. "You have performed remarkably this year. In your inaugural season in Cuba, you navigate the game with remarkable ease, displaying a maturity that belies the naivete often seen in newcomers." Mu smiled politely in response to the compliment. This year, he has developed a good rapport with his teammates, and the coach has entrusted him significantly. "I have watched every match of yours that was recorded. To be candid, your displayed abilities fill me with excitement and joy. I firmly believe you are one of our hopes for the future." Upon hearing these words, the typically composed Mu felt a surge of emotions. To be recognized by this pillar of the national basketball team instilled in him an indescribable sense of honor. Yao Ming continued, stating, "With your current capabilities, Cuba poses no challenge for you. Remaining here will offer little assistance in your growth. Have you considered participating in this year's CBA draft?" From Yao Ming's earlier remarks, Mu had anticipated being asked about his intentions regarding the draft. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I have thought about it, but entering the draft would mean relinquishing my university status, and I am still uncertain whether I am ready to join the professional league this year." Yao Ming was not surprised. Rather, he affirmed, "Once you enter the professional league, no one can guarantee success. There are numerous instances of promising college players fading into obscurity in both the CBA and NBA. Your considerations are indeed prudent. My visit is not to insist you join the professional league now, but primarily to clarify matters." Mu felt a profound sense of gratitude as he perceived Yao Ming's sincere consideration for his situation. He recognized the importance Yao placed on college players entering the CBA draft. Reflecting on his own concerns and uncertainties regarding Cuba, he candidly inquired, "I have researched the previous college players who entered the CBA draft, and aside from Chung Yin-jun, most did not perform well. Some couldn't even make it into the main rotation. Thus, I approached the prospect of abandoning my studies for a professional league with great caution." Yao nodded in agreement. "I understand your apprehensions. However, do not fret excessively. I believe your capabilities surpass those of the college players from previous years. To be frank, after watching your game footage, I considered recommending you to an NBA team. Yet, the experiences of Zhou Qi and Xiao Zong in the NBA and NBL demonstrate that without adequate playing time, not only does one fail to gain valuable experience, but it may also adversely affect one's confidence. It is unwise to force growth prematurely. Therefore, I suggest you first hone your skills in the CBA, and after achieving notable success, You may then contemplate the NBA. From Yao Ming's words, Mu discerned that upon realizing his potential, he began to contemplate the advancement of the national basketball team with a serious consideration for his own future. Yao Ming's perspective, rooted in both the development of basketball and his personal aspirations, deepened Mu's respect for him. Chairman, currently, the primary method for selecting basketball talent worldwide is through a campus model, predominantly in the United States, while other countries mainly employ youth training systems that are non-campus based. Some argue that the American approach is unsuitable for us and advocate for adopting the European model. However, in recent years, your vigorous promotion of collegiate drafts into the CBA suggests that you believe the path of campus basketball is more rational. Our nation has a population exceeding 1 billion, making it challenging for youth training programs to encompass all talent, resulting in many being overlooked. Moreover, entering these training programs often necessitates sacrificing one's education and academic qualifications, which can be a burden too heavy for ordinary families to bear in the event of failure. The manner in which we select talent may even deter individuals from participating. It would be far better to allow talent to shine during their middle school, high school, and college basketball careers. In the NBA, numerous players have emerged from obscurity to showcase their basketball prowess. The realms of middle school, high school, and collegiate basketball provide the most effective avenues for broadening the selection of players, as other methods lack the extensive reach of campus basketball. After pondering for a moment, Mu remarked, "I understand now. We must encourage greater participation among children to unearth the cream of the crop." Yao Ming nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Despite our large population, we are at a disadvantage compared to other countries in terms of the number of individuals engaged in basketball training. Our basketball population, combining both genders, exceeds 10,000, while the United States, with less than 100 million people, boasts over 70,000. In contrast, the Republic of Korea leads us with 750,000. The United States has the largest basketball population, exceeding 23 million. This stark disparity was a revelation to Mu. He had not anticipated such a gap. Only through increased participation can we identify more exceptional basketball talent. However, there remains significant room for improvement in our campus basketball system, a responsibility that will fall upon your shoulders in the future. Your emergence this year has prompted CBA teams to place greater emphasis on this year's draft than ever before. Nonetheless, you are correct. The decision to forego education must be approached with caution. Regardless of your choice, I will respect your decision. Thank you, Chairman, Mu replied. Following this, Yao Ming patted Mu on the shoulder. All right, there may be several team managers wishing to speak with you shortly. You can engage with them now. Okay. After conversing with Yao Ming, Mu exchanged thoughts with Zhu Fengxue, the general manager of the Guangdong team, as well as with Huan Nan from the Tongxi team and Wu Bailan from the Fujian team. Mu ultimately informed the management of 3 teams regarding the situation, stating that he would contemplate his decision and provide his answer on whether to declare for the draft before it commenced. Chapter 58, The Arrangements of Yao Ming. Upon returning home, Mu engaged his family in discussions regarding his potential candidacy, yet no definitive conclusion was reached. His family expressed their unwavering respect for his decision. However, Mu could discern from their words that his parents hoped he would first complete his studies before making any plans, as this would serve as a precautionary measure. Mu understood their perspective. Although parents aspire for their children to achieve greatness, they prioritize a stable and secure life for them. This summer, after returning from Guizhou province, Hua, along with Lao Yo and Chen Feng from Shanxing, reunited with Mu to embark on a special training session. Eager to showcase their progress before their old friend, they soon found themselves lamenting the widening gap in their abilities when matched against Mu. During this gathering, Chen Feng introduced a new acquaintance, Duan Fengwei, the first player from Yanjing City to compete in the CBA. Seizing the opportunity, Mu inquired about Duan Fengwei's experiences since entering the CBA. With a hint of disappointment, Duan Fengwei replied, "I have already parted ways with the team." The news that the only CBA player in the city had not advanced further and had been released from his contract within a year struck a chord of regret among the group. Duan Fengwei feigned nonchalance, chuckling lightly. Back during my time at the College of Arts and Sciences, I dominated the league, scoring a considerable number of points." The others were well aware of the truth in his words, as he had been the first player in Cuba history to surpass 400 points in a single tournament, showcasing his scoring prowess. At that time, my confidence soared, and I dreamed of ascending to a higher league. I participated in the draft and was fortunate enough to be selected in the second round. My confidence was unshakable. The group listened intently without interruption as he recounted his journey. Upon joining the team, my aspirations were lofty, yet reality proved to be harsh. Compared to professional CBA players, my speed was no longer an advantage, and the intensity of competition imposed immense pressure. Nevertheless, I did not lose my confidence or resolve, and I doubled my efforts in training. However, compared to players from the youth training system, we from the collegiate background faced greater challenges in gaining the team's trust and securing opportunities. Frankly, it is akin to the distinction between insiders and outsiders. Thus, with opportunities dwindling, I chose to part ways with the team. The conversation subsequently shifted to discuss the journeys of others who had transitioned from Cuba to CBA, and they collectively concluded that such paths were undeniably challenging and fraught with difficulties. Mumu harbored no doubts regarding his own abilities, however. He recognized that mere talent is insufficient in the complex realm of the CBA. After careful contemplation, he resolved to complete his university studies before venturing into the CBA. A few days later, Yao Ming, currently overseeing operations at Beijing, pondered for a moment before dialing a number across the ocean. The phone rang briefly before the voice on the other end exclaimed, "Hey, Big Yo, long time no see. What prompted you to call?" The recipient of the call was none other than Kai Chongxin, once a close comrade of Ma Yun and now the proprietor of the Brooklyn Nets. While their interactions had been limited, Yao Ming had established contact with Kai Chongxin ever since the Ollie Group undertook the operations of Cuba, focusing on cultivating campus basketball. Subsequently, after Kai acquired the Nets, he enhanced the exchange with Chinese basketball through the resources of the franchise, significantly contributing to its development. Throughout, he has organized training camps and supported promising young basketball players to gain experience in American colleges. Thus, their shared goal of advancing Chinese basketball fostered numerous interactions, leading to a budding familiarity between them. Indeed, it had been a while since they last met. Yao Ming, forgoing pleasantries, stated directly, "Here's the situation, this year. A promising talent has emerged in Cuba. I will send you his information shortly. Although he is a bit older at 22, it is somewhat late to arrange for him to attend college in the United States. Nevertheless, I believe his potential is worth considering. It would be great if you could arrange for your scouts to observe him. I think this young man has considerable promise." Are you suggesting that this young man possesses the caliber to enter the NBA? The performance of Mumu has indeed brought great surprise to Yao Ming. However, having experienced the NBA's intensity, he understands that it is not guaranteed Mumu will adapt once the defensive and offensive pressures escalate. Nevertheless, it is prudent to make an attempt, and he remarked, "Based on the abilities he has displayed thus far, I believe this young man merits the attention of a scout." Initially, there were considerations for him to gain experience in the CBA for a year to solidify his skills, yet Mumu, being cautious in his deliberations, ultimately opted out of this year's CBA draft. Observing such a promising talent, I could not merely stand by as he dominated in Cuba without the opportunity for growth, thereby squandering his considerable potential. Since you hold him in high regard, let us proceed this way. After our coaching staff reviews the materials you sent, we shall deliberate on the possibility of sending a scout to observe him. Very well, I appreciate your assistance in this matter. There's no need for formality. Nurturing talent is akin to tending to my roots, and everything I have achieved is intertwined with Jack in that place. So my sentiments for my homeland are as profound as yours. Do send any promising players my way, or simply inform me. Helping the national basketball team progress is a cause I am fervently passionate about. All right then, let us dispense with pleasantries. By the way, how are your two esteemed colleagues faring? They remain the same. The culture of the United States is excessively self-focused, which is quite exasperating. Subsequently, the two exchanged insights regarding other promising youths who had already made their way to the United States before concluding their conversation. As time swiftly passed, September arrived. Following the completion of their specialized training, Mumu, like his fellow classmates, embarked on a new semester at school. By late October, the Financial University basketball team commenced the new Cuba grassroots tournament under Mumu's leadership. During the matches, the bleachers featured an additional spectator, a scout from the Brooklyn Nets across the ocean, Scout Jim. After reviewing the materials and game footage sent by Yao Ming alongside the coaching staff, developed a keen interest in Mumu's showcase talents. Upon witnessing Mumu's performance firsthand, Jim deemed the transcontinental journey worthwhile. After observing several grassroots matches, Jim became acquainted with Mumu. When Mumu learned that an NBA scout was observing him, The excitement beneath his composed exterior was palpable. After their initial introductions, Jim returned to the United States, tasked with relaying his observations to the team's management, which would analyze the findings and determine whether to continue monitoring Moo Moo in the upcoming regional competitions. Following the conclusion of the grassroots tournament, to maintain competitive form and enhance the players' skills, the financial university persistently sought neighboring institutions like the Open University for friendly matches, and it was evident that the newly evolved financial university faced little opposition. Chapter 59. 2 scouts across the ocean as Moo Moo and his companions diligently trained day after day. The end of the first semester of their sophomore year approached unbeknownst to them. On this particular Sunday afternoon, Moo Moo made the rare decision to take a break. He accompanied Lin Meng on the grassy expanse of the school playground, leisurely passing the time. The two of them, seated upon the verdant carpet, were utterly oblivious to the sensation of the grass beneath them. At that moment, their gazes were solely fixed on one another, as they occasionally whispered softly, punctuated by Lin Meng's delightful laughter. Moo, will you still train with Lao Gua and the others during this winter break? Well, to defend the title, sacrifices must be made. Additionally, to ensure I do not miss the opportunity to interview the champion and participate in the MV, I must remain diligent. Lin Meng slightly furrowed her brows and then wrapped her arms around Moo Moo, exclaiming, I do not wish to be apart from you for over a month. Moo Moo gently tapped the hand that encircled his neck and remarked, when the time comes, watching our group of burly men train will surely bore you. Lin Meng's eyes sparkled momentarily as she replied, haven't I often accompanied you to the gym at school? Don't tarnish my reputation with claims of boredom. Then it will be just me bringing my girlfriend to training. Won't that incite envy? Moo Moo mused. They could also bring their girlfriends to fetch water and hand out towels. Huh. Do you think everyone possesses the same extraordinary luck as I do to find such a gentle, charming, and virtuous beauty? Many may not have anyone, and those who do certainly lack your grace. With a playful smirk, Lin Meng embraced Moo Moo and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Am I truly that wonderful? He asked. Of course. Do you not know me? The honest and straightforward me simply states objective truths without resorting to flattery. All right, enough with the flattery. To be frank, I don't wish to go over a month without seeing you. Before Moo Moo could respond, Lin Meng continued, how about this, during the holidays? I'll accompany you home. I miss Gongon and Grandma dearly. They have expressed how much they long for me and insisted that I return with you for some fun. Would you let them down? Oh, you're eager to meet the in-laws, are you? So desperate to see my parents? Aren't you afraid they might give you a hard time? Humph. Uncle and Auntie have been urging me to return with you. There's no risk of any trouble. Besides, if you want to let me in, who else do you intend to keep it for? Then let us do this. In a few days, you can mention it to Uncle and Auntie, and we can return together. With joy, Lin Meng hugged Moo Moo again and gave him another kiss, then opened her phone to capture the moment. Moo, come closer. I want to post this on my social media. Displaying our affection so frequently might incite jealousy, he warned. I don't care, just smile. After they took the photo, Lin Meng pouted as she examined her reflection in the image. Oh Moo, my chin looks round again. Moo Moo glanced at the collagen-rich cheeks and perfectly sculpted chin, rolling her eyes in silent disdain. How could one possibly describe such a sharp chin as round? What sort of vision do you possess? I find it utterly captivating. Enchanting even. After uttering this, she playfully grasped Lin Meng's cheeks and leaned in for a fervent kiss. The suddenness of the gesture left Lin Meng's cheeks flushed. Yet she did not feign shyness. After a lingering embrace, breathless yet yearning, they reluctantly parted. Concerned about her makeup, Lin Meng pulled out her phone to check her reflection. Pouting as she exclaimed, Oh Moo, I think I need to. Before she could continue her chatter, he rose and gently pulled her up from the ground. What are you nitpicking about? With such beauty, let us go and have a meal. With that, they walked toward the cafeteria amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. A week after returning to the village, Moo Moo joined Hua Hua and others in the city for a reunion with Teacher Mao, commencing their winter training. Lin Meng, who had previously voiced her reluctance to part ways, quickly became engrossed with Moo Moo's grandmother and Moo Gon at his home. Whatever they did, the three were inseparable, collaborating on everything. Eventually, she impatiently sent Moo Moo off to the city for training, claiming she and his grandmother would be too busy enjoying themselves in the village to attend to him. Faced with her indifference, Moo Moo could only return to the city alone. The rigorous training fostered mutual encouragement among the group, leading to notable progress by the time their special training concluded. As they dispersed, their improvements were unmistakable. Under Moo Moo's leadership, they The new season of the university basketball team continued its dominating streak. This year, Wang Mingxiao and Lao Guo also made significant strides, no longer faltering against strong teams and demonstrating formidable resilience, rendering the team even more unstoppable. By June, the Cuba quarterfinals were set to commence on the 17th in the city of San Juan, Mianyang, for the university's men's basketball team. Securing a spot in the national top four was imperative, and everyone believed their chances of defending the championship were high, not to mention breaking through the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, in a street in Brooklyn, New York, Jim, a scout for the Nets, left the arena and sought refuge in a nearby CAF with his laptop in hand. He intended to savor a cup of coffee while organizing his thoughts before embarking on another business trip. Seated near the window, Jim relished his coffee as he typed away on his laptop. Just as he became absorbed in his work, he sensed something amiss behind him. Turning to investigate, he spotted his former college roommate and teammate, Bruce, with slick back hair, a briefcase in hand, and clad in a gray suit, peering at him with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Upon being discovered, Bruce stepped forward, arms wide open, exclaiming, "Hey, my buddy Jim, what brings you here? What a remarkable coincidence. It seems that fate has intertwined our paths, allowing us to encounter one another over a cup of coffee." Startled, Jim immediately closed his laptop and retorted with a hint of annoyance, "Indeed, Bruce, why did you sneak up on me without a word of greeting? Fortunately, my laptop contains no critical business secrets. Otherwise, you would be facing legal repercussions." Bruce withdrew his shifty gaze from the laptop and feigned nonchalance, responding, "Hey, buddy, is this how you treat a brother who once fought alongside you and shared a living space?" "Oh, Bruce, when you mention roommate, could you refrain from preceding it with the word intimate? I cherish my wife dearly and have no inclination towards soap-dropping individuals." Bruce continued with a grin, "Jim, you remain unchanged, always pretending not to grasp my humor. Come on, order me a cup of coffee and let us raise a toast to our friendship." When the server approached, Jim, ever generous, promptly ordered a cup of coffee for his old classmate seated across from him, interrupting Bruce before he could speak further. "So, Bruce, haven't you been in Orlando all this time? What brings you so far?" Bruce sighed. "It's a long story. The team is undergoing a rebuilding phase, and as a minor player, I must constantly be on the lookout for potential future NBA stars for the owner. Yet, as you can see, my black suit has turned a shade of gray from all the running around, and I still have not managed to find a promising candidate to satisfy the owner." Chapter 60. Discussions within the Magic Management. After a brief chat, the two parted ways. Bruce and Jim were once teammates during their NCAA days, but both, lacking extraordinary talent, chose to pursue careers as scouts after graduation. Jim currently works for the Nets, while Bruce is employed by the Orlando Magic. Once settled in his car, Bruce eagerly opened his laptop and promptly typed in the peculiar name that had been lingering in his mind. However, upon entering the English version of Mumu, the results revealed nothing related to basketball. Bruce cursed under his breath, perplexed. What is going on? The name field must be correct. After pondering for a moment, enlightenment struck Bruce. The nationality field indicated flower cultivation, suggesting he might need to input the name in Chinese. Oh dear, what am I to do? I cannot even recognize those complex characters. Yet, this challenge did not deter the quick-witted Bruce. He promptly called his friend Bob. As soon as the call connected, Bruce exclaimed, "Hi, dear Bob, how have you been lately?" "Hey, Bruce, just the usual. What about you? Why the sudden call?" "Ah, dear Bob, it is my endless longing that compelled me to reach out." "Come on, Bruce, I don't buy your nonsense. Speak, what do you need?" "Oh, Bob, your attitude has disheartened a gentleman who values friendship. Well, I shall take my leave." "No, don't be like that, dear Bob. You see, I recall you have a friend from the floral realm. Was it he or hey?" "It is he. What do you need him for?" "Well, I have a small matter that requires the assistance of a friend well-versed in the culture of floriculture. Therefore, dear Bob, could you kindly share his contact information with me?" Although Bob did not believe that Bruce's affectionate tone was sincere, his generous nature compelled him to provide Bruce with his contact details. Upon receiving the information, Bruce promptly reached out to he. After an engaging conversation filled with social bravado, he, understanding the request, began to search for information about Mumu online. Yet to no avail. However, he was not one to be easily deterred. Finding one avenue blocked, he sought another. After enlisting the help of friends back home to scour various platforms, he finally made some progress. Before long, with the assistance of a friend, Bruce obtained the relevant information about Moo. Upon reviewing last year's final statistics, 55 points, 17 rebounds, 6 assists, 9 steals, and 5 blocks, Bruce was filled with awe and excitement. However, upon learning that Moo is currently in Cuba, and that Cuba is a collegiate league in the floral realm, Bruce felt a twinge of disappointment. He mused that if such dominance were displayed in the CBA, it would be remarkable. Nevertheless, having acquired the pertinent information, Bruce decided to continue watching the video footage. As he observed number 53 weaving effortlessly through the crowd, showcasing remarkable speed, astonishing gliding ability, and steady shooting, Bruce excitedly murmured to himself, "Thank you, Tech? What is this?" Such finesse and execution is something many NBA players could scarcely accomplish. This truly is a gem. After his eyes sparkled even brighter, Bruce hurriedly returned to Orlando after viewing all the video materials he had received. Upon his return, he immediately contacted General Manager Rob. When he met his superior, Bruce, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Hey, boss, guess what I've discovered? It's truly unbelievable. I found a shooting guard who can play from positions 1 through 5. General Manager Rob, observing his enthusiastic employee, calmly replied, "All right, Bruce, what sort of surprise is this? I hope you won't disappoint me again. Boss, I assure you, this time it's a guaranteed surprise." Having concluded his remarks, Bruce presented the information contained within his notebook to Rob. After reviewing the materials, Rob found himself intrigued by the capabilities exhibited by player 53 in the video. Noticing the shift in his employer's demeanor, the perceptive Bruce sensed a promising opportunity. He then proceeded to inform Rob about the upcoming quarterfinals of Cuba, offering himself as a candidate to observe the matches firsthand. With Rob's approval secured, Bruce arrived at the venue for the quarterfinals in Mingyang. Prior to his arrival, Bruce had weighed the circumstances carefully. The owner of the Nets was of Chinese descent and had previously worked extensively with the organization, establishing a close connection that might explain the Nets' discovery of Moo. Given these factors, should both the Magic and the Nets express interest, Moo would likely lean towards the latter. Additionally, Jim, who had already gained an advantage, would undoubtedly be prepared for Bruce's presence, potentially complicating matters for him. Thus, while seeking a vantage point in the stands, Bruce donned a mysterious appearance, complete with a baseball cap and a mask. Once the match commenced, Bruce witnessed Moo, who had shown significant improvement compared to the previous year, displaying a commanding performance. As soon as the quarterfinals concluded, Bruce returned to Orlando with his compiled data. The management and coaching staff of the Magic convened to analyze Bruce's findings. Head coach Jamal remarked, while acknowledging the impressive abilities displayed, that the level of competition in Moo's league was substantially inferior to that of the NBA. He expressed skepticism regarding Moo's ability to sustain such performance in NBA-caliber games. Rob responded, affirming that the lack of pressure in Moo's league might indeed stem from its lower quality. However, he pointed out, as everyone could see, Moo's remarkable static talent. Standing at 199 centimeters with an astonishing wingspan of 219 centimeters and weighing 99 kilograms, his speed remained unaffected. On defense, he could guard positions 1 through 5. On offense, he exhibited no weaknesses, excelling in drives, mid-range shots, and three-pointers, elevating himself above his peers in the league by several dimensions, which he believed already met NBA standards. Assistant coach Collins interjected, noting that their current roster already included 9 backcourt players, with Terrence and Harris each capable of claiming 20 minutes of playing time per game. He argued that Moo's addition would only exacerbate the congestion in their backcourt. Rob concurred with Collins, acknowledging the overcrowding, yet emphasizing that none of the existing backcourt players had the capacity to truly elevate the position. He declared that it was time to pursue promising backcourt talent, suggesting that for now, Harris could play the shooting guard position while Terrence toggled between the 2 and 3 positions. He concluded optimistically, stating that once Isaac returned, their small forward position would be adequately filled, and if Markelle could regain his health, he would serve as a competent starting point guard. This year, we ought to select a promising shooting guard, and Moo is indeed a commendable choice. Jamal, I concur with your earlier perspective, Rob. With Fultz at the point guard position, Isaac at small forward, Franz at power forward, and Carter at center, this is undoubtedly a formidable lineup. However, I harbor reservations about placing our hopes on a player from a lower-tier league for the shooting guard position. Observing the debate among the group, Bruce remarked, "Gentlemen, prior to witnessing Moo play in person, I too was uncertain. Yet, once I beheld his performance live, my doubts were swiftly dispelled. It is akin to Kobe and LeBron still competing in high school leagues. Despite the league's lower caliber, his brilliance remains undeniable. He is capable of defending against the most robust and towering interior players, adept at guarding the most agile guards, executing mid-range shots with finesse, and navigating through multiple defenders with ease. If you deem the league's quality lacking, then his 219 wingspan and acrobatic dunks from near the free throw line surpass those of numerous NBA players. Rob nodded in agreement. Indeed, I trust Bruce's observations. What impressed me most was his quick-release mid-range jump shot. His shooting choices are consistently unexpected. This is not solely due to his physical speed. He is also an exceptional offensive player skilled at confounding defenders. Surveying the room, Rob continued, "Friends, we should consider ourselves fortunate that the league he plays in has not thrust him into the global spotlight. Our sole competitor now is the Nets. Kevin and Kyrie have already exhausted all their draft picks, making it challenging for them to exchange other assets for favorable positions. Thus, this year presents our opportunity to acquire him." After Rob glanced at owner Richie, he added meaningfully, "Let us not forget that he is a homegrown player. Perhaps we shall become the next Rockets." Chapter 61, the NBA's 32nd rookie. Before Rob could mention this, owner Richie had already been contemplating it. Noticing the attention directed towards him, Richie felt compelled to express his thoughts, stating, "This young man from our local league has indeed demonstrated NBA-level talent in the footage. And I too believe in Bruce's observations. If he remains undrafted in the first round, and we can secure him with our second-round pick this year, it would indeed be a venture worth pursuing." After the declaration from owner Rich, the discussion regarding whether the team would place a bet on a student from the University of Flower has reached a conclusive resolution. With the first overall pick already in their possession, they are poised to embark on a rebuilding phase as the new season approaches. Transformation often necessitates bold experimentation. If successful, all will rejoice. If not, it merely represents a second-round pick, thus posing minimal risk to the team's assets. Just as the Magic prepared for their course of action, the Nets, through a trade, acquired the 15th pick in this year's second round from the Hawks, intending to select Moo with that position. Owner Kai communicated this news to Yao Ming. Yet, in order to shield Moo from the implications on his ongoing Cuba season and to preserve an element of surprise, Yao Ming refrained from informing Moo of the Nets' intentions. On the morning of June 24, 2022, at approximately 10:50 a.m., as usual, Moo was in the classroom attending a lecture with his classmates. Suddenly, a boy in the back row, with his head bowed, leapt up and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh." This unexpected outburst startled those nearby and drew the attention of the entire class. The boy, flushed with excitement, disregarded the curious gazes of his peers and shouted towards Moo, old Moo, you've been picked. Oh my gosh, you've really been selected." "What?" Moo, bewildered, was at a loss for comprehension, as were his classmates, who wore expressions of confusion. The teacher, displeased, interjected, "Student, is there something of significant importance? If possible, I would prefer you to discuss it after class." The boy replied, "Teacher, Moo has been drafted by the NBA's Magic. We finally have another player making his way to the NBA." Although the teacher was not a basketball enthusiast, he recognized the significance of the NBA and realized this was an event that would bring joy to the entire nation. His expression shifted as he inquired, "What exactly is happening?" Seeing that the teacher was not angry, the boy continued, "I just checked the draft on my phone, just moments ago. The Magic selected Moo with the second pick in the second round, the 32nd overall pick. I verified it. And it's indeed Moo from the Southwest University of Flower who has been chosen." Upon hearing the announcement, the entire venue erupted in astonished gasps. The students were well aware that Moo was a member of the basketball team, having brought home the championship trophy for the school the previous year. They were taken aback to discover that this individual was poised to advance to the NBA. The teacher, recognizing the significance of this moment, remarked, "Let us all extend our congratulations to Moo," and led the applause. As he observed the audience's enthusiastic clapping, Moo feigned calmness while graciously acknowledging the congratulations from his peers, though internally he was bewildered. If it were the Nets, it would be understandable. But what was the Magic doing? How had they so astutely recognized his talent? At that moment, the astute Bruce stood in the draft conference, while General Manager Rob was engaged in friendly conversation with Paolo Banchero, whom the team had just selected with the first overall pick. Once their dialogue concluded, Bruce quickly leaned in to remind Rob, "Hey, boss, shouldn't we give our other rookie a call?" Rob replied, "You're right, Bruce. I'll wrap things up here and then speak with him." Meanwhile, far away, Yu Ming and Boss Kai were utterly perplexed. There had been no prior indications nor any tryouts. The Nets, who possessed only one draft pick, had intended to select Moo Moo at the 15th position in the second round, but were caught off guard by the Magic's unexpected intervention. On the other end of the line, Boss Kai inquired, "Yao, do you have any connections with the Magic?" Yao responded, "No, I'm not familiar with them. After I last spoke with you, I was anticipating your selection of Moo Moo. This sudden emergence of the Magic has me baffled." Kai speculated. Perhaps it was the video uploaded by fans that piqued the interest of the Magic S-Scouts. It's unfortunate. But being chosen by the Magic isn't a bad outcome. They are in a rebuilding phase, and I believe Moo Moo will have ample opportunities. Unbeknownst to Kai, he would lament this moment of oversight for years to come. After completing his morning classes, Moo Moo headed to the cafeteria to meet up with his friends. Before Lao Gua and the others arrived, Yao Ming called, saying, "So, you've heard the news about being selected by the Magic?" Moo Moo replied, "Yes. I just found out this morning." Yao continued, "What are your plans now?" Moo Moo reflected, "This is a rare opportunity. Honestly, the allure of playing in the NBA is hard to resist, so I intend to discuss with the school the possibility of joining the Magic while retaining my student status." Yao responded, "I also lean towards you pursuing the NBA. Your performance this year has left little challenge in the Cuba. Progressing there will also benefit the development of the Hua Nin basketball program. Should you encounter any difficulties or questions, feel free to reach out to me." Moo Moo replied, "Understood, Chairman." After a brief exchange, the two concluded their call. When Lao Gua and Lao Feng arrived, the palpable excitement from their two canine companions indicated that they too had seen the news about the draft. As the group embraced warmly, Lin Ming and Hu Qin approached hand in hand. Once everyone had gathered, a suggestion was made to venture to the school gate for a meal instead of dining at the cafeteria. Amidst the fervent discussions among the boys at the table, contemplating their futures, Lin Ming sat beside Moo Moo, her emotions a tapestry of joy and apprehension. Upon hearing from Lao Gua in the classroom that Moo Moo had been selected, her initial reaction was one of elation for him. Yet, the realization that he would soon depart for the NBA, while she had 2 more years of studies ahead, filled her with a sense of impending loss. Despite her outwardly cheerful demeanor, she wrestled with a tumult of feelings within. The thought of Moo Moo entering the dazzling, hedonistic world of the NBA sparked concerns about the many temptations he would face and the myriad of enchanting figures that might pursue him. As these thoughts spiraled, Lin Ming found herself increasingly conflicted. Having spent over a year together, Moo Moo, attuned to the subtle shifts in her demeanor, noticed that her seemingly bright smile belied an inner turmoil, yet chose to keep their concerns private, deciding to discuss matters in seclusion later. After their meal, Moo Moo also connected with his family via video call. Though his grandmother and Mu Gan were unaware of the implications of joining the NBA, they felt immense pride, believing that their beloved grandson and brother had achieved something that brought joy to all. Both Mu Dad and Mu Mom were overjoyed to learn that their son had been chosen by an NBA team, fully supporting the decision to negotiate with the school before proceeding to the NBA. Far away, Hua Hua, Lao Nyo from the mountain city, and Chen Feng called in with their congratulations. Hua Hua expressed a tinge of regret, wishing Moo Moo had been selected by the Nets, as that would have made obtaining Kyrie Irving's signed jersey much easier. Chapter 62. The school's support around 2 in the afternoon. Moo Moo received a call from General Manager Robbo. On the other end, Robbo initiated the conversation. "Hello, Moo. I am Robbo Hennigan, the General Manager of your new team, the Orlando Magic. You may call me Robbo." Upon realizing he was speaking with the GM of the Magic, Moo Moo could hardly contain his excitement. "Hello, Robbo. It's a pleasure to receive your call." Robbo continued, "The management team and I are thrilled to have selected you. We believe you will bring remarkable surprises to the backcourt of our team." Moo Moo responded, "I am also thrilled to be selected by the Magic. The team has previously nurtured remarkable shooting guards like Anthony Penny Hardaway and Tracy McGrady. In such an esteemed organization, I am confident that I will reap significant rewards, and I am filled with anticipation for my new team." Although Moo Moo's verbal expression was not entirely flawless, the exchange between the two flowed smoothly, with both parties comprehending each other's intentions. After a brief conversation, the Magic designated Bruce as the primary point of contact for further communication with Moo Moo. As soon as the general manager's call ended, Bruce's call came through. "Hello. Greetings to our future star. I am Bruce, the scout who discovered you. You may call me Bruce." From his tone, Moo Moo sensed that Bruce was even more exhilarated than the general manager. "Hello, Bruce. I appreciate you recognizing my talent among so many players. Bruce replied, anyone who witnesses your spectacular performances would be captivated. I merely fulfilled my duties as a competent scout. Who says Americans are oblivious to social nuances? In Moo-Moo's view, Bruce was quite astute. Bruce continued, by the way, the Summer League will commence in July. As a rookie selected later in the draft, if you demonstrate sufficient prowess during the Summer League, you will gain more opportunities in the upcoming season. While your performance in college has been nothing short of dominant, the coaching staff needs to ascertain your excellence against NBA-caliber players. So, will you be able to participate in the Summer League game on July 9th, where the Magic will face the Pistons? Thank you, Bruce, for your thoughtful consideration. I too wish to showcase my abilities with the team as soon as possible. However, my college season has not yet concluded, as the finals will commence in August. If I am to participate in the Summer League, I must first discuss it with my school. Understood, Moo. However, I hope you can successfully attend the Summer League, as the team currently has numerous backcourt players competing for limited playing time. All right, Bruce, I comprehend. I will negotiate with my school promptly and contact you at the earliest opportunity. Indeed, Moo. We are now close partners, and we will be collaborating for a long time to come. I eagerly await your call, available 24 hours a day. Through the phone, Moo could sense the fervent enthusiasm radiating from Bruce, which was several times more potent than that of Robo. Bruce, an astute scout well-versed in the nuances of the NBA and eager to ascend further, recognized that the former Yao's team had afforded some fortunate, yet diligent individuals their rightful rewards. After witnessing Moo-Moo's athletic prowess firsthand, he deemed the second-round second pick an underestimation of Moo-Moo's capabilities, firmly believing that following this yet-to-bloom rookie was a prudent decision. During the afternoon practice, his teammates from the finance department warmly encircled Moo-Moo, offering their heartfelt congratulations. After the training concluded, Moo-Moo approached Coach Wang Gu to express his desire to participate in the Summer League. Upon hearing Moo-Moo's aspirations, Coach Wang replied, the finals commence in August this year, while the Summer League takes place in July. There is ample time, and the team's cohesion will not be adversely affected by these few days. I fully support your endeavor. By the way, are you certain about reporting to the Magic this season? Indeed, yet I must discuss matters regarding my academic status with the school. Once they grant their approval, I shall report, Moo replied. That makes sense. It is clear that you can no longer enhance your skills here. Given such a promising opportunity, it would be unwise to let it slip away. Moreover, you have brought our school its first Cuba championship. Now it is time for the institution to contemplate your future. Coach Wang added. The following day, Moo accompanied Coach Wang to meet with the school leadership. In fact, the day prior, Coach Wang had already conveyed Moo-Moo's intentions to the institution. The school had convened an overnight discussion regarding Moo-Moo's request to retain his academic status while pursuing the NBA. After thorough deliberation and with the consensus of most, the school decided to preserve Moo-Moo's academic standing, permitting him to participate in the Summer League in July. Upon the conclusion of the Cuba Finals in August, Moo would be free to report to the Magic. Thus, when Coach Wang escorted Moo to the office of the school leaders, it was merely to surprise him, as Moo only needed to complete some formalities. Consequently, Moo's anxiety dissipated, relieved that he had not encountered the formidable challenges faced by Chairman Yao Ming. Simultaneously, he felt immense gratitude towards Coach Wang and the institution. Truly, this was the essence of an alma mater. After these arrangements were finalized, Moo reached out to Bruce. Upon learning that everything had been meticulously organized, Bruce expressed his excitement and assured Moo that he would handle all other matters, eagerly anticipating Moo's arrival. Not long after, Yao Ming called again, confirming Moo's participation in the Summer League and inquiring whether he had considered any potential agents. Moo's response was still uncertain, and he sought Yao Ming's advice. Yao Ming recommended his former agent, Bill Duffy, as a seasoned basketball enthusiast. Moo was well aware that this renowned agent was known for his integrity and reliability. Bill had once made a mistake that cost his player a $4 million contract. In an effort to rectify this error, he not only facilitated a $1 million contract for the player, but also personally compensated him with $3 million. Furthermore, to uphold the esteemed reputation of his team, he declined to represent certain difficult players. Although Bill Duffy may not stand out among the numerous NBA agents in terms of business acumen, for Moo, who was entering unfamiliar territory, the most crucial factor was dependability. Thus, after expressing gratitude for Yao Ming's recommendation, he remarked, "If Bill is interested in signing me, I plan to seize this opportunity at the Summer League to connect with him. Upon understanding Moo Moo's intentions, Yao Ming assured him that he would reach out to Bill. Chapter 63. Journey to Las Vegas. 2 weeks swiftly passed, and Moo Moo was preparing to head to Las Vegas to meet Bruce. Before departing, Lin Ming linked her arm with Moo Moo's, leisurely strolling along the tree-lined path on campus. Observing the familiar arch of her brows subtly drawing together, Moo Moo spoke up. I find myself a bit anxious. Lost in her own thoughts, Lin Ming was taken aback by this sudden remark and widened her sweet, puzzled eyes, asking, Huh? What are you worried about? Are you afraid of not fitting in with the new team? Don't worry, I believe you will surely succeed. My concerns lie elsewhere. Moo Moo replied. I'm apprehensive that once I leave, there will be numerous suitors surrounding you, leaving me with a sense of insecurity. After all, before my tall figure graces your side, many colorful confessions may have already crossed your path. Hearing this, Lin Ming's brow relaxed, and a smile crept onto her lips. What do you fear about me being there? What do you mean by that? Moo Moo teased. Nothing much. Anyway, in a few days, I'll be visiting my grandmother in Gong, so you must take care of yourself over there. Upon hearing this, Moo Moo thought to himself how adept she was at managing him. Nonetheless, he reassured her, saying, There's really nothing to particularly worry about once I get there. It's simply training at the gym. After training, it's meals and sleep, and upon waking, it's more training and games. Aside from being cautious not to get injured during matches, there's nothing else to be concerned about. Oh, and remember to think of me, he added playfully. But that doesn't require effort, as I will naturally think of you every moment. So, do you believe there's anything else I should be mindful of? Lin Ming looked intently into Moo Moo's eyes and said, Moo, no matter what happens in the future, you must not keep anything from me. Moo gently caressed Lin Ming's head and then placed a tender kiss upon her silky black strands. Aside from my bedwetting incident, I harbor no intentions of concealing anything from you. Alas, here we go again. Although the two were reluctant to part, the demands of life, the necessity of providing for their families, and the pursuit of their basketball aspirations compelled Moo to pack his belongings and embark on a journey to Las Vegas. After a protracted flight, Moo's plane finally touched down in Las Vegas. As he stepped out of the terminal, laden with his luggage, he spotted Bruce in the crowd, holding up a sign emblazoned with Moo's name. Bruce, having recognized the notably robust Moo, waved enthusiastically and called out, Hey, Moo, it's Bruce. It's wonderful to see you again. He hurried forward to assist Moo with his baggage. After Moo Moo shook hands with him, he remarked, I am equally delighted to meet you, Bruce. However, there's no need for formality. I can manage my own luggage. Very well, Moo. But you ought to quickly find an assistant dedicated to handling such tasks, allowing you to focus solely on basketball. These are trifles, Bruce. I can manage them myself. And they are merely part of life. Nothing to worry about. Oh, Moo, you truly are an unpretentious and remarkable individual. All right then, I shall first escort you to the hotel. After you rest for a while, I will take you to a restaurant renowned for its local delicacies, and afterward, we shall meet Coach Collins, who is leading the Summer League. Sounds good. Oh, by the way, Collins is also the first assistant coach for the Magic, primarily responsible for the offensive strategies. And you will have numerous opportunities to collaborate in the future. The team is currently in need of a reliable outside shooter. Once Collins witnesses your abilities firsthand, he will undoubtedly commend my discernment. Thank you, Bruce. I sincerely appreciate your recommendation to the team. I look forward to your guidance. Don't mention it, Moo. This is largely due to your own excellence, and it is my duty. Come on. We are about to witness the rise of an NBA superstar. Haha, Bruce. I believe you possess remarkable foresight. Indeed, I have a discerning eye, haha. As they conversed, they developed a deeper understanding of one another. The loquacious Moo Moo eased Bruce's initial apprehension, revealing him to be a mature, affable, and witty player, suggesting that he would integrate seamlessly into the team and forge connections with his teammates. The following day, under Bruce's introduction, Moo Moo met Coach Collins, who was leading the team. Upon meeting Moo Moo, Collins did not exhibit indifference despite having expressed doubts during the deliberations about selecting him. Since the team had made its decision, it was now the opportune moment for the rebuilding Magic to unearth and cultivate new talent, a sentiment shared by the coaching staff. After their introductions, Collins stated, Moo, you are one of the 2 rookies we selected in this year's draft. We are a young team with an eye toward the future, and the organization has high hopes for you. Thank you for the team's support. I am eagerly anticipating the opportunity. In the first Summer League game commencing the day after tomorrow, I will have you start, and your playing time will be ample. so you need not worry about insufficient opportunity to showcase your talents. Maintain your condition. We look forward to your performance." Upon hearing Colis's statement, Moo felt a considerable sense of relief. At least for the time being, he need not worry about his playing time. "Very well, coach. I shall exert myself to showcase my abilities. Now, rest well and adjust to the time difference. Tomorrow, we will engage in some preliminary practice with the Summer League roster, and then await the game the day after tomorrow." The day following his meeting with Colis, Moo joined the Magic Summer League team for a practice session. Although he had only arrived in the United States 2 days prior, this did not impede his performance. Moo approached the joint practice with utmost diligence. For the players present were all individuals striving to secure a contract for their livelihoods. Among the roster, while there were other undrafted players and veterans who had already carved out a niche in the league, Coach Colis's primary focus was on the first overall pick, Paolo Banchero, and the 32nd pick, Moo. Both represent the future of the team, and even though Moo was selected 32nd, he was regarded as one of the most valued players in the Summer League, second only to Banchero. After a morning of rigorous practice, Moo's performance astonished Colis. As an individual of Asian descent, witnessing Moo's athletic prowess up close confirmed the observations made by Bruce. He was indeed on par with other players of African descent, and in fact, visibly superior to many. Most importantly, Moo exhibited impressive shooting skills, particularly in mid-range shots, which appeared remarkably steady and reliable. Overall, Colis was thoroughly pleased with Moo's performance, further solidifying his decision to make him a starter. Chapter 64, Banchero upon the conclusion of the joint practice. Banchero took the initiative to approach Moo. Prior to this session, Banchero was already aware of Moo's existence. However, as a second-round pick and influenced by the prevailing notion that Asian athletes possess relatively inferior athletic abilities, he did not perceive this 3 years older player from China as someone who could significantly benefit the team. Consequently, when he first arrived at the gym, he merely responded politely to Moo's greeting. On the other hand, noticing Banchero's haughty and aloof demeanor, Moo refrained from further interaction, as he had yet to master the art of forcing warmth upon coldness. Having been selected first overall by the Magic, Banchero and his team were prepared to embrace the role of leaders in this rebuilding franchise. However, the recent practice made Banchero realize that this guard from China held the potential to become a valuable ally. Therefore, as soon as the practice ended, Banchero, already convinced of his responsibility to lead the team, approached Moo, who was resting on the bench, with the intention of winning over this elder by 3 years. "Hey, Moo, your stamina is impressive. You hardly seem out of breath. Although it appears you haven't lost much hydration, do take a moment to replenish yourself." Observing Banchero approach, drenched in sweat, Moo was taken aback by the change in his demeanor, yet he maintained an outward calmness as he accepted the offered water. After twisting off the bottle cap and taking a generous sip, Moo jested, "This Las Vegas water is quite good. It must not be due to your perspiration." "Haha, Moo, while I may be dripping with sweat, you saw me twist off the cap. This is an unopened bottle." "Indeed, I trust you, Paolo. The cap was slick with your sweat. It took some effort to open." "You certainly are amusing, Moo." "Yes, I am indeed an interesting individual." "Oh, you hail from the land of flowers, do you not?" "Indeed, I come from that enchanting realm. The land of flowers is a captivating country, and perhaps one day I shall venture there to explore its wonders. You are most welcome to visit my homeland. I would be delighted to show you around, and I am confident that your journey would be rewarding, filled with intriguing and breathtaking experiences." "Oh, I eagerly anticipate that." As he spoke, the perspiring Banchero settled beside Moo, seemingly enjoying their conversation and wishing to continue. "To be frank, prior to the recent training, I was unaware that an individual of Asian descent could possess such remarkable leaping and running abilities. I mean no offense. It is simply that few from your background evoke such a sense of flight." "I understand, Paul. Your skills have also astonished me. I never expected a big man to possess such finesse. I am certain that in the upcoming season, I will learn much from you that will aid my progression." Moo spoke these words with a steady heart and composed demeanor, though Banchero's skills appeared no superior to his own during the practice. It is indeed rare to encounter a big man with such talent. As the recent #1 draft pick, he is likely to become the core of the team's future. Thus, despite being older, it is no great matter to utter a few flattering words. The key is to ensure no lingering animosity between them in the forthcoming matches. Upon hearing Moo's compliment, Banchero did not perceive him as insincere. Rather, he found this second-round pick from the land of flowers to possess considerable insight. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of joy in having impressed a new protégé with his exceptional skills. The two continued to converse, deepening their understanding of one another. As they parted, they exchanged contact information, seemingly laying a solid foundation for a burgeoning friendship. The day following their practice, a call came from Yao Ming. Recently, Chairman Yao had been rather frequent in his calls. One wonders if his communication with Mrs. Yao is equally as regular. Whenever the phone rings, Mumu can't help but feel that Chairman Yao is reaching out once more. On the other end of the line, he inquired, "How are you adjusting to your new environment?" "Quite well. Yesterday, I practiced with the Team's Summer League roster, and the coach was fairly satisfied, though my teammates seem a bit envious." "That's good to hear. Just maintain a positive mindset and approach everything earnestly." Upon hearing Mumu's confident words, Yao Ming felt a sense of relief. He then continued, "By the way, do you know a player named Zhang Fanbua? I am familiar with him, though I have only seen him online. We have yet to meet in person." "I see. In my view, you both represent the future of men's basketball. It is unfortunate that Zhang was not selected this time, but he is diligently working towards entering the NBA and is currently in Las Vegas. He will be representing the Pacers in the Summer League, and Zhang Zhenlin will be there as well. You are destined to become teammates and fight alongside one another in the national team. Therefore, I suggest that you take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with each other, enhancing mutual understanding, which will undoubtedly improve your synergy on the court in the future." When Yao Ming mentioned their names, Mumu had an inkling of the purpose behind Chairman Yao's call. Although they had not crossed paths before, they were bound to interact in the future, so he replied, "Understood, Chairman. Please send me their contact information, and I will reach out to them shortly." Not long after hanging up, Mumu received a message from Yao Ming. With the remainder of the day relatively free, he dialed the number provided. "Hello." After a few brief rings, the call connected. "Hello, is this Zhang Fanbua?" "Yes, this is he. Who might this be?" "Greetings, I am Mumu. Chairman Yao just shared your number with me. I heard you are participating in the Summer League in Las Vegas as well?" Upon hearing the name, Zhang Fanbua instantly recognized. Although Mumu had dominated the Cuba prior to the draft, he had not previously crossed his radar, nor had he heard of such a figure among the younger generation in the basketball community. However, during this year's NBA draft, filled with trepidation yet hopeful, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar yet foreign name during the second round. Familiar, as it was evidently a flower name. Foreign, due to his unfamiliarity with its bearer. It was through this draft that he discovered the existence of such a player in the domestic Cuba, despite the disappointment of not being selected. Zhang Fanbua remained resolute in his determination to pursue the NBA, viewing his participation with the Pacers in the Summer League as a continued endeavor. Surprised to receive a call from Mumu, he sensed warmth in Mumu's tone, and being far from home, the familiarity of the dialect brought an unspoken sense of kinship. He greeted the caller with enthusiasm. "Ah, it's you. This summer, your name has become known throughout the domestic basketball circle. I was just wondering when I would get the chance to meet you. By the way, have you arrived here?" "Yes, indeed. I practiced with the team this morning and have no plans for the afternoon. Chairman Yao just sent me your number, so I was curious about what you were up to. If you're free, shall we meet somewhere?" Today, Zhang Fanbua had no game and was idly chatting with Zhang Zhenlin, who had also come to participate in the Summer League. "Perfect. I have no plans either. And Brother Zhenlin is here as well. Is this your WeChat number?" "Yes, it is." "Then I will add you on WeChat. And I'll send you the location of a nearby restaurant. Let us meet there." "Sounds good. See you soon." Chapter 65, The Reunion Before Long. The three individuals convened at a nearby restaurant named Amoxi, a choice made by Zhang Fanbua. Perusing the menu, Mumu felt uncertain about which dishes were truly delectable, so he selected a few that appeared appetizing based on their images. The three young men formally acquainted themselves through mutual introductions. Zhang Zhenlin remarked, "Recently, your esteemed name has echoed in our ears. We have been eager to find an opportunity to meet you, and to our surprise, you reached out to us first." Mumu exhibited an amiable humility, displaying no hint of arrogance despite being the sole individual selected nationwide. This modest quality is a virtue cultivated during his upbringing in a humble rural environment. "I had previously encountered numerous videos of your basketball games online, and I am pleasantly surprised to find ourselves gathered in this foreign land." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenlin felt somewhat bashful, exclaiming, "Oh, please forgive the jest. We are far from your caliber. Your selection as the second pick in the second round undoubtedly signifies your superior prowess compared to us." Mumu waved his hand and said, "Since we have arrived here, let us three strive together." Although they were participating in the same summer league platform, Zhang Zhenlin, who had not been selected, approached the summer league with a mindset more inclined towards gaining experience and broadening his horizons. He shifted the conversation. "By the way, Mumu, you were born in '99 as well, right?" Mumu nodded. "Indeed, I was born in the year of the rabbit, 1999. Zhang Zhenlin, how fortuitous. I was also born in 1999. Ah, it truly is a coincidence." Zhang Fambua chuckled. "Then I, being from the post-2000 generation, must be the younger brother." Mumu inquired, "Are you born after 2000? What year is that?" Zhang Fambua replied, "I was born in 2003, so I shall address you as brother." Mumu exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, how small. You may be the youngest in age, yet you stand the tallest among us. Tall, handsome, and youthful. I can only imagine how many girls will be enamored with you. You truly possess the allure of a tanksing." Upon hearing Mumu's remarks, Zhang Fambua shyly scratched his head, and then, as if a thought struck him, his expression shifted to one of subtle melancholy. He gazed at Mumu with envious eyes and said, "Brother Mu, you have been chosen by the team. Surely you will have ample playing time in the summer league, won't you?" Mumu nodded. "2 days ago, I had a conversation with the head coach, who assured me that I would be a starter with guaranteed playing time." Observing the glimmer of admiration mixed with a hint of melancholy in the other's expression, Mumu consoled, "Xiao Zhang, regardless of the opportunities that may arise, make sure to seize the moment when you step onto the court. You are only 19. When I was 19, I was still in high school. As long as you maintain a serious attitude, given your talents, many opportunities will present themselves in the future. Therefore, never lose faith. Staying focused and diligent is paramount at this stage. Most importantly, approach your upcoming endeavors with sincerity." His words, akin to those of a trusted elder brother, filled Zhang Fambua's heart with warmth, and he nodded earnestly. "All right, thank you, Brother Mu." Zhang Zhenlin inquired, "Hey, Mumu, when does your first game start?" "Tomorrow. We will be facing the Rockets," Mumu replied. "It will be the inaugural showdown between the first and third picks. I wonder which will prevail." Mumu smiled gently, asserting her unwavering support for her teammate, Banchero. After indulging in a hearty meal, the trio lingered in the restaurant, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Zhang Zhenlin remarked on the frequent occurrences of high-profile players overshadowing others in the Summer League, recalling how Jeremy Lin, as an undrafted player, had once showcased his talents before Wall. Among the three of them, Mumu's playing time was undoubtedly the most assured. So he encouraged them to seize the opportunity and impress the first and third picks with the prowess of Cuba. This time, Mumu cast aside any pretense of modesty. His gaze resolute as he stated, "This place is filled with numerous players vying for a job, and they will undoubtedly give their all. However, the three of us have crossed oceans to be here. We cannot merely aspire to a job as they do. We must carry forth the burden that Chairman Yao and others once bore. In domestic leagues, one could view it as merely a job, but here, we must strive with the fervor of our predecessors, for we bear the hopes of all domestic fans. Unlike the United States and many other nations, our ancestors have fought valiantly across various fields since the last century, enabling us to stand once more in this world. Ordinary individuals can focus on the mundane concerns of life, as no one's existence is devoid of challenge. Thus, it is evidently harsh to demand selfless dedication from everyone. Yet the three of us are different. We have reached the forefront of the basketball industry, and I believe we must embrace the determination and responsibility that this weighty role entails." Upon hearing Mumu's sudden seriousness and profound words, the two companions ceased their playful banter and listened intently. Mumu's sudden declaration was not a display of arrogance stemming from his selection. Rather, it reflected a genuine concern. Among the trio, the other two had previously known little about Mumu, yet he was well acquainted with them. Perhaps due to their privileged upbringing, they had not faced many adversities, leading Mumu to perceive a lack of tenacity in their performances during the competition, a deficiency of the indomitable spirit that propels one forward. Thus, Mumu felt it imperative to instill in these potential future mainstays of the men's basketball team the rationale for exerting their utmost effort. In the future, they might represent the national team in competition against the finest in the world. If possible, he would endeavor to guide and encourage them to maintain a relentless pursuit of excellence. Unbeknownst to them, Mumu's words ignited a desire to contribute within the two. Noticing their lack of impatience and their newfound seriousness, Mumu's fondness for them blossomed. After all, attitude and a sense of responsibility are essential prerequisites. and it was evident that there remained hope for them. Once he conveyed the importance of passion and responsibility, Moo also reflected on the multitude of exceptional players in the Summer League. The inability to play in the NBA did not denote a lack of talent. It merely underscored the extraordinary caliber of the over 400 who managed to do so. Given the fierce competition, their playing time might be limited. Thus, he spoke in a tone of reassurance and encouragement. You both possess the potential to become outstanding players. Therefore, as the hopes of our village, let us all give our best, irrespective of the outcome. Well said, giving our all, they echoed, in agreement with Moo. Although this gathering marked the first encounter between Moo and the two others, perhaps due to their shared responsibilities and common goals, or simply because they were all young, the trio felt an immediate camaraderie and conversed with remarkable ease. Overall, it was a delightful reunion. As their conversation grew more animated, the three of them quickly made their way to the gymnasium to engage in a game of one-on-one. Driven by the desire to further understand each other's abilities and fueled by the earlier discussion of responsibility, they played with great enthusiasm, leaving no room for restraint. Consequently, despite being the shortest among them, Moo dominated the game. While the towering Xingfanbua and Zhang Jinlin not only failed to capitalize on their height advantage, but were instead overwhelmed by Moo's relentless attacks in the paint, proving utterly incapable of defense. After facing him directly, both men felt a genuine admiration for Moo. Indeed, those selected in the draft are truly exceptional individuals. Chapter 66, Summer League. The day after their meeting, on July 8th, the Orlando Magic's first Summer League game against the Houston Rockets officially commenced. With Moo in the Magic's lineup, the domestic sports channel, Tongxue Sports, arranged for a special broadcast. Basketball fans in the country, already aware of the game, were highly active in the live chat even before the match began. Amidst a flurry of comments, there were those filled with anticipation, some delivering sharp critiques. But the majority eagerly hoped for Moo's outstanding performance. In the Tongxue live broadcast, the commentary was provided by Wang Ming and Yang Yi, with Mena joining them. As the game had yet to start, Wang Ming initiated the discussion, saying, Moo has been confirmed as a starter for this match. I wonder what kind of performance he will deliver. Yang Yi adjusted his glasses and replied, as the player selected with the 32nd pick, and considering that apart from Banchero, the rest of the Magic's roster consists either of undrafted players or those who rarely see playtime. Moo's starting position ensures he will have ample opportunity. Based on the skills he showcased in Cuba, I personally believe that many NBA players may not be able to match his level. Therefore, I have high expectations for his performance in this game. At the very least, his technical abilities and physical attributes are sufficient. The key will be his mindset and whether he can overcome any nerves. Wang Ming responded, Teacher Yang holds high hopes for Moo's performance. Now, Mena, what do you think? Do you believe Moo can deliver a performance that meets everyone's expectations? From her position, Mena remarked, I also agree with Teacher Yang. Besides Banchero, Moo is certainly the standout in the Magic's lineup. Wang Ming continued, Mena also believes Moo will perform well. Now, if LeBron were to play against the Magic, which side would you hope to win, or whom would you support? Mena, although I am a devoted fan of LeBron James, when it comes to a match against the Magic, my allegiance undoubtedly lies with Moo. Haha, Sister Na is unwavering in crucial moments. Alright, the game commences, and we see Moo already positioned on the court, awaiting the jump ball alongside his teammates. Returning to the arena, the Summer League has not garnered sufficient attention, resulting in sparse attendance. However, the players are undeterred by the lack of spectators and are resolutely prepared to give their all. Just before the game begins, Bruce discreetly approaches Moo and says, the players representing the Magic alongside you in the Summer League are either those at the end of the bench or free agents striving for a contract. No one will make sacrifices for the team. Everyone will exert every effort to showcase their individual skills. Therefore, seize the opportunity, and if no opportunity arises, create one to display your talent. In short, be assertive and focus on offense. Following the jump ball, the Rockets secure the initial possession. The players settle into their positions, and the Rockets' promising rookie, Jabari Smith, exhibits remarkable enthusiasm. He immediately rushes to the arc to set a screen for the point guard, and after rolling off, he receives the pass and drives to the basket for a thunderous dunk. Right from the outset, he showcases an explosive offensive display with his superior athleticism. Witnessing the Magic's opponent score first, Wang Ming, despite being subjective, refrains from exclaiming in disbelief. Back in the Magic's half, Banchero also demonstrates commendable vigor, mirroring Jabari's actions as he proactively moves to the three-point line to set a screen for the point guard. However, contrary to expectations that he would offer a screen for his teammate, he positions himself behind the defender to request the ball. Wang Ming, taken aback, remarks, "What is this maneuver? Is he really attempting to post up from beyond the arc?" Although it seems peculiar to request the ball with his back to the basket from the perimeter, the team's point guard, Kennedy, cannot afford to deny him. Despite his desire to shine, how could he refuse a request from the #1 pick? After all, he is merely a substitute among substitutes. Upon receiving the ball, Banchero displayed remarkable poise, while the Rockets player Christopher, tasked with defending the baseline against Wood, kept a keen eye on the top draft pick. Paying little heed to his own assignment, the player wearing number 53, as Banchero backed down his teammate, he exuded an air of intent to pivot and shake off his defender. Christopher hurriedly shifted 2 steps to his right, reasoning that if Banchero were to turn, this would be the inevitable path should he dare to pass through. A steal would be his reward. Observing the defensive attention drawn to the baseline, Banchero decisively hurled the ball toward Wood. Realizing the impending danger, Christopher thought to himself, "Oh no, I've lost my man." Without a moment's hesitation, Wood summoned the strength from his legs, channeling it through his core. As he prepared to release the ball, the recovering Christopher reached out to contest the shot. However, bolstered by the unwavering confidence forged through countless hours of three-point shooting practice, Wood did not waver in his shooting motion despite the defender's encroachment. With determination, he launched a three-pointer from the corner. Swish. With the defender closely contesting, Mumu effortlessly released a three-pointer that swished through the net. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but reflect that, despite it merely being a summer league game, the intensity associated with the NBA was truly remarkable. Even a player who rarely sees the court could exhibit such rapid defensive recovery. Had a shot not been executed with such swiftness, he surely would have been blocked. Good heavens, to make that three-pointer while being closely guarded is quite the feat, exclaimed Wang Ming, patting his bald head dramatically. Yang Yi offered his analysis. "Everyone, I believe this isn't just reckless. Judging by his shot and the arc of the ball, this is distinctly Mu's shooting style. Observe the calm demeanor he maintained post-shot." Evidently, the defender's interference did not sway his composure. As Mu pointed towards himself, Banchero nodded in acknowledgement, thinking that number 53 indeed possessed remarkable accuracy, and he would be able to rack up numerous assists in the future. On the sidelines, Bruce cheered exuberantly. "That's right, Mu. Go ahead. Dominate those little guys on the other team, and send them home crying to their mothers." Returning to the Rockets' half of the court, after a series of screens and ball movement, Christopher received a pass from a teammate just beyond the three-point line at the left corner. Glancing at the defender clad in the number 53 jersey, Christopher resolved to utilize his prized speed to drive past him. In his mind, he harbored the belief that players of Asian descent were typically not very fast, or rather, comparatively slower. Little did he know that China's own lightning bolt, Lu Xiang, had shattered such narrow-minded stereotypes. With this thought in mind, the somewhat inexperienced Christopher dribbled the ball, executing a step back and a swift cut to the left. He mused to himself, "Hey there, little darling, did you expect me to break left? Even if I go left, my speed is beyond your reach." However, just as he was reveling in his confidence, Christopher suddenly froze in disbelief. "What the? I had just created space. How did he reappear in front of me? Is this person really a martial artist like Bruce Lee?" Mu, who had previously praised the opponent's speed, felt somewhat disheartened, realizing it was not as impressive as he had thought. Although taken aback, Christopher did not lose his confidence. He swiftly changed direction again, attempting to drive to the right. Mumu's swift lateral movement effectively obstructed the path, while Christopher, having already changed direction twice at high speed, clearly lacked the capacity for further maneuvers. As he attempted to pivot once more, he stumbled, prompting the referee to blow the whistle for a traveling violation against the offensive player. Chapter 67. A triumphant debut. Observing this successful defense, Yang Yi's face illuminated with delight as he remarked, "The offensive player, despite his remarkable speed, could not evade Mu's defense. This clearly demonstrates Mu's superior speed and awareness." Wang Ming responded, "Indeed, it is truly impressive. Let me check the name of this offensive player. Ah, it is Christopher. He attempted to execute multiple directional changes while advancing at great speed. But such prowess is not common. If it were that simple, Rose would not stand out so distinctly." On the sidelines, Bruce, witnessing this exemplary defense, leaned toward Coach Collins and whispered, What do you think, Collins? I told you, his abilities displayed in college can certainly translate here. Collins nodded in agreement. So far, I believe your recommendation holds merit. If he can maintain this level of performance, I am confident he will secure a spot in the rotation for the upcoming season. Hearing this, Bruce's eyes brightened. It seemed his journey across the ocean to seek out Moo was indeed worthwhile. After advancing past the half-court, Kennedy passed the ball to the awaiting Banchero. Upon receiving the ball, Banchero did not revert to the previous back-to-the-basket play from the perimeter, but instead distributed it to Moo on the opposite side. Recognizing that the top pick was setting a screen for him, Moo understood that they were to execute a pick-and-roll. Utilizing the screen, he surged to the right. The defender, aware of the top pick's mid-range shooting ability, hesitated to abandon Banchero, leaving Moo with only one defender in front of him. Seizing this opportunity, Moo executed a rhythmic feint to shift the defender's center of gravity, then lowered his stance and charged forward. In just a few strides, he had gained half a step on the defender, driving straight to the basket. Christopher, striving to keep pace, found it too late. Number 53 had seemingly teleported beneath the hoop. With a remarkably deft layup, he sent the ball through the net. As he turned, Moo exclaimed, "Paul, splendid teamwork. Let us seize this victory together." After Jabari Smith's unsuccessful attempt at a single shot, the Magic seized another offensive opportunity. This time, Banchero, just as before, coordinated a pick-and-roll with Moo. The previous breakthrough had compelled the defenders to acknowledge Moo's presence, and after drawing two defenders, Moo executed a graceful hook pass, delivering the ball to Banchero, who had positioned himself near the free-throw line after the play unfolded. Upon receiving the pass, Banchero opted for an immediate shot. Nearby, Jabari Smith rushed in to provide defensive support, but his fervent approach resulted in a shooting foul being called. Bruce leaned close to Corey's ear, remarking, "Look at their synergy. Corey's, perhaps we should implement more pick-and-roll strategies for them, as the results would surely be promising." Corey's nodded in agreement, acknowledging the remarkable chemistry between the two. Gradually, the duo found their rhythm, steering the Magic towards a commanding lead. The towering Banchero, who relished ball handling, frequently assumed the role of playmaker, showcasing multiple pick-and-rolls with Moo. Moo, receiving his passes, exhibited a scorching shooting touch, sinking several mid-range and three-point shots, effectively suppressing the Rockets with their collaboration. Yangi commented, "I never anticipated their synergy to be this strong." Wang Ming responded, "Indeed, Moo only arrived in the States a couple of days ago, so they must have had little time to gel, yet they seem perfectly in sync." Yangi added, "As the first overall pick, Banchero is undoubtedly a focal point for the Magic's development. Seeing their chemistry now, I believe Moo will earn considerable playing time during the regular season." Teacher Yang concurred. The Magic, who maintained a lead throughout the game, concluded with a triumphant score of 91-77, securing their first victory in the Summer League. Banchero played for 25 minutes, shooting 5 of 12, amassing 17 points, 4 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 steal, most of his assists being attributed to Moo. Meanwhile, Moo, playing for 27 minutes, showcased exceptional efficiency, scoring 20 points with 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, with an impressive shooting record of 7 of 9, including 5 of 6 from mid-range. The statistics reflect his comprehensive contributions on both ends of the court. In the Douyin livestream, Wang Ming remarked, "The game has concluded, and I believe all the fans who witnessed Moo's performance are as delighted and exhilarated as I am." Although this was merely a Summer League game, Moo has demonstrated that he can navigate the challenges posed by NBA players with ease. Teacher Yang, please share your thoughts on this game with everyone. Yang Yi remarked, "I can only say it is indeed impressive. Among the 6 rebounds, 5 were offensive, achieved despite standing at a height of 199 centimeters amidst a host of soaring athletes. This underscores his exceptional tenacity in securing rebounds. Moreover, his shooting accuracy from mid to long range was remarkable, hitting 5 out of 6 attempts. Perfectly suited for this era of small ball basketball. Although he recorded only 3 assists, this was largely due to the majority of ball handling responsibilities resting on Paolo Banchero's shoulders. Today, Moo primarily played the role of a catch-and-shoot sharpshooter, executing it with remarkable proficiency. His defensive efforts against the opposing players were equally commendable, completely stifling his matchup, Christopher. With his shooting prowess, defensive capabilities, and relentless hustle, I am confident that he will seize ample opportunities with the Magic. The stellar performance in the inaugural Summer League game has attracted considerable media attention back home, bringing joy and reassurance to fans who harbor hopes for Moo Moo's success. Following the match, Moo Moo was inundated with WeChat messages. Previously, he only communicated with a few close friends and family, but since the draft, he has been receiving numerous messages from acquaintances he hadn't heard from in ages, including many friend requests from individuals claiming to have met him once or to be friends of friends. This experience has given Moo Moo a genuine sense of what it feels like to have an abundance of friends after gaining fame. Chapter 68, a perfect conclusion to the Summer League. The day after the first game marked a rest day. Seizing the opportunity, Moo Moo assured his family of his well-being and engaged in light-hearted banter with his close friends scattered across the country. Naturally, he could not help but express his growing longing for Lin Ming. On July 10th, Moo Moo played alongside the Magic against the Kings. Despite the stellar performance of the 4th overall pick, Keegan Murray, the Magic's Banchero, and Moo Moo proved to be uncontainable, leading to the Kings' defeat with a score of 88-92. Following these two games, the Magic decided not to have Banchero participate in the remaining matches. Although his shooting percentage was only 40%, his overall contributions on both ends of the court were commendable. The coaching staff and general manager Rob Hennigan believe that if Banchero is entrusted with a significant number of shot opportunities in the upcoming season, his offensive prowess will surely flourish. After all, even Kevin Durant's rookie season saw a shooting percentage just above 40%. Thus, the Magic opted to allow Banchero some rest. On July 12th, the Magic were set to face the Thunder. Prior to the game, head coach Jamal Mosley instructed Moo Moo, "Your performances in the first two games have pleasantly surprised us all. In the third game, Paul will not be on the court, and you will take on the role of our offensive centerpiece. You will have the freedom to shoot at will. Showcase your offensive abilities and let us see the depth of your arsenal, shall we?" "Certainly, coach. I shall give my utmost effort." Colas is quite pleased with Moo Moo's attitude. As the game commenced, Moo Moo diligently executed Colas's directives, consistently penetrating the paint and inflicting considerable damage on the Thunder's interior defense. Rookie Chet Holmgren found himself in foul trouble, accruing 2 personal fouls within the first half of the opening quarter due to Moo Moo's relentless assault. Undeterred by the Thunder's staunch defense, Moo Moo showcased his audacity with mid-range jump shots that left the Thunder players in disarray. His impeccable rhythm and agile finesse made it challenging for defenders to close in for timely blocks. Beyond the arc, he unleashed a barrage of shots, rendering the Thunder's attempts at a zone defense utterly futile. However, the most lethal aspect of his performance was his nearly flawless mid-range shooting, which effectively decimated the Thunder's hopes. By the conclusion of the match, the Magic triumphed with a final score of 89-81. Moo Moo achieved remarkable statistics with 35 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks throughout the game. After the conclusion of the third match, Coach Cole approached Moo Moo and remarked, "Moo, your performance over these 3 games has exceeded our expectations. The management is thoroughly pleased with the abilities you have demonstrated, and they have gleaned the insights they were eager to discover. The training camp is likely to commence in October, and Bruce will be in touch with you. Until then, we shall meet again." Moo Moo replied, "Thank you very much, Coach, for providing me with such a wonderful opportunity. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the new season. See you then." The Summer League for Moo Moo has concluded prematurely. Previously, through the introduction of Yao Ming, Bill Duffy established contact with Moo Moo. Although Moo Moo was merely a rookie selected at the 32nd position, his prior collaboration with Yao Ming made him acutely aware of Moo Moo's commercial potential. Coupled with Moo Moo's impressive performance during the 3 Summer League games, Bill developed a significant interest in signing him. With mutual intentions, the partnership appeared to be a natural progression. Soon after, Moo Moo signed with Bill's agency, as Bill Duffy now primarily focuses on the overall operations of the agency. He appointed Matt as Moo Moo's representative in the United States. Following the conclusion of the 3 Summer League games, there was a surge of domestic acclaim for Moo Moo's prowess. The sports channel dedicated a report stating that the Chinese basketball player Moo Moo was selected by the Orlando Magic as the 32nd overall pick in this year's NBA draft. From July 9th to 12th, Moo Moo represented the Magic in 3 games of the Summer League held in Las Vegas, USA. He delivered an outstanding average of 26 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, 4 steals, and 1 blocks per game, leading the Magic to an impressive 3 consecutive victories. According to Moo Moo, the team's evaluation has concluded, and the Magic will not schedule him for further participation in the Summer League, with plans to reunite with the team in October to commence the new season. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt wishes for our athlete Mumu to continue showcasing exceptional performances in the upcoming season. Currently, numerous brands have approached him, eager to establish endorsement collaborations. However, Mumu has temporarily deferred these discussions, citing the completion of next month's Cuba finals as his priority. After finalizing matters related to the Summer League and signing with an agent, Mumu hurried back to school. Upon his return to the university, the campus was largely deserted due to the summer vacation. This year's Cuba National Finals commenced on July 29th, prompting the university's men's basketball team, determined to defend their title, to engage in intensive training sessions on campus. This season, Laugua's shooting has become increasingly stable, and during the regional matches against formidable opponents like Central South, he performed admirably, avoiding previous struggles in offensive play. Wang Mingxiao and Hu Xia also provided consistently robust support, leading to a remarkable season for the university, with no doubts regarding their potential for victory in the finals. Indeed, the finals, held from the 29th to the 31st at the Jiangnan Sports Center in Shancheng, saw the university face a new opponent, Guangdong Industrial University, led by the towering Chen Guohao, who initially dominated the paint. However, Mumu swiftly subdued this formidable challenger from afar. Once Chen Guohao was contained, the university exerted complete control over the game, securing a well-deserved victory and achieving back-to-back championships under Mumu's leadership. As the Cuba season concluded, many domestic agents sought Mumu, having learned he had yet to sign with anyone. After careful consideration, he declined offers from renowned agents like Sui Ran and ultimately signed with Lu Jiaqing. Following this whirlwind of activity, Mumu communicated to Lu that he needed a 2-week respite to spend time with his family, aware that a plethora of endorsements and commercial engagements awaited him thereafter. Consequently, they agreed to postpone all business discussions until late August. Chapter 69. A visit during a video call with his family, Mu's mother inquired, "You're already this busy before even entering the NBA. Won't it be even more hectic then?" To which he replied, "With greater ability comes greater responsibility, hence my busyness." Observing her son's jovial demeanor on screen, Mu's mother admonished, "Hey, don't let it get to your head. Remember to remain humble and diligent. You mentioned that, although I currently possess considerable ability, I remain hesitant to succumb to pride." The once naive Mu gone, now in the 4th grade, no longer embodies the innocence of years past. With a playful smile directed at the brother in the video, she remarked, "Brother, you truly exemplify humility. Gonggon, why is it that every time I watch your videos, I fail to see you diligently studying? Is it that you lack sufficient practice books? This time I return, I promise to bring you a plethora." "Oh, you are indeed my dear brother. By the way, brother, will Mingming's sister visit our home again? Surely her parents miss her. How could they spare so much time to see you, a mere elementary school student?" At this juncture, Father Mu seemed to recall something, inquiring, "Son, what are your plans moving forward? Are you heading to the United States in October?" "Yes, I plan to travel there in October. But I intend to return home for a fortnight first. Afterward, I may need to discuss some endorsement matters." Mother Mu inquired, "Is that all you have in mind?" "For the time being, yes. Hey, once you embark on your NBA journey, time will be scarce. You've even brought someone home. What's this? Now that you're on the rise, do you intend to leave them behind?" Upon hearing Mother Mu's words, Mumu realized she was referring to Lin Ming. He replied, "Mother, how could that be? If that were the case, you wouldn't be doing nothing at all. So, don't return just yet. Make a visit to Meng Meng's home first. Engage in some hospitable tasks, ensuring your demeanor is proper to provide her with some reassurance, and then come back." When he heard he was to visit Lin Meng's home, Mumu felt a sudden wave of unease, yet he nodded in agreement. "All right, mother, I shall visit Lin Meng's home first before returning." After a brief conversation with his still vigorous grandmother, Mumu concluded the call. Even though he had resolved to visit Lin Meng, he remained uncertain about how to initiate the conversation. After much internal struggle, he hesitantly dialed Lin Meng's video call. "Mu, have you finished over there?" "Nearly. I will take a 2-week break, and then I have some endorsement discussions which may keep me occupied. Are you planning to return to Mayupa then?" Observing the seemingly expectant expression on Lin Meng's face through the screen, Mumu spoke candidly. "That was indeed my intention, but having not seen you for several days, my longing has surged within me like an uncontrollable force. The most pressing matter for me at present is to see you as soon as possible." As Mumu began to slip into his habitual flow of charming words, Lin Meng let out an anxious sigh. Before she could voice further objections, Mumu was taken aback as Lin Dad suddenly appeared in the frame. The confident Mumu, who had been speaking so freely moments ago, now found himself in a state of awkwardness. Nevertheless, Lin Dad cheerfully exclaimed, Mumu, it's been a while. Feel free to come over. Your aunt is here too. And she's quite the culinary expert. When you arrive, she'll whip up something delicious for you. In the shadowy depths of the clandestine passage, one could hardly dare to solicit food or drink. However, having made a resolution, there was no turning back. Even in trepidation, one must persist in moving forward. Thus, I greeted, good day, uncle. Since my last visit, I have been quite enamored with Auntie's culinary skills. Lin Ming's residence was situated in Fushun, adjacent to Yanjing City. Not far at all. Consequently, during previous winter and summer vacations, Lin Ming would often visit Mu Gan and his grandmother. This time, upon visiting Lin Ming's home, the return to the village would not be unduly delayed. Departing from Rongqing, it took approximately 3 hours for the bus to reach the Fushun Passenger Transport Center. As Mumu disembarked alongside the surrounding passengers and was making his way toward the exit, a group of boys, seemingly high school students, approached him. Observing their demeanor, Mumu deduced that, in such a public setting, these individuals were unlikely to be attempting to rob a robust and handsome man like himself. Rather, they must have recognized him. Indeed, one of the boys hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Excuse me, are you Mumu? Yes, I am Mumu, he confirmed. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the boy excitedly turned to his companion and exclaimed, see, I told you it was definitely Mumu. What can I do for you? Mumu inquired. The boys replied, we have long admired your remarkable performance in leading the 4th high school to victory. We have watched every match available online from the Cubit tournament, and just recently, we stayed up late to watch your Summer League live stream. Mumu smiled and exclaimed, ah, it turns out you are my loyal fans. How about we take a photo together? The fortunate youths eagerly agreed, and thus they captured a moment with Mumu. After posing with the high school students, Mumu continued his journey towards the exit. Before reaching the exit, Lin Ming, who had been waiting at the station, spotted the easily recognizable Mumu amidst the crowd. Standing at 173 centimeters tall and sporting athletic shoes, her height of nearly 176 centimeters afforded her a clear view, enabling both to locate each other effortlessly through the throng. Upon realizing he had seen her, Lin Ming joyfully called out, Mu, over here. Noticing her wave, Mumu quickened his pace. As he emerged from the station, Lin Ming, beaming with delight, rushed over and entwined her arm around his. And together they navigated through the bustling crowd. On his second visit to Lin Ming's home, Mumu was determined to bring along thoughtful gifts, which he had already selected in Rongqing and were now nestled in his backpack. Lin Ming playfully patted the bag, questioning its bulging contents. What have you packed? It seems quite full. Filled with the heartfelt intentions of a son-in-law, naturally, he replied with a grin. Over the past 2 years, their relationship had blossomed, erasing the initial awkwardness and shyness, replaced instead with the delightful nuances of budding romance. Lin Ming gazed up and caught sight of Mu's chiseled jawline. With a twinkle in her sweet eyes, she remarked, Mu, you are truly wonderful. Indeed. You are a discerning and beautiful woman for being able to find someone as extraordinary as me in this vast sea of humanity, he quipped. Lin Ming playfully pinched his arm. Oh, did I seek you out? You were the one who suddenly appeared in front of me. Well, you were right. I was the one observing from the bushes for quite some time, and upon seeing your beauty, I was so entranced that I leapt into your path. So, I was the one who found you first, and I pursued you first. Anyone would attest that I was the one who chased after you. That is more like it. But honestly, could you not use such clumsy expressions? Please, rephrase that. As long as you are with me. Any place and any time is the most romantic. Who cares about those words? Ugh, I don't care. Just retract that phrase. All right, I shall take it all back. You dare? No, you must recount the scene of our first encounter, or else. Seeing that Mu remained unfazed, Lin Ming resorted to her tactics. Pouting, she urged, oh, come on, Mu, just reorganize your words, will you? Please. Mu discreetly fluttered her eyelashes and remarked, that encounter was indeed a matter of fate. Primarily, it was my instant infatuation with you that compelled me to muster the courage to approach and assist you, thus earning the invaluable opportunity to become acquainted with you. Having forged an unforgettable first impression, it was ultimately our mutual affection that brought us together. Wouldn't you agree? This sounds much more agreeable. In the dimly lit corridor, while your upward gaze indeed illuminated the meaning of beauty for me, My kind-hearted nature led me to perceive your struggle with the luggage as a bit burdensome. Were we to encounter anyone else in need of assistance, we would naturally extend our help within our capabilities. Chapter 70. Learning techniques from the elder in the park. Upon exiting the station, the two of them procured some fruits from a street vendor and subsequently hailed a vehicle. Arriving shortly at the residential complex where Lin Ming resided, the door was opened by Lin's mother, marking Moo Moo's second encounter with her. Despite being in her 40s, she did not appear aged. Her beaming smile upon their meeting exuded warmth, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Seeing Moo Moo, who was carrying a bag, Lin's mother felt quite pleased, believing that the tall and spirited Moo Moo was a perfect match for her daughter. Once inside, Lin's father approached with enthusiasm, warmly shaking Moo Moo's hand, and the atmosphere remained amicable. Observing the cigarettes, liquor, and tea that Moo Moo retrieved from his bag, Lin's father jovially remarked about the extravagance, all the while cheerfully unwrapping a cigarette. Upon noticing a set of skincare products that Moo Moo had thoughtfully brought for Lin's mother, he humorously quipped that these were now unnecessary for her. Realizing the potential faux pas, Moo Moo quickly interjected, affirming that indeed, Lin's mother appeared quite youthful, almost resembling Ming Ming. One might easily mistake them for sisters, and the lack of skincare products would hardly matter. Lin's mother, prepared to retort to Lin's father, found herself momentarily silenced by Moo Moo's words, her face unable to conceal the joy that blossomed within her. Previously, upon learning of Moo Moo's imminent journey to the NBA, Lin's parents harbored apprehensions, envisioning the temptations of that vibrant world, pondering the stability of young love, and considering their daughter's impending graduation in 2 years. The risks associated with long-distance separation further compounded their worries, especially since their daughter appeared quite enamored. However, Moo Moo's visit offered them a glimpse of his mature, composed, and reliable nature, providing them with a sense of reassurance, if only temporarily. Though only 4 individuals gathered, the dinner table at the Lin household was lavishly adorned with a multitude of dishes, lovingly prepared by Lin's mother. Moo Moo did not indulge in alcohol, leaving Lin's father to savor a drink by himself. Unable to persuade him to partake, Lin's parents diligently piled dishes onto Moo Moo's bowl. As the mountainous heap of food gradually diminished, they resumed their efforts with renewed enthusiasm, despite it being their second visit. The warmth of Lin's parents and Moo Moo's engaging conversation fostered a harmonious and lively atmosphere. The following morning, Moo Moo's accustomed biological clock deprived him of the luxury of sleep. Typically, at this hour, he would be preparing for a run after a quick wash. But he felt somewhat awkward about bathing at Lin Ming's home, knowing he would soon be drenched in sweat. Thus, he decided to take a leisurely stroll downstairs instead. Just as he was about to open the door, Lin's father happened to rise as well. "Oh, you're up so early," Moo Moo exclaimed. Lin's father, assuming that Moo Moo was too shy to sleep in, remarked, "Young people generally require ample sleep. What's the matter? Is the new environment making it difficult for you to rest?" Moo Moo waved his hand and said, No, I usually start running at this time. It has become a habit. Once I wake up naturally, I find it impossible to go back to sleep, so I plan to go downstairs for a stroll." Lin's father replied, Indeed, your regular training must have instilled this habit in you. That's wonderful. Look, Ming Ming is still indulging in a lazy slumber. Moo Moo, it is essential to rise early for classes, and now it is quite beneficial for Ming Ming to catch up on her sleep. Hearing this expression of concern for Lin Ming, Lin's father felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Please wait a moment. We shall go to the park for a jog together." Initially hesitant about sweating and the inconvenience it might bring, Lin's father's encouragement prompted him to join in, even if it meant accompanying a middle-aged gentleman. Subsequently, Moo Moo followed Lin's father to a nearby park for their morning run. After jogging for over 20 minutes, Lin's father, observing Moo Moo's continued vitality, remarked with approval, "Young people must engage in more exercise to maintain their vigor. It enables them to be more efficient in their endeavors." After running for about half an hour, Lin's father led Moo Moo to a bench on a pavilion to rest. Nearby, an elderly gentleman practicing something in the vicinity said, "Young Lin, I haven't seen this young man before. Is he your nephew?" Lin's father replied, "Uncle Lu, this is my Ming Ming's boyfriend, who has come to visit us during the holiday." Uncle Lu responded, "Oh, this young man appears quite spirited and is indeed tall. He must be nearly 2 meters." Moo Moo replied, "Well, more or less. Uncle Lu is in great spirits as well." Uncle Lu remarked, "Young man, why don't you play basketball? With your physique, you would be well suited for it, just like Yu Ming or Yi Jianlian." At this juncture, the elder seemed to recall something. Turning back to scrutinize the young man seated on the stone bench in the park. You seem familiar. Have I seen you somewhere before? Before Moo could respond, Lin's father could not conceal his pride and interjected, Haha, Uncle Lu, this is Moo. Just a few days ago, you were chatting about him with Uncle Tang. Uncle Lu paused his actions and slapped his forehead. Oh, now I understand. I knew I recognized you. He then pointed at Lin's father, shaking his head in disbelief. Little Lin, you truly kept this under wraps. You never mentioned it during our conversation. If Moo were indeed the confirmed son-in-law. Lin's father had no intention of hiding it, as it was a matter of pride. However, he and Lin's mother had previously been concerned about the stability of the young couple's relationship, and he had spoken impulsively. Now, with Moo's visit, the couple's worries were somewhat alleviated, and it was no harm for the neighbors to see them together. With a more radiant expression, Lin's father said, Haha, I was thinking I would introduce him to everyone when the opportunity arises. After chatting with the two for a while, Uncle Lu resumed practicing his earlier movements. Moo observed the elderly man, noting that although he was not young, his physical flexibility was remarkably impressive. Intrigued by his movements, Moo approached him with the intention of learning. Noticing the crowd engaged in lively discussion, Moo humbly inquired about himself, to which Grandpa Lu responded with cheerful ease. Oh, what I have been practicing is the 8 brocade Qigong, a health-enhancing exercise that has been passed down since the Northern Song dynasty. Upon learning that Moo wished to study under him, the delighted elder Lu earnestly began to teach. Chapter 71. The first fortune of the Mu family. After bidding farewell to the Lin family, Moo returned to Ma Yipa. This marked his first return home since being selected by the NBA, and neighbors and friends alike flocked to the Mu residence to joyously celebrate with a feast. On this day, besides his close high school friends, Moo's high school coach, Mao Jun, along with Old Ma and Wei Chong, were also in attendance. Both Old Ma and Mao Jun found the occasion somewhat surreal, as they had never anticipated that an NBA player would emerge from their tutelage. With a sense of pride, they felt they would have much to boast about when meeting the coach from the second high school in the future. On the third day after returning home, Moo and his friends, akin to the summertime and winter breaks of year, engaged in a 4-on-4 basketball game on the local court with fellow villagers. Presently, Moo found that even a fraction of his true prowess rendered his opponents practically defenseless, and the gathering was more about enjoyment than competition. However, it wasn't long before a multitude of strangers armed with smartphones arrived to livestream the event. Initially, neither Moo nor the villagers thought much of it and continued their game. Yet, as the crowd swelled, some even ventured into the fields to secure better angles for their broadcasts. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Moo felt compelled to gently persuade the onlookers to disperse before retreating indoors with Hua and others. They joked that venturing outside might not be as simple in the future. During this visit home, aside from reconnecting with family, Moo was eager to spend quality time with a few old friends. Lao Gua, Lao Nyo, and Shen Feng, who had already made a name for themselves in Cuba, were preparing to pursue their ambitions in CBA post-graduation. Lao Feng aspired to become a titan in the business world. As for Hua, Moo advised him to continue honing his skills. When Hua begins his internship, he is to join Moo in the United States to train under a coach, eventually returning to provide basketball training for middle and primary school students. The time spent at home was both leisurely and fleeting, as 2 weeks of vacation vanished in the blink of an eye. The ever-impatient Lu Jiacheng had called the day prior, and the following day, Moo met him in Nanjing. Upon their meeting, Lu Jiacheng presented Moo with the various offers from different sneaker brands received thus far. Notably, Hook, recognizing the potential of the niche market, extended a generous 3-year contract worth $1 million annually, along with performance-based bonuses, an impressive offer for a second-round pick. The domestic brand Anta proposed a 5-year contract worth 30 million yuan, which, although slightly lower than Hook's annual offer, remained a commendable deal. Peak's offer was 20 million yuan over 3 years, while 361 provided the highest bid at 40 million yuan over 5 years. These sincere offers came about as a result of their reassessment following Moo's outstanding performances during the Summer League, leading them to take a chance on his burgeoning talent. As Moo perused the various quotations, Lu Jiacheng remarked, "These are the few most sincere options I have meticulously selected. Both met, and I lean towards Hook's. Although the contract may not be the most lucrative, it possesses the greatest potential for promoting your brand. Of course, we are merely offering our suggestions. The final decision rests solely with you." Brother Chung, I appreciate your efforts. In terms of brand recognition, Hooks undoubtedly stands out. Typically, fans either opt for their favorite stars or those long-established icons, as this is what allows them to showcase their affiliations. As a fellow fan, I comprehend the general mindset of supporters. If I fail to perform, even domestic fans will not be inclined to invest their support merely because I am one of their own. Ultimately, it all hinges on my future performance. After hearing this exchange, Lu Jiaqing awaited Mu Mu's expression of intent. Mu Mu did not keep him waiting long and straightforwardly inquired about the basketball stars signed by 361. The most notable among them was the undisputed dunk king, Aaron Gordon. What was the amount they offered him? To my knowledge, it was approximately over $1 million annually. Possibly with additional incentive clauses, but not by much. Well then, my rookie contract will conclude in 2 years. We can strive for a substantial contract at that time. Lu Jiaqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Although this approach carries risks, I will, of course, support your determination. Subsequently, the two engaged in a video call with Matt, and after deliberation, they decided to approach 361 first, signing a 2-year contract based on their final offer. Once internal consensus was reached, Lu Jiaqing discussed matters with Ding Wuhao, the representative from 361. The brand, showcasing genuine sincerity, eventually agreed to the 2-year term and presented an annual offer of 10 million yuan. For 361, this was evidently a gamble, yet after observing the 3 Summer League games, both Lu Ning and Ding Wuhao believed that this was a promising venture worth pursuing. Before long, Mu Mu signed the contract with 361. Upon completion, Ding Wuhao enthusiastically shook Mu Mu's hand, stating, "Our brand's positioning is centered on professionalism, youthfulness, and international appeal." Mu Mu's remarkable abilities at such a young age, coupled with his upcoming participation in the NBA's new season, perfectly align with our brand ethos. I am confident that our future collaboration will yield great success. I appreciate Mr. Ding. Your company's brand positioning resonates with the aspirations of today's youth, and I too believe that our partnership holds great promise. After finalizing the sneaker endorsement, Mu Mu planned to return to his village to bid farewell to his family. 361 had already deposited the first after-tax endorsement fee into Mu Mu's account. The salary from the Magic would only be disbursed bi-weekly after he reported for duty, making the sneaker endorsement fee his first source of income. Coming from generations of farmers, the Mu family was not materially affluent. However, through the diligent efforts of his parents, they managed to make ends meet, living a life far from wealthy. Merely an ordinary farming household. Thus, this endorsement fee became the largest sum the Mu family had ever received. Currently, as Mu Mu was not yet married, his salary from the Magic was more than sufficient for his needs. Mu Mu retained only a modest sum of 5 digits for himself, entrusting the remainder to his parents for management. This small amount was intended to facilitate certain social obligations prior to his departure for the United States, such as gathering with a few close friends, visiting Lao Ma and Mao Jun, and treating his teammates from the financial university and Coach Wang Gu to a meal. As he prepared to leave, aside from selecting some gifts for Lin Ming, Mu Mu felt that there was little else he needed to spend on at the moment. When his parents received this substantial sum from their son, they expressed their delight, insisting that they would safeguard the money, with plans to eventually use it for his future marriage. Listening to his parents, Mu Mu feigned displeasure and remarked, "Now you are the heads of the household. This money constitutes our family income. As the heads of the household, it is your prerogative to decide how to utilize these funds. As for marrying a wife, I am not purchasing an extravagant item, so such a large sum is unnecessary." Mother Mu said, "Hey, you rascal, you've brought someone home. Yet now you are being stingy and reluctant to spend money on them." Father Mu remained silent, but his expression conveyed a clear message. "If you disrespect them, I shall dismantle your facade." Mu Mu hurriedly explained, "Lin Ming will not graduate for another 2 years, and I have only just arrived there. There is no need for urgency. In 2 years, the money I earn will undoubtedly surpass what I make now. Therefore, you both should not hesitate to spend. At the very least, consider purchasing a house in the city. This will make it more convenient for Gongon during her middle school years. Now that we have a bit more financial freedom, take advantage of Grandma's good health and travel with her to various places. By the way, I noticed that the village's basketball court is quite old. I am thinking of renovating it into a complete plastic playground, providing everyone with a pleasant venue for activities." Father Mu nodded and replied, "Indeed, you make a valid point. Let us construct a sports field for the village, and the remaining funds will be discussed and allocated by your mother and me." After a brief stay at home, Moo Moo hurried to Chengdu to dine with his teammates from the financial university and coach Wang Gu, thereby concluding his affairs there. Chapter 72. In different rivals, the sharpness of a sword is honed through rigorous training, and Moo Moo was determined to undergo a period of refinement before the new season commenced. Upon arriving in America, Matt arranged for Moo Moo to work with a trainer named Jason Ivey. The training sessions were set to take place in Los Angeles, where Bruce would frequently come to assess Moo Moo's progress. With an exceptional capacity for comprehension, Moo Moo had already honed his skills to an impressive level through 4 years of relentless effort. When Jason first witnessed Moo Moo executing various technical maneuvers, he was astounded. He had not anticipated that the 23-year-old would possess such mature abilities. The training was arduous and monotonous, requiring an extraordinary level of perseverance to endure. And Moo Moo was precisely that kind of determined individual. After more than a month of intensive training, September arrived. The Orlando Magic's training camp for the new season was about to commence. Without even a moment to return home, Moo Moo had to rush to his new destination, Orlando. At Moo Moo's request, Bruce had secured an apartment less than 2 kilometers from the arena. The rookie contract was worth $2 million annually, and after taxes and league deductions, approximately $1 million remained. Essentially, he would receive half of his salary, with the deductions in Orlando being relatively modest. Given his current solitary status, he had minimal extravagant needs, so despite signing a substantial contract with 361, Moo Moo was not prepared to embark on a lavish lifestyle just yet. The apartment Bruce rented was quite decent, neither extravagant nor uncomfortable. After concluding a video call with his family back home, Moo Moo lay on the spacious bed, reviewing the latest data in his mind. Age, 23, height, 6 feet 6 inches, wingspan, 7 feet 2 inches. Weight, 218 pounds, strength, 83, speed, 88, agility, 88, vertical leap, 91, stamina, 90, dunking, 87, layup, 83, close shot, 85, mid-range shot, 85, three-point shot, 80, free throw, 82, ball handling speed, 82, shooting IQ, 85, dribbling, 75, passing, 68, perimeter defense, 85, interior defense, 60, shot blocking, 77, stealing, 85, offensive rebounding, 60, defensive rebounding, 55, offensive consistency, 83, defensive consistency, 85, lateral quickness, 88, competitive spirit, 85, overall ability, 81. This was the result of enduring an extraordinary training regimen, maintained over 4 years. For an average person, the intensity and volume of daily training would lead to injuries within a fortnight. Moo Moo's exceptional resilience, profound understanding of basketball, and relentless dedication enabled him to achieve his current state. However, not long after his sophomore year began, his overall ability had approached 80, allowing him to navigate Cuba with increasing ease. Yet, after more than a year, he had only gained a few points, and the pace of improvement had noticeably slowed and become more challenging. Perhaps only through competing in higher-stakes matches could he continue to progress. Tomorrow would mark the official commencement of his journey with the Magic, ushering in new challenges, or rather, the true challenges ahead. The following morning, clad in athletic apparel, Moo Moo ran through the streets of Orlando. The apartment Bruce had rented was situated near the Hilton Hotel, just 2 kilometers north of the Amway Center, and Moo Moo jogged to the arena. The Amway Center, home to the Orlando Magic, is located in downtown Orlando, Florida. Opened in 2010, it is relatively new compared to many NBA arenas, boasting a cost of nearly $400 million and a capacity of over 17,000 spectators, making it one of the most technologically advanced venues in the country. Upon arriving at the arena, Moo Moo was greeted by Bruce, who had been waiting outside. Observing the sweat glistening on Moo Moo's forehead, Bruce exclaimed, "My goodness, Moo, while diligence is a requisite for success as an NBA player, it is not necessary to be so relentless at every moment. It is high time you purchased a vehicle, for should you find yourself ensnared by fans on the road, the team shall not absolve you of late arrival penalties. Life thrives on motion, Bruce, and besides, no one recognizes me. My friend, it is merely a matter of time." With that, Bruce turned to the security guard at the door and said, "Hey, Nick, this is our rookie Moo. Tomorrow. Do not mistake him for an intruder attempting to infiltrate the arena, nor should you prevent him from entering. He is indeed our future star." Before Nick could respond, Moo stepped forward, extending his right hand and greeted, "Hello, Sir, I am the rookie who just joined this year. You may call me Mu. His demeanor exuded a blend of approachability and confidence, fostering an instant camaraderie with Nick, who reciprocated the handshake with his own, noting the firmness of Mu's grip, indicative of a resilient character. Greetings, I am Nick, he replied. I have witnessed your performance in the Summer League. It was impressive. I believe you are no ordinary rookie. Welcome to the team. After bidding farewell to Nick, Mu followed Bruce into the arena. Even from outside, Mu had already sensed the enormity of the venue. Now, having entered the interior, the opulence was laid bare, and it was no wonder that nearly $400 million had been invested in its construction. Today, Mu did not rise early to experience the Orlando dawn at 4 o'clock, but rather adhered to the team's designated schedule, arriving half an hour ahead of time. By the time Mu and Bruce reached the arena, several individuals were already warming up on the court. Bruce gestured towards them and remarked, "These will be your teammates in the new season, as well as your competitors. Suggs and Kevin share your position. One of you will become the third player for the team's shooting guard role, which will afford approximately 14 to 17 minutes of playing time per game. The other two may need to share 10 minutes or find themselves on the bench. Thus, you must always be prepared and seize every opportunity." "Thank you, Bruce. I shall remain ever ready." As Mu engaged in warm-up activities, he took the initiative to greet several individuals. However, the enthusiasm for the newly arrived Asian player was rather muted, with Sag's indifference being particularly pronounced. Kevin, who had previously participated in the Summer League, merely nodded in acknowledgement, exuding an air of aloofness. This reaction was understandable, as each of them occupied a marginal role within the team, with no guarantees of playing time or completing the entire season. They were all competitors in a relentless pursuit of opportunities. One must either earn the team's trust to secure a chance or strive to carve out their own time. Ultimately, some would inevitably have to depart in search of new prospects before the regular season commenced and the team's roster was finalized. Such an eventuality was undesirable for all, rendering camaraderie and pleasantries somewhat superfluous. Chapter 73, the role assigned by the team. Before long, the team's key players began to arrive in succession. Prior to reporting to the Magic, Mu held the impression that successful stars, as the absolute cores of their teams, would be the first to arrive at the arena, their diligence and industriousness setting them apart from ordinary players. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that it was the marginal players who had come early while the starters made their entrance at a more leisurely pace. Nevertheless, Mu did not dwell on this too much, as his own playing time was not yet assured. Such matters would be pertinent only once he ascended to a leadership position. Gradually, Paolo Banchero arrived at the arena alongside others. Upon spotting Mu, Banchero exuded the charisma of a leader, approaching him to engage in conversation. While they were conversing, a tall, slender African-American player approached Mu and greeted him with a simple, albeit slightly mispronounced, hello. Despite the imperfect pronunciation, it was unmistakably Mandarin for hello. Mu recognized him as Terrence Ross, the team's current sixth man. Although Ross was not a household name, primarily playing as a substitute, Mu recalled watching him win the dunk contest back in 2013 during his early middle school years. Subsequently, Ross had even hosted events in China, which helped Mu remember that such a player existed in the NBA, regardless of Ross's motives. His initiative to greet a rookie like Mu was a gesture of kindness that made the newcomer feel welcomed in this unfamiliar environment. Pretending to be surprised, Mu responded nonchalantly, "Wow, Terrence, I didn't know you could speak such wonderful Chinese." The fact that the newcomer recognized him brought a sense of satisfaction to Ross. "I only know a little. I didn't expect you to know me," he replied. Mu's understanding of the dark arts was rather limited, perhaps confined to merely greeting with hello. However, this was not explicitly stated, as he continued to extol, "Of course I remember you. I witnessed your remarkable victory in the slam dunk contest representing the Raptors when I was just a teenager, and you once scored an astonishing 51 points in a single game. You have previously visited the Flowering Land, leaving a profound impression on me." "Ah, indeed. The Flowering Land is a beautiful place where I have had delightful experiences," he replied. "Moreover, your performance in the Summer League was truly commendable, and I am thrilled to welcome you aboard." "Thank you, Terrence. With your decade of extensive experience as a scorer in the league, I eagerly anticipate learning from the invaluable insights you possess." Initially, Ross had merely intended to extend a greeting. Yet he found himself developing a sense of camaraderie with this newcomer. He readily declared, "As long as you are willing, I would be more than happy to share everything I know." As the Team veteran and the new star engaged in lively conversation with their competitors, Kevin and Suggs began to feel a sense of urgency. While the players were warming up and chatting, Coach Jamal and the rest of the coaching staff arrived at the gym. After introducing the team's newcomers and outlining some expectations for the new season, the training camp officially commenced. During the inaugural team practice, both Callis and Jamal acknowledged Moo-Moo's performance with nods of approval. As a newcomer, Moo-Moo could not take the initiative in his first training camp. Everything had to align with the coach's directives. Although he did not have the opportunity to showcase his individual scoring abilities, his earnest attitude, defensive prowess, and shooting skills were duly recognized by the coaching staff. Once the training camp began, Moo-Moo made it a point to arrive early at the gym each day to engage in shooting and various physical exercises. Every morning, Nick would see Moo-Moo as the first to arrive, running energetically to the venue. More than 2 weeks later, the Magic would commence their preseason games for the new season. The preseason served as a critical opportunity for the team's newcomers and potential talents to demonstrate their abilities, allowing the team to devise advantageous playing time based on their performances. After discussions between the management and coaching staff regarding the arrangement of player minutes for the preseason, it was ultimately decided that the returning Isaac and Fultz would start at positions 1 and 3, respectively. Some disagreements arose concerning the shooting guard position. Moo-Moo had displayed commendable defensive skills during the team's training, which somewhat overlapped with Isaac's role. Thus, the decision was made to start the more aggressive Suggs alongside Isaac, assigning Moo-Moo to the bench to fulfill the 3D role. On October 4th, the Magic faced the Grizzlies in their preseason opener. In this match, Moo-Moo came off the bench for 21 minutes, with the team's primary focus for him being defense and catch-and-shoot three-pointers. On the offensive front, opportunities were scarce. Nevertheless, he concluded the game with a tally of 12 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. His shooting performance stood at 4 out of 7, including 3 successful three-pointers from 5 attempts. Ultimately, the Magic succumbed to a defeat, losing 97-109, marking the first loss that Moo-Moo has experienced since his sophomore year. However, this setback shall not be a source of discouragement. Upon entering this premier basketball league, Moo-Moo is well prepared to face challenges head-on. By October 15th, the team's 5 preseason games will have concluded. With a record of 4 wins and 1 loss in the preseason, the Magic appear promising. Yet it is essential to recognize that teams seldom exert their full effort during this period. Thus, it does not necessarily indicate that the Magic has emerged as a formidable team. The true test awaits in the regular season. Prior to the commencement of the regular season, the coaching staff engaged in discussions regarding the players, particularly the newcomers, based on their prior performances. In the conference room, Coach Colas remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have all seen Moo's statistics. In the 5 preseason games where he averaged 20 minutes of playtime, he has managed to achieve an impressive average of 11, 5 points, 5, 1 rebounds, 2, 3 assists, 1, 8 steals, and 1, 2 blocks. His three-point shooting percentage stands at 39, which is the highest in our team after Gary. Coupled with his exceptional wingspan and mobility, I believe he will prove to be a valuable 3D player." After a moment of contemplation, head coach Jamal interjected, "Indeed, Moo's catch-and-shoot capability and defensive prowess are precisely what we require." Another assistant coach, Pat, added, "However, Gary is a crucial shooting guard we have retained under a new contract. We need him to mentor our younger players. Terrence is our most seasoned scorer, thus it is impractical for these two to serve as Moo's substitutes." Jamal waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, they cannot occupy his position, but we can certainly assign Moo as the third option for the shooting guard role." After a thorough discussion among the coaching staff, it was ultimately decided to grant Moo 14 to 17 minutes of playing time per game during the regular season. Subsequently, Moo realized that the team envisioned him in a 3D role. His performance in the Summer League, showcasing his abilities against a group of marginal players, evidently did not suffice to secure him a greater number of shooting opportunities. Therefore, he resolved to diligently embrace the role assigned to him by the team and proceed step by step. Chapter 74, the first regular season game on October 20th. The T5 channel broadcast studio featured the host Ujia, who passionately announced, "Dear viewers, you are watching the regular season of the Women's Professional Basketball League for the 2022-2023 season, featuring the Orlando Magic facing off against the Detroit Pistons. At this moment, I believe many fans at home share my immense excitement for this match. Since 2018, no players from our nation have graced this court. Today, after nearly 5 years, Mumu returns to the stage of the Women's Professional Basketball League. In the Tingshui Live broadcast, Huanan remarked, prior to the game, "We learned that Mumu will be entering as a substitute. As a newcomer, he may not receive many shooting opportunities, but we still hope for a commendable performance." Wang Ming inquired, "Did you have any prior knowledge of Mumu, Hua director?" Huanan replied, "During my tenure as the general manager of Tongxi, Dong Ri and I specifically traveled to watch his game in the Cuba finals. At that time, we even considered bringing him to our team." Oh, it turns out there is such a backstory between Hua director and Mumu. Well, the game is about to begin. The starting lineup for the Magic today includes power forward Banchero, center Wendell Carter, small forward Franz, shooting guard Terrence Ross, and point guard Suggs. Huanan noted, "The Magic do not have a traditional point guard today, but Banchero possesses a certain level of playmaking ability, and Franz is also a capable facilitator. Thus, the Magic may intend for Banchero to command more ball-handling duties, positioning him as the engine of the team." Wang Ming concurred, "Indeed, the Magic is a youthful and unpredictable team, with their most adept organizers being two towering players standing at 208 centimeters. In the first quarter of the match, Paolo Banchero exhibited an impressive performance, while Terrence Ross's shooting prowess effectively created space. Both Banchero and Franz Wagner seized commendable opportunities in the paint, while the Pistons struggled with their outside shooting. With 2 minutes and 13 seconds left in the first quarter, following a timeout, Jamal signaled for Mumu to replace Ross on the court. Upon receiving this long-awaited opportunity to play, Mumu felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. As he changed into his uniform and stepped onto the coveted arena, although he was not filled with trepidation, a sense of nervousness began to rise within him. Being on the court felt akin to standing amidst a colossal beehive, with a constant buzzing in his ears. As Terrence Ross, preparing to leave the court, passed by Mumu, he gently patted him on the shoulder and said, "Mumu, this is a pivotal moment. You have successfully entered the NBA arena, but do not worry. You possess the talent to thrive here. Remember to stay focused and showcase your true self." "All right, old Ro, I understand what I need to do," Mumu replied. Having recently cultivated a closer relationship with Ross, who had inquired about the appropriate way to address friends, Mumu had affectionately dubbed him Old Ro, a term that, when pronounced in Chinese, held a certain charm that was lost in its English equivalent. At this moment, the Magic had possession, with Kevin Harris advancing the ball. Upon reaching midcourt, Kevin attempted to penetrate the defense, but was effectively pushed back by the defending players, not having succeeded in his drive. He chose not to pass the ball to Mumu, who was positioned beyond the three-point line on the left side. The defender guarding Mumu did not press closely, allowing for some space. Given Mumu's shooting speed, passing the ball to him at that moment would have presented a favorable opportunity. However, this notion seemed to exist solely in Mumu's mind, for as he called for the ball, Kevin Harris ignored him completely and did not even glance in his direction. The other players on the court remained unresponsive as well. Indeed, this encapsulated the current state of the Magic. The young players tended to favor isolation plays, eager to showcase their individual abilities. Although the Magic held a lead, it was largely due to the efficient one-on-one performances of Banchero and Franz, while the Pistons struggled to find success from beyond the arc. As Kevin Harris continued to hold the ball, Banchero, now positioned at the right three-point line, assertively commanded, "Kevin, pass me the damn ball." Faced with the request for the ball from the team's cheerleader, Kevin found himself unable to refuse. Although Paolo Banchero is merely a rookie, his status as the first overall pick affords him considerable respect within the team. Furthermore, Kevin Harris is merely a peripheral figure, not a seasoned veteran like Derrick Rose or Gary Harris, to whom Banchero would likely show a modicum of deference. However, to this role player, Banchero felt free to simply comply. As an interior player, Banchero, much like Griffin, possesses a deft touch. Confronted by the significantly shorter Pistons player Saddiq Bey, Banchero did not resort to the pull-up jumper favored by a player like Durant. While he does possess a degree of perimeter shooting ability, it does not yet embolden him to disregard the defender as Durant does. Nevertheless, he appears to harbor greater confidence in his ball-handling skills. Without hesitation, Banchero charged toward the right side, leveraging his robust physique and a step of speed to shake off Bay's defense and head straight for the basket. Noticing his teammate being challenged, the undersized Pistons center, Isaiah Stewart, bravely rushed to provide help defense under the basket. Confronted by the leaping defender, the astute Banchero recognized the lack of shooting space and refrained from forcing a shot. As he sought the optimal way to maneuver the ball, A strikingly yellow-skinned player suddenly cut into the lane. Delighted, Banchero thought this was fortuitous and swiftly passed the ball to the already positioned Mumu beneath the basket. Just when it seemed Stewart had successfully blocked the opponent, Mumu made a sudden move, leaping swiftly to score, much to the dismay of the defender. The speed of Mumu's jump was astonishing. Just as the notion of defense flickered in Stewart's mind, he beheld the yellow-skinned player already soaring through the air. This left him genuinely startled. Yu Jia remarked, "A perfectly timed cut, remarkably executed." Mumu demonstrated exceptional court awareness in seizing the opportunity to penetrate. Although the final scoring moment appeared effortless, we understand that timing, both in evading the defender and in synchronizing with a teammate's arrival in the paint, requires a keen awareness and an astute reading of the game. Clearly, Mumu, as a rookie, does not exhibit the vet typical of newcomers to the league. Instead, he reveals a commendable intelligence in his play. Seeing his successful assist, Banchero, filled with joy, exclaimed to Mumu, "Hey, Mumu, that is how it's done. Let us go out there and dominate them together." Mumu smiled faintly and reached out to exchange a light clap with him. As Cunningham, the top scorer of the previous year, heard the words to dominate, a surge of emotions instantly welled up within him. He cast a sidelong glance at Banchero, who was on defense, and said, "Rookie, be cautious. I shall soon show you what the NBA truly entails." Banchero, also a top draft pick, was undeterred. "Then I shall await the spectacle." Mumu refrained from engaging in the verbal sparring, for even if he were to score, Cunningham's gaze was solely fixed upon Banchero, indicating that he had yet to earn the right to be criticized. Wang Ming expressed admiration for Mumu's earlier shot, remarking, "That was truly impressive. He darted in unexpectedly. Not even the defenders could catch on until I watched the replay. The awareness and speed displayed were, in my opinion, far beyond what the Magic could have anticipated with the 32nd pick." Huanan smirked. "That is still no small feat. There are countless young talents each year. Being selected at any position is an achievement in itself." "Haha, you're absolutely right, Coach Hua." Chapter 75. An unfulfilled beginning. As the first quarter drew to a close, Mumu found himself without further opportunities to shoot. Or perhaps it was that after Banchero was substituted, no one offered him the ball again. His defense, however, was commendable, successfully thwarting several attempts from his assigned opponent. Yet, despite being on the court, he felt a lack of presence, as he was tasked with guarding a less significant player. At the end of the first quarter, the Magic led 28-17. In the second quarter, Bogdanović, a constant threat beyond the arc for the Pistons, drained 2 consecutive three-pointers, erasing the Magic's lead. Corey Joseph followed suit with a 3 of his own, and this sudden 9-0 run compelled Jamal to call a timeout. After a session of critique and encouragement, Jamal entrusted Mumu with the responsibility of defending Bogdanović. "Mu, I need you to stick to him like glue," he instructed. With determination in his eyes, Mumu nodded. "Understood, coach. I will extinguish his shooting desire." Jamal sensed a grounding resolve in the rookie's gaze and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, let us go out there and take them down." Sags and Kevin Harris exchanged worried glances. This was not a promising development for them. If this newcomer truly established himself, it would signify their impending obsolescence. Upon his entry, Kevin Harris, leveraging his superior physique against Corey Joseph's defense, powered his way to the basket for a score. However, Joseph quickly recovered, seizing an opening to sink a trailing three-pointer, rendering Harris's earlier points moot. In the ensuing possessions, the ball remained primarily in the hands of Sags and Harris. Yet, neither succeeded offensively, and they seemed to share an unspoken agreement to withhold the ball from Mumu. This situation was not lost on Yu Jia, who was watching from the bench. The 2 guards for the Magic were persistently attacking without passing to Mumu, as if their passing buttons had malfunctioned. In the live broadcast room, Wang Ming lamented, "Oh dear, these 2 are far too ball-hungry. They squandered such a great opportunity by not passing, wasting Mumu's excellent positioning." In the realm of basketball, the Orlando Magic, apart from Derrick Rose and Gary Harris, are predominantly a youthful ensemble eager to earn the trust of their coaching staff. The fervor to prove themselves often leads to challenges typical of a young team. Thus, the Magic undeniably require seasoned veterans to bolster their locker room dynamics. Coach Hua's insights ring true. Amid the entanglement of defensive strategies, Bogdanović found himself deprived of opportunities to shoot. However, the re-entering Cunningham experienced an unexpected surge, relentlessly scoring against Kevin Harris's defense, momentarily flipping the score in favor of the opposing team. Witnessing the shift in momentum, Jamal was compelled to reintroduce his key players following a timeout. Yet, the resurgent Pistons became increasingly formidable, and the offensive efforts of Banchero and Franz failed to reclaim control for the Magic. Although Suggs displayed a brief burst of energy towards the end of the second quarter, the Pistons' offense proved to be more incisive. By the conclusion of the second quarter, Cunningham and the Pistons had indeed imparted a vivid lesson to Banchero about the realities of the NBA, as the Pistons amassed an impressive 40 points, while the Magic could only muster 27. In the third quarter, Mumu was granted a few minutes on the court. Yet he made no notable contributions, and his presence was rather minimal. Ultimately, the Magic succumbed to the Pistons with a score of 109-113, returning from their inaugural regular season match with a defeat. In this contest, Banchero achieved an impressive tally of 27 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks, showcasing a remarkably well-rounded performance. Although they faced defeat, he undeniably demonstrated his capabilities. Mumu accumulated a total of 14 minutes of playing time across the first 3 quarters. Without re-entering the game in the final quarter, his statistics reflect 5 points and 2 rebounds, having made 2 of his 3 shot attempts. Aside from executing a layup following a pass from Cairo in the first quarter, he also received 2 passes from Rose in the third quarter, converting one of those into a 3-pointer. Upon the conclusion of the match, several domestic media outlets were quick to interview Mumu. Lu Jia, a reporter from T5, inquired, "Mumu, having completed your first official NBA game, could you share your feelings at this moment?" He responded, "Initially, I was indeed a bit nervous when I first stepped onto the court. However, after running back and forth a couple of times, I began to feel more relaxed. Today, I executed the tasks assigned by the coach, but unfortunately, we lost this first game. Moving forward, I aim to secure victory in the next match." Reporter Zhou Lingen from Dongxue also posed a question. "You previously showcased commendable performances during the Summer League and preseason. Could you elaborate on the differences between those games and this regular season match?" Mumu replied, "The competition in the Summer League differs in caliber compared to that of the regular season, as the former primarily features rookies or players on the periphery of the NBA. In the regular season, every possession counts, and each game is fiercely contested, compelling everyone to give their all, which may present fewer opportunities for someone like me, a second-round rookie. My current focus is to fulfill the tasks required by the coaching staff, gain the team's trust, and strive for more opportunities." The performance in this game left many of his supporters, primarily domestic fans, somewhat disheartened, and online platforms began to echo with pessimistic sentiments. However, the brunt of the criticism was directed towards Suggs and Kevin Harris for their reluctance to pass the ball. Conversely, Rose, who assisted Mumu with 2 passes, received unanimous praise from domestic fans. Following the game, Suggs and Kevin Harris remained oblivious to the scathing remarks directed at them by fans far away. The match took place at 7 a.m. on Thursday in China. In a female dormitory at the University of Finance, Lin Ming, having taken a day off, woke up early to watch the live broadcast. After witnessing the game, she expressed concern for Mumu's emotional well-being and decided to video call him 30 minutes after the match concluded. "Mu, are you tired?" she asked. "With such limited time for warm-up, it's impossible to feel exhausted," he replied. Mumu wore a smile, yet Lin Ming could still sense his underlying discontent. "Do not rush. Take your time. I firmly believe that opportunities will come your way in due course. Indeed, earning the trust of the team is inevitable. So do not fret. Oh, weren't you supposed to attend class today? How come you skipped?" "I specifically took a leave of absence." "What's this? Now that you have a throng of beautiful reporters surrounding you, are you dismissing my attention, or do you secretly wish for solitude?" "Do not divert the topic. Those individuals are merely a group of staff members to me. Whether they wield microphones or shoulder cameras makes no difference." "Oh, has the brief separation made you so desperate that you are now entertaining even the cameraman? Ah, please revert to your genteel self. Have you been swayed by Huqin and the others in my absence? You are aware that enduring our long-distance relationship is a formidable challenge for me. So I ask for your understanding. After all, I have traversed oceans for the sake of our future. And please, focus on your studies and refrain from skipping classes. How could you impart lessons to our children if they discover their mother could not even obtain a diploma? One child is insufficient. Do you desire a multitude? The more, the merrier. If the policy permits a certain number, then let it be so, or perhaps we could pay fines for a few more. With my wisdom coupled with your beauty, we ought to contribute several pillars to the nation, lest we betray the nurturing it has bestowed upon us. As successors, we must not allow the country to suffer a loss of talent." Huh, the first time I see you so dazed. Who would have guessed you were like this? And now, there's no turning back. Otherwise, the uncles and aunts shall not spare you. Ah, have you learned to issue threats? Who truly holds the reins between us? Of course, significant matters are dictated by you, while trivial conversations between two individuals often veer off course unnoticed. After conversing with Lin Ming, Moo felt somewhat relieved. However, instead of returning to rest, he chose to remain in the gym to engage in additional practice. The team required precise shooting, so he aimed to enhance his mid-range and long-range shots to seize more opportunities. Chapter 76, A Thaw in the Blink of an Eye. November arrived. As of November 17th, the Magic had played a total of 15 games. In the initial 5 matches, Moo averaged 16 minutes of playing time. Yet his offensive opportunities were limited. Following the 6th game, after assessing the physical condition of Fultz and Isaac, the team officially welcomed their return to the roster. This development reduced Moo's playing time to approximately 13 minutes per game. Across 15 matches, his average statistics were 6. 1 points, 3 rebounds, 1. 3 assists, 0. 8 steals, and 0. 5 blocks, with a shooting percentage of 51 and a 3-point percentage of 39. 3. In terms of perimeter shooting, he was the second most accurate player after Gary Harris, though his output remained relatively modest. Just as Moo's playing time began to diminish, an unexpected situation arose within the Magic. The highly anticipated Isaac, after returning, suffered yet another injury after only 10 games, leading to his season-ending setback. In the Amway Center conference room, the coaching staff deliberated on who would assume Isaac's playing minutes. Coach Cole said, "Jonathan, Isaac is the defensive cornerstone of our roster. We now require an exceptional defensive player to fill this critical role." Listening to Cole, Pat, who was reviewing documents, raised his head and remarked, "In the previous 15 games, Moo has indeed proven himself to be an outstanding defender. In the game against the Mavericks, Hardaway faced Moo's defense and went 0 for 5. Likewise, in the game against the Kings, Keegan Murray also went 0 for 6 against him." Cole responded, "Indeed, in limited time, Moo consistently intimidates opponents on the defensive end. Unlike other substitutes who rush to the basket upon receiving the ball, he perfectly embodies the coaching staff's intentions. On the offensive front, Moo's spot shooting also poses a significant threat." Jamal, with his arms crossed and listening to others' opinions, interjected, "Moo has indeed demonstrated his remarkable execution in previous games. I support the idea of assigning him greater defensive responsibilities." As the coaching staff deliberated on adjustments to the lineup, Moo was, as usual, engaged in extra practice at the gym. Shortly thereafter, a figure entered the spacious arena with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon turning, Moo was taken aback to see Jalen Suggs, their frosty relationship rendering this unexpected encounter rather awkward. Nevertheless, Moo broke the silence, saying, "Hi, Jalen. Shouldn't you be spending this time with your girlfriend?" Suggs managed a faint smile through his discomfort. "My 3-point shooting has been rather inconsistent. I need to improve and emulate your skills, so I had to leave my sweetheart behind to practice alone. Jalen, you are a dedicated individual, and you, Moo, are likewise." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they both resumed their training. At that moment, Kevin Harris arrived outside the gym and greeted the security guard Nick at the entrance before stepping inside. Observing the three hard at work even on a day off, Nick felt optimistic about the Magic's prospects. Typically, Kevin Harris did not engage in extra practice during his days off. However, with Isaac sidelined for the season and Fultz still under observation, this was the prime opportunity for him to seize. Even if it meant scrambling at the last minute, he was willing to put in the effort. Upon entering the gym, he heard the rhythmic sound of dribbling, indicating that there were others in the team who were more diligent than he. Jalen Suggs and Moo, engrossed in their shooting drills, noticed Kevin Harris's arrival. Once again, it was Moo who initiated the conversation. "Hi, Kevin." "Hey, Kevin." "Hi, Moo." "Hi, Jalen." The three, who seldom communicated, exchanged greetings in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. In an attempt to ease the tension, Moo remarked, "Kevin, if you aspire to be the hardest worker on the team, I must say you're already falling behind today." "Oh, I thought I had arrived quite early," Kevin replied. "Come on, join us. It's never too late to take action." Given their overlapping positions, the trio had been quietly competing against one another for over a month, with minimal interaction. However, since they found themselves together in this moment, it was time to put forth their best efforts. Thus, Kevin Harris responded, "Moo, you're right, let us get started." Regarding the inclusion of a third participant, Suggs did not express any opposition. After a brief warm-up, Kevin Harris also joined the three-point shooting practice, observing Moo Moo's swift movements and rapid shots. Accompanied by the crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net, Suggs and Kevin Harris, unwilling to lag behind, followed suit. Initially, they believed Moo Moo was attempting to intimidate them with such a fast-paced shooting routine. However, after a mere 10 to 20 minutes, gasping for breath, the two finally realized that Moo Moo was indeed extraordinary. Most astonishingly, he was bound with sandbags on his legs, rendering any comparison futile. Typically, a half-hour shooting practice is not particularly exhausting, but executing shots while moving at such a pace is no simple feat. The challenge lay not in the shooting itself, but in the exertion of running. Suggs mused that this was less a shooting drill and more akin to a 100-meter sprint interspersed with shooting. Furthermore, Moo Moo's speed in both running and shooting surpassed theirs, compelling the competitive duo to hasten their own pace, regardless of their determination. After entering the third 10-minute segment alongside Moo Moo, they felt they could hardly endure. Kevin Harris even experienced a wave of nausea. Before they had completed half of the third 10-minute segment, Kevin Harris had to withdraw, collapsing onto a sideline chair and retching. Witnessing Kevin's distress, Moo Moo, who had never experienced such nausea, halted the training out of concern. Approaching Kevin, he gently patted his back and inquired, "Kevin, how are you feeling? Is something wrong? Do you need me to call the team doctor?" Suggs, dragging his weary legs over, added, "Kevin, have some water, it might help." After a moment of respite, Kevin Harris, having ceased retching, accepted the water from Suggs, tilting his head back to rinse his mouth. Slumping in a relaxed position on the chair, he weakly exclaimed, "Oh, Moo, you are a freak, a monster. I have never witnessed anyone shoot for 30 minutes while moving at such speed." Amused by Kevin Harris's reaction, Moo Moo, suppressing a smile, replied, "Kevin, no one is born with this ability. It is the result of persistent training that has brought me to this point. If you commit to a daily regimen like mine, you too will soon overcome this discomfort." Reflecting on the earlier exertion, Kevin Harris found it hard to believe. "Oh my goodness, is this truly attainable through diligent training? It feels overwhelmingly difficult." Moo Moo was taken aback by the stark contrast in athletic prowess between himself and the African-American before him. However, he believed that with their inherent talent and perseverance, it was indeed possible for them to achieve greatness. He then remarked, "Yes, Kevin, as long as one is diligent, such unwavering determination will yield abundant rewards. Oh, and by the way, Jalen and Moo, please keep my earlier demeanor to yourselves. I would prefer not to give others any ammunition to mock me." Moo Moo smiled gently and said, "Kevin, fret not. No one will mock a person who strives diligently. What you need now is to overcome the challenges before you. Take a brief respite, and we shall continue shortly." Upon hearing the word continue, Kevin Harris showed no signs of retreat. Moreover, the warmth he felt from their lack of mockery and their concern for him provided a comforting solace. In moments of shared effort, a peculiar camaraderie often blossoms, prompting him to sincerely declare, "Moo, we have never had the opportunity to sit down and converse like this before, but I now perceive you as a remarkable individual. Could you perhaps bestow upon me a name befitting my character, much like Terrence does? I find that quite delightful." "Certainly. Henceforth, I shall call you Old Kai," Moo replied. "Old Kai? That sounds rather appealing." Recognizing the moment was ripe to dissolve the barriers between the three of them, Moo turned to Suggs and inquired, "Old Saw, may I refer to you as Old Saw?" Suggs, shedding his previous aloofness, responded, "Absolutely. You call Terrence Old Luo, and I understand the respect you hold for him. Clearly, this is a title imbued with respect and friendship, which I am more than willing to embrace. The lack of communication over the past month has fostered misunderstandings between us, and it is indeed time for us to sit down and converse earnestly. Wouldn't you agree?" Seeing both men nod in agreement, Moo continued, "The overlapping roles have instigated competition amongst us, yet merely displacing one another will not bring stability. To secure more opportunities, the only path is continuous self-improvement. When our skills reach the point of being sought after, even if we part ways with the magic, numerous opportunities will await us. Thus, I believe we can set aside our misunderstandings, train together, motivate one another, and progress collectively." Suggs readily affirmed, "Moo, you are a formidable competitor, and I am eager to grow stronger alongside you." "Likewise, Moo," Kevin Harris added, nodding in agreement. "All right, let us proceed. Old Kai and Old Saw, let us continue." With those words, the three of them, having resolved their inner conflicts, resumed their training. Although the two could not quite match Moo Moo's pace, they persevered, diligently training to the limits of their abilities. Chapter 77, Vigilance Against Lavin. On November 19th, the Magic team arrived in Chicago, preparing to face the Bulls in an away game that evening. Preceding the match, Paolo Banchero was placed on the team's observation list due to discomfort in his ankle sustained during practice and would not participate in this game. Starting point guard Markelle Fultz had not fully recovered either, and the team's temporary arrangement was for him to play a few games and then rest. Today, he would indeed be taking a break. In the T5 live broadcast room, Yu Jia remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have learned prior to the match that Mu will be in the starting lineup. Will he seize this rare opportunity? We shall see." In the Tung Shui live broadcast room, Kofan commented, "Teacher Su, given that Fultz and Isaac are both sidelined, the Magic has opted to start Mu instead of Gary Harris and Terrence Ross. Does this indicate the team's greater faith in Mu's potential?" Su Kun adjusted his glasses and replied thoughtfully, "Both Harris and Ross are seasoned veterans who have been in the league for many years. When it comes to potential, they have undoubtedly reached their limits. Their roles on the Magic are more about imparting their experience to the younger players. As for Mu, he has already proven his competitiveness in the NBA during the previous summer league, and his wingspan of 7 feet 2 inches is particularly intimidating on the defensive end." Meanwhile, across the ocean in his homeland, it was just past 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Having already learned of Mu's starting position, the students at the university had turned the cafeteria's television to the T5 channel. Old Gua, Old Phone, and others crowded into the bustling cafeteria, watching the live broadcast. Although they could also view it on their phones in their dormitories, they believed that gathering together in the cafeteria was a more meaningful way to show their support. Lin Ming and Hu Qin were also squeezed among the crowd. The relationship between Mu and Lin Ming became widely known during their freshman year, prompting many new students who sought to pursue Lin Ming to abandon their aspirations upon discovering that the goddess's heart belonged to Mu. At this moment, numerous girls in the vicinity, upon glimpsing Mu on the screen, cast envious glances towards Lin Ming. Undoubtedly, the pair had become the campus's celebrated golden couple. Meanwhile, in Ma Yipe, where Mu had grown up, villagers gathered in the courtyard of the Mu family, engrossed in the broadcast on Channel T5. Coincidentally, as it was a Saturday, Mu Gan and the village children sat closely around the adults, captivated by the grand television in the yard. Mother Mu, accompanied by several women from the village, emerged from the kitchen bearing an array of freshly washed fruits, which they placed upon several tables before the gathered crowd. Upon sighting the delectable offerings, the surrounding children rushed forward, eagerly selecting their favored fruits, before returning to their parents with expressions of contentment. What father was distributing cigarettes among the men around him, ensuring that each had one in hand. Before long, the village children excitedly chirped to the adults nearby, "Look, look, it's Brother Mu, he's south taking the court." Although the matchup between the Magic and the Bulls was not broadcasted live across the nation, it managed to captivate a significant audience across the ocean. At the onset of the game, the number of domestic fans watching via live stream had already surpassed 100 million. Wendell Carter leapt high, securing the opening possession for the Magic. Once they reached the front court, Franz initiated the first attack. However, as he attempted to penetrate the paint, he was met with the Bulls' defensive collapse. Observing the court keenly, Franz passed the ball back to Suggs at the top of the arc. Yet, Suggs opted not to take the shot. After glancing to his right, he swiftly passed the ball to the open Mu, stationed beyond the three-point line. The crowd in the cafeteria had already begun to chant for a shot, and Mu did not hesitate. With countless hours of practice behind him, he was brimming with confidence, skillfully generating power from his feet, engaging his core, and releasing the ball. As he watched the basketball arc through the air, Old Gu couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing that if the shot failed, Suggs, who seldom passed to Mu, might not be so generous next time. Among the crowd, Lin Ming was fervently praying for the ball to go in, gripping Hu Qin's hand a bit tighter. This prompted Hu Qin to complain, "Oh dear. Every time I watch the game with you, I dread being squeezed." Cheers erupted in the cafeteria as Mu successfully sank the open three-pointer. Meanwhile, Bulls player Dosuma dribbled into the front court, searching for Levine. Mu tightly entangled Levine, preventing the All-Star from evading his defense. Observing that his teammates had failed to find suitable receiving opportunities, DeRozan proactively approached for the ball, then reminded Levine, "Zach, baseline." Understanding the cue, Levine made a swift return run from the right corner to the opposite end. Noticing his teammates' comprehension, DeRozan passed the ball to Vucevic, who had already maneuvered to the top of the arc. Upon receiving the ball, Vucevic sought out Levine, but as Levine arrived at the left corner, Mumu had already positioned himself squarely in the path of the pass. In the T5 live broadcast, Ujia instinctively clenched his fist, acknowledging the commendable defense. Mumu's timely follow-up thwarted Levine's opportunity for an easy catch. In the Dangshui live broadcast, Sukun remarked, "Look, this is Mumu's mobility. He does not falter against all-star caliber players." Ku Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is noteworthy that Levine was selected as an Eastern Conference All-Star last year, and he continues to demonstrate all-star level performance this season. After Levine once again missed a receiving opportunity, DeRozan no longer hesitated. He received a return pass from Vucevic and attempted a mid-range shot, which, however, ricocheted off the rim. Just as Wendell Carter thought he had secured the rebound, Vucevic, who had been lingering at the arc, leaped high to deflect the ball to the perimeter. The ball landed perfectly in Levine's hands. After several unsuccessful attempts to receive the ball, Levine was somewhat taken aback by Mumu's agility. He had not anticipated that this rookie could repeatedly disrupt his chances. As an all-star caliber player, being thwarted by a rookie was quite disconcerting. Contemplating this, he lowered his center of gravity and pushed off his right foot, initiating a drive. What? The handsome Zach LaVine was momentarily startled, for the confident player found his path obstructed by the rookie before him. Undeterred, he attempted to change direction, yet still could not break through the defense of number 53. Despite his pride, LaVine was not the type to stubbornly pursue his own reputation. Seeing that he could not penetrate the defense, he passed the ball to Vucevic in the paint. The latter, facing Bulls' defense, executed a hook shot that found its mark. However, the Magic quickly retaliated as Carter returned to the front court and sank a mid-range shot. The Bulls regained possession. LaVine, positioned beyond the left three-point line, received the ball once more. Although he had faced several setbacks moments earlier, as one of the team's cornerstones, he was determined to regain his rhythm. Reflecting on how he had failed to shake off Mumu with speed, LaVine pondered using his strength to drive inward. What? LaVine was once again taken aback. As he extended his supporting hand in an attempt to counter, it felt as though he were pushing against an impenetrable wall, making no progress whatsoever. Having exerted all his strength in the previous confrontation, he found himself drained and unable to retreat to create space for a shot. In desperation, LaVine had no choice but to hurl the ball toward DeRozan, stationed beyond the three-point line. Chapter 78, the most formidable defender after a series of exchanges. Possession returned to the Bulls. DeRozan's trust in his brother was unwavering, and he once more entrusted the ball to LaVine. This time, LaVine opted against driving. Instead, as he received the ball, he faced Mumu's defense and launched a direct three-point shot. Mumu leaped to interfere as his opponent's feet left the ground. LaVine was taken aback once more. He had jumped first, yet number 53 managed to block his shot before he could release the ball. The speed of his reaction was indeed remarkable. Ujia remarked, "It's a miss." The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Mumu successfully thwarted Levine's initial attempt. Far away in the boys' dormitory of Gue Province Normal University, Hua excitedly clenched his fist and exclaimed, "What an excellent defense." Executing an offensive play against Lao Mu's defense is no simple feat beside him, Shuelian commented. Levine took over 3 minutes to find such a strong opportunity to shoot. Mumu's defense is truly formidable. Have you ever scored against him? Hua smirked and replied, "Of course. It's not an easy task to defend against me. In the past, Lao Mu was most intimidated by my game." Upon hearing this, Shuelian rolled his eyes discreetly, ignoring Hua who was lost in his fantasies, and continued to watch the match on his phone. After Levine's shot ricocheted off the rim, the Magic failed to secure the rebound, allowing Bulls player Williams to snatch the offensive rebound and promptly pass the ball to DeRozan. Kufan noted, after securing the rebound, Williams immediately handed the ball to the team's leader, DeRozan. Sukun added, one could argue that even before DeRozan's arrival, Levine was already displaying signs of being the team's core. However, his decision-making ability in critical moments is still a notch below DeRozan's. Thus, the current Bulls can be said to reflect DeRozan's more commanding presence. After receiving Williams' pass, Azon began to assess his teammates' positions and once again entrusted the ball to Levine. Positioned beyond the left three-point line, Levine quickly accelerated, driving left, attempting to catch Mumu off guard. Yet, ever vigilant in defense, Mumu remained tightly glued to him. Upon reaching the weak side, Levine realized he could not shake off his opponent, so he opted not to seek contact as before. Instead, he retreated and executed a mid-range jumper. This time, Mumu leaped in unison, extending his arm to disrupt Levine's shot. Levine's attempt did not find its mark, as the ball ricocheted off the rim. Upon returning to their front court, Franz assisted Carter, who completed an alley-oop dunk. Sukun praised, "You see, every player in the Magic possesses ball handling skills. Their only issue is their youth. However, with 2 to 3 seasons of experience, this team holds limitless potential." Regardless of its veracity, Sukun is filled with confidence about the future of the Magic. After the Magic's consecutive successes, the Bulls urgently needed a score to stabilize the situation. Receiving a pass from his teammate, Do-Sunmu sped down the court, charging directly towards the Magic's basket. The other players of the Magic were momentarily caught off guard by this sudden offensive thrust. Fortunately, Mumu, who remained ever vigilant during the game, arrived just in time to emphatically block Do-Sunmu's seemingly certain layup against the backboard. Oh, this spectacular block elicited gasps from the crowd, while the cafeteria at the university erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lin Ming, who had been exceedingly tense moments ago, felt a slight sense of relief. As the Magic appeared poised to gain momentum, Aizen prepared to step up. After receiving the ball beyond the arc, he moved to the left side and took a mid-range jumper, which smoothly found its way into the basket, finally halting the Bulls' decline. Noticing that Mumu had successfully defended against Levine multiple times, Suggs, devoid of any lingering animosity, intentionally encouraged Mumu to shine even brighter. Thus, he called out, "Mu, run." Mumu comprehended the situation and accelerated towards the right side. Levine was momentarily hindered by Suggs, who had set a screen at the arc, allowing Mumu to evade his defender. Franz promptly delivered the ball, and Mumu, receiving it, decisively launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball found its mark. Mu stretched out his hand, pointing at Franz, who had just passed the ball into his grasp. Franz nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Mu, splendid shot." As they transitioned back on defense, Mu exchanged a high-five with Suggs, exclaiming, "Hey, old Suggs, that was an excellent screen. Thank you. We are teammates, Mu. And I believe you can definitely make that shot." In the T5 live broadcast room, Yujia remarked, "From that last play, we can see that Suggs delayed the defender for Mu." Previously, many criticized Suggs and Kevin Harris for not passing the ball to Mu, but judging by that moment, the rapport between Mu and his teammates is improving. As the first quarter approached its midpoint, Levine still had not executed a single effective offensive play, feeling the pressure as one of the team's core members to respond. Upon reaching the front court, Levine suddenly accelerated from the right corner, sprinting along the baseline. Mumu sighed inwardly, acknowledging the remarkable speed of his opponent. Previously, keeping up with his rivals had not posed much difficulty. However, Levine's initial burst of acceleration was astonishingly swift, demanding unwavering focus. While his earlier defensive efforts appeared successful, they merely represented a strenuous endeavor to keep pace. Yet, Mumu discerned that when Levine was in possession, a modicum of physical contact rendered him somewhat encumbered. Levine's speed was exceptional, yet he was slightly inferior in terms of physical strength. Thus, as long as the referee did not scrutinize his defensive maneuvers too closely, Mumu could afford to intensify his physical engagement with Levine. Levine, too, recognized that the defender, numbered 53, possessed a strength advantage, prompting him to rely on his speed to create offensive opportunities. As he darted towards the paint, Levine concealed himself behind Vucevic and Carter, utilizing their imposing figures to maneuver swiftly from side to side. Mumu kept pace without giving his opponent an opportunity to evade. At that moment, the two players darted back and forth around Carter and Vucevic, creating a scene reminiscent of a hawk pursuing a chick. This amusing tableau was captured on screen, eliciting laughter from the audience. Seizing an opportune moment, Levine sprinted back towards the right baseline. With fervent determination, Mumu disregarded all caution, threading the needle between Vucevic and Carter. As Mumu squeezed past, Vucevic subtly lifted his knee, perhaps a subconscious gesture aimed at delaying his opponent. However, Mumu was unfazed by any justifications. He feigned a vigorous swing of his arms, deliberately striking his elbow against Vucevic's thigh, eliciting a moment of discomfort for the towering player. Upon reaching the right baseline, Levine received a pass and immediately leaped for a shot. Just as he believed he had distanced himself from the defense, the long arm of number 53 loomed over him once more, causing his shot to ricochet off the rim. Kofan remarked, "Mumu's defense against Levine has been remarkably effective today, managing to disrupt his shot even after maneuvering between the two giants." Teacher Su added, "I believe it is indisputable. Currently, there is no one in the country who can rival Mumu." Chapter 79, The ascendancy of Azen in the first quarter. Only DeRozan of the Bulls maintained consistent output, while the rest of the team struggled. LaVine's performance was particularly dismal, failing to score on 5 attempts. Meanwhile, on the Magic's side, Carter and Franz spearheaded the offense, with Mumu contributing significantly by scoring 6 points from beyond the arc, while effectively nullifying LaVine's shooting rhythm. The Magic surged ahead, leading the Bulls by a substantial 13 points, 37-24. Head coach Jamal was exceedingly pleased with Mumu's performance. During the intermission, he gently patted Mumu on the shoulder and said, "Mu, excellent work. Maintain this form and continue to make every shot difficult for the opponent." Mumu wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel and nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Understood, coach. I shall persevere." In the second quarter, Mumu only played the final 5 minutes. Perhaps affected by his prior poor performance, LaVine still struggled to regain his usual form, with the offense remaining stagnant. By halftime, the Magic, maintaining their remarkable performance, led the Bulls by 14 points, 66-52. Should the Magic continue to restrict LaVine, they might secure a victory, which would undoubtedly uplift the spirits of a team that had been frequently losing of late. However, in the latter half of the third quarter, DeRozan suddenly surged, consistently scoring for the Bulls. Observing the potential to close the gap, the Bulls head coach opted not to substitute the informed DeRozan, allowing him to shoulder the offensive responsibilities at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Despite having little rest, DeRozan remained vigorous, continuing to accumulate points. Suggs and Franz took turns defending him, yet they could not contain the on-fire DeRozan. With 4 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, propelled by DeRozan's efforts, the Bulls had narrowed their deficit from 14 points. At this moment, the Magic led the Bulls by a mere 4 points, 101-97. As both teams found themselves in a tense standoff during the final moments. Although the Magic held the advantage, the Bulls, having scored consecutively, were clearly riding a wave of momentum. In the Bulls' front court, should the Chicagoans succeed in this shot, the psychological dynamics of the game would undoubtedly shift. This was, without question, a pivotal moment. LaVine had been off his game throughout, his shooting woefully inadequate. Once again, DeRozan prepared to execute the offense himself. As he held the ball, both Magic fans and Mumu's supporters back home felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that the explosive DeRozan might convert the shot. Jamal loudly instructed his teammates, "Defend. Keep a close eye on DeMar. He must not be allowed to score." Upon reaching beyond the three-point line, Azen suddenly accelerated, facing the defensive prowess of Franz. And with a swift pivot, he left him trailing behind. Having evaded his defender, DeRozan charged towards the basket with unwavering determination. Just as he was poised to complete the layup, Mumu emerged from the side, forcefully swatting away the seemingly inevitable score. A collective gasp rippled through the arena as Bulls secured the rebound, enabling the Magic to advance past half-court. This block provided a momentary sense of relief for Jamal. Observing Mumu's relentless energy on the court, he inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. Had it not been for Mumu's vigilant containment of another Bulls scorer, the team might have faltered significantly. This block also momentarily dampened the Bulls' fervor. As the Magic settled into their rhythm upon reaching the front court, the prospect of a favorable outcome loomed should they convert this opportunity within the remaining 3 minutes. Suggs passed the ball to the team's second-in-command, Franz. In the absence of Banchero, it was imperative to entrust the ball to him during critical moments. Franz signaled for his teammates to spread out, then charged towards the paint against DeRozan's defense. Just as he approached the key, Vucevic stepped up for assistance. With a decisive slap, DeRozan deflected the ball off Franz's legs, sending it out of bounds. Bulls fans erupted in fervent applause for this crucial and successful defense, while domestic fans lamented Franz's misstep. In the cafeteria of the university, Old Gua vocally criticized, "Why recklessly charge in? Do you really think you can make it?" In moments like this, the ball should go to Old Mu. Those around him, including Old Fong and fellow students, wholeheartedly agreed, asserting that the crucial moments should indeed favor Mumu. In the Bulls' front court, DeRozan received the ball at the high post. As Azen was about to receive a pass, Franz intentionally leaned against his back, forcing DeRozan to receive the ball outside the three-point line. In this pivotal moment when victory was at stake, everyone was acutely aware of the stakes, and the competition intensified. After securing his position, DeRozan turned to the nearby referee, Mark, to protest, "He fouled me." "You must have seen that." The referee paid no heed to the complaint. Following the grievance, DeRozan leaned against Franz, then abruptly pivoted to the left and drove into the lane. However, Franz, having anticipated the move, positioned himself effectively to thwart the offensive advance. Unable to shake off his opponent with the turn, DeRozan passed the ball to Caruso, who stood beyond the three-point arc on the left side. Upon receiving the pass, Caruso executed a pick-and-roll with Vucevic, who, with a deft touch, successfully scored. The players on the Bulls bench waved their towels in jubilation, while head coach Donovan exuberantly shouted, "That's it, my boys." Meanwhile, Jamal, in a fit of frustration, clasped his head in dismay. This sequence of offense and defense narrowed the score, leaving only a 2-point gap. Chapter 80, An Uncertain NBA. In the DouYu live broadcast room, Sue Kuhn remarked, "The Bulls seized the opportunity at this critical moment." As mentioned before the game, this Magic team requires the experience of seasoned veterans. In the frontcourt for the Magic, the Bulls opted for a man-to-man defense. Confident that none of the current Magic players possess the ability to breach their defense single-handedly, Carter advanced to set a high screen for Suggs, who utilized the pick to penetrate the lane. However, Caruso closely shadowed him, just as Suggs was about to halt his dribble under Caruso's tight defense. The stealthy Moo called out, "Old Sa." Suggs, feeling liberated, swiftly passed the ball to Moo. As Moo secured the ball with unwavering steadiness, he leaped off the ground, deftly evading the defensive attempt of Vucevic, who had jumped high to block him. With a masterful change of hands, he skillfully sidestepped the opponent's defense. As the ball was lofted above the rim, it began its descent at the perfect moment, bouncing off the edge of the hoop before finally settling into the net. Just as the home crowd erupted in a chorus of dismay, the cafeteria of Kai University responded with exuberant cheers. Old Foam, filled with excitement, vigorously shook the stoic Old Han and exclaimed, "I told you, in moments like this, the ball should be entrusted to Old Moo." On the Magic's bench, Jamal waved his clenched fists in exhilaration, shouting, "That's it, my darling," just like that. Beside him, Bruce stole a glance at the animated Jamal and joined in the fervor, declaring, "Moo, that was exquisite. That shot was crucial. I always knew you were a player made for critical moments." Upon hearing this, Jamal pondered and realized Bruce was indeed correct. Throughout several tense moments tonight, Moo had delivered timely contributions on both defense and offense, suggesting that the coaching staff's evaluation of him may have been somewhat understated. In the T5 live broadcast, Yu Jia remarked, "We just witnessed that play. Moo penetrated with remarkable speed, leaving Levine unable to react in time." Suggs also perfectly delivered the ball into Moo's hands, showcasing the camaraderie that has developed through their shared battles over the past several games. Under the collaborative efforts of the Bulls players, Caruso ultimately scored with a layup. Just moments after feeling elated, Jamal was now in a state of frustration. He could accept the opponent's unanswerable offense, but he could not tolerate a defensive lapse from his own players at such a critical juncture. As Jamal shouted or perhaps cursed in exasperation, Franz, equally disheartened, turned to Suggs and said, "You should have chased him down. DeRozan is too dangerous. We can't allow him to face you. You need to stick with your man." Suggs considered retorting that he was blocked and that it was actually his responsibility to chase the switch. But recognizing that the other player was a key figure being developed by the team, he chose to swallow his frustration. Noticing the brewing argument between the two, the nearby Moo approached and patted Suggs on the shoulder, saying, "Old Sa, the game is not over yet. Stay focused." "Okay." Seeing someone who can manage their emotions, Suggs felt a slight alleviation of the grievances within him. The Magic's offensive possession was underway. They had intended to secure the point, yet during the pick-and-roll at the arc, Carter was called for an offensive foul by the referee. This decision ignited the fervor of the entire crowd. Sometimes, it is not merely the exhilarating offense and defense that stirs people's emotions, but the referee's calls can either extinguish or ignite their enthusiasm. Fans watching the live broadcast domestically began to vehemently criticize the referees. In the Douyin live stream, Kofan remarked, "Today, Levine has been rendered ineffective by Moo's defense. Yet the other Bulls players are consistently striving to redeem him. Contributions from players like Azin, Caruso's recent shot, and the foul that led to Carter's offensive infraction were crucial. Otherwise, the Bulls would have already succumbed." Sukun commented, "Levine's performance today is certainly not that of an all-star, which underscores the effectiveness of Moo's defense. Moreover, in several critical moments, Moo provided timely offensive and defensive support. Had it not been for Moo, the Magic would have been surpassed long ago." Kufan concurred emphatically, "Teacher Su is right. Moo's performance in crucial moments is indeed pivotal." Sukun replied with a chuckle, "Well, your perspective also holds merit." With just over a minute remaining in the game, DeRozan's mid-range shot clanged off the rim, and Franz's aggressive drive into the paint also failed. Vucevic, after securing his position, attempted a turnaround hook shot that veered off course. Suggs' forced attempt from beyond the arc predictably missed the target. At this juncture, both teams were depleted of energy, competing solely on the basis of resilience. With 1 minute and 9 seconds left, the Bulls regained possession, and DeRozan advanced the ball. Upon reaching the frontcourt, Aizen, facing Franz's defense, executed a sudden change of pace, and, stepping just inside the three-point line, elevated for a mid-range jumper. In anticipation from the home crowd, Aizen successfully sank the equalizing shot. "Oh yeah," the entire arena erupted in cheers. Yu-Ja announced, in the final minute of the game. Bulls star DeRozan hit a crucial mid-range shot to tie the score. Upon reaching the frontcourt, Franz actively sought the ball, subsequently facing off against Caruso, creating a mismatch. Yu-Ja continued, "If it were Durant, he would have simply elevated for a shot against someone of Caruso's height. Franz also possesses long-range shooting capability." Oh. He chose not to shoot but opted to drive past Caruso's defense. The opposing big man, Vucevic, came to provide help, but alas, the attempt was unsuccessful, and the ball returned to the Bulls. Observing that Franz had faltered 3 times in crucial offensive moments, Jamal understood that Franz's ability to perform under pressure still required enhancement. Nevertheless, this player had already demonstrated his potential in the previous season and is currently one of the primary development focuses for the Magic, aside from Banchero. Thus, patience is warranted as one awaits his growth. Returning to the court, leveraging DeRozan's ability to draw attention, Vucevic and Williams executed a coordinated play, leading the Bulls to successfully reclaim a 2-point lead in the final 30 seconds. At this moment, the Bulls' home crowd erupted in jubilation, as if victory were already in their grasp. Observing the exuberance of the Bulls players, Suggs had a sudden inspiration and decided to seize the moment. With a sense of bravado, he charged forward upon obtaining the ball. Noting the imposing Vucevic stationed within the paint, the audacious Suggs boldly pressed on. He believed that amid such physical contact, even if he failed to score, there was a significant chance of eliciting a whistle from the referee, given his clear disadvantage in size. As the saying goes, the weak have their reasons. However, the referee did not respond as Suggs had hoped, refraining from blowing the whistle. His shot was subsequently swatted away forcefully by the outstretched arms of Vucevic. Fortuitously, Caruso retrieved the ball, but unlike the crafty Suggs, the cautious Caruso passed it to the advancing DeRozan. In such crucial moments, it is prudent to seek out the most reliable player, and DeRozan undoubtedly epitomized that reliability. Upon receiving the ball, DeRozan spotted the swiftly running Do Sunmu on the right flank and assisted him in completing a fast-break dunk. This explosive yet swift dunk plunged the arena into a fervor, with fans erupting in ecstatic celebration, each showcasing their most extravagant expressions of joy. Among the crowd, a young lady, overwhelmed with excitement, lifted her white t-shirt, revealing her fair skin. As she appeared poised to raise it further, the camera swiftly shifted scenes, provoking a chorus of boos from the audience, presumably from male fans. Meanwhile, the elderly commentator, transfixed by the screen, was abruptly jolted by a powerful fist from Huchin, inciting laughter throughout the cafeteria. Embarrassed, the commentator attempted to alleviate the awkwardness by exclaiming, that play was truly spectacular, was it not, Lao Feng?" Lao Feng was unable to respond, caught in a moment of bewilderment. Huchin glared at the commentator, asking, "What are you on about?" Instinctively, the commentator raised his hands to shield his head, responding, "That play, of course, refers to that basketball." At that moment, a voice resonated from a corner of the cafeteria. "Eavesdropper." Amidst the laughter that enveloped the crowd, Lin Meng felt an unsettling sense of crisis. The NBA, it truly is a perilous arena. Chapter 81. A heroic resurgence following Do Sunmu's thunderous fast-break dunk. Only 26 seconds remained in the game, with the Bulls leading by 4 points. In the Do Shui live stream, Su Kun expressed his regret, lamenting, "Alas, the Magic failed to maintain their composure in the final minute. Trailing by 4 points at this juncture renders their chances nearly non-existent." Ku Fan interjected, "Originally, Mumu had performed commendably on the defensive end as a starter in this match, but unfortunately, his teammates faltered in the critical moments." Su Kun added, "Levine has struggled throughout the game, yet fortunately, there have always been teammates ready to compensate for his shortcomings. Mumu has shouldered significant responsibilities on both offense and defense during crucial junctures. However, Franz and Suggs' decision-making in the final moments has led the team into a precarious situation. Had they not repeatedly faltered in the following offensive plays, the Magic's predicament would not be as dire as it currently stands. The Magic called for a timeout. Franz's recent offensive failures left Jamal exceedingly frustrated. With only 26 seconds left and trailing by 4 points, they required a player capable of explosive scoring. The sharpest weapon on their roster was Terrence Ross. Consequently, Jamal substituted the starting small forward, Franz, replacing him with a lineup that boasted both defensive prowess and consistent scoring ability: Suggs, Moo, Ross, Bowl, and Carter. Upon resuming play, the Magic prepared to inbound from the sidelines. The Bulls, aware of Levine's lackluster performance, benched him in favor of the more reliable Caruso. Ross maneuvered through a screen to the right side, receiving the ball just beyond the three-point arc. The Bulls, cognizant of Ross's scoring capabilities, quickly sent 2 defenders to trap him. Refusing to halt, Ross passed the ball to Wendell Carter at the top of the arc. Although Carter possessed some three-point shooting ability, it was not his strongest suit. Time was of the essence, and from the sidelines, Jamal shouted, "Wendell, shoot quickly. Don't hesitate." Hearing his coach's urgent call, Carter was momentarily taken aback and, facing the towering Vucevic, launched a desperate three-point shot. Kafan remarked, "Oh dear, taking a shot against Vucevic, who is even taller than he is quite a challenge." Sukun responded, "There's little choice. The Magic must take that shot." However, Ross should have passed to the more reliable Moo for the three-pointer. That pass was ill-timed. The ball ricocheted off the rim twice, and just as it bounced out, the number 53 jersey-clad Moo soared into the air, seizing the rebound amidst the collective awe of onlookers. Jamal, who had moments ago buried his head in his hands, erupted with excitement upon witnessing Moo secure the rebound, exchanging jubilant high-fives with Bruce and Collis nearby. Moo seized the rebound but did not seek out his teammates beyond the arc. Instead, he boldly surged amidst a throng of Bulls players. Surrounding him were DeRozan, Caruso, Williams, and Dosunmu, who collectively pulled him down with force. The referee blew the whistle, granting Moo 2 free throw opportunities. In the T5 live broadcast, Yu-Jia exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, this play is absolutely pivotal." Moo descended like a celestial being, snatching this crucial rebound amidst 4 Bulls players and earning 2 free throws. Observing Moo reclaim the shot he had missed, Carter's joy was akin to that of a child. He rushed forward to embrace Moo, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Marvelous! Moo, you are an angel, sent by the heavens to rescue me." Moo smiled gently. "Do not blame yourself, Wendell. That three-pointer was a necessary gamble. There is nothing wrong with that. Even Jordan and Kobe cannot guarantee the success of every shot they take, and this is not a matter of divine intervention. As long as you aspire for victory, always strive to give your utmost." Carter remarked, "Moo, you are a remarkable individual. We have lacked communication thus far." With an air of wisdom, Moo patted Carter on the shoulder. "If all goes well, we have 2 full seasons ahead of us to grow acquainted with one another." Suggs, Rose, and Ball excitedly approached Moo to celebrate with shoulder bumps. Rose leaned close to Moo's ear and said, "I believe you can make those 2 shots. Go, bring us victory." "All right, I will," Moo replied. Moo stepped up to the free throw line, where the spectators erupted in a cacophony of distraction. Quickly diverting his gaze from the blinding white surroundings, Moo took a deep breath to steady his nerves before releasing his first free throw. Amidst the collective dismay of the fans, his initial shot found its mark, swishing through the net. With a calm gesture towards his teammates, he prepared for his second free throw, which also sailed through successfully. With merely 23 seconds remaining, the Magic trailed the Bulls by 2 points. The score standing at 105-107, with the Bulls in possession of the ball. Despite the Magic players' relentless efforts, the Bulls managed to maintain control as DeRozan received the ball near the left free throw line. Without hesitation, DeRozan charged towards the paint from the left side. On the other side, Rose exerted himself in a fierce contest with DeRozan, who was advancing with the ball. Meanwhile, Suggs recklessly lunged at the ball in DeRozan's grasp. As Suggs lost his balance and fell to the ground, his outstretched right hand successfully grazed the ball, deflecting it out of bounds. The referee called the ball out of play, ruling no foul on Suggs. Moo swiftly approached and lifted Suggs from the ground, exclaiming, "Old saw. That was a flawless defense." "Indeed, Moo. We still have a chance," he replied. "You are absolutely right." The Bulls executed an inbounds play, and Vucevic received the ball, only for Carter to immediately foul and send the opponent to the free throw line. There were just 12 seconds remaining in the game. The first free throw missed, and the domestic fans erupted in cheers, with comments flooding the live stream. In the Tingxue live stream, co-fan remarked, Vucevic missed his first free throw. It seems the barrage of comments in the stream affected his shot. In the T5 live stream, Yu Jia noted, he actually missed the first free throw. The suspense of the match has returned. The Magic still have a chance. Let's see if he can make the second. Oh, both free throws were missed. And Carter secured the rebound, generously leaving the opportunity for the Magic in the final moments. Suggs advanced with the ball. In the dormitory, Hua, watching the live stream on her phone, anxiously shouted, "What is going on? Why are you still driving?" Quickly passed the ball to old Mu. It seemed Suggs heard Hua's urging, upon spotting Mu beyond the three-point line on the right. He hesitated no longer and passed the ball into the hands of number 53. With just 7 seconds remaining on the timer, Mu did not rush his shot but instead settled into a rhythm. The countdown echoed through the cafeteria, 6, 5, 4, 3, in the T5 live stream. Yu Jia exclaimed, 3 seconds left. Mu has chosen to shoot. With only 3 seconds remaining, Mu launched a crucial three-pointer against Caruso's defense from beyond the arc. The shot was successful. Oh, Mu has made this pivotal three-pointer, sealing the victory in the Bulls' home court. In the cafeteria of the university. At the Mu family home in Maipo, at the small shop near the elementary school, in the dormitories of Guixing Normal University, and in any corner of the country where viewers were watching the live stream, an exhilarating cheer erupted. With just 0.7 seconds left in the game and no timeouts remaining for the Bulls, DeRozan received the ball and launched a powerful shot, but it hit the backboard. Rose and Suggs excitedly embraced Mu, while the other Magic players rushed from the bench onto the court, surrounding Mu with joyful celebration. Having just scored the game winner, Mu did not express his emotions with loud shouts. Instead, he calmly exchanged high fives with his teammates. Suggs, unable to contain his excitement, said, "I knew it. I knew you would make that shot. Incredible, Mu, truly incredible." Mu smiled gently. "Thank you for the pass, Lao Sa, and for finding me at the last moment." Ross embraced Mu, saying, "Mu, you led us to victory. We are a team, and as long as we remain united, our victories will multiply." Carter added, "You are right, Mu. Together, we shall achieve even more triumphs." As Mu was surrounded by his teammates, Franz, watching from the crowd, felt a twinge of awkwardness. This match, which he had expected to shoulder in the absence of Banchero, had instead seen him falter despite his brave attempts. In the end, the coach had relegated him to the bench. This left Franz, who considered himself the team's future, with an inexplicable sense of discomfort and crisis. Rationality urged him to graciously join his teammates in celebration, yet his inner turmoil left him in a state of conflict. Chapter 82. The source of fans' joy. Once all the teammates returned to the locker room, Mu was, as usual, encircled by numerous media personnel from Zonghua. Lu Jia from T5 exclaimed excitedly, Mu, should I congratulate you on your first career start or on leading the team to victory? In any case, congratulations. After spending over a month together, Mu had established a good rapport with the domestic reporters, and he jested, Jiago, you are a prominent journalist. Don't be so excited. There will be plenty more of such occasions in the future. Haha, I absolutely believe that. By the way, could you share with the fans how it feels to hit the game winner? It feels wonderful, much like when the person you admire reciprocates your feelings, suddenly. The entire world seems more beautiful. Following a bout of lighthearted laughter, sports reporter Zhou Lingen inquired, this is also your first start in the regular season. Could you share your feelings about starting? It's incredible. Starting means ample playing time and greater opportunities. After completing the interviews with the Zonghua media, Mu headed towards the locker room, only to encounter Bruce hurrying down the players' tunnel. With a radiant smile, Bruce embraced Mu and said, Hey, my friend, you truly shone today. By the way, you'll be attending the post-game press conference. Many media outlets are waiting for you. Me? Yes, Robert specifically arranged this. He believes it's time for you to learn how to face the media, but we all believe you can handle it. All right, no problem. Upon entering the locker room, it felt rather quiet inside. As Mu was about to make his way to his designated spot, a sudden cascade of water poured down from above, drenching him completely. The team of magicians, who had just moments ago concealed themselves, now erupted in joyous shouts as they rushed forward, enthusiastically surrounding Mu and playfully jostling him. Mu lifted his jersey to wipe the moisture that had gathered around his eyes. Once he could open his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered Kevin Harris, who was holding a large bucket of water and laughing heartily with those around him. Old Kai, you are truly like a worm in my belly. Just as I was yearning for some coolness, you graciously delivered this refreshing surprise. Kevin Harris replied with a hint of disdain. Oh, Moo. How can you possibly use the word gracious to describe a robust man? Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but upon hearing his complaint, the teammates erupted in laughter. Observing the chaotic state of the ground, Moo shook his head and remarked, the Bulls cleaning staff must absolutely despise us. Suggs, disregarding the sweat dripping from both of them, leaned in and embraced Moo's shoulders. It's not just the cleaners. Everyone associated with the Bulls will surely loathe us. Aha. Moo pushed away the almost clinging Sagas and remarked, Old Sa, if you were a beautiful lady, I would gladly welcome your embrace. But it is evident that beauty is not within your reach. Sagas feigned injury and deliberately rubbed his sweat against Moo, causing him to recoil in horror. The crowd erupted in laughter, and after a joyful exchange, Carter affectionately draped his arm over Moo's shoulder, expressing, Moo, I am immensely grateful for your leadership in securing our victory. No, Wendell, it would have been impossible for me to achieve this alone without you all. We are a team, and as long as we remain united, we shall continue to triumph. Coach Jamal was quite pleased with Moo's appreciation for the team spirit. He approached and stated, in this match, everyone contributed their efforts, and without a doubt, Moo has been the key to our victory. This was a hard-fought and rare win. Let us all applaud Moo for his outstanding performance. Applause erupted from the Magic team as they stood to honor Moo. After a quick shower, Moo attended the post-match press conference alongside Franz. The Orlando reporters initiated the questioning, bypassing the team's key player, Franz, and directing their inquiries straight at Moo. Moo, first and foremost, thank you for leading Orlando to this victory. In previous matches, you have primarily played a defensive role, yet in this game, you scored numerous points, particularly with several long-range shots. Has this always been within your capabilities? Indeed, I have always possessed the ability to shoot three-pointers and mid-range shots. However, we do not lack scorers. I adapt to what the team requires, Moo replied. A reporter from Chicago seemed to catch on and asked, Are you suggesting you can fulfill any task assigned by the team? At 23, the rookie was certainly not young, which lent him a maturity beyond that of his peers. He answered calmly, Yes, as long as the team needs me, I will exert all my efforts to accomplish it. However, our team is not short of individuals capable of shouldering significant responsibilities, thus providing the coach with numerous options. Once he assigns a task to someone, the rest of us will wholeheartedly support them. The Chicago reporter continued, In previous matches, your average score was in single digits, and you did not showcase many offensive skills. As you mentioned, your team has many superior scorers. Why, then, were you the one to make that crucial shot tonight? Gazing at the Chicago reporter without revealing any emotion, Moo maintained his composure and replied, Because I was overlooked by the opponent, which afforded me the open shot. The match lasted 48 minutes. The victory was not solely due to my one shot. You have witnessed that we amassed a total of 108 points, a feat achieved through the collective efforts of our teammates, rather than the accomplishment of a single individual. Faced with the inability to extract any gossip from this seasoned novice, the Chicago reporter reluctantly relinquished their pursuit. Zhejiang City, situated in the central region of the flowering provinces, boasts a commercial district replete with towering office buildings, within which numerous individuals diligently toil at their desks. After a long morning, Luigi finally reached midday. Fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a generous employer, allowing him and his colleagues a luxurious half-hour for lunch each day. Retrieving his cherished smartphone from the cabinet, Luigi urged his colleague, Lao Gao, hurry up, or we'll be stuck in the elevator again. Their movements were swift, yet upon arriving at the elevator, they found it already teeming with people. Such is the way of life. Just when one believes they are quick enough, others always seem to have the advantage. Nevertheless, the two were accustomed to this and began to peruse their beloved smartphones. In the ordinary course of life, Gao Jindong seldom experienced unadulterated enjoyment, often seeking solace in culinary delights. However, at this moment, he too was engrossed in the novel titled Reborn as a corporate drone. As he read, the frown that had previously marred his expression at his workstation gradually transformed into a smile. Meanwhile, Luigi opened the Douyin app, and as per usual, the app greeted him with an abundance of stunning long legs. Were he nestled comfortably in bed, he would have relished the opportunity to admire them at leisure. Yet, surrounded by several female colleagues, including a particularly attractive one, Luigi resolutely swiped past the enticing images. After scrolling through 4 or 5 videos, the long legs finally ceased to appear. With a sigh of relief, he turned his attention to a more innocuous video. "Oh no. Hey Lao Gao," he called out, interrupting Gao Jindong. "Look, thanks to your clumsiness, this advertisement just downloaded automatically, and I'll have to uninstall it later." Lu Ji held his phone up to Gao Jindong's view, exclaiming with excitement, "Look, it's a game winner. Moo Moo scored the decisive basket today." "Really? Did he play until the final quarter?" Gao Jindong asked incredulously. "Indeed. He started as a first-string player today, racking up 16 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. He even made the game-winning shot." Not only the two of them, but many male colleagues nearby were also engrossed in the news of Moo Moo's game-winning shot. Just moments ago, the group of young men, who were frustrated while waiting for the elevator, now engaged in cheerful conversations, leaving their female colleagues perplexed. Furthermore, with the game-winning video trending on both Douyin and Kuaishou, Moo Moo became a source of joy for fans. Chapter 83. Continuing the debut. Having tidied up, the Magic team boarded their chartered flight to Indiana, where they would face off against the Pacers the following day. Upon arriving in Indiana and checking into their hotel, Moo Moo finally had the opportunity to video call friends and family back home. Through the video chat with friends like Hua Hua, he learned that within just a few hours, the video of his game-winning shot had spread like wildfire across major platforms in the country. The draft and summer league had already brought Moo Moo considerable fame domestically, yet his popularity had begun to wane due to limited playtime in the regular season. However, today's game reignited his popularity back home. While the players rested in their rooms, the coaching staff summarized the game and discussed player performances. Head coach Jamal remarked, "In tomorrow's match against the Pacers, Paul and Markel will still be absent from the lineup, so we need to thoroughly examine tomorrow's roster arrangements." After hearing Jamal's words, Colas was the first to express his opinion. "I believe we can continue to position Moo at the shooting guard spot. His defensive capabilities effectively protect our backcourt, and his shooting ability can greatly expand our offensive space. Therefore, having Terrence as a substitute to support the second unit's offense while starting Moo would be an exciting arrangement." Pat, however, disagreed. "Markel will soon return to the team. As long as he remains healthy, he is fully capable of our starting point guard role. Jalen, as a dual guard, has already displayed remarkable potential last season. I don't think Moo's abilities are strong enough to warrant having Jalen come off the bench for him." Colas countered. "Moo has shown an exceptional ability to read the game and assess situations on the court. He can undoubtedly become a key player for us." Pat retorted, "I do not deny Moo's impressive performance in the last game, but compared to Jalen's consistent play throughout last season in this current game, it is evident that Jalen is more reliable. We should prudently allow Jalen to continue as the starting shooting guard." After listening to both perspectives, Jamal pondered for a moment with his arms crossed and stated, "We are a young team and should focus on nurturing our youth while looking towards the future. Both Jalen and Moo are worthy of our development. However, Moo's shooting can create more space for us. So let's keep him in the starting lineup for now and make adjustments based on performance later." Since the head coach has made arrangements, others no longer voiced dissent. In the upcoming match against the Pacers, Moo Moo will be matched against a player who is also a rookie this year, with a draft position remarkably close to his own. This player, named Andrew Nimbard, despite being a second-round pick, has earned the trust of the team through his diligence, securing a starting opportunity by the 5th game. Thus far, he has contributed an average of 9.6 points in 25 minutes of playtime. Although his role within the Pacers is not that of an offensive linchpin, Moo Moo remains vigilant, unwilling to underestimate Andrew. In essence, the priority is to contain him, instilling confidence in the team's ability to rely on individual defensive prowess, thereby seeking increased playing time. Following the game's commencement, the offensive reins of the Pacers are primarily held by Halliburton. Turner occasionally benefits from Halliburton's generous playmaking, while Buddy Hield also sees some opportunities with the ball. The Pacers' primary offense revolves around 3 key points: 4 low-profile rookies like Andrew and Moo Moo to secure shooting opportunities. They must rely on active movement to create open spaces and then capitalize on well-timed passes from their teammates to score. However, throughout this match, Andrew found himself tightly entangled by Moo Moo, unable to escape the defensive pressure. On the other hand, the Magic's offense was spearheaded by Franz and Bull. Following a dismal performance in the final quarter of the previous game, Franz entered this match with a fierce determination to redeem himself and prove his worth. Bull, seizing a rare starting opportunity in the absence of Banchero, was equally prepared to showcase his talents. Under differing mental states, they both commenced the game with relentless energy. consistently penetrating the Pacers' defense to accumulate points. Their remarkable offensive efficiency propelled the Magic to a 28-22 lead over the Pacers by the end of the first quarter. Nevertheless, the Pacers proved to be a formidable adversary. In the second quarter, their backup shooting guard, Nesmith, suddenly erupted, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers and spearheading a comeback. Upon the return of the starters, Turner, with his smooth shooting touch, repeatedly scored against Bulls' defense, narrowing the deficit to 4 points by halftime for the struggling Pacers. During the first half, Mumu had limited shooting opportunities, attempting 3 three-pointers and making only 1. In contrast, Andrew, who was matched up against him, failed to score on 2 attempts, leaving both players' performances lacking. The Magic's offense predominantly flowed through Franz, while Suggs, as the starting point guard, had access to the ball. But Mumu found himself with scant opportunities, relegated to silent defense or waiting for passes in open spaces. It was evident that the lofty Franz found it challenging to notice Mumu, who stood a head shorter. This experience profoundly illuminated the realities of the professional arena for Mumu, freshly emerged from campus life. Nonetheless, Mumu remained undeterred, adjusting his mindset and staying perpetually prepared. At halftime, Jamal deliberately approached Franz, gently advising him, "Franz, we are a team. You must learn to pass the ball and ensure that the team's designated shooters do not miss open opportunities." Upon hearing the coach's directives, Franz nodded in acknowledgement. Although the team had high hopes for him, as a sophomore, he was acutely aware that he had yet to earn the privilege of expressing dissenting opinions. In the third quarter, the Pacers' Halliburton suddenly surged, with Buddy Hield also scoring consecutively. The duo, along with Turner, initiated a brief resurgence, successfully overtaking the Magic midway through the quarter. Bull demonstrated a commendable offensive touch, contributing points for the team. However, as the Pacers intensified their pursuit, he frequently fell prey to Turner's defensive maneuvers. In this critical moment, Bull became a liability on defense, prompting Jamal to substitute him out, shifting Rose to small forward and elevating Franz to power forward. Rose's presence fortified the Pacers' perimeter defense, though not every outside position received equal attention. With Rose drawing defenders, Mumu's position was overlooked by the Pacers. With just over 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the resurgent Pacers had surged ahead of the Magic by 10 points, leading 88-78. Desperate to close the gap, the Magic entrusted the ball to their most potent offensive weapon, Rose. Aware of his offensive prowess, the Pacers dispatched 2 players to double-team Rose at the top of the arc. Realizing he had no room to maneuver, Rose leapt and passed the ball out. Mumu, who had been patiently awaiting the pass in the corner, received it and skillfully propelled the ball with his legs, engaging his core before raising his hand for a shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, narrowing the deficit to 7 points. Despite having just made a three-pointer and having executed a game-winning shot in the previous match, the Pacers remained oblivious to the significance of the yellow-skinned number 53 player, lacking any sense of caution towards him. Chapter 84. Orlando's tenacity on the Pacers' side. Halliburton charged into the Magic's paint, facing a double team from Carter and Franz. With a deft maneuver, he scored, earning the applause of the home crowd and casting a shadow over the Magic, who had just celebrated a three-pointer. For the Magic, Suggs took control of the ball as it crossed midcourt. In his attempts to shake off Buddy Hield, Rose was unsuccessful, prompting Franz to circle out to the perimeter, actively seeking the ball. Having missed several outside shots earlier, Franz abandoned the idea of a long-range attempt and drove directly through the center. As he approached the defensive line, 2 Pacers players rushed to assist. Instead of forcing a shot against the defenders, Franz executed a hook pass, distributing the ball to Mumu, who was lurking in the left corner. Observing his assigned defender, Andrew, closing in, Mumu leapt with all his might to disrupt the shot. Sensing the rising defender, Mumu shifted his shoulder, effortlessly evading Andrew. He then dribbled and took a lateral step, suddenly finding himself in open space. Mumu did not opt to drive into the paint. Instead, he confidently steadied himself beyond the three-point line and took the shot. With a swish, as the ball sailed through the net, Jamal, who had been furrowing his brows, inadvertently exhaled a sigh of relief, a sense of reassurance washing over him. Shortly after this successful shot, Carter returned to the front court and proactively set a screen for Mumu, moving without the ball. Mumu utilized his remarkable speed and the cover provided by Carter to shake off the pursuing Andrew. Observing Mumu, who had already advanced to the arc beyond the three-point line, Franz, positioned on the wing, promptly delivered the ball. Nearby, Turner extended his long arms to disrupt the play. Undeterred by the towering Turner, Moo, fueled by his fiery shooting touch, launched another three-pointer against the formidable defense. In the live broadcast, Wang Ming exclaimed, "My goodness, this is simply astounding. How's he making these shots?" Turner, the defender, stands at an impressive height of 2 meters 1. Wang, the coach, "Do you think Muu's three-point shooting resembles your own prowess in your prime?" With a gleeful smile, Wang Shipong responded, "These recent shots have been remarkably steady. It is evident that Moo possesses a solid foundation in shooting technique. Furthermore, I find great solace in the fact that the national men's basketball team for next year's World Cup finally has a player capable of sinking three-pointers." Wang Ming replied, "Indeed. Coach Wang, you are correct. Muu's average three-point shooting percentage stands at 39, which is on par with NBA standards. Only Gary Harris from the Magic boasts a slightly higher percentage." Meanwhile, Lee concurred, stating, "Previously, Moo had limited opportunities to shoot, but after his last start, it was apparent that the coaching staff intentionally encouraged others to pass him the ball more. I believe he will undoubtedly exhibit even greater performance moving forward." Wang Ming then inquired, "Speaking of three-pointers, Coach Wang, could you share any secrets? Why was Zhu so precise in his shooting, while our current backcourt seems to struggle?" Wang Shipong candidly replied, "The only secret is relentless practice. Muu's recent shot clearly demonstrates his solid shooting fundamentals, which are the result of rigorous training. It is evident whether one has dedicated themselves to practice. The reason our men's basketball team struggles with three-pointers is simply that our young players need to train harder." Taken aback by this frank assessment, Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "Haha, I hope our young players strive diligently, practicing diligently, so they too can deliver three-pointers that will instill confidence in basketball fans across the nation." Returning to the game, Moo has successfully netted 3 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the 10-point deficit to a mere 3. The key players from both teams have begun to showcase their scoring prowess. For the Pacers, Turner and Halliburton are consistently finding the basket in their signature styles. On the Magic's side, as the opponents intensified their defense against Moo and Rose, the interior opened up, allowing Franz and Carter to seize the opportunity and contribute to the team's scoring surge. From the latter half of the third quarter into the fourth, the contest has become fiercely competitive, with both teams locked in a relentless battle. After Moo made several mid-range shots, the Pacers grew wary of him due to his consecutive successes, leading to intensified defensive measures that made it increasingly difficult for him to receive the ball. With just 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining in the game, the Magic, buoyed by the performances of Franz and Carter, temporarily held a 4-point lead over the Pacers. At 113-109, it was now the Pacers' offensive possession. Successfully defending this play would allow them to regain control of the situation. However, Halliburton thwarted the Magic's intentions, executing a sudden step-back three-pointer against Suggs' defense from the left corner. This three-pointer narrowed the gap to a mere point, eliciting an enthusiastic cheer from the home crowd for Halliburton's audacious shot. On the Magic's side, Suggs facilitated a commendable opportunity for Carter through a pass. Yet, at this critical juncture, Carter exhibited caution and refrained from taking the shot. Observing Bull's movement in the corner, he passed the ball to him. As Bull prepared to make a strong play, his slender frame struggled against the approaching defender, distorting his shooting form. Nevertheless, at the last moment before the shot, Bull returned the ball to Carter. The arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers and noise as the home fans exerted their utmost volume to disrupt the Magic's offensive effort. Moo subtly nudged Andrew, who was defending him, causing Andrew to momentarily falter under this unexpected force. Seizing the opportunity, Moo swiftly cut into the paint. With the ball in his possession, Carter turned his back to the defender, Turner, feeling a slight buzzing in his head amidst the cacophony surrounding him. He noticed Suggs outside the three-point line fervently waving his arms, prompting Carter to hastily pass the ball to him. It was only when Carter finally heard Moo's call from the weak side that he realized Suggs had actually intended for him to pass to Moo on the opposite side. With the shot clock winding down to 24 seconds, it was evident that a pass to Moo inside would be too late. Left with no choice, Suggs opted for a hurried shot. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, ultimately landing in Turner's possession. In this intense moment, the Pacers chose to slow down their offensive tempo rather than hastening it, aiming to stabilize the situation. Upon reaching the front court, they entrusted the ball to Halliburton. During the previous timeout, Jamal had already devised a strategy, assigning Moo the task of one-on-one defense against Halliburton in the final minute. Thus, without hesitation, Moo switched onto Halliburton, lowering his defensive stance and extending his long arms to keep a vigilant watch over him. Halliburton, with the ball, executed a swift change of direction, driving towards the right. Moo swiftly maneuvered with light steps, preventing Halliburton from finding an opportunity to surpass him. Observing Halliburton, who had been in fine form but was now halted by Moo's defense, Pat and Colas excitedly waved their arms. Jamal, brimming with enthusiasm, shouted, "That's it, Moo. Show them the tenacity of Orlando." Chapter 85. The humble Moo with the ball momentarily stopped. Halliburton had no choice but to pass it to Buddy Hield at the top of the arc. Hield, receiving the ball without hesitation, decisively drove towards the basket, with Ross closely trailing yet failing to impede his progress. Just as Hield prepared for a three-step layup, Moo, who had been observing keenly, suddenly surged in from the side, extending his long arm to swipe at the ball in Hield's grasp. Disturbed, Hield hastily pulled the ball back. However, having already committed to his movement, he found his shooting rhythm disrupted. In a moment of desperation, Hield managed to pass the ball to Andrew, positioned beyond the left three-point line. Having already consumed considerable time, Andrew, glancing at the ticking clock, hurriedly attempted a shot under the tight defensive Suggs. Unsurprisingly, the shot went awry. As Carter and Turner grappled for position beneath the basket, Moo, having arrived in the paint unnoticed, leapt high to snatch the defensive rebound. Witnessing this impressive 2-on-1 rebound, Pat remarked to Colas, "You were right. Moo brings us energy as a starting shooting guard." Transitioning the ball into their front court, Franz called for the ball from the left three-point line. Although the previous game had ended in victory, his performance in the final moments had left much to be desired. With Banchero absent, this was his chance to prove himself. As the clock wound down to the last 25 seconds, Bruce quietly approached Jamal, casually stating, "What an intense game. Reminiscent of our last match against the Bulls. Thankfully, we have Moo." Jamal, intently focused on the unfolding action, seemed oblivious to Bruce's comments. However, the noise of the game did not hinder him from catching Bruce's words. He understood that should a scout discover a rising star, there was a possibility that their fortunes would rise alongside that talent. Furthermore, Moo's market value was beyond the reach of most NBA players. Thus, Bruce's unwavering advocacy for Moo was entirely reasonable. Although Jamal was aware of Bruce's ulterior motives, he found himself in agreement with his sentiments. In such a tense moment, Moo undeniably serves as a reassuring linchpin. However, Franz, who averaged 15 points per game last season with an impressive shooting percentage, stands as a pivotal figure for the team, second only to Banchero in terms of future potential. At this juncture, if he wishes to determine the outcome of the game, it is essential that he chooses to support himself. This is the price to be paid in the process of development. Therefore, Franz's courageous willingness to shoulder the team's responsibilities is commendable. With the ball in hand, Franz drew the attention of two defenders. Faced with the considerably shorter Hield and Mathurin, he opted to emulate Durant, boldly and confidently shooting over his defenders. Amidst the collective prayers of the home crowd, the ball struck the rim, and the Pacers secured the rebound, with 23 seconds remaining and the team trailing by 1 point. Coach Carlisle chose not to call a timeout to devise a strategy, but instead signaled for the players to act autonomously. Once positioned, Mathurin passed the ball to the most reliable player on the court, Halliburton. Such moments serve as true tests for athletes. Having learned from a previous failed drive that number 53 possessed rapid mobility, Halliburton refrained from attempting another penetration. After a brief pause, Halliburton suddenly exploded with a step back, opting for a long-distance three-point shot. As the opponent prepared to execute a jump shot, Moo was already on high alert, leaping gracefully and extending his long arm to block the shot. The home crowd united in fervent prayer, yet alas, their deity seemed to possess limited powers. As the ball struck the rim and fell short, just as the fans expressed their disappointment, Pacers player Nesmith suddenly surged into the paint, snatching the offensive rebound, and without hesitation, leaped into action. Perhaps shamed by this young player's audacity, Carter and Bull forcefully brought him down. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and there was no dispute regarding the shooting foul resulting from such a blatant act. The Conseco Fieldhouse erupted in jubilation over this salvaged rebound, the cheers echoing throughout the arena, transforming it into a sea of joy. In stark contrast, on the Magic's bench, Kevin Harris and Bruce clasped their heads in despair, their faces etched with frustration. Nesmith approached the free throw line, confidently sinking both shots, allowing the Pacers to take a 1-point lead with just 9 seconds remaining. With a grim expression, Jamal called a timeout, addressing the Magic players in a heavy voice. "Gentlemen, the game is not over. We have ample time to orchestrate an offense." Turning to Moo, he instructed, "Moo, you will take the shot." Hearing such a directive, Franz felt a sudden tightness in his chest. In the absence of Banchero, it was daunting for him to assume the role of the team's second option. However, Moo resolutely responded, "All right, coach, I will make that shot." Pleased by this unwavering determination, Jamal nodded in approval. The timeout concluded swiftly, and the players returned to the court, poised to determine the final outcome. In the live broadcast, Wang Ming remarked, "All right, let us return to the game." The Magic prepared for an inbounds pass, with the robust Hield closely guarding Moo. Carter sprinted to the three-point line to receive the ball. Carter caught it and began scanning for his teammates' positions. Excellent. Carter passed the ball to the approaching Moo, who steadied himself with the ball. The game clock ticked down. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Moo surged forward. Hield trailed closely, but with a swift pivot, Moo shook off his defender. Charging ahead, Turner closed in. Moo abruptly halted and released the shot. Oh, the ball went in. Moo executed a mid-range shot, delivering a decisive blow to the Pacers in the final moments of the game. Once again, Moo sank a game-winning shot, the last one having been just yesterday. Goodness gracious. How remarkable. As the ball ascended to its zenith, time had expired, yet it had already left his hands, counting as valid. Jamal, who had been standing with his arms crossed moments ago, was now fervently pumping his fists in exhilaration. The Magic players, both those on the court and those on the bench, surged into the center of the arena. They enveloped Moo in a jubilant embrace, their hands, some dark, some light, playfully squeezing him. After much effort to break free, Suggs was unrelenting, darting onto Moo's back and clinging tightly with his limbs. It was evident that Kevin Harris was elated. Had it not been for his skin tone, he would surely have been flushed with excitement. Carter, brimming with childlike joy, beamed a radiant smile as he enveloped Moo in a bear hug and exclaimed, "Moo, you have once again led us to victory. Thank you." Moo exhibited a calm demeanor and smiled gently, saying, "Wendell, this is the result of our unity. As I mentioned before, as long as we remain united, victory will continue to be ours." After forcefully removing Sargas from Moo's back, Ross remarked, "Moo, I see the qualities of a leader in you." Moo was acutely aware that 2 game-winning shots were insufficient for the team to overlook Banchero and fully endorse him. Thus, he could not accept such praise with complete ease. He feigned humility and remarked, "Old Luo, I am merely striving to secure victories for the team, just like everyone else. If Paul were on the court, I believe he would accomplish the same." While humility is indeed a virtue, he could only suggest that Paul could achieve it too, never implying that Paul surpassed him. At this moment, Ross realized that he had slightly let the victory cloud his judgment, making inappropriate remarks. Forgetting that the future of the team still rested on Banchero, who was recuperating in Orlando. Attempting to amend his words, he quickly added, "You are right. I can hardly wait for Paul to return. Once he rejoins the team, the game will undoubtedly become much easier." With mutual understanding, the two decided to move past the topic. Chapter 86. The need for improvement in Moo in the Tungshua live broadcast room. Wang Ming excitedly exclaimed, "Oh my! What an extraordinarily thrilling match this has been. I believe many fans are still savoring yesterday's game. And who would have thought that Moo would once again dazzle us with remarkable moments today?" Among those still relishing the excitement was Wang Shipong, who, having just immersed himself in the jubilant atmosphere, echoed Wang Ming's sentiments. Indeed, in today's game, Moo's attempts were relatively few, with 4 players from the Magic shooting more than he did. Franz took 17 shots and scored 29 points, the highest in the game, yet faltered at the decisive moment. Much like in the previous match, Bol, Carter, and Ross also had more attempts than Moo. However, several of Moo's scores came during critical moments when the game was tightly contested. Therefore, the final shot underscores that the coaching staff recognized Moo's innate ability to thrive under pressure. Wang Ming added, "Absolutely. Moo achieved 18 points in this match, marking a season high, along with 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Each point he scored was invaluable. I am confident that Moo will continue to deliver outstanding performances for fans across the nation." On the 22nd, the Magic will continue their challenge against the Pacers at the latter's home court. After a day of rest, the Magic, yet to depart from Indiana, faced the Pacers once more. In the previous match, Andrew, who typically averages over 9 points, fell silent. Carlisle hopes that Buddy Hield, while defending against Moo's catch-and-shoot attempts, can inflict damage upon Mumu's defense with his remarkable three-point shooting. As the game commenced, Hield promptly executed his coach's strategy, attempting to break through Mumu's defense one-on-one. However, in his first attempt to penetrate, Hield was astonished to discover that this number 53, with his yellow skin, not only moved with remarkable agility but also possessed a strength that surpassed his own. Typically lacking opportunities to compete against individuals of Asian descent, he, like many others, believed that they would not have an advantage in speed or physical confrontation. Yet, to his surprise, this individual with the peculiar name exhibited both swiftness and power, making it exceedingly challenging to breach his defense. The mysteries of the distant East are indeed profound. Hield began to suspect that this number 53 might possess skills akin to those of Bruce Lee. If not, how could this individual embody such astonishing strength? Abandoning his attempt to break through, Buddy Hield reluctantly retreated to the three-point line, casting a deliberate glance at Mumu's muscular physique. What astonished Hield was that the muscles of the player wearing number 53 were not overly developed but rather defined and sinewy. Observing this, Hield, who often took pride in his own robust build, swallowed hard in envy. Having failed to penetrate the defense successfully, Hield contemplated a long-range shot, reasoning that if he could make the basket, his opponent would be hesitant to press him too closely, with the hope of compelling the defender to tighten his coverage, thereby increasing his chances of driving towards the hoop. Hield suddenly made a swift move to the right. Although it caught his opponent off guard momentarily, Mumu quickly regained his positioning. Faced with the outstretched arm of number 53, Hield boldly opted for a three-point attempt, yet the shot went awry. Undeterred by his earlier misfire, Hield continued to challenge Mumu's defense with relentless attempts. However, whether due to a lack of sincere prayer before the game or the fatigue from the previous night, his shots repeatedly clanged off the rim. Nothing seemed to find its mark. Frustrated by his inability to score, Hield channeled his energy into a staunch defense against Mumu, ensuring that his opponent had no opportunity to receive the ball. Mumu, not designated to handle the ball, had no choice but to sprint across the court, pursued by Hield, in search of a chance to shoot, yet such opportunities remained scarce. Amid their entanglement, other players were fiercely competing in their own ways. The first quarter saw both teams locked in a closely contested battle, with the score reflecting their parity. In the second quarter, the Pacers bench players suddenly erupted. Mathurin, McConnell, and Brissett scored consecutively, collectively sinking 5 three-pointers. This unexpected barrage left the Magic trailing by more than 9 points by halftime. The surge of three-point shots from the Pacers caught the Magic off guard, and it wasn't until head coach Jamal made adjustments to the lineup that the downward spiral was halted. Otherwise, the deficit could have exceeded double digits by halftime. In the third quarter, under the coach's directive, Mumu opened with 2 three-pointers. Sensing the urgency, Carlisle called a timeout less than a minute into the second half, intensifying the defensive pressure on Mumu and cutting off passing lanes from teammates. Although Hield was not renowned for his defensive prowess, with the assistance of his teammates, he managed to limit Mumu's opportunities. Through the strategic back and forth of both offense and defense, Mumu recognized that he still had considerable room for improvement in his endurance and movement compared to players of the caliber of Thompson and Curry. It was clear that he needed to enhance his training in stamina and court awareness. After Mumu's opportunity to receive passes was cut off, his teammates also struggled to execute any offensives that could effectively threaten the opponents. Although Franz and others continued to score, their efforts appeared to be but a drop in the bucket. Seizing the moment, Carlisle decisively summoned the previously hot-handed Mathurin and McConnell from the bench. Upon their entry, they did not disappoint Carlisle, as they promptly unleashed a flurry of three-pointers. After making several mid-range shots with considerable effort, Mumu was unable to reverse the team's declining momentum. The Pacers, with 3 substitutes each sinking 9 three-pointers, orchestrated a successful revenge, securing victory at home. The Magic, who faltered in the second and third quarters, failed to mount a comeback in the fourth, ultimately succumbing with a score of 105-123. Although Mumu's efficiency did not match the heights of his previous 2 games, he still managed to score 12 points on 5 of 12 shooting, along with 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 steal. His counterpart, Buddy Hield, had averaged 16.8 points per game with a 3-point shooting percentage of 42 prior to this match. However, facing Mumu's defense, he could only muster 9 points, shooting a mere 3 of 13 from the field, and an abysmal 1 of 10 from beyond the arc. Mumu's unwavering and dedicated defense rendered Hield's offensive efforts futile. Following the conclusion of the match, The entire Magic team boarded a chartered flight back to Orlando. Despite being a youthful squad, the trio of away games within a 4-day span had left the young players weary, each yearning to return to their comfortable abodes. Chapter 87. The increasing number of fans. The subsequent match was not scheduled until the 26th, providing an invaluable respite of 3 days. As teammates aboard the plane engaged in discussions about their upcoming leisure activities, Mumu found himself engrossed in contemplation regarding his matchup with Heald. Particularly concerning was the fact that he had failed to exhaust Heald through his usually commendable movement, resulting in a dearth of opportunities to receive the ball. Should he encounter a more formidable defender, he could easily become invisible on the court, potentially becoming a liability to the team. Thus, tomorrow would not be a day of rest. A rigorous regimen of 10 kilometers of running training followed by 3 10-minute shooting drills awaited him. Jalen Suggs, observing Mumu lost in thought, chimed in, "Hey, Mu, what is on your mind? Still reflecting on today's defeat?" "Yes, I am revisiting my mistakes from the game." Mumu replied, "Mu, the regular season is lengthy. No one can guarantee victory in every game. And considering this grueling schedule, securing 2 wins is quite commendable." Suggs reassured him, "You're right, old Sal. We should shift our focus to the next match," Mumu acknowledged. "Oh, Mu, what I meant was, we now have 3 days to rest. We have lives beyond basketball, don't we?" Kevin Harris, seated behind them, leaned forward and added, "Indeed. We should savor this rare moment of respite. Tonight, I just want to return to my bed. However, tomorrow night, we could hit a nightclub for a few drinks. Who knows, there might be many beautiful girls there." He concluded with a playful wink at the two. With a hint of remorse, Mumu spoke, "I sincerely apologize. Old Kai, until I conclude my professional career, I have no intention of indulging in alcohol. While the prospect of enjoying a drink at a nightclub with you might seem enticing, I cannot guarantee that I would remain unperturbed in the presence of voluptuous figures. On second thought, they should not be seated in my lap, lest my girlfriend take umbrage." Upon hearing this, Kevin Harris burst into hearty laughter, and after a considerable time, he playfully teased, "Hey Mu, tell me this isn't true. I never anticipated that a man as formidable as you would harbor fears of his girlfriend. Frankly, are you reluctant to engage in excessive interaction with a substitute like me?" Mumu smiled gently and said, "No, old Kai, I simply adore my girlfriend. And I wish for her not to feel sorrow due to my actions. Moreover, nightclubs are not places that captivate me. Thus, I am discerning about the venue of gatherings rather than the company I keep. If you are willing, we could take a leisurely stroll in the park after our training tomorrow, or savor some tea from the flowers at my apartment." Kevin Harris shook his head and replied, "Huh, Mu, I would rather be put to death than find a stroll in the park enjoyable. Honestly, nothing compares to the nightclubs and the lovely ladies within them. Indeed, old Kai, everyone's pleasures vary significantly, and it is precisely this diversity that enriches our world with myriad joys, allowing each of us to discover our own interests." Upon hearing this, Kevin Harris found it quite insightful and felt he had broadened his horizons. Beside them, Sagas remarked, "Mu, are you truly training tomorrow? We have just completed 3 consecutive games. It is time for a break. Yesterday, I struggled to evade the defense during a crucial scoring moment against Heald, and I wish to avoid such occurrences in the future." Saga shook his head and continued, "I heard that the previous Yao was a very dedicated player, just like you. Are all of you flower people so industrious? We are indeed a diligent people, and this is one reason for our long-standing history. However, I also take pleasure in witnessing my continuous improvement during training. Life's journey is often fraught with challenges, and to overcome them, we must bravely forge ahead. The swiftest path to success lies not in sprinting, but in unwavering perseverance. Therefore, would you both join me for training at the gym tomorrow morning?" The two gazed at Mumu with a mix of fear and surprise, and after a moment, Sagas said, "We sought you out for recreation. Yet you wish for us to serve as your practice partners. Nonetheless, Mu, I concur with your perspective. To remain competitive, one must train diligently. However, I believe a rest is in order tomorrow, as I cannot disregard physical fatigue like you do. I will be at the gym the following morning." Seeing both of them looking at him, Kevin Harris hesitated for a moment, then finally mustered the courage to say, "The day after tomorrow. I too shall be there in the morning." The following dawn, as was his routine, Mumu descended the stairs with sandbags strapped to his legs. The apartment rented for him by Bruce was adjacent to a lake named Concord. Typically, he would run around the lake for 10 kilometers before heading to the gym, and today was no exception. The area surrounding the apartment is considered bustling, yet unlike in his homeland, it is relatively tranquil, with far fewer people. Thus, running by the lakeside typically goes undisturbed. This is largely due to the fact that Moo, as a substitute on the team, has not garnered significant attention from the Orlando locals. As Moo jogged along the familiar path by the lake, an elderly lady seated on a bench beside the walkway waved at him with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "Hello. Are you Moo?" "Indeed, I am," he replied courteously. "Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate your support. My teammates and I will strive to bring more victories to this city." His conviction in this promise was unwavering. Regardless of whether the lady truly believed in her own words, achieving further victories was undeniably a goal he must pursue in the days to come. As he continued his run, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Excuse me, are you Moo?" Moo turned around to see a teenager, no more than a few years his junior. The young Caucasian boy, upon spotting Moo, exclaimed with delight, "It truly is you, Moo. I sincerely apologize for the interruption, but encountering you here brings me immense joy. May I take a photo with you?" "Of course. What is your name?" Moo inquired. "My name is Kevin." The boy replied. "Is that so? What a coincidence. My teammate is also named Kevin, though he does not possess your charm," Moo remarked with a smile. Kevin Harris chuckled, his demeanor slightly shy and anxious. After they took the photo together, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Moo, I cannot thank you enough. I never expected you to be so approachable. I truly admire your style of play. I believe you are the heart of our Magic team, especially in crucial moments." Moo chuckled and remarked, "Thank you. You are quite the discerning gentleman." The young man pondered for a moment and inquired, "May I post the photo on my social media account?" "If you wish to do so, of course," came the reply. "Thank you immensely, Moo. I shall continue to support you." Following this brief interlude, Moo encountered several enthusiastic fans who greeted him. It appeared that the two thrilling victories had garnered him recognition not only domestically, but also among numerous fans in Orlando. Chapter 88. Jamal's requests and encouragement. After completing a 10-kilometer run, Moo returned to his apartment and engaged in 20 minutes of horse stance practice. For the average person, this duration may seem rather excessive. However, in reality, the world record for maintaining a horse stance extends beyond 3 hours. Thus, Moo's daily commitment of 20 minutes is hardly the pinnacle of achievement. Yet, this consistent practice fortifies his lower body, rendering him particularly formidable when contending against opponents during matches. As his core strength has progressively improved, Moo has notably perceived a significant enhancement in his hang-time abilities. Upon completing his routine horse stance practice, Moo tidied himself and proceeded to the gym. Upon arrival, he initiated a series of stretches for various muscle groups, followed by today's shooting practice. He began with a goal of sinking 100 free throws, as this initial exercise was intended to establish his shooting rhythm and quickly regain his shooting touch. After a brief 5-minute respite post-free throws, he moved on to execute 100 mid-range shots from various positions, culminating in another 100 three-point attempts. Moo's current aspiration is to establish himself as a trusted 3D pitcher within the coaching staff. Once he secures a starting position this season, he aims to vie for a greater share of the ball next season alongside players like Banchero, as long as his shooting becomes increasingly consistent, transforming him into a reliable option for outside shooting. He stands a strong chance of becoming the team's second or third offensive choice next season. However, hitting 300 shots is merely a fraction of today's training. It serves only as a warm-up. The true training follows thereafter. To entertain the notion of becoming an exceptional basketball player with merely 300 shots a day is rather fanciful. After securing weighted bags around his waist and legs, Moo commenced a rapid shooting drill, characterized by self-initiated throws and retrieves, allowing himself a brief respite of 3 minutes every 10 minutes to catch his breath. The principal challenge of this training lies in the potential depletion of energy during sprinting. In this era of swift offensive and defensive transitions in basketball, it is imperative to maintain a stable shooting form while running at high speed. Typically, this shooting regimen consists of 3 sets each day, but due to a lackluster performance in the previous game, Moo resolved to complete 6 sets today. Fortunately, this additional training did not induce any physical discomfort. Far from the vomiting incident experienced by Kevin Harris last time, it merely rendered the training process more arduous. Upon achieving this, midday had arrived. Moo enjoyed a modest lunch at the arena's restaurant, followed by a rejuvenating afternoon nap, as ample rest is conducive to physical recovery. In the afternoon, he continued his ball-handling drills and strength training for various muscle groups. Upon returning to his apartment in the evening, he connected with friends and family back home via video call, and shared a warm conversation with Lin Ming, thus concluding a fulfilling day. The following day, Kevin Harris and Suggs arrived as promised for training. In addition to their usual routines, their presence introduced an element of one-on-one competition among the three. Suggs possessed commendable physical attributes, while Kevin Harris was considered a robust player in the league's shooting guard position. However, during their one-on-one encounters with Moo, both felt the palpable strength he exhibited. They unanimously suspected that Moo had been secretly honing his skills, despite his firm denials. On the third day, aside from participating in team training, Moo diligently maintained his regimen of a 10-kilometer run and shooting practice. The coaching staff expressed satisfaction with Moo's performance in the 3 games he started, noting that the 3 players who matched up against him had underperformed defensively. Coach Coles believed that if Isaac could return to form next season, their defensive partnership would be exceptionally formidable, leading the coaching staff to unanimously agree on Moo's continued role as a starter. On November 26th, at 8 a.m., the Magic prepared to face the visiting 76ers at the Amway Center. The Philadelphia star, Embiid, was sidelined, and Harden was still recuperating. For the Magic, Banchero officially returned, and the starting lineup featured Suggs, Moo, Franz, Banchero, and Carter. This marked the first regular season game in which Moo and Banchero would start together, and their promising synergy displayed during the Summer League had the coaching staff filled with anticipation. As the game commenced, the returning Banchero exhibited a strong desire to attack, actively seeking the ball to initiate the first offensive play. Unfortunately, he was unable to score against Tobias's defense. Philadelphia also faltered on their opening offensive attempt, but after setting a screen for a teammate, Banchero found space in the left corner and, using a shooting feint, executed a delicate bank shot for his first points since returning. Today, the 76ers point guard, Shake Milton, retaliated with a driving layup after navigating a screen from his teammate, contributing 2 points. Initially, both teams appeared evenly matched. However, with Tucker assigned to defend Moo, he found himself in a similar predicament as the previous game, struggling to receive the ball. In the first 2 quarters, Franz and Banchero spearheaded the Magic's offense, leading to a 4-point advantage at halftime. Yet, in the third quarter, Tobias and Milton displayed remarkable offensive efficiency. Despite the defensive efforts from Banchero and Suggs, these 2 players scored consistently, allowing Philadelphia to seize the lead. They maintained their advantage until the final moments, resulting in the Magic's defeat at home, 99-107, against a 76ers team missing key players. Following the game, Jamal sought out Moo for a private conversation. Jamal began, your shooting ability displayed in the previous games has garnered the coaching staff's recognition. We unanimously agree that you are an exceptional shooter. However, in this game, you attempted only 5 shots, which is not what I wish to witness. To excel as a remarkable player and secure your starting position, you must exhibit unwavering determination and confidently execute the shots that demand your attention. Do you understand? Very well. Coach, I shall enhance my offensive desire and strive to complete as many catch-and-shoot attempts as possible. Nevertheless, today, while facing Tucker's defense, I struggled to find an opportunity to shake him off. I want to approach my shots with greater rationale. This is not what I wish to hear. In this league, numerous defenders can stick to their opponents throughout the game. It is unrealistic to expect that every shot in the NBA will be a well-calculated one. As long as you possess enough confidence to make the basket, you must take the shot decisively. Listen, I am aware of your shooting capabilities, but you are being overly cautious. Do not dwell on whether your opponent is in position. As long as there is a sliver of space for a shot, you must release the ball. For the next game, I am assigning you a task. Ensure you complete more than 12 catch-and-shoot attempts. I do not care how you achieve this. You simply must deliver over 12 shots. Do you understand? Initially, Moo was concerned that the coaching staff would not appreciate his bold shooting, as such attempts are often difficult to execute efficiently. However, his inclination to take only reasonable shots indeed reduced his attempts when faced with formidable defenders. But now that the coach has explicitly urged him to shoot boldly, he cannot afford to be cautious any longer. Therefore, Moo solemnly nodded and said, "Understood, coach. I will take my shots and make them count." Jamal patted Moo's shoulder and said, "That's the spirit, Moo. I hope to see you return to your confident self in the next game." "Yes, coach." Chapter 89. You must teach me this move. On the 28th, the second showdown between Philadelphia and the Magic continued at the Amway Center. In this match, Harden and Embiid remained sidelined, but in the previous game, Milton and Tobias had demonstrated their ability to uphold the team. Nevertheless, it would not be an easy task for the Magic to defeat the undermanned 76ers. As the game commenced, the Magic gained the opening possession. Franz, after a series of passes with his teammates at the arc, failed to find a favorable position and thus charged towards the middle, confronting Tobias's defense. However, on his first attempt, he lost possession of the ball. Seizing the long rebound, Milton quickly initiated a fast break, executing a small spin to evade Suggs. Approaching the basket, he gently elevated for a layup. Just as the ball neared the rim, a hand with a golden hue suddenly emerged above Milton's head. Swatting the seemingly certain layup against the backboard, Moo swiftly returned to defend, executing a magnificent block. The home crowd erupted in applause, enchanted by the sheer dominance of the play. Among the spectators, a young boy turned to the middle-aged man beside him and exclaimed, "Dad, I told you before. Moo is an extraordinary player. The previous game was merely a fluke. He will surely lead us to victory again." The man replied calmly, "Kevin, settle down. There's no need for such excitement. It might diminish your allure in front of the girls. Sit back and enjoy the game." The boy, momentarily taken aback by thoughts of his classmate Lucy, seemed to reconsider and return to his seat. Meanwhile, Suggs secured a rebound and initiated a fast break. Though Carter played the center position, he possessed a commendable shooting ability. After receiving a pass from Suggs beyond the three-point arc on the right, he opted for a three-point shot. With the home fans holding their breath, the shot found its mark, granting the Magic a three-point lead. Philadelphia, however, remained unperturbed by the opponent's block and three-pointer. After all, the game had just begun, and opportunities would abound. In no time, back on their offensive end, they executed a series of screens, leading Milton to receive a pass from Tobias just beyond the three-point line, where he decisively launched a shot. A middle-aged woman watching on television let out a series of disapproving tut-tut-tut, but clearly, the barrier of the screen muted her discontent. The three-pointer went in as intended. The middle-aged man beside her chuckled at her reaction, teasing, "You say Moo is captivated by basketball, yet I see you are equally entranced." The woman shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, "Entranced? This is our player, of course, I support him." Seemingly reminded of something, she continued, "It's a pity today isn't the weekend. Otherwise, Moo could watch too. Ever since you gifted him that basketball, he practices every day at the playground. This is the first time I've seen him so captivated by anything, just like other kids. He has always been so responsible, helping his grandmother with chores and tending to the pigs after school." The woman spoke with a hint of sympathy. Children from poor families grow up fast. Now it's just him and his grandmother. Thankfully, she is still in good health, and Moo is slowly growing up, being so considerate. The middle-aged man took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. The woman noticed and furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes reflecting a touch of reproach. Swiftly, she reached out and smacked his hand, which was reaching for the lighter. "You can't even take a break while watching the game. With such a spectacular block from Moo, I must celebrate with a smoke." "Hey, that's become your excuse now. Wait until Xiaoyu returns to deal with you." "Oh, here we go again. Keep it a secret." In the realm of basketball, after a pick and roll with Carter, Suggs attempted to penetrate the paint for a forceful drive. However, the 76ers defense in the key was commendable, resulting in Suggs' layup veering off course. Milton swiftly advanced with the ball, while the youthful players of the Magic, brimming with energy, adeptly retreated to thwart the 76ers' fast break. Tucker, positioned beyond the three-point arc on the left, served as a pivotal point. Upon receiving the ball, he typically opted either to shoot or to pass, followed by defensive duties. His role was akin to that of Moo, one nearing the twilight of his career, the other in the bloom of youth. Notably, Moo possessed a more striking appearance. With the ball held above his head, Tucker sought out teammates while addressing the rookie before him. "Hey, Rook, welcome to the NBA. Why are your eyes so red? Did my fierce defense last night bruise your delicate little heart?" Trash talk is an integral part of the game, especially relished by seasoned players who take delight in humiliating fresh faces. Yet, Moo felt no compulsion to humbly accept such vacuous banter from an opponent. With a slight smile, he retorted, "Mr. Tucker, if I recall correctly, the last game saw you scoring a grand total of 0 points. Should your eyesight indeed be failing, I would exhibit a modicum of pity and retract my previous statement, allowing you to remain ensconced in your delusions." Tucker thought to himself, "This kid appears rather refined. I didn't expect him to possess such a sharp tongue." Moreover, he demonstrated a mastery of rhetoric, countering my jibe with an air of politeness by first addressing me as Mr. Just as Tucker prepared to unleash a true barrage of trash talk upon the young man. Tobias at the top of the arc bellowed, "Hey, Jay, what are you doing? Pass the ball, for heaven's sake." Turning to see the already vociferous Tobias, Tucker realized he had momentarily stalled the play, distracted by the young man's repartee. He promptly passed back to Tobias, who, upon receiving the ball, assessed the positioning of his teammates. Seeing no advantageous movement, he decided to take the initiative, driving straight into Paolo's defense. As a sizable player, Tobias was reasonably adept at handling the ball, but despite his physical advantage in the NBA, the young Paolo proved equally formidable, firmly resisting his attempts to penetrate. This vigorous defense compelled Tobias to resort to a fading jump shot. The execution was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to Kobe's artful turnarounds. The shot clanged off the rim. Carter secured the rebound and passed it to Franz, who, instead of returning it to the point guard Suggs, advanced directly into the front court. This exemplified the current style of the Magic, with orchestrators often being the 6 feet 10 inches Franz and Paolo. As Suggs passed by Moo, he curiously inquired, "Moo, what did you just do?" to leave Tucker momentarily speechless. Moo, feigning mystery, remarked, "This is a form of martial arts known as air acupuncture." Sagas, believing him wholeheartedly, replied, "I knew it. You must possess martial skills. You absolutely must teach me this technique." "All right, old Sa, stay focused." Chapter 90. The marksmen of Orlando. As they approached the front court, Banchero received a pass from Franz near the restricted area. He immediately swayed his shoulders, pivoted to the left, and launched the ball with a reverse layup. His exceptional back-to-basket skills rendered the shot nearly unguardable, and the basketball swished cleanly through the hoop. After this moment of triumph, Banchero let out an exhilarating roar, while Tobias maintained an impassive expression, calmly jogging to the opposite end of the court. Returning to the 76ers front court, Tobias set a screen off the ball. Understanding his cue, Tucker dashed towards the left corner utilizing the screen. On the right side, Milton, seeing his teammate create space, executed a long pass that accurately found Tucker in the left corner beyond the arc. Upon receiving the ball, Tucker noticed that his defender, wearing number 53, had been momentarily delayed by a teammate, allowing him to rise confidently for a three-point shot. Just then, he felt a shadow loom over him. In an instant, with a sharp sound, a figure streaked forward like lightning, snatching the ball from the air just as it left his fingertips. No, it was not merely batted away. It was firmly grasped midair. Youth is truly wonderful. Envy washed over Tucker, prompting him to shed his momentary stupor. He quickly rushed forward, attempting to reclaim the ball from his opponent's grasp. However, Moo offered no opportunity, deftly flicking his wrist to deliver a precise pass to Sagas on the right side. Upon receiving the ball, old Sa was filled with elation, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, and he immediately transitioned into fast break mode. Sprinting towards the opposite end of the court, Banchero, excelling as a power forward, was no slouch in speed. Spotting his teammate dashing down the right flank, he too surged towards the basket from the left. As Banchero entered the restricted area, Sagas, with a touch of finesse, tossed the ball towards him. In a magnificent leap, Banchero caught the ball midair and emphatically slammed it through the hoop. The arena reverberated with the sound of the rim, amplifying the grandeur of his dunk. "Hey, what a play!" Just as the cheers erupted, the teacher, engrossed in his lecture, slammed his book onto the desk with a resounding thud, exclaiming furiously, "Li Hua, Shi Shuelian, are you two sneaking peeks at the game during class again?" Startled by the sudden sound, the students turned their heads in unison. It was evident that they were not merely sneaking a glance at the game. Rather, a group of boys and several girls behind them were huddled together, covertly watching. The teacher, exasperated, remarked, "Could you at least show some respect for my diligent efforts in teaching?" Upon hearing the teacher's earnest plea, the college students hurriedly straightened their posture. Yet their eyes frequently drifted toward the hidden game playing between the pages of their books. On the court, both teams exhibited remarkable offensive prowess, exchanging blows in a fiercely contested match. With just over 7 minutes left in the first quarter, a Philadelphia offensive attempt was successfully thwarted. After receiving the ball from Banchero, Suggs advanced it, and, upon reaching the vicinity just beyond the right three-point line, noticed that Moo had positioned himself a meter beyond the arc. Consequently, he passed the ball and utilized his body to shield the defender. As Moo received the ball, he observed that Tucker was momentarily delayed by Suggs and promptly elevated for a three-point shot from 1 meter beyond the arc. The trajectory of the ball was steady as it sliced through the air, landing squarely in the basket with a resounding swish, adding 3 points to the Magic's score. This marked Mumu's second attempt of the game and his first successful score, which instantly lifted his spirits. He raised his hand, pointing at Suggs, and exclaimed, "Hey, old Suggs." That pass was truly spot on. Even Chris Paul would commend such finesse. Suggs chuckled in response. "Mumu, this has always been within my capabilities. But I do prefer the praise of Rajon Rondo." Overhearing their banter, Tucker interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "Hey, you young whippersnappers. Revel in your triumphs once you secure a victory. You're still quite far off, considering you lost to us just the other day." Unfazed, Suggs retorted. "But how does that concern you? In the last game, you scored 0 points. Besides, my brother Mumu will undoubtedly rack up over 20 points on you today." Before Tucker could react, Mumu, the one being guarded, interjected, "Why provoke him like that? It was merely a three-pointer. There's still plenty of game left, young man." After speaking, Tucker paid no further attention to the two. The ball found its way into Tobias's hands after a series of passes from the Philadelphia side. This time, instead of passing, Tobias boldly drove towards the basket, challenging Banchero's defense. Upon entering the paint, he executed a graceful leaner, sending the ball through the hoop. Following a three-pointer from the Magic, Philadelphia responded with a two-point shot. Back in the Magic's front court, Carter called out to Mumu after moving to the high post. Understanding the cue, Mumu swiftly took off, using Carter's screen to maneuver towards the perimeter. Tucker, trailing closely behind, was momentarily hindered by Carter's imposing physique. In an instant, Mumu positioned himself beyond the right three-point arc, where Banchero delivered the ball. As expected, Mumu seized the opportunity and confidently released a shot for another three-pointer. On the bench, Rose and Kevin Harris excitedly waved their towels, while Jamal clapped fervently, shouting, "That's right, Mumu, go for it boldly." Having allowed 2 consecutive three-pointers from the opponents, Tobias felt it was time to quell the Magic's burgeoning momentum. He charged towards the basket. Franz and Banchero moved forward, attempting to thwart his advance. Surrounded by the two players, Tobias was unable to score, yet the referee blew the whistle, granting Philadelphia 2 free throw opportunities from the ensuing contact. After converting one of the free throws, the Magic resumed play. Suggs, noticing Franz racing swiftly down the right flank, quickly passed the ball to him. Timing his attack perfectly, Franz caught the Philadelphia players off guard, compelling them to collapse back towards the paint. As he penetrated the key and drew defensive attention, Franz glanced towards the perimeter and subsequently returned the ball to Mumu, who was positioned beyond the arc. The fans collectively held their breath, fearing that even the slightest noise might disrupt this crucial shot. In the course of the game, achieving 3 consecutive three-pointers is no small feat, even for an exceptional shooter. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the scoreboard for the Magic incremented by another 3 points. Chapter 91. The skillful Mumu. After another three-pointer from Mumu, Milton of Philadelphia attempted to penetrate from the left side, preparing to retaliate. However, retaliation proved to be a formidable challenge as he was effectively thwarted by Suggs' tenacious defense. Harrell, positioning himself in the paint, received the ball that Milton reluctantly passed. Despite his relatively shorter stature, Harrell possessed considerable strength. He backed into Carter and charged forward. Although his robust physique forced Carter to retreat, his rough handling of the ball caused his attempt towards the basket to miss its mark. The Magic swiftly launched a counterattack. In light of the previous 3 consecutive three-pointers, Tucker was reluctant to grant Mumu any room to maneuver. While others fell back to defend, he closely shadowed Mumu, occasionally resorting to subtle tactics. Mumu did not spare Tucker either, delivering a few sharp elbow strikes while skillfully maneuvering his arms. Just after crossing the midcourt, Tucker, who had already endured several setbacks, found himself unable to contain his frustration and sought to retaliate with a fierce elbow. At the very moment he lifted his arm, Mumu was also preparing to execute his own move, resulting in their arms becoming entangled. What a remarkable encounter, 2 cunning adversaries facing off. However, Tucker, brimming with confidence in his own strength, was soon taken aback. "Oh heavens, how is this fellow so strong? The grip is rather painful." Mumu felt a surge of astonishment within, for in their previous encounter, the two had not exerted such force upon one another. This time, he had unleashed his full strength without reservation, yet he was taken aback that his opponent could withstand him. Truly, this was a formidable individual capable of playing the power forward position in the NBA despite standing at less than 2 meters tall. Observing their arms locked in a fierce embrace, neither willing to yield, the referee promptly blew the whistle to avert further conflict. Once the referee intervened, the two, who were gripping each other's arms with considerable force and struggling to maintain their hold, slowly released one another as if a weight had been lifted. Their separation was accompanied by an air of disdain, as if to suggest that had it not been for the referee's intervention, one could have quite easily broken the other's arm. Yet, the reality was that both were enduring the pain coursing through their limbs. Sugg, who had nearly charged in, halted his advance upon seeing the referee approach with the whistle. Nevertheless, he hurried to Tucker's side and exclaimed, "Hey, old man, do you not know that Mu practices martial arts?" Fearing the other might not comprehend, he struck a pose he believed to be impressive, vaguely reminiscent of Bruce Lee, albeit somewhat comical. He then mimicked Lee's iconic battle cry, "Oh, flower planting skills. My brother Mu is indeed a master of them." "Ah, no wonder. I nearly had my arm crushed," Tucker mused. Meanwhile, Mu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement at his teammates' antics, quietly remarked, "Old Sugg, do refrain from intimidating him. In our culture, we do not endorse arrogance or ostentation. True mastery lies in restraint." Upon hearing Mu's words, Sugg turned around earnestly and replied, "Oh, so that is the case. Your culture is truly profound. You must teach me more when you have the chance." "Of course. I will share my own skills with you without reservation," Mu declared with utmost sincerity. The referee issued each of the two a technical foul, citing their near instigation of a grave conflict. Following this brief interlude, the match resumed, with the Magic now in possession of the ball. Sugg drove toward the basket from the top of the arc, but after only 2 steps, he was met with defensive resistance. However, he did not relent. Instead, he assessed the situation and passed the ball back to Mu. This time, the focused Tucker advanced to apply tight defense, denying Mu any opportunity to shoot. Noticing the opponent's aggressive approach, Mu lowered his center of gravity and then pushed off forcefully with his right foot, utilizing the propulsion from his launch. Number 53 swiftly darted inside the three-point line, leaving Tucker momentarily stunned. Once inside the arc, years of relentless training filled Mu with unwavering confidence in his shot from this distance. Faced with Tobias, who was raising his arms to contest, he hesitated not for a moment and opted to take the shot. Oh, in a moment of sheer brilliance, a nearly impossible mid-range shot, almost entirely defended, swished through the net, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the spectators, soon followed by a resounding chorus of applause. Rivers, wide-eyed and animated at the sidelines, called a timeout in anger. Observing Tucker's dejected descent from the court, Rivers bellowed, "Jay, what on earth are you doing? Where has your signature skill gone? Do you realize that a rookie just scored 11 points over you in a mere 2 minutes? It's my fault, Doug. I will keep an eye on him from now on." Tucker thought regretfully to himself, reflecting, "How could I allow a novice to dominate me so effortlessly? I must regain my form and prevent him from scoring so easily." Meanwhile, on the Magic's bench, Coach Jamal clapped his hands, motivating his players with enthusiasm. "Well done, gentlemen. You are unstoppable. Come on, let us secure this much-deserved victory for our fans." Despite his encouraging words, Jamal was somewhat astonished. He knew that this 32nd pick rookie possessed shooting capabilities, yet he had not anticipated such explosive scoring potential, reminiscent of Klay Thompson. As the players on the bench barely caught their breath, the timeout concluded swiftly. The Philadelphia players, having received guidance from their coach, seemed unable to grasp Doc Rivers' strategy. Their initial offensive attempt post-timeout fell short, with the rebound claimed by the Magic. Sugg's controlled advance at the top of the arc sought out his teammates' positions. Carter signaled to Mu once more, and Mu promptly understood his teammates' intent, darting to the right beyond the three-point line, aided by Carter's off-ball screen. "Ah yes, that's the way to pass it." Mumu's father, watching the broadcast from home, commended Sugg's improved passing skills. Of course, Sugg remained oblivious to the praise bestowed upon him by Mumu's father as he focused intently on the game. Receiving the ball, Mu wasted no time, immediately adopting a shooting posture. Tucker, feeling the pressure, lunged forward to defend, while Harrell, concerned about Tucker being delayed by Carter, abandoned his coverage of the Magic center and sprinted towards the hot-handed number 53. In the T5 live broadcast, Ujia remarked, "Mu has received the ball from Sugg at the arc and opts for a three-point attempt. Oh no. It's a feint shot leading to a pass." Mu executed a deceptive shooting feint, successfully misleading 2 defenders from Philadelphia, before delivering the ball to his teammate Carter, who had penetrated the paint. What a splendid pass! Carter skillfully received the ball and executed a powerful dunk with great force. This flawless collaboration ignited the fervor of the entire crowd. Upon witnessing this remarkable play, Father Mu could not help but applaud and exclaim, "What an excellent shot." Indeed, Carter possesses a profound understanding of teamwork. He is a player who utilizes his intellect on the court. Beside him, Grandma rubbed her eyes and remarked, "These young men on the field. Each one is darker than the last. Aside from my dear Mumu, I truly cannot distinguish one from another." Mother Mu pointed at number 34 on the television and exclaimed, "Mom, the one who just dunked is Carter, and the one wearing jersey number 4 is Suggs. They are all teammates of Mumu." Grandmother squinted her eyes and looked closely. "I am aware of this. Those who pass the basketball to Mumu and those who receive it from him must certainly be on the same side as Mumu." With a chuckle, Muba replied, "Mother, your perspective holds merit." Chapter 92. Rising Again. Back on the court. It was initially believed that a focused defense could contain the threat posed by number 53. However, Doug Rivers was unprepared for the fact that this rookie from the Magic possessed the remarkable ability to distribute the ball even when double-teamed. Truly a player deserving of significant attention. The ball returned to the Magic once more, and this time, Banchero actively moved to the arc, reaching out to request the ball from Suggs. Facing Tobias, he dribbled a couple of times before calling for Mumu. Mumu executed a clever maneuver, darting in from beyond the right three-point line to set a screen. Tobias, towering over 2 meters, appeared to be of comparable stature to the 208-centimeter-tall Banchero, both possessing robust physiques. However, as he shifted laterally to defend against Banchero's drive to the right, he unexpectedly collided with the steadfast Mumu, who had established the pick. In astonishment, Tobias glanced down at the diminutive number 53, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness, this fellow seems scarcely more imposing than I, yet he feels as unyielding as a brick wall." Seizing the opportunity afforded by Mumu's solid screen, Banchero charged toward the right. Observing the first overall pick's effortless strides toward the basket, Tucker had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Mumu and instead chase after Banchero, with Tobias closely trailing him after circumventing Mumu. Aware of the two defenders converging upon him, Banchero executed a deft behind-the-back pass, delivering the ball flawlessly into Mumu's awaiting hands. Mumu skillfully exerted force through her feet, channeling it through her waist and abdomen, and with a graceful lift of her hands, released the ball. Her shot was precise and unfaltering, finding its mark effortlessly. Jamal, seated at the edge of the Magic's bench, observed the duo's collaboration with a faint smile, nodding in satisfaction. Tonight, number 53 exhibited a departure from his usual cautious demeanor, opting instead for a bold approach. Furthermore, his teammates, particularly Suggs and Banchero, actively sought opportunities to engage in pick-and-rolls with Mumu. Consequently, by the conclusion of the game, Mumu had executed a season high of 18 shot attempts, each one a result of her teammates' passes, with none being self-created. Mumu believes that with several players on the team capable of handling the ball, he must refrain from excessively distributing the ball. This approach to off-the-ball movement and consistent shooting represents the most effective means for him, whose position remains uncertain, to receive passes from his teammates. In this match, he successfully seized 18 shooting opportunities through this strategy. Of course, he also owes gratitude to teammates like Carter for their selfless screens, as well as to Coach Jamal for his trust. Under the remarkable performance of this unconventional player, the Magic established a lead in the third quarter, maintaining it until the final moments. Ultimately, the Magic triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers with a score of 123-112. After the game, during a press conference, an ESPN reporter posed a question. "Mu, you efficiently scored over 30 points in this match. Yet it was evident that you had limited ball handling opportunities. As a backcourt player, do you believe the team should grant you more ball control?" Since arriving in the NBA, Mumu has gradually acclimated to the reporter's penchant for generating topics. In response to this inquiry, he calmly replied, "We are a young team filled with exceptionally talented players. Therefore, what each of us must do is focus on executing our strengths. My strength lies in shooting. So my role is to receive passes from my teammates and convert them into points. I am content with my current position on the team, and I will continue to improve myself to contribute more energy to the team." This response once again disappointed the reporters seeking gossip. They began to realize that this rookie from Huahua possesses a mature disposition and a rational mind, making it quite challenging to extract anything sensational from him. It seems that they might have better luck trying to elicit something from his darker-skinned teammates. In such interview moments, reporters greatly favor players like Meta World Peace, known for their sincerity, Although the reporters were displeased, team manager Rob and head coach Jamal were quite pleased with Moo-Moo's statements. Bruce often discreetly leaned toward Jamal, saying, "Hey, coach, look, Moo's remarks are always so reasonable. Just like his performance on the court, it's hard to find fault." Jamal nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right, Bruce. As it stands, both on and off the court, Moo is a reliable player." Hearing this assessment, Bruce felt a surge of joy and hurried to find Moo-Moo to inform him of the coach's endorsement. At Huahua Yanjing High School, as the final bell rang for the last period of the morning, the exuberant students rushed out of their classrooms into the campus. Among them was a bespectacled boy, devoid of any scholarly demeanor, who discreetly jogged up behind a fellow student dressed in a school uniform and suddenly leaped up. He feigned a high-pitched voice and exclaimed, "Handsome, guess who I am?" Blindfolded, Yang Fan impatiently urged, "Earth Dog, come down." "How did you know it was me?" Lu Liming, finding the situation tedious, slid off his friend's back onto the ground. "I called you an Earth Dog, and you admitted it yourself." "Damn," as Lu Liming berated himself for his carelessness. Yang Fan was not done with him yet, and continued his taunts. "Moreover, your filthy hands still carry the scent of last night's deer. Do you think I can't smell it?" Surrounded by long-haired individuals, Lu Earth Dog Liming was evidently incensed, leaping around and frantically pointing at Yang Fan. "You slander, you defame." With a mischievous grin, Yang Fan pressed down on his friend's hand and retorted, "What are you going on about? I was just about to grab a bite, and here you are, covering my mouth." With that, he tilted his head aside, spitting. "Have you no decency?" Yang Fan looked up to see a beautiful girl nearly struck by his saliva, and immediately flashed a self-assured grin, saying, "My apologies, miss. Please accept my sincerest apologies. If you are still angry, I will treat you to lunch today." "Ugh. Who wants you to treat?" Observing the girl with braided hair striding away, Yang Fan sighed inwardly at the lost opportunity. Bang! Feeling his innocence tarnished, Lu Liming delivered a sharp elbow to the lovesick Yang Fan and inquired, "Hey, how did your brother Moo perform today?" Stumbling from the blow, Yang Fan decided not to hold a grudge against his Earth Dog. After fixing his hair and regaining his self-proclaimed handsome appearance, he replied, "As if you need to ask. It was splendid." "Did he start again?" "Yes." "How many points?" Instead of answering, Yang Fan pulled out his phone and raised it before Lu Liming's eyes. Gazing at the news headline topping the Douyin hot search, Lu Liming read in disbelief. "Our player Moo scored 32 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks with 11 of 18 shooting, including 4 of 6 from beyond the arc and 6 for 6 on free throws. Wow, it's not even New Year yet. And here comes such a great surprise." Many others in the country shared Lu Liming's astonishment. In short, numerous fans believed that Moo had revived Zhonghua basketball. Chapter 93. The first challenge against the Grim Reaper and the immortal preparation time. On the 29th, the entire Magic team boarded their chartered flight to New York, where they were set to challenge the Brooklyn Nets. Before the game, the cheerful owner, Kai, approached Moo, saying, "Your recent performances have been exceptional. In the last match, you astonishingly scored 32 points against Tucker's defense. I am gradually acclimating to the rhythm of the competitions here, and both the coach and my teammates have been exceptionally kind, willing to grant me tactical positioning and passes. Otherwise, I would not have been able to accumulate such a significant score." With a hint of regret, Mr. Kai remarked, "The team sacrificed its draft picks over the past few years for just a few players, leaving us with no other assets worthy of trade apart from them. Had we secured a first-round draft pick earlier, you would be with me now." Moo had no doubt regarding this statement. His recent performances would undoubtedly captivate the interest of many team owners. With a chuckle, Moo thought to himself that he had indeed captured their attention. "In 2 seasons, my contract will expire. Perhaps then I might seek employment with you, Uncle Kai." Kai Chongshin raised his hand to point at the young man before him and chuckled. "I would be most eager for that." The man, who possessed a wealth of charming charisma, then spoke earnestly. "It is quite a feat for a domestic player to reach this level. However, at last, we have you, a rare gem emerging from the ranks. Chairman Yao has been frequently discussing your performances with me, and he finds great satisfaction in your improving prowess. Work diligently when your contract expires. I hope you will consider the Nets first." "Thank you, Uncle Kai. I shall now prepare for my warm-up. I need to get ready for the Nets." "Haha, you, my boy, keep up the good work." Just as Moo was about to seek out Suggs and the others for shooting practice, a tall individual with yellow skin approached him. As he drew near, he greeted Moo in English. "Hi." "Hello, Moo. It is a pleasure to meet another Asian player here." As Moo focused intently, he recognized him. It was Yuta Watanabe from the Plaster family. During their previous phone conversation, Mumu learned from Boss Kai that this individual shared a cordial relationship with Adu, which was one of the reasons the Nets signed him. From Boss Kai's words, it was evident that players like Durant and Irving wield significant influence, often affecting the team's decisions regarding certain player contracts, though they were strangers. And even more so, since he approached to greet, Mumu adopted a facade of politeness and responded with a feigned smile. Hi. Hello. The two exchanged insincere pleasantries. The moment he turned to leave, the smile that had adorned Mumu's face instantly vanished. While he maintained a courteous exterior in front of Watanabe, internally he mused. Regardless of your outward friendliness, I am no naive little angel. Once we step onto the court, my sole aim is to give my all to outplay you. The stakes are not to be taken lightly. At 8:30 p.m., the game commenced. The Magic's starting lineup featured point guard Suggs, shooting guard Mumu, small forward Franz Wagner, power forward Paolo Banchero, and center Wendell Carter. On the Nets side, the starting point guard was Simmons, with Irving at shooting guard, Adu as small forward, Royce O'Neal at power forward, and Claxton as center. In the Tungshua live broadcast, host Duan Ran remarked, "Hey, Coach Wu," in the last game. Mumu scored a season-high 32 points through teammate assists. Do you think he can maintain this performance today? Guest Wu Qian replied, in this matchup, he is up against Irving, whose defense is not his strong suit, coupled with Mumu's height advantage. As long as the Nets do not assign Adu and Simmons to guard Mumu, he is likely to continue his impressive performance. Duan Ran responded, indeed. Coach Wu makes a valid point. We all know that Irving is a versatile offensive player. In previous games, particularly when he defended against Levine, Mumu demonstrated commendable defensive skills. Do you think Mumu can limit Irving as he did with Levine? Wu Qian said, Levine's offensive capability is not on the same level as Irving's. Therefore, I believe the possibility of completely restricting Irving is slim. But he will certainly make Irving's offense more challenging. It is likely that both players will have explosive moments. The players of both teams gathered at center court, preparing for the jump ball. As the team's leader, Adu approached and exchanged handshakes with the visiting Magic players, signifying a gesture of hospitality. Mumu exchanged a light touch with him. Although he had often teased Adu about his demeanor while in the country, now, in the heat of competition, it was no laughing matter. The aura of the Grim Reaper was unmistakable. The Nets secured the first possession of the game. Simmons brought the ball to the top of the arc, awaiting his teammates' movements. Irving, utilizing a screen, maneuvered to the right beyond the three-point line, closely followed by Mumu. Simmons passed the ball to the stationary Irving. At that moment, as Irving held the ball with both hands, Mumu, despite his reluctance, found himself unconsciously swallowing hard. Irving's dazzling ball handling was no mere show. It was a genuine tactic to confound opponents in offense, making it no simple task to defend against him. Despite extensive preparations and prolonged study of Irving's game footage, Mumu lacked absolute confidence in his ability to avoid being outmaneuvered. He hoped that he would not find himself in a situation reminiscent of the infamous encounter between Marbury and Chairman Yao. As Mumu anxiously braced himself, Adu advanced to the right high post. Rather than opting for a shot, Irving passed the ball to Adu. Though this was not the mindset one would expect from a player already on the court, Mumu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief when Irving entrusted the ball to Adu. Observing the lanky Adu holding the ball, Mumu could no longer associate the Adu munching on snacks with the formidable presence before him. Indeed, at that moment, Mumu felt a twinge of sympathy for Franz, who was tasked with defending against Durant. Tonight, he was in for quite a challenge. Once in possession, Durant awaited Irving to draw Mumu down to the baseline before decisively opting for a one-on-one against the similarly tall Franz. As Durant dribbled right, Franz instinctively shifted his weight. Although Durant did not shake off Franz's defense, it seemed he had no need to. With swift movements, Durant covered a significant distance with just 2 strides. For a player of his length, those 2 steps yielded an impressive reach. After those 2 steps, Durant leaped without hesitation, executing a smooth jump shot over the equally towering Franz. With a swish, the ball passed through the net, marking the start of the game with a crisp mid-range jumper from Adu. Chapter 94. Irving challenges Mumu on the Magic side as Banchero entered the low post. He firmly established himself behind Durant. Suggs, seeing his teammate in position, perfectly delivered the ball to Banchero. Although they were of similar height, Banchero, clad in white, appeared more robust than the Durant behind him. Banchero leaned against Durant, intending to power through, but the outcome revealed that the seemingly slender Durant matched Banchero's strength. not allowing him to advance an inch. Unable to score, Banchero opted for a right turn, attempting a soft hook shot. However, after the physical contest, he had lost some power, resulting in a short shot that clanged off the rim. The net seized the rebound and swiftly launched a counterattack. Simmons, advancing rapidly, halted near the free throw line, deftly flicking the ball to the cutting Irving. Mumu dared not show the slightest hint of complacency and swiftly opened his arms to engage. Finding himself unable to shake off number 53, Irving resolved to leap and take a shot. Dewan Rand exclaimed, "Oh, what a pity. That shot was nearly blocked." But Irving's attempt went awry, and the Magic secured the rebound. Mumu still felt a lingering apprehension from the abrupt jump shot moments ago. He had originally intended to contest Irving's layup, but was taken by surprise when Irving opted for a shot instead. Fortunately, his quick movements allowed him to keep pace. Irving, having missed his first attempt, felt no frustration, only a hint of surprise at the rapid response of the yellow-skinned number 53. The ability to react swiftly to his sudden strike and nearly block his shot indicated that he would need to exert his full effort in the subsequent plays. As the power forward, Banchero began to control the ball before crossing half court. Mumu understood that as long as Banchero had possession, his penchant for assists would lead him to seek out Mumu, who excelled at catching and shooting. Thus, while Irving was still retreating to defend, Mumu suddenly dashed forward. "Huh?" Irving snapped back to attention, searching for the elusive number 53 who had vanished before his eyes, only to find Mumu had slipped to the right beyond the three-point line, gaining space. As the ball reached him in perfect timing from Banchero, Mumu, donned in the white jersey of number 53, decisively took the shot amidst the jeers of the home crowd. Dewan Rand declared, "What a splendid play." Mumu capitalized on Irving's momentary lapse, creating the space to sink a three-pointer. In the ensuing plays, aside from Banchero scoring on a fast break, none of the others managed to find a basket. With 2 minutes elapsed in the game, the Magic led the score 5-2. The Nets were in dire need of a basket to break the stalemate. Simmons advanced with the ball and, spotting Irving speeding down the right flank, passed it to him. From the moment Irving seized control, he became anything but predictable, his body a flurry of feints that were immensely disorienting. Faced with Irving's dazzling offensive prowess, Mumu felt an uncontrollable surge of anxiety, yet he recognized this was no excuse for retreat. Instead, he silently encouraged himself. For overcoming this tension was essential to elevating his mindset. With nerves taut, Mumu keenly observed Irving's footwork, striving to anticipate his attacking direction. Noticing Irving lower his center of gravity, Mumu took a step back to guard against a potential drive. Just as he was a mere step from the three-point line, Irving, who had feigned a drive, suddenly leapt skyward. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mumu extended his long arms to disrupt the shot. Despite his efforts, Irving still managed to rise a fraction sooner and, facing the outstretched arms of number 53, launched a three-pointer. The ball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, leveling the score at 5-5. Wu Qian remarked, "You see, just as I predicted. It's highly likely these two will engage in a back-and-forth exchange." As the play unfolded, Mumu believed he had positioned himself defensively well. Perhaps had he reacted a fraction of a second quicker, he could have executed a block. This moment brought to mind the words of Jamal before the game, reminding him that against a player of Irving's caliber, the likelihood of completely containing him was minuscule. The best he could do was to apply fierce pressure, making each of Irving's attempts arduous, while hoping for an off night in his shooting. With this resolve, Mumu took a deep breath and turned his focus back to the offensive play. His long-standing endurance from years of running allowed him to maintain his stamina. Thus far in the game, he had yet to feel fatigued. Since he could not entirely suppress Irving's offensive prowess, he opted instead to exhaust his opponent's energy through relentless movement. By the fourth quarter, Irving, who had expended considerable energy on both ends of the court, would find it challenging to strike with the same suddenness as before. Committed to this strategy, Mumu began to sprint, with Irving closely trailing him. The two wove in and out among other players, darting from the left corner to the right, and then around the arc. Though neither held the ball, they were the most active players on the court at that moment. Irving recognized Mumu's intent, but found himself compelled to follow. After all, Mumu possessed shooting capability. It was a situation where both players were acutely aware of each other's strategies, yet had no choice but to engage, with the outcome hinging on who would falter first. The Magic scored smoothly following Franz's cut, a chance created unexpectedly as all eyes were drawn to the thrilling chase between the two players. As possession returned to the Nets, Irving sought to wear down Mumu with his own offensive maneuvers, keen to prevent the latter from dragging him across the court once again. As the play settled into half-court, Irving requested the ball from Simmons, while Royce attempted to set a screen for him, only to be dismissed with a wave of Irving's hand. His teammates understood his intention and cleared out to allow him a one-on-one matchup with Moo. The home crowd erupted, urging Irving to show the rookie what he was made of, while fans at home flooded the chat with messages, encouraging Moo to give Irving a taste of his own medicine. In short, both sides were eager to demonstrate their prowess. In a residential complex in Huabei, Hengbo City, a second-floor apartment had its windows tightly drawn. Inside, the living room was broadcasting the matchup between the Magic and the Nets. On the sofa, a boy of about 11 or 12 glanced at the obscured window, his brow furrowed with concern as he turned to his companion of similar age, saying, "Hey, Yu-Yong, are your parents really not coming back?" Yu-Yong lowered his right foot, which had been resting on his left, picked up a drink from the table, and handed a can to his friend, replying, No, they're not coming. Here, let us enjoy this refreshing drink." After wiping his mouth, Yu-Yong savored the delightful taste brought by the refreshing drink and reassured his timid companion, "They are all at work today. They certainly won't be back before noon. The curtains are drawn tightly, so the neighbors outside cannot see that we are inside watching television." However, his companion still felt uneasy. "But if we lived a bit higher, we wouldn't even need to draw the curtains." Yet, the companion remained apprehensive. "But if we skip class like this, the teacher will contact our parents." Yu-Yong grew a bit displeased. "If I had known you were this timid, I wouldn't have brought you along. By the time we finish watching the game, we might just get a beating. Are you afraid of a little physical pain?" The companion intended to assert his own bravery, but after years of writing essays, he realized that courage and skipping class did not quite align. Yu-Yong continued, "Oh, don't dwell on these thoughts. Look, Irving is about to take on Moo one-on-one." Chapter 95. The talented rookie with a pleasant and honest tongue facing the 53, who was stepping forward with arms outstretched in readiness. Irving began to dribble the ball low and advance. Just as Moo was observing his opponent's footwork, Irving suddenly executed a scissors step to initiate his move. Noticing that Irving's center of gravity seemed to shift to the right, Moo quickly moved laterally to block him. However, what appeared to be a rightward shift was merely a feint, as Irving swiftly changed direction to his left. Fortunately, Moo's speed was commendable, and he managed to stay in front of Irving's left side. Irving was taken aback by the quick reaction of the 53, but his surprise was fleeting, brimming with confidence. He proceeded with his next offensive maneuver. When he found no openings on the left, Irving pivoted to the right, seamlessly transferring the ball from his left hand to his right. This series of movements was not only rhythmically unpredictable, but also executed with remarkable speed. As the ball transitioned to his right hand, Moo had already shifted his weight to the right side, his feet not yet adjusted. Slyly, Irving targeted Moo's leading foot, lowering his center of gravity and taking a cross step to Moo's left side. Where Irving had once been directly in front of Moo, he was now parallel to him, leveraging his left shoulder and hand to seek contact against Moo. As Irving's left side collided with Moo's body, he was genuinely taken aback, for he had not anticipated the rookie's strength to be so formidable. Feeling as though he had struck a steel plate, should he continue to engage in excessive physical confrontations, the opponent's advantage in strength would undoubtedly undermine his own power, thus affecting his upcoming shot. Consequently, as he prepared to conclude his offensive maneuver, Irving swiftly withdrew his force and executed a forward flick. Moo, having fallen half a body length behind, promptly leaped to contest the shot. Although his arms were sufficiently lengthy, he was unable to palm the ball. Instead, he inadvertently struck Irving's wrist. The referee's whistle pierced the air, granting Irving 2 opportunities for free throws. Alas, so close yet so far. Just as Moo was engulfed in frustration, Suggs approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Moo, you have already performed admirably. Last season, when I defended against Kyrie, he effortlessly bypassed me on his first crossover. Remarkably, you managed to thwart his initial 2 crossovers. In fact, during the third, he did not completely shake you off. So, as you said, remain focused and continue to defend him." "All right, old Suggs." Several of Moo's teammates clapped their hands in anticipation as they awaited Irving's free throws. Meanwhile, Moo contemplated the fact that Irving possessed not only impeccable rhythm, but also remarkable speed, rendering his unpredictable breakthroughs exceedingly difficult to anticipate. A truly arduous challenge to defend. The thought of having to confront Irving daily made Moo acutely aware that his ankles would surely suffer. This realization further underscored the gap between himself and the elite NBA players in both offense and defense. However, this awareness did little to deter the tenacious Moo. Irving successfully converted both free throws. Following Suggs' unsuccessful layup attempt, possession returned to the Nets. At that moment, Irving stood beyond the three-point line on the right side, receiving a pass from Simmons. In previous encounters, opponents had consistently sought to evade his defense to enhance their offensive success rate. Yet today, he found himself repeatedly targeted for one-on-one matchups. This unexpected turn of events instilled a sense of shame in Moo, who had long exuded confidence. Faced with Irving's impending offensive maneuver, he felt an overwhelming urge to thwart his advances. As Irving approached with the ball, he executed a deceptive combination of a step back and a Eurostep, leading to another misleading right-side drive. After a swift stop, he transitioned the ball to his left hand, employing a crossover step to leap towards the left. Observing this intricate display of skill, Moo could only inwardly curse, "Damn it, here he comes again." Yet, there was little he could do, such was the prowess of his opponent. Setting aside his frustration, Moo quickly shifted his weight to defend Irving's left side. Moo anticipated that Irving would, as before, opt for a layup finish, and thus prepared himself to deliver a resounding block. However, at that moment, after executing a Eurostep, Irving did not proceed as Moo had surmised. Instead, he propelled himself upward with a single leap from his left foot. In a display reminiscent of a majestic rooster standing on one leg, Irving, having left the ground, struck a pose midair that was not only striking but also fluidly elegant. Caught off guard, Moo found himself immobilized, unable to leap and interfere, and could only watch as Irving released the ball, which found its mark with precision. The crowd erupted in astonishment, captivated not only by the difficulty but also by the grace of the shot, marking Moo's first experience of being a mere backdrop in such a moment. Honestly, Moo was also taken aback by the brilliance of that offensive maneuver. In high school, he yearned for stronger adversaries but was disappointed during the provincial student competitions. In college, he sought formidable opponents, yet even in the Cuba finals, he encountered no one who could truly challenge him. Upon entering the NBA, he realized he would finally face individuals worthy of his pursuit, and the skill displayed by Irving before him ignited a profound desire to learn. Consequently, Moo inquired of Irving, "Kyrie, that last play was incredible. How did you achieve that? Is there a secret?" Noticing the eager gleam in the rookie's eyes, Irving recognized that his stylish move had made a lasting impression. With a mix of pride and feigned nonchalance, he replied, "Ha ha ha. It's nothing special, just jump and shoot." Upon hearing this, Moo internally scoffed, thinking how very Jordan-like Irving sounded. However, Irving quickly added, "Just kidding. The secret lies in strong core and leg strength. If you practice alongside the movement I just demonstrated, you should be able to replicate it." Seeing Moo's expression of skepticism, Irving reassured him, "It's true. During our confrontation, I could sense the strength in your core and lower body. Your initial shooting form was quite good, so executing my previous shot should pose no problem for you." Moo had merely asked the question in passing, not truly anticipating a response, considering the stature of the other party, who possessed the confidence to be proud. However, to his surprise, Irving was quite amiable, and Moo developed a favorable impression of him. "Thank you, Kyrie. I shall certainly give it a try after the match." Irving replied, "Well, when we meet next, I hope you have mastered this skill." Moo smiled softly, "I shall strive to improve, however. To achieve the same level of smoothness as you, it will undoubtedly require considerable effort." The brief exchange of words left Irving with a favorable impression of the eloquent and honest rookie before him. Chapter 96. The Great Hat for the Deity. Returning to his half of the court, Moo, as before, darted back and forth with Irving closely trailing him, never pausing for a moment. In their pursuit, the Nets' defense was compelled to shift incessantly. Meanwhile, Franz seized the opportune moment, finding space beyond the three-point arc on the left side. Observing his teammate's open position, Paolo quickly passed the ball. With a feint move, Franz evaded the defender attempting to block him and, with precision, sank the three-pointer. Jamal, witnessing the splendid connection between his two key prospects, felt a sense of gratification and anticipation. The tireless Moo, donning the number 53 jersey and running the court alongside Irving, also pleased Jamal, reinforcing his conviction that benching veterans Ross and Gary Harris in favor of starting Moo was indeed the right choice. He began to envision the promising combination of offensive cores Paolo and Franz alongside Moo, who possessed potential akin to Thompson. once Isaac returned from injury. The synergy of these players would surely create an unstoppable force. With this thought in mind, Jamal eagerly wished for Isaac's swift return to the team. Having conceded the three-pointer, the Nets prepared to retaliate. After some ball movement, they handed the ball to Irving, seeking to leverage his individual prowess to counter the Magic's offense. The others swiftly spread out, creating space for Irving's drive. Paolo and Carter, forced to retreat from the paint, stood ready to assist Moo defensively. Although Moo had struggled to contain Irving earlier, they understood that no one in the league could truly limit Irving, unless he was off his game. Clearly, Irving was in fine form today, making Moo's challenge to defend against him entirely reasonable. While those around believed it was natural to struggle against Irving, Moo held a different conviction. Regardless of the opponent's strength, he was always prepared to give his utmost. Observing Moo's lead foot, Irving pushed off his right foot and suddenly accelerated to break right. To maintain his defense, Moo created a certain distance, recognizing the difficulty of guarding an opponent capable of rapid directional changes. Noticing that the defender was not pressing forward, Irving continued his drive to the right. In just 2 swift steps, he reached the paint, where he faced a decision to lay it up or execute a quick jump shot, as advancing further would diminish his shooting angle. Realizing this, Moo swiftly advanced, extending his arms to apply pressure. Irving, caught off guard by Moo's sudden intensity, momentarily faltered. Their bodies made contact, yet the referee did not blow the whistle. This physical interaction somewhat diminished Irving's strength, leading to a lower jump height as he attempted his pull-up jumper. As Irving's feet left the ground, Moo recognized that the unpredictable Irving had lost his ability to alter course once more, thus leveraging his exceptional core strength in the thrust from his right thigh. Moo leapt with determination, extending his long right arm. Smack! As the ball lingered in Kyrie's grasp, it was forcefully pressed down by Moo's right palm. Before Kyrie could react, Moo assertively seized the ball from his hands with his iron-like arms. This audacious interception astonished everyone present, including viewers behind screens. Wow, Yu-Yong. Does this count as a steal or a block? Pondering the situation, Yu-Yong, equally taken aback, replied, "It should count as both. He blocked and stole. So it must be considered twofold. Is that so?" Following his successful steal, Moo did not pause to bask in triumph. Instead, with a calm demeanor, he observed the advancing Suggs and swiftly propelled the ball forward, delivering it accurately to Old Sa. Suggs, unencumbered by defenders, effortlessly secured 2 points. Turning to Moo with words of praise, this moment offered a sense of vindication to Moo, who had previously been targeted, as it demonstrated that the Nets must now regard his defensive prowess with caution. In subsequent plays, Kyrie continued to score. Yet the difficulty of each attempt underscored Moo's effective defense. It can only be said that the currently exceptional Kyrie is indeed hard to contain. Durant, on the other hand, unleashed his full potential, amassing over 30 points before the fourth quarter, seemingly on a trajectory toward 40. Fortunately for the Magic, Banchero, Franz, and Carter displayed commendable offensive skills, while Moo occasionally contributed with well-placed shots, helping to keep the point differential within single digits. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Suggs advanced the ball, only to be met with Simmons's pressing defense before he could cross half-court. At this moment, the score stood at 94-100, with the Magic trailing by 6 points. Should Suggs succeed in the shot, the deficit would shrink to within 5. Stopping this play would allow the Nets to stabilize the situation, rendering it a pivotal moment in the game. Consequently, the physicality among the players intensified. Suggs skillfully maneuvered the ball across half-court, while the off-ball players engaged in tight contact, their arms entwined with one another. Moo received the ball at the arc's pinnacle, patiently awaiting the impending screen from Banchero. The defensive efforts of Durant and Irving hindered the execution of the pick, yet Banchero seized the opportunity presented by the mismatch. Skillfully backing Irving down from a high position, Moo passed the ball to the mismatched Banchero. Upon receiving the ball, Banchero pivoted to face the basket, raising the ball high with both hands to thwart any attempt by Irving to intercept. As the entire audience fixated on Banchero's one-on-one against Irving, Moo, utilizing the screen set by Carter on the right, circled around and slipped towards the baseline. Banchero's gaze shifted to the number 53 player gliding from the baseline towards the basket. As the player and the ball arrived simultaneously, Banchero swiftly launched the ball towards the basket with the force of a bomb. As Moo firmly received the ball, he effortlessly leaped from the ground to execute a seemingly unremarkable dunk, narrowing the point gap to 4. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the teams were separated by a mere 4 points. The Nets' offensive opportunity was entrusted to Irving, who, facing Moo-Moo's defense, once again showcased his unpredictable ball-handling skills. However, at this late stage of the game, his pace was noticeably slower than at the beginning, allowing the more enduring Moo-Moo to successfully thwart his efforts. Although Irving penetrated the paint, he found himself devoid of any favorable shooting space. In the current lineup, aside from himself, only Durant could score independently. Simmons was not a reliable option, having already exerted considerable energy, and this shot was critical for Irving. With unwavering determination, he faced Moo-Moo's defense and opted for a forceful shot near the restricted area. As the ball grazed the rim, just as it seemed poised to bounce out, the Nets' Claxton soared high, securing the rebound and scoring. Su Jingyu exclaimed, "Oh dear, what was that?" Just as Moo-Moo had managed to close the gap, a teammate allowed the opposing player to capitalize on a second-chance opportunity. Who was supposed to be defending? Wasn't that Franz? Is he not paying attention? What is he doing? If I were Jamal, I would have him benched immediately. He looks utterly lost out there. Chapter 97. The boys debate with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Duan Ren observed, "Banchero has the ball again. It is evident he is quite fatigued. Passing it to Rose or Moo-Moo would perhaps be more judicious." Su Jingyu remarked, "Banchero is holding the ball. Is he really going to take on Durant one-on-one? How can he be so confident? Durant is not someone you can simply challenge, especially at such a critical juncture." Su Jingyu's foresight proved accurate as Banchero attempted to drive into the paint against Durant, his steps faltering. The outcome was inevitable. His shot failed to find the basket. After the Nets secured the defensive rebound and controlled the tempo, Durant, facing a double team, passed the ball to a high-positioned Irving. On the left side, unguarded, Joe Harris received Irving's pass and took a three-point shot. In a local convenience store, the familiar sound of disdain echoed. Pft, pft, pft. In response to the powerful disapproval from the store's patrons, the ball ricocheted off the rim. With just over a minute remaining and trailing by 7 points, Moo-Moo had no intention of conceding. As his teammates appeared sluggish, he leapt high amidst the crowd, claiming the rebound. Typically, Moo-Moo would position himself to allow Carter and other interior players to effortlessly secure rebounds. Yet at this moment, driven by determination, he glanced at Franz and Carter beside him and resolutely stated, "From now on, do not allow Brooklyn to grab another rebound." Observing the usually affable Moo-Moo suddenly emanate an undeniable aura of authority, Carter instinctively nodded. Franz felt a tightening in his chest under Moo-Moo's earlier gaze. Upon regaining his composure, he contemplated a rebuttal but ultimately chose to exercise restraint at this pivotal moment. Typically, after securing a rebound, Moo-Moo would